his ancestors. He then engaged himself in an austere penance. Sanatkumar, one of the Manasputras, became very pleased by Ramya's penance and appeared before him. He complimented Ramya for liberating his ancestors by performing Shraddha at Gaya. He then described the virtues of performing Shraddha at Gaya and narrated the following tale. There lived a king named Vishal who had no son. One day, he invited few Brahmins to his palace and asked them how he could beget a son. All the Brahmins revealed to him that he did not have son because of the curse of his ancestors. You have not performed their Shraddha, so they are angry with you and you can never beget a son unless you performed Shraddha rituals at Gaya. Vishal went to Gaya as per the instruction of the Brahmins. He performed the Shraddha rituals and offered Pindadan in the name of his ancestors. While he was still performing the rituals, he was amazed to see 3 men descending from the sky. One of them was of fair complexion while the remaining 2 were of wheatish and dark complexion respectively. Vishal curiously asked them as to who they were. The fair-complexioned person replied, "I am your father Sid. The person with wheatish complexion is my father and the third person amongst us is my grandfather. My father had committed grave sins while he was alive and killing a Brahmin was the gravest sin he had committed. My grandfather was even worse than. My father and his dark complexion is nothing as compared to his grave sins. He had killed numerous innocent sages for no fault of theirs. All 3 of us have come to express our gratitude as we have become liberated from our sins by the virtue of the Shraddha rituals you have performed. The water which you had offered to us while performing the rituals have given us the ability to communicate with you, even though we are spirits." After finishing his tale, Sanatkumar told sage Ramya that Gaya was supreme among all the places of pilgrimage and the virtues of performing Shraddha over there is incomparable. Sage Ramya dedicated rest of his life to the worship of Lord Gadadhar. At last, Lord Gadadhar appeared before him. Sage Ramya requested the Lord to give him a place in his abode which was dwelled by sages like Sanak and Sanandan. Lord Gadadhar blessed him by saying, "So be it." This way, sage Ramya attained enlightenment with the blessings of the merciful Lord Gadadhar and ultimately attained to the divine abode of Lord Vishnu. Matsya Avatar. Once, when Lord Vishnu awakened from his yoga nidra, he found that the Vedas had submerged in the ocean as the result of pralaya. He incarnated as Matsya to retrieve the Vedas from the ocean bed. As soon as Lord Matsya entered into the ocean, he attained such an enormous size that the deities became frightened. All the deities then eulogized Lord Matsya and requested him to regain his original form, O Narayan, the imperceivable Lord. You manifest yourself in each and every particle of this universe. You are omnipresent and exist even during the time of deluge when nothing else exists. O Lord, we are scared of your present form. On seeing the deities frightened, Lord Matsya retrieved the Vedas from the seabed and transformed his appearance from the huge fish to that of Lord Vishnu. The deities were filled with joy to see the divine appearance of Lord Vishnu. King Durga. During Satya Yuga, there lived a king named Supratik. Although he had 2 queens, yet none of them bore any son to him. One day, Supratik went to meet sage Durvasa, who had his hermitage at the foothills of Chitrakut mountain and engaged himself in the service of Durvasa. The sage blessed the king and prophesied that he would become a proud father of a mighty son named Durga. Durvasa's prophecy came true and Supratik's eldest queen Vidyutprabha gave birth to a son. The child was named Durga. In course of time Durga grew up to become a worthy successor of Supratik. Supratik decided to spend rest of his life in the service of God, so he went to Chitrakut mountain to do penance. Meanwhile, Durga, being an ambitious king, expanded his kingdom by subjugating all the neighboring states. He conquered numerous mighty kingdoms and vanquished almost all the prominent warrior castes like Gandharvas, Kinnars, demons, and even the deities. Indra, the lord of the deities, was defeated by Durga and was forced to retreat towards east of Sumeru mountain. Along with Thulkpal's various lords protecting different regions of the universe. The whole world went into turmoil as the fallout of Thulkpal's power being snatched by Durga. While Durga was returning to his capital along with his victorious army, he met 2 Asuras, Vidyut and Suvidayut, who had disguised themselves as sages. Both the impersonators requested Durga to make some alternative arrangements so that the world could function smoothly. In reality, both of them harbored wishes of having the powers of Lokpal, so they offered their services in this regard. Durga, being unaware of their real identity, agreed to appoint them as Lokpals and then proceeded towards his capital. While he was passing by the Mandarachal mountain, he saw two beautiful women. Durga was surprised to find them at such a deserted place. As he stood there wondering about their identity, he saw two hermits approaching him. Both the hermits asked Durga, "Who are you? What is the purpose of your arrival?" Durga introduced himself and told them that he was on his way to conquer the whole world. Now it was the turn of both the sages to introduce themselves. "We are the sons of Svayambhuva Manu Hichu and Prachatu. We had successfully defeated the deities and driven them out from their abode Sumeru mountain. All the deities went to seek the help of Lord Vishnu and were successful in getting his assurance. Lord Vishnu then attacked us and vanquished our army, but he spared our lives. Then onwards we became ardent devotees of the merciful Lord Vishnu." Hichu, then pointing towards one of the women, said, "She is my daughter Sukeshi. The other woman you see is my brother Prachatu's daughter and her name is Mishrakeshi. Please accept both these beautiful as your wives." Durga readily agreed to marry both of them as they were really very beautiful. He then returned to his capital. Everything was going quite smoothly for Durga, when on one fateful day he met his downfall because of his extreme greed. The incident happened as follows. Once Durga had gone into the forest on a hunting spree, where he met a sage named Gaurmukha. Gaurmukha had been blessed by Lord Vishnu with a divine diamond named Chintamani, which was capable of fulfilling all desires. Gaurmukha gave a royal treatment to Durga with the help of wish-fulfilling diamond. He created an illusionary palace and offered variety delicacies to him as well as his whole army. Durga wanted to have Chintamani diamond at any cost and therefore sent his minister Virochan to persuade Gaurmukha to part with that diamond. Gaurmukha became furious after coming to know about the evil intention of Durga and told Virochan to ask Durga to leave at once. But Gaurmukha knew quite well that the greedy Durga would not give up so easily and would definitely try to acquire Chintamani by force. So he requested Chintamani diamond to create a huge army. Meanwhile Durga ordered his chief commander, named Neil, to bring Chintamani at any cost. Neil proceeded with a large number of soldiers. A fierce battle took place between both the armies, in which Neil was killed and his army got vanquished. Finally Durga himself came forward to fight, but even he was defeated. In the meantime, Hichu and Prachatu got the news that their son-in-law was in trouble. Both of them proceeded with a huge army to help their son-in-law. But they were no match for the might of their adversary, and both of them eventually died in the ensuing battle. Meanwhile sage Gaurmukha found Durga standing at the entrance of his hermitage with a small number of surviving soldiers. He sought the help of Lord Vishnu, who appeared within no time. Gaurmukha requested him to punish Durga for his evil intention. Lord Vishnu severed Durga's head with his Sudarshan chakra. The place where Durga was killed later on became famous as Naimisharanya. Sage Gaurmukha continued to live at Naimisharanya without any problem. Shraddha rituals. Pitras and the significance of Shraddha. Once sage Markandeya arrived at Naimisharanya to see sage Gaurmukha. Sage Gaurmukha was delighted to find such an enlightened soul at his hermitage. After the formalities were over, Gaurmukha requested him to shed light on the venerability of ancestors and the significance of Shraddha rituals. Sage Markandeya replied, "Lord Brahma, after having created the Saptarishis, instructed them to worship him, but they became so arrogant that they started to worship themselves. Lord Brahma felt insulted, and so he cursed them of becoming bereft of all the knowledge. In course of time, the Saptarishis had numerous sons. After the death of the Saptarishis, all the sons performed Shraddha so that their souls could rest in peace. The Saptarishis were also famously known as Vaimanik because they had manifested from the mind of Brahma." Sage Gaurmukha was listening to Markandeya's utterances with rapt attention. He asked about the most appropriate time for performing Shraddha and also about the number of ganas each of the Pitras were supposed to have. Sage Markandeya replied, Pitras living in the heaven are known as Somap. Pitras are believed to be the most privileged ones among all the Pitras. They enjoy the most delicious beverage Somaras. Their lifespan extends for the full period of Kalpa and they worship Maridas. Sage Marik belongs to this category of Pitras. Pitras belonging to the category of Viraj are revered even by the Marut Ganas. Sanak comes under this category of Pitras. Each of these Pitras have 7 Ganas. Similarly, Pitras known as Basvar have their abode in the world called Santanak. These Pitras are revered even by the deities as all of them are Brahmavadas. They remanifest themselves after every 100 yugas. People belonging to any caste can worship the revered Pitras with an appropriately modified rituals and obviously with the permission of the Brahmin. Some of the prominent Pitras are Vasu, Kashyapa, Marishi, Sanak, etc. The appropriate time for performing Shraddha. Describing the auspicious time for performing the rituals of Shraddha, Markandeya told Gurumukh a person desirous of performing the rituals of Kamaya Shraddha can do so on any of the following days: a. At the commencement of Uttarayan or Dakshinayan. b. At the time when Vyatipat Yoga takes place. c. At the time when Vishu Yoga occurs. d. During both solar and lunar eclipses. e. If troubled by the evil influences of a constellation or a planet. f. If troubled by nightmares. g. At the time when the sun changes its position from one zodiac to another. The various nakshatras like Anuradha, Vishakha and Shwati are considered to be very auspicious for performing Shraddha, especially if the day happens to be Amavasya. Shraddha performed on such a day pacifies the ancestor's soul for 8 years. Similarly, the combination of Amavasya with either Pushya Nakshatra or Punarvasu Nakshatra is believed to pacify the youngster's soul for 12 years. Some other days which are considered to be very auspicious for performing Shraddha are the 3rd day of the bright half of the Hindu month Vaishak, the 9th day of the bright half of the Hindu month Kartik, the 13th day of the dark half of the Hindu month Bhadrapad, and Amavasya falling in the Hindu month of Mach. A man desirous of performing Shraddha can do so on any of the above-mentioned days. He should take bath in a holy river and offer tarpan to his ancestors. Shraddha Kalpa. Describing the types of Brahmin considered to be eligible to preside over the rituals of Shraddha, Markandeya told sage Gurumukh the following types of Brahmin can perform Shraddha: Trinakaikat, Trimadhu, Trisuparna, and the Brahmins who are well versed in all the Vedas. The Shraddha rituals can be performed by any of the following relatives of the deceased, apart from his son, maternal nephew, grandson, father-in-law, son-in-law, maternal uncle, etc. Similarly, the following types of Brahmin should never be invited at the Shraddha. At the Shraddha ceremony, a deceitful or a wicked Brahmin, a Brahmin who is a habitual backbiter or who is accused of theft, a Brahmin who has married a Shudra woman, and a Brahmin who earns his livelihood by working as a priest. How to invite Brahmins to Shraddha ceremony. Invitation should be given to all the Brahmins 1 day in advance. If invited Brahmins arrive to attend the Shraddha ceremony, they should be treated with due respect. The Brahmin who is supposed to perform the rituals should wash the feet of other Brahmins to show his respect towards them. He should then help them perform a kaman. Finally, the invited Brahmins should be fed after the rituals have been completed. As far as the number of invited Brahmins to the Shraddha ceremony of the ancestors is concerned, the scriptures have strictly put it to odd numbers: 1, 3, 5, etc. Similarly, the number of invited Brahmins for the Shraddha of the deities is concerned, the number has been put to even number: 2, 4, etc. But if the person finds it difficult to invite the above number of Brahmins, then he can invite only 1 Brahmin for both the types of Shraddha. While performing the Shraddha of maternal grandfather, it is mandatory to perform the Shraddha of Vaishyadeva simultaneously. In the Shraddha ceremony related with the deities, the Brahmins should always have their food facing east. On the contrary, in the Shraddha ceremony of the ancestors, the Brahmins should have their food facing north. Types of Shraddha and Mantra. A person performing the Shraddha rituals should have his seat made of kasha grass. After taking his seat, he should invoke the deities and make offerings of arghya to them. While offering Ardhya to the deities. Water and barley are commonly used along with other articles like sandalwood, incense, etc. During the entire course of Shraddha ritual, sacred thread should be worn in an inverse position across the right shoulder and not across the left shoulder as it is normally worn. While performing the Shraddha of ancestors, offerings of articles like sesame seeds, water, and kasha grass are normally made. It is customary to scatter sesame seeds near the place where Brahmins are having food in the Shraddha ceremony. The performer of the Shraddha rituals should imagine that the food partaken by them are actually satiating the ancestors. The chanting of Rakshodhana mantra is a must. The rituals of Pindadan and Balavishva Deva. One important characteristic of the rituals connected with Pindadan is the offerings made to manes in the form of sesame seeds and water. Another important aspect is that Pinda is offered on the kasha grass, which are kept facing south, first in the name of one's dead father and then in the name of one's grandfather and other ancestors. The performance of Balavishva Deva rituals mark the end of Shraddha ceremony, after which the person should sit down along with all the invited guests to have his food. Ancestors become satisfied if Shraddha is performed in their names and all the desires of such a man are fulfilled. Three things have great importance in Shraddha rituals: black sesame seeds, the auspicious muhurta named Kutup, and grandson. Donating silver is considered to be extremely auspicious. A person performing the Shraddha rituals should not venture out of his house till the completion of the entire ceremony. The manifestation of various deities. During Treta Yuga, there lived a king named Prajapal. Once while he was on his hunting spree, he entered into a dense forest. He was delighted to see a deer who started running for its life after hearing the noise. Prajapal let his horse loose in the direction of the running deer. Sage Mahatapa had his hermitage in that forest. While chasing that deer, Prajapal arrived at the hermitage of Mahatapa. Being curious, he entered the hermitage and saw Sage Mahatapa. The sage treated his guest with all the respect and offered him fruits to eat. After the formalities were over, Prajapal requested Mahatapa to describe the appropriate way of contemplating on the various forms of Lord Narayan which gave salvation to a man. Sage Mahatapa replied, the Vedas proclaim that all the deities owe their existence to Lord Vishnu, Agni, Ashvini Kumars, Gauri, Gajanan, Shashnag, Kartikeya, Aditya Ganesh, Durga, all the 64 matrikas, Kubra, Vayu, Yama, Rudra, Chandra Madhav, Pitraganas, etc. have originated from Lord Srihari. All the deities, although appearing to have distinct identity, are in fact inseparable from Lord Vishnu. Agni. When Agni manifested himself from Brahma's anger, he requested him to assign an auspicious day to him for his worship. Lord Brahma said, since you have manifested first of all the deities, therefore the first day will be reserved for your worship. One who performs Havan on Pratipada would be blessed. Ashvini Kumars. King Prajapal requested Mahatapa to describe how both the Ashvini Kumars manifested themselves. Sage Mahatapa narrated the following tale. Marishi was Lord Brahma's son while Kashyapa was Marishi's son. All the 12 Adityas are the sons of sage Kashyapa. One of the Adityas, Martund, was married to Vishvakarma's daughter whose name was Sangya. Martund had 2 children from her and their names were Yama and Yami. Being unable to bear the extreme radiance of Martund, Sangya created her shadow identity, and after instructing her to serve her husband in best possible ways, she herself went to live at Uttarkuru. Later on, when Martund came to know about the reality, he went to Uttarkuru and found Sangya in the form of a mare. He then changed his own form and became a horse. Both of them stayed there for a long time. In course of time, Sangya gave birth to 2 sons who became famous as Ashvini Kumars. Martund instructed both his sons to please Lord Brahma with their devotion. Both of them engaged themselves in austere penance. Finally Lord Brahma appeared and blessed both of them by saying, your good looks and knowledge of Ayurveda will be unmatched in the world. It was Dwitiya when Lord Brahma had blessed both the Ashvini Kumars. This is the reason why this particular day is deeply attached with the worship of Ashvini Kumars. Goddess Parvati. King Purjapal asked Mahatapa about the reason why goddess Gauri, the epithet of power, had to take incarnation. Sage Mahatapa replied, Goddess Gauri manifested from Lord Narayan and was offered to Rudra as his consort by Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma then instructed Brahma to begin creation, but Rudra, being free from all kinds of worldly attachment, refused to oblige Lord Brahma and engaged himself in austere penance. Goddess Gauri then merged her identity with Brahma, who later on created his 7 Manasputras. In course of time, Gauri was born as the daughter of Daksha Prajapati and hence came to be known as Dakshayani. Once Daksha Prajapati organized a grand yajna in which all the 7 Manasputras were assigned specific responsibilities. Meanwhile Rudra came out from his meditation and was extremely furious to see the earth occupied by countless creatures. He thought, Brahma had requested me to create, then who is responsible for all these creation? Who has dared to transgress my authority? As Rudra stood wondering, suddenly he heard the sound of the mantras being chanted at the yajna performed by Daksha. Now, Rudra's fury crossed all limits, resulting into the emergence of numerous spirits and ghosts from his ears. He then went to the ablation site accompanied by the ghosts and started destroying it. Lord Vishnu tried to protest, as a result of which a fierce battle was fought between both of them. It was only on Lord Brahma's intervention that both of them stopped fighting. Lord Brahma said from now onwards Rudra would become famous as Har, while Vishnu would be known as Hari. He then directed the deities to eulogize Rudra and give his due share of the yajna being performed by Daksha Prajapati. Rudra became pleased by deities' eulogy and blessed them. This way Daksha Prajapati was able to accomplish his yajna with the blessings of Rudra. In course of time, Rudra married Gauri, the daughter of Daksha Prajapati. Once, Gauri went to her father's place to attend a yajna ceremony against the wish of her husband. On seeing her, Daksha Prajapati started cursing Rudra. Gauri was so enraged by her father's attitude that she gave up her life by jumping into the sacrificial fire meant for the yajna. Later on, she took rebirth as Parvati, the daughter of Himalaya. Parvati did an austere penance to get Shiva as her husband. Ultimately her desire was fulfilled and she became the consort of Lord Shiva. The Tithi of Tritiya is very deeply attached with the worship of goddess Parvati because all the important events of her life took place on this day. This is the reason why Tritiya is attributed to the worship of goddess Parvati. A woman who observes a fast on this day enjoys a blissful married life. One important ritual related with the austerity of Tritiya is avoiding the usage of salt on this day. Lord Ganpati. King Purjapal then asked sage Mahatapa about the manifestation of Lord Ganpati and about the significance of Shaturthi in terms of Ganpati's worship. Mahatapa narrated the following tale. Once all the deities went to seek Shiva's help in sorting out a peculiar problem they were faced with while they experienced all sorts of hurdles and problems in their work, resulting into repeated failures in their work. The demons on the contrary accomplished all their work successfully without any problem. When Lord Shiva learned about their problem, he burst into laughter. Hardly had he stopped laughing than a radiant adolescent manifested himself from his opened mouth. The child was so divinely charming that Parvati, who was sitting beside Shiva, looked at him without dropping her eyelids. When Shiva found her staring at the child, he became jealous. Jealousy transformed into anger and Shiva cursed the child, from now onwards your face will resemble an elephant and your belly will become large as a pot. In the name of Yajnopavit you would have nothing but a snake hanging across your shoulder. The child was none other than Ganesh. Lord Shiva's anger did not subside even after having cursed Ganesh. He was still trembling in anger and was sweating profusely. Numerous Ganeshas manifested themselves from those sweat drops and each of them had a head of an elephant as well as a large belly. Suddenly, Lord Brahma appeared and requested Lord Shiva by saying, you should make this divine child, who has manifested from your mouth, the lord of all these Vinayaks. Thus Lord Shiva made Ganesh the lord of all the Vinayaks and blessed him. You will be the first deity to get worshipped in any ritual. Shaturthi has deep association with the worship of Lord Ganesh, as it was on this very day that he had manifested himself. Having prasad, prepared from sesame seeds and worshipping Lord Ganesh on this day is believed to bring great auspiciousness. A devotee who worships Lord Ganesh on Saturday never experiences any kind of obstacle in his work. Nag Devta. King Prajapal then requested Mahatapa to shed light on the origin of the serpents and the significance of Panchami. Sage Mahatapa replied the serpents came from the lineage of Kasyapa's wife. Sage Kashyapa had numerous progeny from Vasuki, Anant, Kambal, Karkotak, Padma, Mahapadma, Shunk, Kulik, etc. When all these serpents started tormenting human beings, Lord Brahma cursed them that they would be annihilated during Svayambhuva Manvantar due to the curse of their own mother. The serpents became terrified and promised to mend their ways. They then requested Lord Brahma to give them a place to live in. Lord Brahma instructed them to go to 3 different netherworlds: Sudal, Vital, and Padal. He also warned them that during Vaivaswat Manvantar Janmjay would perform a grand yagya with the objective of destroying the wicked serpents, but the virtuous among them would manage to survive. This particular incident had occurred on Panchami and hence it became the destroyer of all sins. A devotee who worships Nag on this day and offers milk will never be troubled by them. Kartikeya. Describing Kartikeya's manifestation and how his worship got associated with the auspicious day of Shashthya, Sage Mahatapa told King Prajapal once a fierce battle was between the deities and demons in which the deities got defeated. The reason behind their defeat was the absence of an able commander who could lead them. The deities went to seek the help of Lord Brahma. Being unable to solve their problem, Lord Brahma took the deities to Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva invoked Shakti present within his body and thus manifested Lord Kartikeya. He was named after the 6 Kritikas who had nurtured him by feeding their breast milk. Lord Shiva then made Kartikeya the commander of the deities on the auspicious day of Shashthya. Under his able leadership, the deities finally managed to defeat the demons. A devotee who worships Lord Kartikeya on Shashthya enjoys prosperity and gets all his desire fulfilled. A childless couple must worship on this auspicious day to get blessed with a son. Lord Aditya. King Prajapal asked Mahatapa, the thought of divine radiance taking the form of human radiance bewilders me. Please clear my doubts. Sage Mahatapa replied, when the Almighty God willed to manifest himself in other tangible forms, an effulgence emanated from his being resulting into the creation of Surya. The whole world became illumined with Surya's radiance and all the deities dwelling within the body of Almighty God expressed their gratitude. Initially, unbearable heat emanated from Surya, causing great uncomfort to the deities, but later on Almighty God reduced it to bearable limit at the request of the deities. Surya had manifested himself on the auspicious day of Saptami, hence this particular day became deeply associated with the worship of Surya. Ashta Matrikas. Continuing with his narration, Sage Mahatapa said, during ancient times, there lived a mighty demon named Andhakasur. Andhakasur had become arrogant because of a boon of immortality received from Lord Brahma. Being tormented by Andhakasur, all the deities went to seek Lord Brahma's help. Lord Brahma took the deities to Lord Shiva, who agreed to kill the wicked demon Andhakasur. The battle commenced and a fierce duel fight broke out between Lord Shiva and Andhakasur. Shiva attacked Andhakasur with his trident. Stream of blood oozed out from the wound, but to Shiva's utter amazement each drop of blood falling on the ground resulted into the creation of numerous Andhakasuras. In a short time the battlefield was overcrowded with countless Andhakasuras. Now Shiva's anger crossed all limits and he thundered loudly. Flames emanated from the mouth of enraged Shiva, resulting into the manifestation of goddess Yogeshwari. Similarly, 7 more goddesses manifested themselves from different deities: Vaishnavi from Lord Vishnu, Brahmi from Lord Brahma, Kamara from Kartikeya, Mahendri from Indra, Yami from Yama, Varahi from Lord Varha and Maheshvari from Lord Narayan. All these 8 goddesses came to be known as Matrikas and Lord assigned them the auspicious day for their worship. A devotee who worships these 8 Matrikas on Ashtami is blessed. The use of bale fruit on this day has great significance. Goddess Durga. King Prajapal requested Sage Mahatapa to narrate about the manifestation of Goddess Durga and the significance of her worship on Navami. Sage Mahatapa replied, the mighty demon Vetrasur had driven out deities from the heaven. All the deities went to Lord Brahma and sought his help. As Lord Brahma was wondering about his further course of action, suddenly Goddess Durga appeared from nowhere. She held various weapons in each of her 8 arms and was mounted on a ferocious lion. Lord Brahma was relieved as he was confident that Goddess Durga would certainly kill Fretasur. Finally Goddess Durga indeed killed the dreaded demon without much difficulty. Later on, all the deities requested her to make Himalaya mountain as her abode, to which she agreed. This particular place, in course of time became famous as Nandadevi. One who worships Goddess Durga on the auspicious day of Navami gets her blessings. Dashas. Having finished the tale of Goddess Durga, sage Mahatapa revealed how all the 6 directions came into existence. 6 divine women manifested themselves from both the ears of Lord Brahma during the initial phase of creation. The name of these 6 divine women were Purva, Dakshina, Paschima, Uttara, Urdhva, and Adhara. In course of time all of them got married to 6 different Lokpals. Lord Brahma assigned the auspicious day of Dashmi for their worship. One who worships all these 6 goddesses on the auspicious day of Dashmi is blessed, and one who observes fast on this day gets absolved of all his sins. Kubra. Continuing with the tales of the manifestation of various deities, sage Mahatapa said in the process of doing his creation, Lord Brahma bellowed, as a result of which Kubra manifested himself. Lord Brahma assigned Kubra the lordship of all the wealth and prosperity. It was Ekadashi when Kubra had manifested himself, so this particular day has deep association with his worship. One who observes a fast on the auspicious day of Ekadashi never lives in poverty. Lord Vishnu. Describing how Lord Vishnu manifested, sage Mahatapa told Prajapal, Narayan, the Almighty God incarnated as Lord Vishnu to nurture all the living creatures inhabiting the world. Eventually Lord Vishnu entrusted the job of world's welfare to Goddess Yoganidra and himself went into his meditative sleep. While he was still in his meditative sleep, a lotus flower emanated from his navel. Lord Brahma was seated on that lotus flower. The Almighty God was delighted to see himself in the incarnation of Vishnu. He blessed Vishnu by saying, "May you destroy all kind of ignorance with the help of your sword. Hold this chakra I am giving you, to sever the evil influences of Kal chakra. May all the sins be destroyed by your mace. May the deity Vayu adorn your hand in the form of a conch and Vajyanti mala in your neck. May the sun and moon adorn your person in the form of Srivatsa and Kaustubh diamonds. May Garuda be your mount and Goddess Lakshmi your consort. May people desirous of salvation worship you on the auspicious day of Dwadashi. One who worship you on this day will definitely attain to the heaven." Dharma. Sage Mahatapa then told King Mahapal about the manifestation of Dharma and the significance of Trayadashi. Dharma manifested himself from the right part of Almighty God and appeared like a bullock. The Almighty God instructed him to protect the mankind from all evils and sins. All the 4 feet of Dharma signified 4 various virtues: truth, purity, penance, and charity. In Satya Yuga, Dharma was 4-footed. All the 4 virtues were prevalent during that era. In Treta Yuga, the feet of Dharma reduced to 3. The subsequent eras of Dwapar Yuga and Kali Yuga saw the further decline in virtuosity, in which Dharma had 2 feet and 1 foot respectively. Once a fierce battle was fought between the deities and demons. The bone of contention was a woman for whom both the side made claims. Dharma intervened and solved the contentious issue to the satisfaction of both the warring sides. Lord Brahma was very impressed by the deftness with which Dharma had handled such a tough situation and blessed him by saying, "I am assigning the auspicious day of Triyodashi to you. One who observes a fast and worship you on this day will be liberated from all his sins." Lord Rudra. Sage Mahatapa then went on to describe the incident that led to the manifestation of Lord Rudra and the significance of Chaturdashi in the beginning of creation. When Lord Brahma failed in his repeated attempts to create, he became frustrated. Frustration turned into fury, and from his fury manifested a divine entity who cried incessantly. Lord Brahma tried to stop him from crying and said, "Tivam Marad." This is how Lord Rudra got his name. Lord Brahma then requested Rudra to commence creation, but since Rudra lacked the power needed for doing creation, therefore he refused and went to do penance. Later on, Lord Brahma created his Manasputras and other living creatures. Daksha Prajapati was one of these Manasputras. Once he had organized a grand yajna in which all the deities and even the demons had been invited. Meanwhile, Rudra's penance was disturbed by the constant chanting of the mantras at the yajna performed by Daksha Prajapati. Rudra was infuriated, resulting into the emanation of flames from his mouth. Eventually these fireballs got transformed into ferocious spirits and ghosts. Rudra then reached the place where the yajna was being performed and with the help of all the spirits and ghosts started destroying the oblation site. It was only after Lord Brahma's intervention that Rudra calmed down. All the deities then eulogized Rudra and sought his blessings. One who worships Lord Rudra on the auspicious day of Chaturdashi becomes absolved of all his sins. 10 Mantras. Describing the importance of Amavasya, sage Mahatapa told Prajapal once, while Lord Brahma was just about to commence the process of creation, suddenly 10 mantras revealed themselves from his mind. All of them, being extremely virtuous, were eager to go up in the sky to do penance because Lord Brahma requested them to become the pitras of the human beings. All the 10 mantras then requested Brahma to make arrangement for their sustenance. Lord Brahma blessed them by saying, "I assign to you the auspicious day of Amavasya. Anybody who performs the rituals of Tarpan on this day would become absolved of his sins. You would sustain yourselves on various things like water, sesame seeds, and kasha grass, which are offered by human beings to their ancestors on this day." Chandra Madhav. Describing the importance of Purnima, sage Mahatapa said Daksha Prajapati had cursed Chandra Madhav, his son-in-law, for maltreating his daughters. As the fallout of that curse, Chandra Madhav started waning day by day and eventually became invisible on Amavasya. All the deities became worried and went to seek Lord Vishnu's help. Lord Vishnu advised them to get the ocean churned. While the ocean was being churned, Chandra Madhav once again manifested himself from the ocean. Lord Brahma then assigned the auspicious day of Purnima to him and blessed him. A devotee should observe a fast on Purnima and worship Chandra Madhav for the attainment of Kaulaj, prosperity as well as salvation. Austerities associated with Lord Vishnu's incarnations. Matsyadwadashi Vrata. Matsyadwadashi is celebrated on the 12th day of Hindu month Margashirsh. On this auspicious day a devotee should worship Lord Matsya, the incarnation of Lord Vishnu, with appropriate rituals and give charity to Brahmins. Prithvi was the first one to observe this particular austerity while she was being abducted to Rasatala by a mighty demon named Hiranyaksha. A devotee who observes a fast on this day and worships Lord Matsya with appropriate rituals attains to Brahmaloka and remains there for eternity. Such a person attains a divine body when creation recommences after the period of deluge. An issueless woman is blessed with a virtuous son if she observes a fast on this day. Matsyadwadashi is capable of absolving a man even of the gravest of his sin. Kurmdwadashi Vrata. This particular austerity is dedicated to the worship of Lord Kurm, the incarnation of Lord Vishnu. It is celebrated on the 12th day of the bright half of the Hindu month Pasha. The austerity, which commences on the 10th day itself, when a devotee is supposed to purify himself by taking a holy bath. On the following day he observes a fast and worships Lord Kurm with appropriate rituals. He breaks his fast on Dwadashi, which marks the conclusion of the austerity. A devotee who observes a fast on this auspicious day becomes absolved of all his sins and attains salvation. Varhadwadashi Vrata. Varhadwadashi is celebrated on the 12th day of the bright half of the Hindu month Magh. This was the day on which Prithvi had been rescued by Lord Varha, the incarnation of Lord Vishnu. An idol of Lord Varha is installed on a pot filled with water and worshipped with appropriate rituals amidst the continuous chanting of the mantra Om Varhai Nama. Offerings of various articles are made while worshipping Lord Varha: sandalwood, incense, navatya, etc. After the accomplishment of the rituals, Brahmins are fed and charity given to them. One who observes a fast on this day enjoys a good health and prosperity. Such a man becomes absolved of all his sins and attains to heaven after his death. Nrizi Madhwadashi Vrata. This austerity is observed on the 12th day of the bright half of the Hindu month Falgun. A devotee should observe fast on this day and worship Lord Nrsimha with appropriate rituals. This particular austerity is capable of absolving a man from all his sins. Vamanadwadashi Vrata. Vamanadwadashi is celebrated on the 12th day of the bright half of the Hindu month Chaitra. A devotee should observe a fast and worship Lord Vamana by saying the following prayer: O Lord Vamana, the dwarfish incarnation of the Almighty Vishnu, who took incarnation on the auspicious day of Dwadashi in the month of Chaitra, I seek your blessings. One who observes a fast on this day is blessed and protected from all kinds of danger. Jamdana Dwadashi Vrata. This austerity is related with the worship of Lord Parshurama, who is also famous as Jamdana. It is celebrated on the 12th day of the bright half of the Hindu month Vaishak. Before commencing the rituals, a devotee should purify himself by taking a bath and then worship an idol of Lord Parshurama kept on a pot filled with water. While worshipping, he should make offerings of various articles to the deity: flowers, sandalwood, ardhya, etc. It is mandatory to remain awake for the whole night. On the following day, he should donate the idol to a Brahmin. A devotee who observes a fast on this day gets all his wishes fulfilled and attains to Brahmaloka. Kalki Dwadashi Vrata. A devotee should commence this austerity by observing a fast on the 11th day of the bright half of the Hindu month Bhadrapad and break it on the following day Dwadashi. He should worship Lord Kalki with appropriate rituals. As per the norms of the rituals, the idol of Lord Kalki is placed on a pot which is filled with water. This idol is donated to a learned Brahmin on the following day Trayadashi. Padmanabh Dwadashi Vrata. This austerity is related with the worship of Lord Padmanabh, an epithet of Lord Vishnu, and is observed on the 12th day of the bright half of the Hindu month Ashvin. One important characteristic of the ritual is that all the organs of Lord Padmanabh is worshipped. The idol is placed on a pot filled with water, and while worshipping, offerings of various articles are made: flowers, fruits, sandalwood, etc. On the following day the idol is donated to a Brahmin. One who observes a fast on this day enjoys a prosperous life and attains to the abode of Lord Padmanabh. Dharni Vrata. This particular austerity is observed in the Hindu month of Kartik. The rituals commence by worshipping various organs of Lord Narayana amidst the chanting of different mantras, which are as follows: 1. Om Sahasra Shirs Nama, head. 2. Om Purushe Nama, arms. 3. Om Vishvarupine Nama, throat. 4. Om Jainanastre Nama, weapons. 5. Om Sri Vatsaya Nama, chest. 6. Om Jagad Grahishnave Nama, abdomen. 7. Om Divyamurt Nama, waist. 8. Om Sahasrapade Nama, feet. Similarly, Sri Krishna Dwadashi is celebrated in the Hindu month of Ashad, Shuklapaksh. A devotee should worship Lord Krishna on this day and observe a fast. Buddha Dwadashi Vrata. Lord Buddha is believed to be the incarnation of Lord Vishnu. The austerity begins on the 11th day of the bright half of the Hindu month Shravan. On this day Lord Vishnu is worshipped with appropriate rituals and by making offerings of various articles like flowers, fruits, incense, etc. The following mantras should be chanted while worshipping the various organs of Lord Vishnu. 1. Om Damodrahi Nama, feet. 2. Om Hrishikeshai Nama, waist. 3. Om Sanatanahi Nama, abdomen. 4. Om Sri Vatsadhari Nama, chest. 5. Om Chakrapane Nama, arms. 6. Om Hare Nama, throat. 7. Om Manju Keshi Nama, head. 8. Om Bhadre Nama, top knot. After the accomplishment of the rituals, the idol should be donated to a Brahmin. Subh Vrata. This particular austerity on the first day of the Hindu month Margashirsh. It is related with the worship of Lord Vishnu, and the rituals have some special characteristics: having one meal on the 11th day of the month, donating barley to Brahmins, worshipping the idol of goddess Prithvi on Ekadashi, etc. The austerity concludes on Dwadashi. On Ekadashi, goddess Prithvi is also worshipped along with Lord Vishnu. Both the idols are installed side by side and covered with white clothes. After that some rice grains are scattered in front of both the idols. As per the norms of the rituals, a devotee is required to remain awake for the whole night. Next morning, he should invite 24 Brahmins and feed them. He should also donate a cow, apparels, ornaments, an umbrella, wooden sandal and similar articles to them. A devotee who observes a fast on this auspicious day enjoys prosperity. Dhunyavrata. This particular austerity is a form of Noctivrata, which means observing fast for the whole day and breaking it in the night. The austerity commences on the first day of the bright half of the Hindu month Aghan and lasts for a year. Rituals include worshipping Agni Deva, an embodiment of Lord Vishnu, chanting of certain mantras praising the glory of the deity and performing havan. There are specific instructions on the type of food a devotee should have during the course of this austerity. For 4 months he should have delicacies like kheer seasoned in pure ghee. From Shravan to Kartik he should have food items prepared from gram flour. This way, the austerity lasts for 1 year, whereby a devotee observes fast on the first day of every month that follows. The austerity concludes by worshipping an idol of Lord Agni made of gold. The idol is adorned with a piece of red cloth and red flowers are offered to the deity while worshipping. After the rituals are accomplished, the idol should be donated to a Brahmin. The observance of this particular austerity brings good fortune to a man and makes him prosperous. Kantivrata. This austerity is related with the worship of Sri Krishna and Balrama. It commences on the second day of the bright half of the Hindu month Kartik and lasts for a year, whereby a devotee observes fast on the second day of every month that follows. While worshipping Balrama, a devotee should chant Om Baldevai Nama, and while worshipping Sri Krishna he should chant Om Keshvai Nama. Subsequently, Ardhya is offered to both the deities. A devotee should have food prepared from barley flour in the night, but those devotees who have resolved to observe this austerity for 4 months beginning from Falgun should live only on kheer. Offerings of rice and sesame seeds are made in the sacrificial fire during the months of Aghan and Kartik respectively. The rituals conclude by worshipping the deity Chandramadhav at the end of the year. Finally, all the 3 idols should be donated to Brahmins. A devotee who observes this austerity is bestowed with a charming personality. Saubhagyavrata. This austerity commences on the 3rd day of the bright half of the Hindu month Falgun and lasts for a year, whereby a devotee observes fast on the 3rd day of every month that follows. According to the tradition, a devotee can either worship Shiva Parvati or Sri Hari Lakshmi on this auspicious day. While worshipping, the devotee should chant the following mantras: Om Gambhire Nama, Om Saubhagyavi Nama, Om Devdeve Nama, Om Trinetravi Nama, Om Vachaspata Nama, Om Rudravi Nama, etc. One important feature of the rituals is making offerings of honey and ghee to the sacrificial fire. During the course of the rituals, a devotee should have food prepared from pure cereals, preferably wheat. After the rituals are accomplished at the end of the year, the idols should be donated to Brahmins. One who observes this austerity is blessed with good fortune in his successive 7 births. Avignavrata. As the name implies, this austerity clears all the obstacles faced by a man. It commences on the 4th day of the bright half of the Hindu month Falgun and lasts for 4 months, whereby a devotee observes fast on the 4th day of every month that follows. One important characteristic of this austerity is the importance and use of sesame seeds in its rituals. It is not only the chief constituent of the diet, but it is also offered in the sacrificial fire and donated to the Brahmins as well. After observing this austerity for 4 months, a devotee should conclude it by worshipping Lord Ganesh in the 5th month and donating the Ganesh idol to a Brahmin along with 5 pots filled with sesame seeds. While worshipping Lord Ganesh, he should chant the following mantras: Om Shore Nama, Om Dhire Nama, Om Gajannahi Nama, Om Lambodari Nama, Om Ekdanshtre Nama, etc. A devotee thus becomes free from every obstacle and gets all his wishes. Shantivrata. This austerity commences on the 5th day of the bright half of the Hindu month Kartik and lasts for a year, whereby a devotee observes fast on the 5th day of the every month that follows. It is related with the worship of Lord Vishnu and Shashnag. A devotee should abstain from hot and spicy food during the course of this austerity. Lord Vishnu's idol is purified by chanting mantras and by performing ablution with milk. Offerings of sesame seeds and milk are made in the sacrificial fire. After the accomplishment of the rituals at the year-end, Brahmins are invited and fed. Finally, the idol of Shashnag is donated to one of them. A devotee who performs this austerity becomes free from all kinds of turbulence in his life and experiences peace and tranquility. Kamvrata. This austerity is related with the worship of Lord Kartikeya and is observed in the bright half of the Hindu month Pasha. On the 6th day of this month, a devotee is expected to live on nothing else but fruits. Lord Kartikeya is also known by several other names: Shadanan, Sanani, Kritikajat, Kumar, Skunt, etc. The austerity concludes by feeding the Brahmins at the year-end and making donations to them. A devotee who observes this austerity gets all his wishes fulfilled. Arogyavrata. This austerity is related with the worship of Lord Surya Narayan, who is also known by several other names like Aditya, Bhaskar, Ravi, Bhanu, Divakar, Prabhakar, etc. A devotee should observe a fast on the 7th day of any month and worship Lord Suryanarayan. The fast should be broken on the next day Ashtami. A devotee can continue this ritual for 1 year following the above-mentioned rituals. A devotee who observes the rituals of this austerity becomes free from all kind of diseases and enjoys a healthy life. Putraprapti Vrata. This austerity commences on the 8th day of the bright half of the Hindu month Bhadrapad. The rituals consist of taking a sankalpa on the preceding day and worshipping Lord Srihari on the next day with appropriate rituals. Offerings are made to the sacrificial fire, which usually consist of articles like barley, sesame seeds, ghee, etc. The austerity concludes by feeding the invited Brahmins and making donations to them. This way the austerity continues for a year, whereby a devotee observes fast on Ashtami of every month. A sonless person is blessed with a son if he observes this austerity with total devotion. This austerity, which is popularly known as Krishna Ashtami, also helps a devotee to become absolved of gravest of sin. Shaurya and Sarvabhaum Vrata. Shaurya and Sarvabhaum Vrata is related with the worship of goddess Durga and is observed on the 9th day of the bright half of the Hindu month Ashvin. The rituals commence by taking a sankalpa as well as observing a fast on the preceding day. The fast is broken on the next day by having fruits. Cereals are excluded from the diet. One important aspect of this austerity is the worship of virgin girls along with goddess Durga. One who observes the rituals of this austerity attains power, valor and strength. Sarvabhaum Vrata is related with the worship of all the 10 directions, considered as goddesses. A fast is observed on the 10th day of the bright half of the Hindu month Kartik and lasts for a year, whereby a devotee observes fast on the 10th day of every month that follows. One important characteristic of this fast is that it is broken at the end of the day by having rice and curd. Making sacrifices in the name of all the 10 directions are the inseparable part of this austerity. A devotee who observes this austerity lasting for a year remains invincible in whatever he does. The significance of Dhanudan. Till Dhanudan. As the name implies, an idol of a cow made from powdered sesame seeds is donated to a Brahmin. The idol should weigh not less than 16 prasthas. Similarly, a calf's idol made from powdered sesame seeds and weighing 4 prasthas is donated to a Brahmin. Apart from these idols of cow and calf, a devotee should also donate deer skin. While donating these things, he should pray in the following way: O Tildanu, bless me so that I enjoy prosperity and never experience scarcity of any kind in my life. The Brahmin receiving the donation should express his gratitude in the following way: O Goddess, I am receiving you in all humility. Bless and nurture my whole family. A person who donates Tildanu gets all his wishes fulfilled and attains to Vishnu Loka after his death. Jaldanudan. The method of donating Jaldanu is as follows. First of all, small area of land is purified by coating it with cow dung and place 2 small pots are placed at the center. These pots are filled with different things like water, camphor, sandalwood, etc. The devotee should then imagine goddess Jaldanu and her calf to be dwelling in those pots respectively. Both the pots are adequately adorned with various articles like sandalwood, flowers, and then worshipped. After the completion of the rituals, both the idols are donated to Brahmins. A person who donates Jaldanu or a Brahmin who accepts it attains to Vishnu Loka after being absolved of all his sins. Rasadanudan. First of all, the area is purified by coating it with cow dung, after which a black deer skin is spread on it along with kasha grass. 2 pots, one large and the other a small one, are placed side by side. These pots are filled with sugarcane juice and symbolize Rasadanu and the calf. 4 sugar canes symbolizing the 4 legs of Rasadanu are fixed at 4 corners. After that, one small silver piece is placed at the base of each of the sugar canes symbolizing hoofs. Rasadanu is then adorned with colorful cloths and flowers. Again, 4 small pots filled with sesame seeds are kept at the 4 corners near Rasadanu. After the worship is accomplished, Rasadanu is donated to a Brahmin. A person who donates Rasadanu is liberated from all his sins, and all his ancestors as well as the generations to come attain to the heaven. Good Danudan. As it is amply clear by the name, in this ritual some jaggery is taken and given the shape of a cow and a calf. The land is purified by coating it with cow dung. After that, a black deer skin is spread on that purified area. Some kasha grass are then spread on the deer skin and covered with a piece of cloth. Now, both the idols of cow and its calf are worshipped with appropriate rituals, after which they are donated to Brahmins. A devotee should also donate shoes, umbrella, and if possible, a gold ring to Brahmins. Donating a good danu enables a man to attain to such divine world where sages and hermits dwell. By doing thus he also liberates his ancestors and the future generations. Shurkaradanudan. In this ritual, idols of a cow and a calf are made from sugar. After being worshipped they should be donated to a Brahmin. A devotee should live only on sugar for a day. Donating a Shurkaradanu liberates a man from all his sins. Similarly, donating Madhudanu, Kirdanu, Dadidanu, Navneetdanu, Lavandanu and Karpasdanu are all believed to bestow incomparable virtues to a devotee. Sacred places of pilgrimage. Kakamuktirtha. Describing the holiness of Kakamuktirtha, Lord Varha narrated a tale to Prithvi. Once a fisherman was trying to catch a large fish in a lake situated at Kakamuk. Suddenly a hawk which was flying in the sky, descended down and after picking the fish in its beak tried to fly away. But as the fish was a large one, the hawk could not hold it for too long. As a result, the hawk fell on the ground, being unable to bear the weight of the fish. But amazingly, the hawk turned into a handsome prince as soon as it touched the ground. In the meantime, the fisherman's wife arrived there carrying some meat pieces in her hand. A kite, which was flying in the sky, tried to snatch those meat pieces. Seeing this, the fisherman killed that kite with one shot of his arrow. In course of time, the kite took rebirth as a princess of Chandrapur. She was extremely beautiful but hated men. Similarly, the fish was reborn as a prince. As the destiny would have liked it, both of them got married. There was a dramatic change in the attitude of the princess after the marriage, as she no longer hated men. On the contrary, she loved her husband so much that she dreaded the thought of separation for even a moment. One day, the prince had a severe headache which showed no sign of subsiding. The princess became very worried and summoned the royal physician. The physician left no stone unturned to cure his royal physician, but without any success. Somehow, the prince remembered everything about his previous birth and had a firm belief that he would be cured of his illness once he reached Kakamuk, the sacrosanct place of pilgrimage. So he decided to go there accompanied by the princess. Both of them reached a place at Kakamuk where they saw the remains of a fish lying on the ground. The prince revealed to his wife that he was a fish in his previous birth and that the skeleton was his. Then he went on to describe the cause of his headache, which according to him was due to the injury sustained in his past birth when he had been badly mauled by a hawk. The princess was aware of her past birth as a kite, so she revealed how she had been killed by a fisherman in her previous birth. She also told her husband, Dying at Kakamuk in my previous birth proved to be a blessing to me, as I was reborn as a princess. Had it not been so, I would certainly have not born as a princess. Both of them worshipped Lord Vishnu, and as a result the prince was cured of his severe headache. Such is the greatness of Kakamuk, the reliever of all pains and miseries. Mayapuri. Narrating about the sanctity of Mayapuri, Lord Varha told Prithvi there lived a Brahmin named Samsharma at Mayapuri. He was a great devotee of mine and had an impossible desire of witnessing my divine powers by his mortal eyes. I tried to make him understand about the futility of his desire, but to no avail. Finally I was left with no option but to fulfill his wish. One day Samsharma had gone to take his bath in the holy Ganges. Hardly had he taken a dip than he found himself experiencing the pangs of birth in the womb of a Nishad woman. Evidently, Lord Sri Hari had began giving a glimpse of his divine powers to Samsharma. It was a terrible experience for him, and he vowed to lead a chaste life as soon as he came out of the womb. Unfortunately, he forgot everything about his vow once he took rebirth as a girl. In course of time, the girl grew up and married a young Nishad. She had many children from him. One day, the Nishad girl, who in reality was Samsharma, went to take a bath in the holy Ganges. As soon as she entered into the river, she got transformed into a hermit. She was filled with extreme bewilderment, but this was not the end, as there were more surprises to come. The hermit came out of the river and looked all around in amazement. He then sat down to meditate, and very soon he was engrossed in his meditation. In the evening, some sages arrived and said, "Sir, how come you are sitting here? You had gone to take a bath. We became anxious and started searching for you when you did not return till evening." The hermit was bewildered by the turn of events, as he was aware of every incident that had occurred. He was also well aware that he had spent 50 years as Nishad woman, but according to the statements of hermits he had been absent only for few hours. The hermit was totally confused about his real identity. I felt pity on his miserable condition and decided to lift my magic spell. I asked him whether his wish of witnessing my divine powers had been fulfilled or not. The hermit eulogized me and agreed that it was impossible for any mortal to understand the ways of a mighty. I then blessed him and transformed him into Samsharma once again. Such is the grandeur of Mayapuri, the sacrosanct place where Lord Sri Hari has manifested his divine powers. A devotee who goes on a pilgrimage to Mayapuri never gets entangled in the worldly illusions. Kubjamraktirtha. Describing how Kubjamraktirtha derived its name, Lord Varha told Prithvi in Satya Yuga, "At the time when the earth was still submerged in water, I had killed 2 mighty demons named Madhu and Kaitabite. After killing both the demons I looked all around and found sage Ramya engrossed in his penance. Sage Ramya was a great devotee of mine. I was extremely impressed and watched him hiding myself behind a mango tree. The mango tree could not bear the weight of my hands and became curved. This is how Kubjamraktirtha derived its name. Very soon, sage Ramya found out that I was hiding behind that mango tree. He eulogized me and requested me to grant a special status to Kubjamraktirtha among all the holy places. I blessed him, and thus Kubjamraktirtha became one of the holiest places. There are several other holy places situated in the vicinity of Kubjamraktirtha: Manastirtha, Mayatirtha, Sarvakamiktirtha, Purnamuktirtha, Agnitirtha, Shukratirtha, Manasartirtha, Saptasamadraktirtha, etc. All these holy places, including Kubjamraktirtha, are capable of giving salvation to a man. Bhadrakashrama. Continuing with his tale, Lord Varha told Prithvi there is a sacred place in the Himalayas which is very inaccessible. It is famously known as Bhadrakashrama and holds an important place among all the holy places. One who makes a pilgrimage to that place gets all his wishes fulfilled. There is a reservoir at the mountain top called Brahmakund. One who observes fast for 3 consecutive nights and takes a holy dip in that reservoir attains virtues similar to Agnishthamyagya. One who takes his last birth in its vicinity certainly attains to my abode. There are several other holy places in the vicinity of Bhadrakashrama like Agni Satyapad, Indraloka, Satyaloka, Shatusrota, Vedidhar, etc. Vedidhar is the same place where the Vedas had manifested from Lord Brahma's mouth. Mandartirtha. Mandartirtha is named after a celestial tree called Mandar. This sacred place of pilgrimage is situated at the foothills of Vindhya mountain. There is a large mandar tree over there which has some unique qualities. This tree is visible only on auspicious days of Dwadashi and Chaturdashi and becomes invisible on the rest of the days. Some other holy places situated in the vicinity of Mandartirtha are Prapan, Modan, Bakanthkaran. There is another holy place called Mandar, but it is situated on the Meru mountain. This holy place is also known as Syamant Panchak. One important characteristic of this holy place is that there are huge rocks resembling a mace, a wheel, a plough, and a conch. Samshwarlinga. Chandradeva had once performed an austere penance to get absolved from the curse of his Daksha Prajapati, his father-in-law. During the course of his penance, Chandradeva made a Shivalinga and worshipped it. Finally Lord Shiva appeared and agreed to dwell in that particular Shivalinga as per the request of Chandradeva. There is a reservoir situated to the south of Samshwar temple which is believed to liberate a man from all his sins. In course of time this place became famous as Samshwarlinga. Shilgram Kshetra. Prithvi requested Lord Varha to shed light on the famous penance which sage Shailankayan had performed. Lord Varha narrated the following tale. Long ago sage Shailankayan did an austere penance to please me. There was a sal tree nearby and the sage was ignorant of the fact that I dwell in that sacred tree. When I appeared, he requested me to bless him with a divine son who had qualities like Lord Shiva. I revealed to him that his son had already manifested and was presently staying at Vraja. I also revealed to him that although I was present in the sal tree but he was unaware of this fact because of his ignorance. In course of time, this very place became famous as Shilgram Tirtha. A devotee who makes a pilgrimage to this holy place is liberated from all kinds of worldly bondages. Aryu Kshetra. Lord Varha told Prithvi this holy place is named after Ruru, the daughter of Devduta and an Apsara named Pramalika. Devduta came from the lineage of sage Bhrigu. Once Devduta did an austere penance to please Lord Shiva. His penance continued for 10,000 years. Indra became worried and sent a beautiful Apsara named Pramalika to disturb his penance. Unfortunately Devduta fell into the trap laid by Indra. He was infatuated by Pramalika's divine beauty and enjoyed an intimate life with her for a long time. Finally he realized his mistake and regretted his foolishness. He decided to abandon Pramalika and recommence his penance. Ultimately he was successful in pleasing Lord Shiva and attaining to Shivaloka. Meanwhile Pramalika, who was pregnant, gave birth to a girl child and died. The baby girl was nurtured and brought up by a deer named Ruru, after whom she got her own name. In course of time Ruru grew up and decided to please Lord Vishnu by her penance. She did an austere penance for 100 years by remaining still at a place. At last I became pleased by her total devotion and appeared before her. She requested me to name that place on her. I blessed her and thus that place became famous as Rurukshetra. Ganeshkramantirtha. Lord Shiva told Prithvi Ganeshkramantirtha is situated in the Himalayas. Sage Urva had his hermitage at this sacred place which was incidentally burned to ashes by Lord Shiva. Urva cursed Shiva, as the result of which Shiva started wandering throughout the world in a restless manner. Once, Lord Shiva visited the hermitage of Sage Urvanam accompanied by his consort Uma. The purpose of the visit was to seek Urvanam's help in curing his restlessness. Sage Urvanam advised him to have a bath with the milk of Surbi cow. I then brought down 77 Surbi cows from the heaven and thus helped Shiva take bath with their milk. At last, Shiva's restlessness came to an end and this holy place became famous as Ganeshkramantirtha. Stutswamitirtha. Lord Varha then went on to describe the greatness of Stutswamitirtha and told Prithvi, I shall incarnate as Krishna at this place in the era of Dwapar. I shall take birth in the house of Vasudeva and Devki. There is a pond situated at about 5 kosas from Stutswamitirtha. Anybody who take holy dips in its holy water for 5 days becomes absolved of all his sins. Dvarka. Lord Varha told Prithvi there is a holy place called Panchsar in Dvarka. Anybody who stays there for 6 days and takes holy dips in Panchasar enjoys all the pleasures of life. Dvarka is situated at the seashore and the crocodiles living there never trouble people taking their bath. These crocodiles also have one unique characteristic: they never eat anything that is offered to them by a sinner but unhesitatingly accept anything from a virtuous person. There are several other holy places in and around Dvarka: Panchpind, Hanskunda, Hanstirtha, Chakratirtha, Ravatak, Vishnu Sankarama, etc. Vishnu Sankarama is the very place where I, in my incarnation as Krishna, would be killed by a hunter named Jara. Sanandurtirtha. This holy place is situated between Malay Mountain and the ocean. Nearby, there is another place called Sangaman where Sri Rama, while on his way to Lanka, had confronted the ocean. There are also many other sacred places in the vicinity like Chakrasar, Shurparak, etc. There are hermitages of Rama and Parshurama at Shurparak. Lohargaltirtha. Lord Varha told Prithvi there is a region inhabited by Mlekas, situated at the distance of some 30 yojans. This region is surrounded by Himalaya mountain in its central as well as southern parts. Lohargaltirtha is situated near this region and is well protected by nature, which makes it very inaccessible. Once demons tried to invade this holy place, but all of them were killed by me. I also protected Brahma and Rudra from the wrath of the demons and named that place Lohargal. Lohargal is the most sacred place of pilgrimage and spread in the area of 25 yojans. It is a self-manifested place and has immense religious significance. Mathura. Describing the majesty of Mathura, Lord Varha told Prithvi, Mathura is very dear to me because this is the very place where I shall be taking incarnation as Krishna. Mathura is the most sacrosanct place and no other holy place can be compared to it. There are many other holy places in and around Mathura: Shranti, Suryatirtha, Koditirtha, Vayotirtha, etc. Each one of them has its own religious significance. A holy pond named Vatskrindan lies in Mathura region. Anybody taking a holy dip in that holy pond is certain to attain to the abode of Vayu. In the vicinity lies Vrindavan, the holiest place, which would be witness to many of my divine plays. Chakratirtha. It is situated to the north of Mathura and Lord Bhadrashwar has his dwelling place over there. A person who makes a pilgrimage to Chakratirtha and observes a fast for a day becomes absolved of heinous of sins. Kapalatirtha. Describing the origin of Kapala Varha, Lord Varha told Prithvi, sage Kapala was a great devotee of mine. He had made my idol and worshipped it regularly. Later on, Indra acquired it and started worshipping it. The demon king Ravana took it to Lanka after defeating Indra in a battle. In Treta Yuga I defeated him and made Vibhishan, his brother, the king of Lanka. This way, the idol came under the possession of Vibhishan, but he agreed to part with it at my request. This was how I brought that idol to Ayodhya. After reaching Ayodhya, I presented it to Kshatrapan as a reward for killing Lavanashur. Later on, while Kshatrapan was going to Mathura, he carried that idol along with him. Govardhantirtha. Lord Varha, continuing with the description of various holy places, told Prithvi about the magnificence of Govardhan Parvat. Govardhan Parvat is situated near Mathura. It will have great religious importance because it will witness a great feat of mine in Dwapar Yuga. I shall lift this mountain to protect people from the incessant rain caused by Indra. There are numerous holy places of great religious significance in the vicinity of Govardhan mountain like Indratirtha, Yamatirtha, Varanatirtha, and Kubaratirtha. There is also a famous freshwater lake called Kudum Kund where people perform tarpan of their ancestors. Gokarnatirtha. Lord Varha told Prithvi about the greatness of Gokarnatirtha. Long ago there lived a Vaishya named Vasukarna at Mathura. Sushila, his wife, was deeply religious, but in spite of that she was issueless. One day, she had gone to take her bath in river Sarasvati where she found many women taking their bath. The children of these women were playing nearby. Sushila became very sad and, being unable to control her emotions, started crying. A sage saw her crying and asked her as to what made her so sad. Sushila narrated her woeful tale to him. The sage took pity on her and advised her to worship Lord Gokarna. The sage said, "You will definitely be blessed with a son." Sushila went home and narrated the whole incident to her husband. Both of them started worshipping Lord Gokarna Mahadeva with total devotion. After 10 years, a son was born to them. Vasukarna named that child after Lord Gokarna to express his gratitude to the deity. In course of time, Gokarna grew up and got married, but even after a long time he did not have a progeny. So his father married him to 3 more women, one after another, but even this did not prove to be of any help to Gokarna because he remained a sonless person. This made Gokarna very sad, and he engaged himself in various charitable activities, thinking that the virtues thus attained might bless him in begetting a son. He got constructed many temples and ordered wells to be dug up for the benefit of the travelers. Very soon, all his money was spent and he became worried about the future of his family. So he decided to go to distant places to earn wealth. Once while on his journey he met a divine parrot who possessed tremendous knowledge. Gokarna was very much impressed by the parrot's knowledge. He asked the parrot from where had it imbibed such divine knowledge. The parrot revealed to him that he was Shakodar in its previous birth and was a learned man. He had attained the form of parrot due to the curse of Sage Shukdev. But Sage Shukdev had been kind enough to allow him to retain all the knowledge in his next birth. The parrot also told Gokarna how it had been kept inside a cage by a fowler and requested him to help it out from the captivity. Gokarna requested the fowler to give the learned parrot to him. The fowler agreed but asked for all the virtues attained by Gokarna in return. Gokarna happily agreed to donate all his virtues and proceeded with that parrot. Now, Gokarna had become bereft of all his virtues he had attained so far. Once while he was on a voyage in connection with his trade, the ship was caught in a severe cyclone and the chances of survival looked very bleak. All his fellow travelers had a misconception that they had been struck by the misfortune only because of Gokarna's sins. The parrot was saddened after hearing what people said about his master. It decided to help him and flew away towards north. While flying, it found a Vishnu temple where many divine women and other creatures had gathered to worship. The descendants of Jataya were also among them. The parrot narrated the woeful tale of his master to all of them. All the divine birds decided to help Gokarna. The divine birds instructed the parrot to follow them and then flew towards the place where Gokarna's ship was stranded. Finally, they were successful in rescuing Gokarna and bringing him back to the same temple. Gokarna worshipped Lord Keshav and performed the rituals of Tarpan in the name of his ancestors. In the meantime, all the divine women also arrived there to worship. They were pleased to meet Gokarna and gave him divine food to eat. They also allowed him to stay there for as long as he wished. Meanwhile, the ship managed to reach the seashore. Gokarna's companions met his parents and narrated the whole incident to him. Gokarna's parents were filled with sorrow at the fate of their son. On the other hand, Gokarna continued to live in that temple for a long period. He was worried about his father as it had been a long time since he saw him. He sent the parrot to bring his news. The parrot flew away to Mathura and met his father Vasukarna. Vasukarna thanked the parrot for saving his son's life. The parrot then flew back on his return journey and gave the good news to Gokarna. One day Gokarna found the divine ladies extremely sad. When asked, they told him that the king of Ayodhya had destroyed the beautiful gardens of Mathura and this was the reason for their sadness. Gokarna assured them that he would convince the king to abandon his evil plan if he got a chance to meet him. The divine women then provided Gokarna with a divine aircraft boarded on which he reached Mathura. Gokarna met the king and managed to convince him against destroying beautiful gardens. The king was extremely impressed by his knowledge and presented great amount of wealth to him. This way all the divine women became happy once again. Gokarna then went home and met his family members. His parents and his wives were very pleased to see him. Gokarna then got constructed a Shukdev temple to honor his savior the learned parrot. It was only because of that parrot that he could acquire such wisdom and knowledge. To express his gratitude to the fowler, he donated all the virtues he had acquired by taking bath in the holy confluence, because had it not been for the fowler he would never have got the knowledgeable parrot. Gokarna lived happily for a long time. Installation of idols. Idol made of wood. Prithvi requested Lord Varha to describe the proper methods of installing various types of idols. Lord Varha replied that a devotee desirous of making a wooden idol must select the wood of Bossia latifolia for his purpose. The wood should be purified and then given shape as per the appearance of the deity. The idol is then installed in a temple amidst the performance of appropriate rituals. During installation ceremony, various articles like camphor, vermilion, sandalwood, incense, etc. are offered to the deity. The swastika mark is a sign of auspiciousness, so the devotee must keep this in mind while giving shape to the idol. This swastika mark must be carved out on the idol. Similarly, other signs of Lord Vishnu like Srivatsa and Kaustubh should also be carved out on the idol. Lord Vishnu is then invoked and requested to dwell within that idol by chanting mantras. After the deity has been invoked, the wood no longer remains a lifeless structure, but it becomes the embodiment of the deity. The idol is then considered to be fit for worship. While worshipping, a devotee should offer a bhaga of kheer to the deity. Burning a ghee or sesame oil lamp in front of the deity is considered good. The devotee should then circumambulate around the temple premise. While circumambulating, he should keep on chanting the sacred mantra Om Namo Narayana. The idol thus installed should be worshipped daily without failure. Stone idol. A proficient sculptor should be chosen to carve out the deity's shape from a pure and spotless stone. First of all, the sculptor should clearly draw the outline of deity's appearance on the stone with a marker and then carefully carve it out from the stone. The idol is then purified by sprinkling akshat on the deity's idol. While worshipping, a devotee should burn a ghee lamp and invoke Lord Vishnu to dwell in that idol by chanting the sacred mantra Om Namo Narayana. The installation of idol being complete, he should observe a fast for the whole night. Next morning, after finishing his daily chores, he should put on white clothes and change his old yajnopavit with a new one. The idol thus made is considered fit to be worshipped. Purvabhadrapad is considered to be the best time for the installation of a stone idol. During the course of installation ceremony, a devotee should live either on milk or cereal like barley. The rituals of worship consist of numerous activities like lighting 4 lamps in front of the deity, keeping 4 small pots each filled up with articles like panchagavya, water, sandalwood, and milk. The rituals of worship are considered to be incomplete without the chantings of Vedic mantras. Earthen and copper idols. A devotee should carefully make a beautiful earthen idol without any sign of crack. The most auspicious time for the installation of an earthen idol is said to be during Shravan Nakshatra. An invocation is made to the deity to dwell within the idol, after which ablution of the idol is performed with the help of various articles like holy water, panchagavya, sandalwood, etc. The rituals of worship are similar to that of wooden or stone idol. The best time for the installation of copper idol is said to be during Chitra Nakshatra. The idol should be installed facing north and should be purified with the help of holy water, panchagavya, etc. Then the deity is invoked to dwell within the idol. The invocation is made by chanting sacred mantras. Now the idol is fit to be worshipped. The rituals are same as mentioned earlier. Bronze idol. The most auspicious time for the installation of bronze idol is said to be during Jyeshtha Nakshatra. The idol should be installed facing north. At the time of installation, the devotee must not forget to keep 4 small pots in front of the deity, each filled with articles like panchgavya water, sandalwood, and honey. The rituals of invocation as well as worship are same as mentioned earlier. Silver and gold idols. The rituals for the installation of silver or gold idols are similar to that of copper or bronze idol. Prithvi requested Lord Varha to reveal the name of deities whom a devotee can worship at home. Lord Vishnu replied, a devotee can worship any deity at home, but worship of 2 Sivalingas is prohibited. Similarly, a devotee should never worship 3 shalagrams or 3 Durga idols or 2 Surya idols. A devotee should also never worship shalagrams adding up to odd numbers 3, 5, 7, etc. But there is no harm in worshipping one shalagram. A devotee must never worship broken or cracked idol because it does not bode well for the worshipper. A chakra mark on the shalagram is considered as very auspicious and it can be worshipped even if the idol is broken or cracked. The virtues attained by worshipping 12 shalagrams are similar to that of worshipping 12 crore Shivalingas. Partaking of charnamrit that has been offered to shalagram absolves a man from all his sins. Anybody who either buys or sells a shalagram is certain to go to hell. Rituals pertaining to last rites. Pitrayagya. Prithvi requested Lord Varha to define the meaning of Pitrayagya and its significance. Lord Varha replied Sage Nimai was the first person to perform the rituals of Pitrayagya after the death of his son Atreya. Sage Atreya is famous for his penance which he did for 10,000 years. When Atreya died, his father Nimai was filled with grief. Nimai tried his best to overcome his sorrow but to no avail. He mourned his son's death for 3 consecutive nights. He thought that perhaps the performance of Shraddha rituals would be the best means to get rid of his sorrow. So he decided to perform the Shraddha rituals on the 12th day of Mach. On that day, he invited many Brahmins and fed them with the same delicacies which Atreya would have liked to eat. He performed all the rituals well within a day which would otherwise have taken a week to perform. He also performed the rituals of Pindadan by donating cereals, vegetables, and fruits. While performing the rituals of Pindadan, he took some kasha grass in his hands and after pointing it towards south chanted Atreya's name and Gotra. In the night, Nimai sat on the seat of deerskin underneath which kasha grass had been spread. He then tried to concentrate on the tip of the nose. But in spite of all his efforts there was no sign of mental peace he was so desperately seeking and thought of his dead son continued to torment him. Nimai was troubled by a guilt that perhaps he had set a bad precedent by performing the rituals of Pindadan because nobody in the past had ever performed the rituals. He was worried as to what would the coming generation think of him. He was so much troubled by the thought that he could not sleep for the whole night. Next morning he got up, still worried. He remained in a disturbed state of mind for many days. At last, when it became too much for him to handle, he decided to end his life. In the meantime, Sage Narada arrived there and assured him that there was nothing to be worried about as whatever he had done was most appropriate. Narada also convinced him that even his dead father would vouch for this fact. Nimai remembered his father who had died long ago. His father revealed to him that the rituals which he had performed were in fact the rituals of Pitrayagya. Describing the importance of Pitrayagya, Nimi's father told him the name Pitrayagya was given by none other than Lord Brahma himself, who was the first one to perform the rituals. Later on, Lord Brahma had described the rituals to Narada, and this is why Narada was convinced that you had committed no wrong. Nimi's father then described as to what should be done with regard to the person who lay dying. When the death approaches, a person loses his consciousness and becomes extremely fearful. At that time, a Brahmin should constantly study the scriptures so that he could die in peace. Donating a cow helps to pacify the soul of a dead person. If sacred mantras are whispered in the ears of a dying person, he dies peacefully. When the death seems imminent, a morsel of madhupark should be kept in the mouth of the dying person. While doing this, one should pray to the Almighty to liberate the dead man's soul. The dead body should then be carried and kept under a tree where it is purified by smearing ghee, oil, perfumes, etc. It is then carried to cremation ground and kept at the bank of a river feet pointing towards south. After this, the dead body should be bathed by remembering all the sacred places of pilgrimage. It should then be kept on the pyre feet pointing south. The pyre should be lit and the following prayer should be said: O Agni Deva, I pray to you to burn all the sins committed by this person so that he attains to heaven. Now, circumambulation around the pyre is made and the pyre is lit towards the head side. After consigning the dead body to flames, the rituals of Tarpan and Pindadan are performed. All the people assembled there should purify themselves before returning home. The period starting from the time the dead body is consigned to flames till the next 10 days is called Ashaucha. It is applicable to all the relatives coming from the same gotra of the deceased. Ashaucha and Pindakalpa. Ashaucha means impurity, so it is the period during which the son of the deceased is considered to be impure. The period begins from the day on which the death has occurred and continues for the following 10 days. Varha Pindadan means offering certain kind of food to the deceased in the belief that it would satiate his soul. Lord Varha, while describing about the rituals which are supposed to be performed during the period of Ashaucha and also the rituals of making Pindadan, told Prithvi the observer of Shraddha rituals should take his bath in a river on the third day from the day on which death has occurred. After taking his bath, he should offer 3 pindas as well as 3 palmful of water into the river in the name of the deceased. On the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th days, he should make offerings of 1 pinda and 1 palmful of water in the name of the deceased. He should never make offerings of the pindas at the same place, on the contrary he should select different spots for this purpose. On the 10th day he should get his hair tonsured and change his clothes. His relatives should take their bath after applying an ointment prepared from sesame seeds, amla and oil on their bodies. Ekodishta Shraddha is performed on the 11th day. For this ritual to be performed, the concerned person should first purify himself and then offer pinda to the deceased person as well as other manis. The rituals of Ekodishta Shraddha are same for all the 4 castes. The Brahmins should be invited and fed on the 13th day. While feeding the Brahmins, a religious vow is taken in the name of the deceased person. For the purpose of offering pinda, an altar should be made at river bank or any other suitable place. The rituals can be performed either facing south or east. Offering 64 is considered to be ideal. Pindadan can also be made under a peepal tree, but the place should be well protected from the reach of animals like dogs, cock, pigs, etc. It is believed that if these animals visit the place where Pindadan is being made, then it becomes difficult for the soul to attain liberation. The rituals of Pindadan should be performed at a pure place, otherwise there is a fear of soul going to hell. The name and the gotra of the deceased person should be pronounced while performing the rituals. After the rituals are complete, all the assembled persons may sit down to have their meal. Donating things like an umbrella, clothes, cereals, ornaments to the Brahmins are believed to be auspicious. The flawed Shraddha and its prevention. Prithvi requested Lord Varha to describe about the mistakes committed during Shraddha rituals and how they could be prevented. Lord Varha replied, it is a grave sin to partake of a meal meant for the soul of the deceased person. Anybody who has committed the sin should atone for his sin by observing a fast for full day and a night. He also has to perform many other rituals like taking bath in a river flowing eastward, performing tarpan, making offerings of sesame seeds into the fire, shanti path, Mangal path, etc. Partaking of Panchagavya or Madhupark is also believed to purify such a person. Similarly, showing disrespect to the invited Brahmins is also considered to be a grave sin. Donating articles to unworthy Brahmins is also considered to be an inappropriate act. The performer of Shraddha should refrain from all these acts. Preparation of Madhupark. While describing the method of preparing Madhupark, Lord Varha told Prithvi, Madhupark manifested from the right half of my body at the time when the process of creation began. This is the reason why it is so pure. Anybody who makes offering of Madhupark in the course of my worship, attains to my abode. For the preparation of Madhupark, honey, curd, and ghee are mixed in equal proportion. While preparing it, sacred mantras in my praise should be constantly chanted. Giving some Madhupark to a dying man liberates his soul. Description of hell. Nachiketa's experience. Once, Janmjay asked sage Vashampayan about Yamrajapurai and its location. He also wanted to know as to what should a man do so that he does not have to go there. Sage Vashampayan narrated the tale of Nachiketa, one of the few blessed persons to have visited Yamarajpurai with his mortal body long ago. There lived a sage named Udyalak. He had a son named Nachiketa. One day, while Udyalak was performing a yagya, Nachiketa arrived there and disturbed him by repeatedly asking, "To whom will you give me?" Sage Udyalak, in a fit of rage cursed Nachiketa to go to hell. But after he cooled down, he regretted for having cursed his dear son. Nachiketa, being an obedient son, was ready to go to hell. His father tried his best to convince him against doing this, but to no avail. Nachiketa assured his father that he would return safely after visiting Yampurai. Thus, Nachiketa went to Yampurai and met Yamaraj, the Lord of Death. He stayed there for some days and witnessed all the events taking place over there. Ultimately he sought Yamaraj's permission to return. When he returned home, his father was extremely delighted to find his son alive. Very soon, the place was thronged by many people and everybody was curious to know about his experiences during his stay in the hell. Nachiketa replied, sinners like liars, greedy people, jealous people, calumniators, tree sheriffs etc., go to hell. Similarly, one who kills a child or a woman, or kills a Brahmin, or one who criticizes the Vedas, or lends money on interest, or one who abandons his parents or faithful wife, or one who syritizes his guru, or one who sells liquor, or a Brahmin who sells Vedas, goes to hell and tastes the fruits of his sinful actions. Yamapuri is made of gold and spread in the area of 1000 yojan. It is well fortified and it is impossible for anybody to trespass its territory. I saw sinners experiencing unbearable torture over there. I also saw a couple of rivers flowing there, Pushpadaka, at the bank of which there are trees in abundance, and Vaivaswati, which flows through the central part of Yamapuri. Vaivaswati contains divine water which never dries up. Yamapuri has two entrances, one through which only virtuous souls like sages and hermits are allowed to enter, and the second through which sinners enter Yamapuri. The former entrance is such that even heat loses its quality in its vicinity. The latter entrance is situated in the south and has a large iron gate. I also saw 3 large ditches called Adambar, Avirchiman, and Uchkavak, which are meant for the sinners. Sinners are also forced to pass through the flames that continuously keep on erupting to the west of Yamapuri. I saw a grand assembly hall where truthful and virtuous people live. It is graced by the presence of sages like Manu, Vyasa, Atrai, Gautam, Angara, Bhrigu and others. There, I saw a goddess who is worshipped by Yamaraj. The goddess controls all the functions of the world. I also saw the ferocious Kala. He possesses extreme anger and is very powerful. Time does not have any influence on him, as the result of which he enjoys eternal youth. I also saw various types of demons and giants in the hell. I saw many messengers of Yamaraj punishing the sinners. Some were beating the sinners with sticks in their hands, while some sinners were being forced to enter fire. I saw all the sinner wailing and repenting for their sinful deeds. Many sinners were kept at a very dark place where there was no light. Those who had committed graver sins were put in boiling oil. I saw many sinners being given all sorts of severe punishment. I saw a place where iron nails were spread all around. This was the place where people who breached the modesty of women were given punishment. I saw 10 different hells, Tapta, Mahadapt, Rorav, etc. Each of the latter is more ferocious than the former. The sinners are sent to all these hells on the basis of the gravity of their sins. Yamaraj himself instructs Chitragupta on the punishment to be given to these sinners. Karma Vipak. Karma Vipak means the fruits one reaps according to his or her karma. While continuing with the description of various aspects of hell, Nachiketa told the assembled sages at Yamapuri, Chitragupta goes through the record of all the deeds committed by a man when he was alive and brings into the notice of Yamaraj. Yamaraj then decides upon the punishment to be given to the concerned soul. The punishment can be varied, like if the soul was virtuous then it would be sent to heaven, or the soul may even be made to take birth as a tree, or an animal or any other creature. Sinners like those who had remained disinclined towards any kind of virtuous deed, or those who had abandoned their faithful wives, were sent to the hell named Rorav. The souls of virtuous people were sent to the heaven. Those who had extreme attachment to women took rebirth as human beings. People who had attained martyrdom while fighting a battle were sent to Indrapuri. Those who had engaged themselves in virtuous deeds throughout their lives were rewarded for their good deeds. Virtues of chastity. First of all, the area is purified by coating it with cow dung, after which a black deer skin is spread on it along with kasha grass. 2 pots, one large and the other a small one, are placed side by side. These pots are filled with sugar cane juice and symbolize Rasadanu and the calf. 4 sugar canes symbolizing the 4 legs of Rasadanu are fixed at 4 corners. After that, one small silver piece is placed at the base of each of the sugar canes symbolizing hoofs. Rasa Danu is then adorned with colorful cloths and flowers. Again, 4 small pots filled with sesame seeds are kept at the 4 corners near Rasadanu. After the worship is accomplished, Rasadanu is donated to a Brahmin. A person who donates Rasadanu is liberated from all his sins, and all his ancestors as well as the generations to come attain to the heaven. Liberation from sins. Narada asked Yamaraj about the reason why joy was so elusive to human beings. He also wanted to know about the reasons for man's sorrows. Yamaraj replied, man's destiny is defined by his own actions. He has to taste the fruits of his actions. He has to taste the fruits of his each and every actions. So when a man finds himself amidst sorrows, he must realize that he is reaping the fruits of his past actions. If a man commits virtuous deeds, then joy is experienced, but sinful deeds invite sorrows and miseries. Desires force a man to take countless birth. A man takes birth on the basis of his past karmas. God does not interfere in this matter. So, only foolish people curse God for their miseries. They forget that their sorrows are of their own making. A man can liberate himself from sins by engaging in virtuous deeds and abstaining from sinful deeds. A man should perform his duties with a sense of detachment, because attachment results into the transmigration of the soul. Lord Brahma has declared that Shishumar Chakra is the symbolic expression of his own self. Anybody desirous of getting liberated from his sins must make an image of this chakra and worship it. One who visualizes this chakra within his body, too, becomes liberated from his sins. Mental worship of various planets visualized at the various points of this chakra helps a man to become liberated from all the sins. Similarly, practicing pranayama for 100 times helps a man to become liberated from all the sins. The most easiest way to become liberated from sins is by engaging oneself in the servitude of a cow. This deed is as virtuous as making pilgrimages to all the sacred places together. Observing fast on Ekadashi also helps a man to become liberated from his sins. Having finished his narrations, Nachiketa looked at the sages, who were listening with rapt attention. The sages thanked Nachiketa for enlightening them on the sacred place called Yamapuri. Miscellaneous stories. Gokarneshwar. The famous battle of Tarkamaya had ended. The deities, after having defeated the demons, had once again regained the control of heaven. Lord Brahma, being satisfied with the positive outcome of the war, was engrossed in his meditation when Sanat Kumar arrived and asked, O Lord, I am anxious to know about the origin of 3 famous Shivalingas, Uttar Gokarn, Dakshain Gokarn, and Sringeshvar. What made Lord Shiva to take the form of a deer? Please enlighten me on all these subjects. Lord Brahma replied, the northern peak of Mandarachal mountain is famously known as Munjawan. This place is divinely beautiful, and the stones and rocks over there glitter like diamonds. It has many rivers, lakes, and springs. The atmosphere over there is so serene that even the deities are tempted to have their abodes at that place. This sacred place is graced by the presence of Sthanu Maheshvar. Nandi, the lord of all the Ganas of Shiva, was a virtuous Brahmin in Treta Yuga. Once, he did an austere penance to realize Lord Shiva. The penance lasted for 1000 years. At last Lord Shiva became pleased and appeared before him. Lord Shiva blessed Nandi with an appearance similar to him. Lord Shiva said, from today onwards you will be blessed with 3 eyes just like me. You will be worshipped by the deities and demons alike. You will be immortal, and time and age will have no effect upon you. You are being granted with the lordship of all my Ganas. It will be your duty to stand guard at the entrance of my dwelling place. Lord Shiva then informed Nandi that in a short time the deities would be visiting him. Due to some reason Lord Shiva had pledged not to give deities an opportunity to see his physical form. So, after blessing Nandi, Shiva disappeared and went to live in Sleshmatok forest in the form of a deer. Nandi was unaware of this fact. Meanwhile, after being blessed by Shiva, Nandi had attained a divinely radiant form. When the deities saw Nandi possessing 3 eyes instead of 2, they immediately understood that this could not have happened without the blessing of Lord Shiva. All the deities arrived at Munjawan Peak and requested Nandi to reveal Shiva's whereabouts. Nandi expressed his helplessness and told them that he was not aware where Shiva went after blessing him. He requested the deities to find out Shiva on their own. The deities searched for Shiva in all the 3 worlds but could not find him. I was also present in the search team of the deities. I sat down to meditate. In the deep state of meditation, I came to know that Shiva was living in the form of a deer in Sleshmatok forest. I revealed this fact to the deities. All the deities then went into the Sleshmatok forest and recognized Shiva living in the form of a deer. The deer had 1 horn on its head. All the deities ran towards the deer with the desire of catching hold of it. Indra held the topmost part of the horn with a firm grip while I held its middle portion. Similarly, Lord Vishnu held the lower part. Very soon, the horn got uprooted because of the force which was being applied on it. Lord Shiva vanished out of our sight. We were left behind with 3 pieces of horn in our hands. We cursed ourselves for our bad luck. Suddenly, we heard Shiva's voice instructing us to install those pieces of horns at that very place and worship them. The upper part of the horn became famous as Uttar Gokarn, while its middle portion became famous as Dakshin Gokarn. The part of the horn, which Vishnu installed, became famous as Sringeshvar. All these 3 places have incomparable religious significance and are situated in Nepal. Sleshmatok forest is situated at the distance of 2 miles from the famous Pashupatinath temple. Sanat Kumar thanked Lord Brahma for enlightening him on these secret topics. The means of Vishnu realization. Once, sage Agastya narrated the following tale to King Bhadrashva. One day, Narada went to Lord Vishnu and asked about the means by which a devotee could realize him. Lord Vishnu replied, "Those who worship me by chanting the mantras of either Purusha Sukta or Vedic Samhita can certainly realize me. Those who perform oblation according to the rituals of Pancaratra can also have my divine glimpse. But, the rituals of Pancaratra Yagya can be performed only by the Brahmins. All the rest of the castes can realize me by devotion, chanting my name and making pilgrimage to holy places." Sage Agastya, while giving discourse to King Bhadrashva, also predicted that sinners would outnumber the virtuous ones in Kali Yuga and said people would abandon their respective dharmas and the caste system would become extinct. Lord Vishnu, the Almighty God. Once, Sage Agastya had organized a grand yagya in which he had invited all the deities and sages. Lord Vishnu, Lord Brahma, and Lord Shiva also went there. Agastya was puzzled as to who was the most superior among all 3 of them. He asked Lord Shiva in this regard. Lord Shiva replied, "One who is worshipped by performing oblation, one who is the source of this universe and into whom it ultimately merges, is none other than Lord Janardana. So he should be worshipped first of all. He is the only one who expresses himself in 3 forms: Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh. Rajasguna is predominant in Lord Brahma along with some quantities of Sattvaguna and Tamoguna. Lord Brahma has manifested from the navel of Lord Vishnu. Tamasguna is the dominant quality in me with little bit of Sattva and Rajogunas. Narayan is the embodiment of pure Sattvaguna. In Satya Yuga, he is worshipped by the means of meditation. During Treta Yuga, he is worshipped by the means of oblation. During Dwapar Yuga, he is pleased by nothing but the rituals of Pancaratra. During Kali Yuga, people will worship him by various means. Lord Shiva's revelations had completely satisfied Sage Agastya. Sage Gautam curses the Brahmins. There were many sages present at the yagya organized by Agastya. Some of them asked Lord Shiva as to why he had created some scriptures which appeared so confusing to human beings. Lord Shiva revealed to them that he had done so to protect the Brahmins from the curse of Sage Gautam. Then he narrated the incident as it had happened. During ancient times, sage Gautam did an austere penance in Dandakaranya forest. Lord Brahma became pleased and gave him some divine seeds capable of producing eternal crops. Gautam then went to Saptasring mountain and made his hermitage there. He sowed the seeds and became pleasantly surprised when he saw rice grains sprouting up within few moments. He lived there happily with his disciples. In course of time, the whole country was struck by famine except the place where Gautam had his hermitage. One day, few sages arrived at Gautam's hermitage. Gautam treated them with all the respect. These sages enjoyed the hospitality of Gautam and stayed at his hermitage till the famine phase was over. Then they decided to go back to their respective native places. When they sought Gautam's permission, he requested him to stay for few more days. The sages then decided to use deceitful means for taking Gautam's permission. They created a superficial cow with the help of their illusionary powers and left it near the hermitage of Gautam. Gautam was very pleased to see that cow. He eulogized it by sprinkling water on it. Hardly had he finished his act than the cow died. All those wicked sages arrived there and cursed Gautam for killing an innocent cow. They told him that they could never live along with a person who had killed a cow. Gautam then requested those impostors to tell about the means by which he could become absolved from the heinous sin he had committed. The sages told him that the cow would become alive once Ganga water was sprinkled on its body. Gautam once again did a tremendous penance to please Lord Shiva. When Lord Shiva appeared, he requested him to give a lock of his hair. Lord Shiva agreed to give a lock of his hair to Gautam. Gautam then went to the spot where the cow's body was lying. He sprinkled some water emanating from the hair. The illusionary cow disappeared within a moment and in its place was created a river. Right then, the Saptarishis arrived there and blessed Gautam. Meanwhile, Gautam realized that a wicked prank had been played on him by those wicked sages. He cursed those wicked sages that they would become bereft of the knowledge of Vedas and also that they would no longer be entitled to perform the Vedic rituals. The Saptarishis requested Gautam to have mercy on those unfortunate Brahmins. Gautam then declared that his curse will come true only in Kali Yuga and those Brahmins will not be affected by his curse in all the remaining 3 yugas. The Saptarishis came to me and informed me about whatever had happened to those unfortunate Brahmins. I created Shiva Sanhita from my breath, which is similar to Vedas as far as the importance of rituals are concerned. I did this for the benediction of the Brahmins. I know that Brahmins would fall from grace during Kali Yuga. People would give little respect to the Vedas and create their own scriptures. Confusion would be prevalent and people would discover false religions. Prakriti and Purusha. Once, Lord Shiva, while describing about the incident when he had a divine glimpse of Lord Narayan, told sage Agastya, Purusha is none other than Lord Narayan himself and Prakriti is the medium through which he manifests his powers. I have been fortunate to have a divine glimpse of this Purusha. Lord Brahma, after having created me, instructed me to create. But, I did not know how to create. So, I decided to do penance and went into the ocean. In the ocean, I saw an entity who was no more than the size of a thumb. He was Purusha himself and I immediately recognized him. I started meditating on the form of that almighty Purusha. Suddenly, 11 more entities emerged before me. They were all very radiant and the water had become hot on account of the heat emanating from their bodies. I asked them as to who they were but they did not give any reply and went out of my sight. The next moment, I saw an extremely handsome man. I asked him about his identity and also about the 11 entities whom I had seen few moments ago. Those entities were the 11 Adityas and had gone to help Lord Brahma in the process of creation. Then he said, I am Narayana, the omnipresent Lord. I am blessing you with divine vision so that you can see my divine appearance. When I fixed my glance at Narayana, I was amazed to see the same thumb-sized Narayana standing before me. But, now he was no longer having the size of a thumb. On the contrary, he had expanded his body to such an extent that he appeared like a giant. I also saw Lord Brahma sitting on a lotus flower emanating from his navel. I eulogized him with complete devotion. He blessed me and said, "You are eternal and nothing is beyond your knowledge. You will be worshipped by the deities. I shall take 12 incarnations in the coming eras and shall worship you in each of my incarnation." Having said this, Lord Narayana disappeared. This was how I saw the divine form of the Purusha Lord Narayan. Bhuvankash and the islands. All the sages listened with rapt attention to the description Lord Shiva made of the Almighty Narayan. But, they had few more queries in store, so they asked Lord Shiva, "O Lord of Uma, please tell us about the expanse of the earth, the situation of mountains and the prominent islands." Lord Shiva replied, "Baloka is situated on the surface of the earth, while the earth itself is based on Almighty's chest. With the desire of creating the three basic gunas Sat, Raj, and Tama, the Almighty Narayan created water first of all and went into Yoganidra. Then a lotus flower manifested from his navel on which was seated Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma then created his Manasputra Sanak, Sanandan, Sanatan and Sanat Kumar, all of whom were enlightened souls. Then Lord Brahma created sages like Daksha etc. Daksha's daughter Shatrupa was married to Manu, from whom she had two sons, Priyavrata and Uttanpad. Priyavrata had 10 sons, Aknina, Agnabayu, Meth, Medhatithi, Dhruva, Jidishman, Diodaman, Havya, Vayoshman and Savan. He had divided the earth into 7 islands and presented them to each of his 7 sons. Aknina became the king of Jambudvipa, whereas Medhatithi, Jidishman, Diodaman, Havya, Vayoshman and Savan became the rulers of Shakadvipa, Krunkdvipa, Shulmali Dvipa, Gomdvipa, Plakshare Dvipa, and Pushkar Dvipa. Savan had 2 sons, Dat and Mahaviti, who were the rulers of Dhatki and Kaumad provinces respectively. Similarly, Diodaman had 3 sons, Kush, Vadayut, and Jimatvahan. Jidishman had 7 sons, Kushal, Manugavya, Pivar, Andhra, and Hakarak, Muni, and Dundubhai. Kush had 7 sons, Udbid, Vinuman, Radhapal, Manu, Dhriti, Prabhakar and Papil. Medhatithi too had 7 sons, Nabi, Shantmaya, Shishir, Mukadam, Nanshiva, Kashimak and Dhruva. Nabi's wife was Marudevi, who had given birth to Rishab. Rishab was the father of Bharata, upon whom the area lying south of Himalaya mountain is named. Sumti was the son of Bharata. Bharata, after appointing Sumti as his successor, went into the forest to do penance. The names of some prominent kings coming from the lineage of Sumti were Tej, Satsat, Indradyumna, Parmishthya, Pradharta, Nikut, Unmeta, Abhavadgata, Prostota, Vibhu, Prithu, Anant, Gaya, Naya, Virat, Mahavirya, and Sudhiman. Sudhiman had 100 sons. This way the population continued to grow. The 4 yugas Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapar Yuga and Kali Yuga occur in a cyclic order. Each of the latter follows the former. A Manvantar comprises of 71 Chaturyagas. Jambudvipa. Dwelling upon the prominent islands, Lord Shiva told the assembled sages Jambudvipa is spread in the area of 1 Lakyojan and it consists of numerous Janapadads. It is inhabited by Siddhas and Charanas and is blessed with incomparable natural beauty. A total number of 9 Varshas lie within the territory of Jambudvipa, which itself is surrounded by various oceans on all sides. Towards its east and west lie saltwater oceans. Some prominent mountains of Jambudvipa are the Himalaya, the Sumeru, the Hemakut, and the Nishad. Territory situated towards east of Sumeru mountain is inhabited by the fair complex Ionid Brahmins. Towards its south lie Vaishyas. Shudras lie towards the south of Sumeru and the area lying towards its north is inhabited by Kshatriyas. Shakdvipa. Its area is approximately twice as compared to Jambudvipa. It is inhabited by virtuous people who are prosperous and who enjoy a long life. They are free from the tortures of old age. This island is covered by oceans on its 2 sides, saltwater ocean on one side and Kashir Sagar on the other. The mountain ranges lying in the northern part of this island is known as Udhyachal, while Chandragiri is situated in the western part. There are some other mountain ranges like Rajithgiri, Ambiki, etc. situated on this island. Altogether these mountain ranges total 7 in number and are known as Kula Parvatas. Some prominent rivers flowing through this island are Sukumari, Kumari, Nanda, Vinika, Danu, Ikshamati, and Gabasti. There is a large tree named Shak in the central part of this island. This is how this island derived its name. Kashadweepa. This island is twice the area of Shakdweepa. There are 7 prominent mountain ranges in this island which are known as Kula Parvataskumad, Unnat, Drona, Kank, Isha, Mahish and Mandar. There are 7 prominent rivers flowing through the various parts of this island: Pratoya, Shiva, Chitra, Chandra, Vyadayulta, Varna and Mahadi. This island has got its name from kasha grass which are found in abundance in its central part. Krunkadweepa. It is twice the area of Kashadweepa. It has 7 prominent mountain ranges: Krunk, Pavan, Devavrat, Devishtha, Devanand, Govind and Pundarik. There are also 6 prominent rivers flowing in this island: Gauri, Kumudwadi, Ratri, Manojava, Kyati, and Pundarika. Krunkdweepa is surrounded by an ocean of sharified butter on all its sides. Shulmali Dweepa. It is double the area of Krunkdweepa and covers the clarified butter ocean from all sides. There are 7 prominent mountains as well as 7 rivers in this island. This way Lord Shiva disappeared after having finished the narration of all the prominent islands. Trishakti. Describing the reason behind the manifestation of Trishakti, Lord Varha told Prithvi there lived a mighty demon named Andak who used to torment the deities. After being driven out of the heaven, all the deities sought Lord Brahma's help. Lord Brahma took them to Lord Shiva and requested him to find some solution to the miseries of the deities. Lord Brahma then meditated on the form of Vishnu who appeared instantly. The powers emanating from the eyes of all the 3 deities got combined and resulted into the manifestation of Goddess Parmeshwari. On the request of the deities, Goddess Parmeshwari created 3 more goddesses from her body: Brahmi, Vishnupriya, and Rudrani. Goddess Brahmi was of fair complexion while Vishnupriya's complexion was wheatish. Goddess Rudrani appeared extremely ferocious in her dark complexion. Lord Brahma advised Goddess Brahmi to do penance at Shvetgiri mountain. Similarly, Vishnupriya went to Mandarachal mountain to do her penance while Lord Shiva advised Goddess Rudrani to go to Nilgiri mountain. While Vishnupriya was doing her penance at Mandarachal mountain, crores of goddesses manifested from her body, prominent among whom were Vidyutprabha, Chandrakanti, Suryakanti, Gambhira, Vijaya, Jaya, Jayanti, Aprajita, etc. All these goddesses acted as the escorts of Goddess Vishnupriya, who is also called Vaishnavi. One day, sage Narada visited Goddess Vaishnavi and was dumbstruck by her divine beauty. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. On his return journey, Narada met Mahishasur, the mighty demon, who had been blessed by Brahma. Mahishasur had conquered all the 3 worlds. Narada praised the glory of Mahishasur but went on to add that his majesty was incomplete until he married Vaishnavi. Narada said, "I have never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. She is worshipped by all the sages, Gandharvas, deities as well as other celestial beings. Although you are worthy of becoming her husband, yet the fact is that you cannot have her as your wife until you have conquered the deities and the Gandharvas." After sowing a seed of lust in Mahishasur's mind, Narada went away. Mahishasur vowed to marry Vaishnavi at any cost. Lord Varha continued with the tale and said, after Narada went away, Mahishasur summoned his ministers Pragas, Vigas, Shankakarna, Vibhavasu, Vyadayunmali, Sumali, Parjunya and Krura. When all the ministers arrived, he requested them to find out means so that he could marry Vaishnavi. Pragas, one of the ministers, was very intelligent. He warned Mahishasur against going ahead with his evil designs and said this illegal abduction could become the cause for your destruction. Vigas corroborated the statements of Pragas. Finally everyone agreed that it would be better if Vaishnavi was persuaded to accept Mahishasur as her husband instead of forcefully abducting her. So all of them, finally came upon 2 conclusions. First was to send a messenger to persuade Vaishnavi into marrying Mahishasur, and the second was to defeat the deities in a battle. A demon named Vijitprabha was sent to meet Goddess Vaishnavi. Mahishasur then launched a fierce attack on the deities and defeated them. The deities were forced to flee the battlefield and seek refuge in Brahmaloka. Meanwhile, Vijitprabha had already reached Mandarachal mountain. Without showing any respect to goddess Vaishnavi, he tried to impress her by narrating the amazing tale of Mahishasur's birth. During ancient times, there lived a sage named Suparshva. Once he was doing penance and an ogress named Mahishmati along with her companions, arrived at his hermitage. Mahishmati was very much impressed by the grandeur of his hermitage and decided to occupy it. She changed her appearance and became a buffalo. She then started tormenting Suparshva, who was initially terrified but finally came to know about her real identity. Suparshva cursed her, "You deserve to remain as a buffalo for the rest of your life." Now Mahishmati became extremely terrified and begged for being pardoned. Finally, Suparshva took pity on her and said, "You will get liberated from my curse only after you give birth to a calf." Thus Mahishmati started wandering all over the places in the form of a buffalo. Once, while wandering, she reached the bank of river Narmada, where sage Sindhudwip was doing his penance. A significant incident had taken place just few minutes before her arrival. Sage Sindhudwip, being unable to control himself, had ejaculated sperms after infatuated by a beautiful ogress taking bath in river Narmada, which was flowing nearby. The sperms fell on a rock and was eventually washed off by the swift currents of Narmada. As Mahishmati was thirsty, she drank water from river Narmada. While quenching her thirst, she also consumed the sperms, as the result of which she became pregnant. In course of time, she gave birth to Mahishasur, who grew up to be a mighty demon king. The same Mahishasur wants to marry you. After finishing his story, Vijitprabha waited for Vaishnavi's response. Goddess Vaishnavi burst into a loud laughter and all the three worlds became visible to the messenger, through her opened mouth. Vijitprabha was scarred to the hilt as he realized that the woman was extraordinary and divine. Jaya Dwarpalika of Vaishnavi, told him, "Our goddess has taken a vow of celibacy, hence your master's wish will remain unfulfilled." At last, Vijitprabha went back empty-handed. In the meantime, Narada arrived there and informed goddess Vaishnavi about the deities' defeat at the hands of Mahishasur and requested her to kill the demon. Goddess Vaishnavi ordered her escorts to get prepared for the battle. She then proceeded with a huge army to fight against the demons. In the ensuing battle, Mahishasur's army was severely humiliated. Most of the demons were killed and the survivors fled from the battlefield. A demon named Virupaksh informed Mahishasur of the death and destruction caused by goddess Vaishnavi. Mahishasur was infuriated and came forward to fight the goddess. Goddess Vaishnavi was aware of his might, so she manifested her divine form in all her glory. Now she possessed 10 arms and held lethal weapons like a sword, a bow, a shield, a mace, a trident, a chakra, etc. in each of them. She then remembered Lord Shiva, who appeared within a moment. Goddess Vaishnavi requested him to be witness to the fierce battle, which was going to take place. A fierce battle commenced, which lasted for 10,000 divine years. Mahishasur ran helter and skelter, changing his disguise frequently, in order to protect his life, but goddess Vaishnavi chased him wherever he went. Ultimately she killed him at Chittasring mountain by severing his head. All the deities heaved a sigh of relief and praised the glory of goddess Vaishnavi. Similarly, goddess Rudrani, who had manifested from Lord Shiva and had gone to Nilgiri mountain to do her penance, had killed a mighty demon named Ruru. Ruru was a very powerful demon king. He ruled over Ratnapuri, which was situated in the middle of the ocean. He had become invincible on account of a boon received from Lord Brahma. After being defeated by him, all the deities went to seek the help of goddess Rudrani. Goddess Rudrani, who is also known as Kamanda, finally killed Ruru, the dreaded demon. Having completed the tale, Lord Varha blessed Prithvi and went back to his abode. Home. 8 Agni Purana. Preliminaries. In the forest that is known as Namas Haranya, Shaunaka and the other rishis were performing a yajna dedicated to the Lord Vishnu. Sudha had also come there, on his way to a pilgrimage. The sages told Sutta, "We have welcomed you. Now describe to us that which makes men all-knowing. Describe to us that which is the most sacred in the whole world." Sutta replied, "Vishnu is the essence of everything. I went to a hermitage named Bhadrika with Shaka, Pala and other sages and met Vyadeva there. Vyasadeva described to me that which he had learned from the great sage Vashishtha, Vashishtha having learned it from the god Agni himself. The Agni Purana is sacred because it tells us about the essence of the Brahman. I learned all this from Vyasadeva and I will now tell you all that I have learned. Avataras. Do you know what an avatara is? An avatara is an incarnation and means that a god adopts a human form to be born on earth. Why do gods do this? The purpose is to destroy evil on earth and establish righteousness. Vishnu is regarded as the preserver of the universe and it is therefore Vishnu's incarnations that one encounters most often. Vishnu has already had 9 such incarnations and the 10th and final incarnation is due in the future. These 10 incarnations of Vishnu are as follows. Matsya Avatara Fish Incarnation, Kuram Avatara Turtle Incarnation, Varha Avatara Boar Incarnation, Narasimha Avatara Half-Man Lion Incarnation, Vamana Avatara Dwarf Incarnation, Parsharama Ramakrishna Buddha Kalki. This is the incarnation that is yet to come. The Agni Purana now describes these 10 incarnations. The fish. Agni told Vashishtha the story of the fish incarnation. Many years ago, the whole world was destroyed. The destruction in fact extended to all the 3 lokas of Baloka, Bhavarloka, and Svarloka. Baloka is the earth, Svarloka or Svarga is heaven and Bhavarloka is a region between the earth and heaven. All their worlds were flooded with water. Vaivasvata Manu was the son of the sun god. He had spent 10,000 years in prayers and tapasya in the hermitage Bhadrika. This hermitage was on the banks of the river Kritamala. Once Manu came to the river to perform his ablutions. He immersed his hands in the water to get some water for his ablutions. When he raised them, he found that there was a small fish swimming in the water in the cup of his hands. Manu was about to throw the fish back into the water when the fish said, "Don't throw me back. I am scared of alligators and crocodiles and big fishes. Save me." Manu found an earthen pot in which he could keep the fish. But soon the fish became too big for the pot and Manu had to find a larger vessel in which the fish might be kept. But the fish became too big for this vessel as well and Manu had to transfer the fish to a lake. But the fish grew and became too large for the lake. So Manu transferred the fish to the ocean. In the ocean, the fish grew until it became gigantic. By now, Manu's wonder knew no bounds. He said, "Who are you?" "You must be the Lord Vishnu, I bow down before you. Tell me, why are you tantalizing me in the form of a fish?" The fish replied, "I have to punish the evil and protect the good. 7 days from now, the ocean will flood the entire world and all beings will be destroyed. But since you have saved me, I will save you. When the world is flooded, a boat will arrive here. Take the Saptarshis with that boat. Don't forget to take the seeds of food grains with you. I will arrive and you will then fasten the boat to my horn with a huge snake." Saying this, the fish disappeared. Everything happened as the fish had promised it would. The ocean became turbulent and Manu climbed into the boat. He tied the boat to the huge horn that the fish had. He prayed to the fish and the fish related the Matsya Purana to him. Eventually, when the water receded, the boat was anchored to the topmost peak of the Himalayas. And living beings were created once again. A Danava named Hayagriva had stolen the sacred texts of the Vedas and the knowledge of the Brahman. In his form of a fish, Vishnu also killed Hayagriva and recovered the Vedas. The turtle. Many years ago there was a war between the Devas and the Daityas and the gods lost this war. They prayed to Vishnu to rescue them from the oppression of the demons. Vishnu told Brahma and the other gods that they should have a temporary truce with the demons. The 2 sides should get together to churn the ocean. Vishnu would ensure that the Devas benefited more from this churning of the ocean than the Daityas did. The truce was agreed upon and the 2 sides got ready to churn the ocean. The mountain Mandara was used as a churning rod and great sake Vasuki as the rope for churning. The Devas grasped Vasuki's tail and the Daityas grasped Vasuki's head. But as the churning began, the mountain Mandara, which had no base, started to get immersed in the ocean. What was to be done? Lord Vishnu came to the rescue. He adopted the form of a turtle and the peak was balanced on the turtle's back. As the churning continued, terrible poison named Kakuta emerged from the depths of the ocean and was swallowed by Shiva. Shiva's throat became blue from this poison and he is therefore known as Nilkantha, blue of throat. The goddess Varane, the goddess of wine, came out next. The gods readily accepted her and thus they came to be known as Suras. But the demons rejected Varane and were therefore known as Asuras. She was followed by the Parijata tree, a beautiful tree that came to occupy the pride of place in Indra's garden. A jewel named Kaustubha emerged and was accepted by Vishnu as his adornment. 3 wonderful animals came out next, the cow Kapila, the horse Aishrava and the elephant Airavata. They were followed by the Apsaras, beautiful women who became the dancers of heaven. They were known as Apsaras because they emerged from AP. The goddess Lakshmi or Sri came out next and was united with Vishnu. Finally, Dhanvantari emerged with a pot of Amrita in his hands. Dhanvantari was the originator of medicine. The Daityas led by Jamha gave half of the Amrita to the Devas and departed with the remaining half. But Vishnu quickly adopted the form of a beautiful woman. So beautiful was the woman that the demons were charmed. "Pretty lady," they said. "Take the Amrita and serve it to us. Marry us." Vishnu accepted the Amrita, but he had no intention of giving it to the demons. He served it to the gods instead. There was only one demon who was somewhat clever. His name was Rahu. He adopted the form of Chandra, the moon god, and succeeded in drinking some of the Amrita. The sun god and the moon god noticed what was happening and reported it to Vishnu. Vishnu thereupon cut off Rahu's head with a sword. But Rahu had drunk the Amrita, so he could not die. He prayed to Vishnu and Vishnu granted him a boon. The boon was that occasionally Rahu would be permitted to swallow up the sun and they complained about him. You can see this happening at the time of the solar and the lunar eclipses. People who give alms during such eclipses are blessed. The gods obtained the Amrita and the demons did not. Thus, the gods became more powerful than the demons. They defeated the demons and regained heaven. The boar. Vishnu's next incarnation was in the form of a boar. The sage Kashyapa and his wife Dithi had a son named Hiranyaksha. He became the king of the Asuras. Hiranyaksha's meditation pleased Brahma and Brahma granted him the boon that he would be invincible in battle. Thus armed, Hiranyaksha went out to fight with the Devas. He comprehensively defeated the gods and conquered heaven. He also defeated Varuna, the god of the ocean. Thus, Hiranyaksha became the king of the heaven, the earth, and the underworld. But the Asura was not particularly fond of the earth. He himself had begun to live in Varuna's palace under the ocean. So he hurled the earth into the depths of the ocean. The gods went to Vishnu and prayed that something might be done about Hiranyaksha. They wished to be restored to heaven and they wished that the earth might be brought back from the depths of the ocean. In response to these prayers, Vishnu adopted the form of a boar and entered the ocean. Who should he meet there but Hiranyaksha himself? Hiranyaksha of course did not know that this boar was none other than Vishnu. He thought that it was an ordinary boar and attacked it. The two fought for many years. But finally, Hiranyaksha was gored to death by the boar's tusks. The boar raised the earth up once again with its tusks. Vishnu thus saved the gods and the principles of righteousness or dharma. Man-lion. Hiranyaksha had a brother named Hiranyakashipu. Hiranyakashipu was furious to learn that his brother had been killed and resolved to kill Vishnu. But this could not be done unless he himself became powerful and invincible. Hiranyakashipu, therefore, began to pray to Brahma through difficult meditation. Brahma was pleased at these prayers and offered to grant a boon. "I want to be invincible," said Hiranyakashipu. Please grant me the boon that I may not be killed by night or day, that I may not be killed by man or beast, and that I may not be killed in the sky, the water, or the earth. Brahma granted the desired boon. And Hiranyakashipu was happy. He thought that he had taken care of all possible eventualities. And since he had become so powerful, he conquered all the three worlds and kicked the gods out to heaven. Hiranyakashipu had a son named Prahlada. You no doubt remember that Hiranyakashipu had resolved to kill Vishnu. But strangely enough, Prahlada became devoted to Vishnu. Hiranyakashipu tried to persuade his son. That did not work. He tried to kill his son. That too did not work, since each time, Vishnu intervened to save Prahlada. Meanwhile, the gods had been driven off from heaven. They had also been deprived of their shares in yajanas by Hiranyakashipu. These shares now went only to the Asura king. In desperation, they went and prayed to Vishnu, and Vishnu promised them that he would find a solution. One day, Hiranyakashipu called Prahlada to him. "How is it that you escaped each time I tried to kill you?" he asked. "Because Vishnu saved me," replied Prahlada. "Vishnu is everywhere." "What do you mean everywhere?" retorted Hiranyakashipu. He pointed to a crystal pillar inside the palace and asked, "Is Vishnu inside this pillar as well?" "Yes," replied Prahlada. "Very well then. I am going to kick the pillar," said Hiranyakashipu. When Hiranyakashipu kicked the pillar, it broke into two. And from inside the pillar, Vishnu emerged in his form of half man and half lion. He caught hold of Hiranyakashipu and placed the demon across his thighs. And with his claws, he tore apart the demon's chest and so killed him. Brahma's boon had been that Hiranyakashipu would not be killed by man or beast. But then Narasimha was neither man nor beast, it was half man and half beast. The boon had said that the Asura would not be killed in the sky, the water, or the earth. But Hiranyakashipu was killed on Vishnu's thighs, which were not the sky, the water, or the earth. And finally, the noon had promised that Hiranyakashipu would not be killed by night or day. Since the incident took place in the evening, it was not night or day. After Hiranyakashipu died, the gods were restored to their rightful places. Vishnu's made Prahlada the king of the Asuras. The dwarf Prahlada's grandson was Bali, and Bali became very powerful. When he was the king of the Asuras, there was a war between the Devas and the Asuras. The gods were defeated and were driven off from Svarga. As always, the gods fled to Vishnu and began to pray to him to save them. Vishnu assured the gods that he would do something about Bali. Accordingly, Vishnu was born as the son of Utti and Kashyapa. The son was a dwarf. King Bali had arranged for a huge sacrifice and had announced that, on the occasion of the sacrifice, he would not refuse anyone a boon. The dwarf arrived at this sacrifice and began to recite the Vedas. Bali was so pleased at this that he offered the dwarf a bone. Bali's guru was Shukrakarya, and Shukrakarya thought that there was something fishy about the way the dwarf had arrived. So he tried to restrain Bali. "No," said Bali. "I have offered a boon and I shall stick to my word. What boon do you desire? I will give whatever you want." Before a boon was actually granted, a small rite had to be performed with holy water. Shukrakarya was still trying to do his best to prevent the boon from being given. So he entered the vessel in which the holy water was kept to seal the mouth of the vessel and prevent the water from being taken out. To get at the holy water, the vessel was pierced with a straw. This straw also pierced one of Shukrakarya's eyes. Ever since that day, the preceptor of the demons has been one-eyed. "Give me as much of land as may be covered in 3 of my steps," said the dwarf. "I need this as Dakshina for my guru." Bali agreed. But the dwarf adopted a gigantic form. With one step he covered Baloka. With another step he covered Bhavarloka. And with the last step he covered Svarloka. The 3 worlds were thus lost to Bali, and Vishnu returned them to Indra. Bali had no option but to go down to the underworld. But so pleased was Vishnu at Bali's generosity that he granted the Asura the boon that he would bear the title of Indra in the future. Parshurama. The Kshatriyas were the second of the four classes. It was their job to wear arms and protect the world and rule. The Brahmanas were the first of the four classes. It was their job to pray, study the sacred texts and perform religious rites. But the Kshatriyas became very insolent and began to oppress the world and the Brahmanas. Vishnu was then born as the son of the sage Jamadagni and his wife Renuka. Since this was the line of the sage Bhrigu, Parshurama was also called Bhargava. Parshurama's mission was to protect the Brahmanas and teach a lesson to the Kshatriyas. There was a king named Kartavirya who had received all sorts of boons from the sage Dattatreya. Thanks to these boons, Kartavirya had 1,000 arms and conquered and ruled over the entire world. One day, Kartavirya went on a hunt to the forest. He was very tired after the hunt and was invited by the sage Jamadagni had a Kamadana cow. This meant that the cow produced whatever its owner desired. Jamadagni used the Kamadana to treat Kartavirya and all his soldiers to a sumptuous feast. Kartavirya was so enamored of the Kamadana that he asked the sage to give it to him. But Jamadagni refused. Kartavirya then abducted the cow by force and a war started between Kartavirya and Parshurama. In this war, Parshurama cut off Kartavirya's head with his axe and brought the Kamadana back to the hermitage. After some time, Parshurama was away when Kartavirya's sons arrived at the ashrama and killed Jamadagni. On the death of his father, Parshurama's anger was aroused. He killed all the Kshatriyas in the world 21 times. On the plains of Kurukshetra, he built 5 wells which were filled with the blood of Kshatriyas. Eventually, Parshurama handed over the world to Kashyapa and went and lived on Mount Mahendra. Rama. Brahma came out of Vishnu's navel. Brahma's son was Marishi's son Kashyapa, Kashyapa's son Surya, Surya's son Vaivasvata Manu, Manu's son Ikshvaku, Ikshvaku's son Kakutsta, Kakutsta's son Raghu, Raghu's son Aya, Aya's son Dashratha, Dashratha's sons were Rama, Bharata, Lakshmana and Shatrupna. Since Rama was descended from Kakutsta and Raghu, he was also called Kakutsta and Raghva. Since his father's name was Dashratha, he was also called Dashrathi. Rama's story belongs to the solar line, since one of his ancestors was Surya. Vishnu himself wished to destroy Ravana and the other Rakshasas. He therefore divided himself into 4 parts and was born as Ramas, Bharata, Lakshmana and Shatrupna. Rama was Kaushalya's son, Bharata Kakeyi's. Lakshmana and Shatrughna were the sons of Sumitra. The sage Vishvamitra came to Dashratha and pleaded for Rama's help in defeating the Rakshasas who were disturbing his yajanas. Rama killed these demons and Vishvamitra was so pleased that he taught Rama the use of all divine weapons. Rama broke a bow of Shiva's that had been in the possession of the king of Mithila, Janaka. This was the task that had been appointed for marrying Sita, Janaka's daughter. Rama married Sita, Lakshmana married Urmila, Bharata married Mandavi and Shatrupna married Shritkirti. On the way back to Ayodhya, Rama also beat Parshurama in a duel. Dashratha resolved that Rama should be made Yuvaraja, that is, the heir apparent to the kingdom. But Kakeyi had a servant named Manthara who plotted otherwise. When he was young, Rama had pulled at Manthara's feet and ever since that day, Manthara had not been kindly towards Rama. She reminded Kakeyi of the 2 boons that had been promised to her by King Dashratha. Years ago, the gods had been fighting with the demon Shambhara and had asked Dashratha for his help. In fighting with Shambhara, Dashratha had been injured. He had been nursed back to health by Kakeyi. Dashratha had promised 2 boons to Kakeyi as a reward and Manthara's suggestion was that Kakeyi should now ask for these 2 boons. By the first boon Rama would be banished to the forest for 14 years and by the second boon Bharata would become Yuvaraja. Kakeyi listened to Manthara. At Manthara's instance, she asked for these 2 boons. Dashratha was very angry, but Rama insisted that he would indeed go to the forest for 14 years. Rama, Lakshmana, and Sita first went to the banks of the river Tamasa. From there they went to the kingdom of Guha, the king of the hunters. They crossed the river Jahnavi and arrived in Prayaga, where the sage Bharadvaja had his hermitage. Their final destination was the mountain range of Chitrakuta, on the banks of the river Mandakini. Meanwhile, back home in Ayodhya, King Dashratha, who could not bear to be parted from Rama, died. Bharata and Shatrugna had gone on a visit to their uncle's house and were recalled. But Bharata refused to be king. He went to the forest to try and persuade Rama to return, but Rama insisted that he would not return before the 14 years were over. So Bharata brought back Rama's sandals. He placed these sandals on the throne as a token of Rama's kingship. And he began to rule the kingdom in Rama's name from Nandigram, rather than from Ayodhya. Rama, Lakshmana, and Sita then went to the forest that is known as the Dandaka forest, Dandakaranya. This forest was on the banks of the river Godavari, and there was a beautiful grove inside the forest known as Panchavati. They built a hut there and resolved to live there. There was a Rakshasa woman named Shurpanaka. She happened to come to the place where Rama, Lakshmana and Sita had built their hut. Shurpanaka liked Rama so much that she wanted to marry Rama and eat up Lakshmana and Sita. But Lakshmana cut off Shurpanaka's nose and ears with his sword. Shurpanaka fled to brother Kara and demanded revenge. Kara and 14,000 other demons attacked Rama, but they were all killed by Rama. Shurpanaka then went to her other brother Ravana, the king of Lanka. Ravana asked the Rakshasa Marisha to adopt the form of a golden deer and roam around in front of Rama's hut. Sita was so charmed by the deer that she asked Rama to capture it for her. Rama was long in returning and Lakshmana went to look for him. Taking advantage of Rama and Lakshmana's absence, Ravana kidnapped Sita. Jatayu, the king of the birds, did try to stop Ravana, but he met his death at Ravana's hands. Rama and Lakshmana were greatly distressed to find Sita missing and they looked for her everywhere. Rama made friends with the monkey Sugriva. He killed Sugriva's brother Bali and made Sugriva the king of monkeys. The monkeys were sent off in all the 4 directions to for Sita. The monkeys who had gone towards the south learned that Sita was in Lanka, across the ocean. One of these monkeys was Hanuman. Hanuman leapt over the ocean and arrived in Lanka. He discovered the lonesome Sita in a grove of Ashoka trees, the Ashokavana. Hanuman introduced himself and assured Sita that he would soon be back with Rama. Hanuman caused some general havoc in Lanka and was captured by Meghnada or Indrajit, Ravana's son. Ravana ordered that Hanuman's tail should be set on fire. But Hanuman used his burning tail to set fire to all the houses of Lanka. He then returned to Rama with the news that Sita had been found. Rama, Lakshmana, and the army of monkeys arrived at the shores of the ocean. There they built a bridge over the ocean so that they could cross over into Lanka. There was a terrible war in which Rama killed the giant Kumbhakarna, Ravana's brother. Lakshmana killed Indrajit. Rama killed Ravana with a powerful divine weapon, the Brahmastra. The 14 years were by now over and Rama, Lakshmana, and Sita returned to Ayodhya. There, Rama was crowned king and he treated his subjects as his own sons. He punished the wicked and followed the path of Dharma. During Rama's rule there was no shortage of food grains anywhere and the people were righteous. No one died an untimely death. On Rama's instructions, Shatrugna killed the Asura Lavana and built the city of Mathura in the place where Lavana's kingdom had been. Bharata was sent by Rama to kill a wicked Gandharv, a singer of heaven named Shailasha, who lived on the banks of the river Indus with his sons. Bharata killed them and built 2 cities there, Takshashila and Pushkaravati. In Takshashila Bharata established his son Ataksha as king and in Pushkaravati he made his son Pushkara the king. Rama and Sita had 2 sons named Kusha and Lava. Rama ruled for 11,000 years before he died. This is the story of the Ramayana as recounted in the Agni Purana. It was written by the sage Valmiki after he had heard the story from the sage Narada. Rama was the 7th avatara of Vishnu, Krishna was the 8th. The Hayavamsa. As you have already been told, Brahma emerged from Vishnu's navel. Brahma's son was Atrai, Atrai's son Soma, Soma's son Pururava, Pururava's son Au, Au's son Nahusha and Nahushja's son Yayati. Yayati had two wives, Devyani and Charmishtha. Devyani had two sons, Yadu and Turvasu. And Charmishtha had three sons, Druya, Anu, and Puru. The descendants of Yadu were known as the Yadvas. Vasudeva was a Yadva. His wife was Devki. Vishnu was born as Sthe son of Vasudeva and Devki in order to remove the wicked from the world. The seventh son of Vasudeva and Devki was Baladeva. And the eighth son was Krishna himself. Krishna was born in the month of Bhadra in the thick of the night. Scared that the wicked Kakamsa might kill the newly born child, Vasudeva left him with Yashoda, the wife of Nanda. Nanda was the king of the cowherds and he brought up Baladeva and Krishna. Kamsa sent a Rakshasa woman named Putana to kill Krishna, but Krishna killed her instead. In Vrindavana, Krishna subdued the terrible snake known as Kaliya. He killed several other Rakshasas named Arishta, Varishaba, Keshi, Dhenaka and Gardhabha and made the country safe from the attacks of these demons. He also stopped the worship of Indra. This led to a fight between Indra and Krishna. Indra tried to destroy the inhabitants of Gokula by sending down torrents of rain. But Krishna held aloft the mountain Govardhana and saved the inhabitants of Gokula. Kamsa's capital was in Mathura, Baladeva, and Krishna went there. Kamsa let loose a mad elephant named Kavali Uppada on Krishna. But Krishna killed Kavali Uppada. Baladeva and Krishna also killed two strong wrestlers, Shanura and Mushtika, whom Kamsa had instructed to kill Baladeva and Krishna. Finally, Krishna killed Kamsa and made Ugrasena the king. Kamsa was Jarasandha's son-in-law and Jarasandha became furious when he learnt of Kamsa's death. He attacked the Yadvas and laid siege to the city of Mathura. After a prolonged war, Krishna managed to defeat Jarasandha. Krishna also defeated another evil king named Poundraka. On Krishna's instructions, the Yadvas built the beautiful city of Dvaraka or Dvaravati. The Yadvas began to live in Dvaraka. There was an Asura named Naraka who was killed by Krishna. Naraka had imprisoned 16,000 daughters of the Devas, Gandharvas, and Yakshas. These women were freed by Krishna and Krishna married all of them. Amongst Krishna's other exploits were defeating the Daitya Panchajana, killing Kalyavana, seizing the Parijata tree from Indra and bringing back to life the sage Sandipani's dead son. Krishna had several sons. Shamba was born of Krishna's wife Jamavati and Pradyumna was born of Krishna's wife Rukmini. As soon as Pradyumna was born, he was abducted by the Asura Shambhara. Shambhara threw the baby into the sea, but a fish swallowed the baby. A fisherman caught the fish and brought it to Shambhara's house. When the fish's stomach was cut open, the baby came out. There was a woman named Mayavati who lived in Shambhara's house and Shambhara handed over baby Pradyumna to Mayavati so that he might be brought up well. When he grew up, Pradyumna killed Shambhara and married Mayavati. They returned to Dvaraka and Krishna was very happy to see his lost son. Pradyumna and Mayavati had a son named Anirudh. Anirudh secretly married Usha, the daughter of King Vana, Vana himself being the son of Bali. Vana's capital was in a city named Shonadapura. Vana had pleased Shiva through hard and difficult tapasya, so that sometimes he was called the son of Shiva. Vana loved to fight and he had wanted a boon from Shiva that he might get the chance to fight with someone who was his equal in battle. A flag with a peacock on it used to fly from the ramparts of Vana's palace. Shiva told him the day this flag fell down, Vana's desire for with an equal would be satisfied. With the help of a friend of Usha's, Anuruddha and Usha used to meet secretly in Vana's palace. Vana's guards informed him about this and there was a fierce battle between Vana and Anuruddha at the same time, the flag with the peacock on it fell down. Krishna got to know from Narada about the fight between Vana and Anuruddha and he, Baladeva and Pradyumna arrived in Vana's capital. Shiva came to fight on Vana's side, accompanied by Nandi and Skanda or Kartikeya. But after a duel that lasted for a long time, Krishna triumphed over these enemies. Krishna's arrows also cut off the 1,000 arms that Vana had. But at Shiva's request, Krishna spared Vana's life and gave 2 arms with which to make do. All of these stories about Krishna are related in detail in the Hayavamsa. The Agni Purana merely gives a brief summary of the Hayavamsa. But stories about Krishna, the 8 avatara of Vishnu, also crop up in the Mahabharata. The Agni Purana, therefore, next summarizes the Mahabharata. The Mahabharata. The Pandavas were merely a pretext. Krishna used the Pandavas to rid the world of evil men. You have already learnt that one of Yayati's sons was Puru. In Puru's line were born Bharata and Kuru. One of Kuru's descendants was the king Shantanu. Shantanu married Ganga and Bhishma was born from this marriage. But Shantanu also married Satyavati and had 2 more sons, Chitrangada and Vishitravirya. Bhishma never married. Chitrangada died young. When Vishitravirya grew up, Bhishma defeated the king of Kashi and brought 2 of the king's daughters, Ambika and Ambalika, as brides for Vishitravirya. Vishitravirya is also quite young when he died of tuberculosis. Since Vishitravirya had left no children, Vyasadeva was brought to Hastinapura. Vyasadeva and Ambalika had a son named Dhritarashtra and Vyasadeva and Ambalika had a son named Pandu. Dhritarashtra married Gandhari and they had 100 sons, of whom the most important was Duryodhana. Pandu had 2 wives, Kunti and Madri. Kunti's sons were Yudhishthir, Bhima and Arjuna and Madri's sons were Nakula and Sahadeva. But Yudhishthir was really the son of the god Dharma and not Pandu's son. Similarly, Bhima was the son of the god Pavna, Arjuna the son of Indra and Nakula and Sahadeva the sons of the 2 Ashvinis. Earlier, Kunti had a son named Karna from the sun god. This was before she had got married to Pandu. Karna became a friend of Duryodhana's. Because of a curse imposed on him by a sage, Pandu died in the forest. Duryodhana tried his best to kill the Pandavas. He set fire to a house of lac in which Kunti and the 5 Pandavas were staying. But the Pandavas were saved and fled to a city named Ekachakra. There they lived, disguised as Brahmanas. In Ekachakra, they destroyed a Rakshasa named Vaka. They then won the hand of the daughter of the king of Panchala. Her name was Draupadi and all 5 Pandava brothers married her. When Duryodhana learnt that the Pandavas were alive, he handed over half the kingdom to them. Meanwhile, the forest Khandava had to be burnt and Krishna and Arjuna did this together. Krishna had befriended Arjuna. When Arjuna successfully defeated the god Agni at the burning of the Khandava forest, Agni gave him several divine weapons. Arjuna had also obtained divine weapons from his guru Dronacharya. On the Pandava side, Yudhishthir had become king. The Pandavas organized a Rajaswayajana in which they conquered several kingdoms and accumulated lot of wealth. This made Duryodhana envious. He arranged a game of dice between Yudhishthir and Duryodhana's uncle Shakuni. Shakuni did not play fairly and Yudhishthir lost the game. As penalty for the loss, the Pandavas were to spend 12 years in the forest and 1 additional year without being detected. Draupadi went with them to the forest, as did the Pandavas' priest, Dhumaya. After the 12 years were over, the Pandavas came to the kingdom of King Virata where they proposed to spend the additional year that had to be spent in disguises. Yudhishthir pretended to be a Brahmana, Bhima a cook, Arjuna a dancer, Nakula and Sahadeva stable hands. Draupadi became the queen's maid. The queen's brother Kikaka tried to molest Draupadi, but was killed by Bhima. When the year was over, the Kauravas attacked King Virata to rob him of his cattle. But Arjuna defeated all the Kauravas and saved Virata's cattle. After this success, the identity of the Pandavas could no longer be kept a secret. But thankfully, the 1 year during which identities had to be kept a secret, was over. King Virata's daughter Uttara was married to Abhimanyu, Arjuna's son. Abhimanyu's mother was Subhadra, whom Arjuna had married. Subhadra also happened to be Krishna's sister. The Pandavas now demanded their rightful share of the kingdom, but Duryodhana refused. A war was imminent. A huge battalion of soldiers was known as an Akshaurhini. Duryodhana collected 11 Akshaurhanis for the war and Yudhishthir collected 7. Krishna was sent as a messenger to Duryodhana to try and preserve the peace. Krishna told Duryodhana that the Pandavas would be satisfied with a mere 5 villages. Duryodhana refused to give them even this without a fight. So the armies gathered for a war on the plains of Kurukshetra. Noticing that elders and relatives like Bhishma and Dronacharya were fighting on the side of the Kauravas, Arjuna was reluctant to fight. But Krishna gave Arjuna lessons which have come down to us as the Gita. He taught there was no reason for sorrow if Bhishma or Dronacharya died, that was only a death of their physical bodies. The true identity of a person was his Atman which never died, but passed from one body to another. True bliss was obtained when the Atman united with the Brahman or Paramatman. This was always the goal of a yogi, that is, a person who sought union with God. Thus instructed by Krishna, Arjuna started to fight. With the help of Shikandi, he defeated Bhishma. This happened on the 10th day of the fighting. Bhishma did not however die. He had earlier received the boon that he would only die when he actually wished to do so. For many days, he lay there in the battlefield on a bed of arrows. After Bhishma's defeat, Dronacharya became the general on the Pandava side. Dronacharya killed Virata, Drupada and several other kings and soldiers on the Pandava side. Drishtadyumna also killed many Kaurava soldiers. On the 15th day of the fighting, a rumor gained currency that Ashvathama, Dronacharya's son, had been killed. Dronacharya abandoned his weapons on hearing this bad news and Drishtadyumna faced no problems in killing him. Karna now became the Kaurava general and lasted for 2.5 days before he was killed by Arjuna. Shalya was the last Kaurava general. He fought for only half a day and was killed by Yudhishthir. Bhima and Duryodhana fought the last duel of the war with maces. Bhima broke Duryodhana's thighs and killed him. Ashvathama had been fuming ever since his father Dronacharya had been killed by unfair means. In the dead of the night, he entered the Pandava camp where he killed Drishtadyumna and the 5 sons of Draupadi. Draupadi was disconsolate and demanded revenge. Arjuna and Ashvathama let loose divine weapons at each other. Since this might destroy the world, they were asked to withdraw these weapons. Arjuna could withdraw his weapon, but Ashvathama could not. Ashvathama's weapon killed the baby that was in Uttara's womb, but when the dead baby was born, Krishna brought it back to life. This baby was Parikshita. Many kings and soldiers died in the course of the Kurukshetra war. The only ones left alive were Kritvarma, Kripacharya and Ashvathama on the Kaurava side and Pandava side. After the war was over, Bhishma taught Yudhishthir the duties of king. It was only after this that he died. As a king, Yudhishthir performed many yajnas and gave a lot of to Brahmanas. When Yudhishthir learnt that the Yadvas had been destroyed, he no longer wished to rule. He handed over the kingdom to Parikshita and the Pandavas left on a pilgrimage, in the course of which they died. It was Krishna who had used the Pandavas as a tool to rid the world of evil kings and establish the good ones. Realizing that the Yadvas were also evil, Krishna also ensured that the Yadvas would be destroyed. He then gave up his life at the place of pilgrimage that is known as Prabhaza. After Krishna died, the city of Dvarka was swallowed up by the sea. This was the story of the 8th avatara of Vishnu, Buddha. The 9th avatara of Vishnu was Buddha. Many years ago, there was a war between the Devas and the Asuras in which the demons managed to defeat the gods. The gods went running to Vishnu for protection and Vishnu told them that Mayamaha would be born as Buddha, the son of Shuddhodana. Such were the illusions that Buddha created, that the Asuras left the path indicated by the Vedas and became Buddhists. These dastardly creatures performed ceremonies that were a sure ticket to Naraka. Kalki. Kalki, the 10th avatara of Vishnu, will be Kalki. Towards the end of the Kali era, all people will be dastardly. They will oppose the Vedas, become robbers, and will be concerned only with wealth. The disbelievers will then become kings and these kings will also be cannibals. Much later, Kalki will be born on earth as the son of Vishnu Yasha. He will take up arms to destroy these disbelievers. Kalki's priest will be the sage Yajnavalkya. The norms of he four classes and the four stages of life will be established yet again. People will honor the sacred texts and become righteous. It will then be time for the dawn of a new Satya Yuga, a fresh period of righteousness. In every cycle and in every era Vishnu is thus born in various forms. It is a sacred duty to listen to the stories of the 10 avatars. The listener attains his desires and goes to heaven. Creation. Agni next told Vashishtha the history of creation. Vishnu is the Lord of creation, preservation, and destruction. Before creation, it was only the Brahman that was everywhere. There was no day, night, or sky. First Vishnu created the waters. And in the waters he sowed the seeds of Brahmanda, the great egg. From this seed there developed a golden egg which began to float on the waters. From the egg Brahma created himself. Since he created himself, Brahma is also known as Svayambhu. Having created himself, Brahma stayed inside the egg for an entire year. And at the end of the year, he split the egg into two. One part of the egg formed the heaven, the other the earth. And in between the two parts of the egg, Brahma created the sky. Brahma next established the earth on the waters and made the 10 directions. He created time, lightning, thunder, clouds, rainbows, words, and anger. To ensure that yajnas could be performed, texts of the Rig Veda, the Yajur Veda and the Sama Veda emerged from his body. Holy people use the Vedas to perform ceremonies meant for the gods. From the powers of his mind, Brahma created 7 sons. Their names were Marishi, Atrai, Angara, Pulasatya, Pulahakratu and Vashishtha. Prithu is recognized as the first king. Prithu was descended from Dhruva. And Prithu's father Vina was also a king. But Vina was an evil king, he was simply not interested in protecting his subjects. The sages therefore killed Vina with a straw, and after Vina had died, they began to knead the dead body's right hand, and it was thus that Prithu emerged. He wore armor and carried bow and arrows when he was born. He ruled well, as per the dictates of Dharma. He looked upon all his subjects as his own sons. From Prithu the earth came to be known as Prithivi. How to pray, how to build temples and idols. The Agni Purana next has several chapters on how to pray and on how to build temples and idols. The techniques of praying to Vishnu, Shiva, Surya and the other gods and goddesses are described, including the special mantras that must be used so as to please specific gods, and there are prescribed forms for such bathing as well. A person who builds temples is blessed. Even if one merely thinks of building temples, the sins of 100 lives are forgiven. A builder of a single temple goes to heaven. A builder of 5 to Shivaloka, a builder of 8 Vishnululoka and a builder of 16 temples is freed from the shackles of being born again and again. What is the point of earning money if one does not build temples? Money is also meant to be donated as alms to Brahmanas, but the punya or merit earned from building a temple is greater than the punya earned from donating alms. The merit earned by builder of temples is greatest for a golden temple, lesser for a stone temple, still lesser for a wooden temple, and least from earthen temple. More punya is acquired from building an idol than from building a temple. Idols of gods and goddesses should always be set up so that they face the city, they should not face away from the city. The easy is for Brahmas. Vishnu idol can be set up anywhere at all. Different idols of Vishnu must have different forms. Consider, for example, idols or images of the 10 incarnations of Vishnu. The Matsya Avatara must naturally look like a fish and the Kurma Avatara must look like a turtle. But the Varha Avatara will 4 arms like a man and will hold a Gada, a Padma, a Shankha and a Chakra in these 4 arms. The Narasimha Avatara should have 2 arms holding a Chakra and a Gada and should wear a garland. The Vamana Avatara should hold an umbrella and a stick in his 2 hands. Parshurama will have 4 hands with a bow, arrows, a sword, and an axe in these hands. Rama's image can have either 2 arms or 4. If there are 4 arms, the 4 hands will hold a bow, arrows, a conch shell and a chakra. Balarama's image may also have either 4 arms or 2. If there are 2 arms, the 4 arms the hands will hold a plough, a conch shell, a club, and a chakra. Buddha's image should have a calm appearance. It should be seated on a lotus. The ears should be elongated. Kalki's image is that of a Brahmana, seated on a horse and holding a bow and arrows, a conch shell, a sword, and a chakra. Krishna's image may be either 2-armed or 4-armed. 3 of the 4 arms will hold a gada, a chakra, and a shankha. The 4th palm will be opened out in the act of granting a boon. On either side of Krishna's image, there will be images of Brahma and Shiva. Brahma has 4 faces and 4 arms, and the image should have a pronounced rides a swan. On either side of Brahma's image, there will be images of Sarasvati and Savatri. Vishnu's image has 8 arms. 7 of the arms hold a sword, a mace, arrow, a bow, a shield, a chakra, and a conch shell. The 8th palm is spread out as if Vishnu is granting a boon. Vishnu should be shown riding on Garuda. Garuda will also have 8 arms. To the right of Vishnu's image, there should be images of Lakshmi and Sarasvati, Lakshmi holding a lotus and Sarasvati holding a veena. There has also got to be an image of Vishnu exhibiting his universal form. The Vishavrupa image has 4 heads and 20 arms. Chandi's image has 20 arms. The 10 arms on the right hold a spear, a sword, a shakti, a chakra, a pasha, a shield, a drum, and any 2 other weapons. The 10 arms on the left hold snakes, a rod, an axe, an amkasha, a bow, a bell, a flag, a mace, a mirror, and a cub. In front of Chandi's image there will be the image of a buffalo with its head cut off. The image of an Asura will be shown emerging from the body of the buffalo. The demon's hair, eyes, and garland will be red in color. It will be shown to be vomiting blood, and it will hold weapons in its hand. The demon's neck will be on the lion and her left leg will be on the demon's back. Images of Chandi may sometimes also have 10, 16, or 18 arms. Shiva's image may be made out of earth, wood, iron, jewels, gold, silver, copper, bronze, or mercury. Places of pilgrimage. A visit to a place of pilgrimage brings the same punya that is obtained from performing a yajna. It is because people had not gone on pilgrimages or donated gold and cows in their earlier lives that they were born poor in their next lives. The best place of pilgrimage is Pushkara. Brahma, other gods, and sages who wish to go to heaven live there. The best time to go to Pushkara is in the month of Kartika. In Pushkara itself there are 2 other places of pilgrimage known as Jambumarga and Tanjulik Ashrama. It is difficult to go to Pushkara. But there are several other tirthas as well. One such is Kurukshetra, where Vishnu and the other gods keep on coming. The river Sarasvati flows near Kurukshetra. If one bathes in the Sarasvati, one attains Brahmaloka. Any region through which the river Ganga flows also becomes a tirtha. Even if one sees the Ganga, the punya of performing yajnas is attained. A person who bears earth from the bed of the Ganga on his head is freed of all sins. Prayaga is another famous place of pilgrimage. Brahma, Vishnu, Indra, and the other gods, Gandharvas, Apsaras, and the sages are always there in Prayaga. This is because the 2 holy rivers, Ganga and Yamuna, come together in Prayaga. There are many tirthas inside Prayaga itself. The sages have said that, in the month of Magha, if one bathes for 3 days in Prayaga, that is better than donating crores and crores of cows. If one donates alms in Prayaga, one goes to Svarga and is born as a king in one's next life. If one dies in Prayaga, one goes straight to Vishnuloka. Shiva himself had told Parvati that Varanasi was a very holy tirtha and that Shiva never left the city. Varanasi is so named because it is located at the junction of 2 rivers, Varana and Aci. Varanasi is also known as Kashi. The river Narmada is also sacred. There may be several holy tirthas, but Gaya is the holiest of them all. A demon named Gayasura once started to perform, and such were the powers of his tapasya that the gods began to suffer. They went to Vishnu and asked him to save them. Vishnu agreed and appeared before Gayasura. "Accept a boon," said Vishnu. "Grant me the boon that I may become the most sacred of all tirthas, replied the Daitya. The boon was granted and Gayasura disappeared. The gods returned to Svarga, but felt that the earth seemed to be deserted now that Gayasura had disappeared. Vishnu then instructed Brahma and the other gods to perform a sacrifice. He also asked them to go to Gayasura and ask for his body so that the sacrifice might be performed on it. Gayasura readily agreed, and as soon as he agreed, his head fell off from the body. Brahma then proceeded to perform the sacrifice on Gayasura's headless body. But as soon as the sacrifice started, the body began to shake. This meant that the sacrifice could not be properly performed and a solution had to be found. The solution was that the gods should all enter a stone which would be placed on Gayasura's body so that the body would not shake. The sacrifice could then be performed. Vishnu himself also entered the stone. It is because the gods and Vishnu are always there in Gaya that Gaya is sacred. In fact, there is a story behind this stone as well. The sage Marishi was Brahma's son and had married Dharmavrata. One day, Marishi went to the forest to collect wood and flowers and returned extremely tired. He called Dharmavrata and said, "I am very tired. Today you must wash my feet for me." Dharmavrata began to wash Marishi's feet when Brahma suddenly arrived. Dharmavrata did not know what to do. Should she finish washing her husband's feet? Or should she first attend to Brahma, since Brahma was Marishi's father? She decided to attend to Brahma first. At this Marishi became very angry and cursed Dharmavrata that she would turn into a stone. Dharmavrata was greatly distressed at being cursed for what she thought had not been a fault at all. So she performed tapasya for many years. When Vishnu and the other gods were pleased at Dharmavrata's meditation, they appeared and offered to grant her a boon. Dharmavrata wished that the curse imposed on her by Marishi might be waived. The gods explained that this was impossible, since Marishi was a very powerful sage. What they would, however, do was to make Dharmavrata a very holy stone desired even by the gods. The gods promised to be always inside the stone. It was the stone that was placed on Gayasura's body. Once the sacrifice was over, Gayasura himself desired a boon from the gods and the gods granted him that Gaya would become the most sacred of all Tirthas. It was in Gaya that the Pandavas had prayed to Vishnu. Geography. The world is divided into 7 regions trees in this area. On the top Mount Meru is Brahma's famous city. Under the earth is the underworld. This too consists of 7 regions and their names are Atala, Vitala, Sudala, Talatala, Mahatala, Rajatsala and Patala. The Daityas and the Danavas live in the underworld. Vishnu is also there in the underworld, in his form of the great snake Shesha. The snake Shesha holds up the earth on its hood. That part of the sky which is lit up by sun rays is known as Nabha. Above the earth is the sun, above the sun the moon, above the moon the stars, above the stars Mercury, above Mercury Venus, above Venus Jupiter and above Jupiter the constellation of the Great Bear. Beyond this constellation is the world of Dhruva. Astrology. The Agni Purana next gives a lot of information on astrology. It states when marriages should take place and when they should not. For example, marriages are never to be held in the months of Chaitra and Pausha or under the signs of Libra or Gemini. If one is going on a trip, then Friday is the best day to start on. Medicine should not be taken if one of the nakshatras Pushya, Asta, Jyeshtha, Shravan, or Ashvini is not in the sky. If one wishes to have a bath after recovering from an illness, then Saturday is the best day for such a bath. The first time a child's head is shaved should never be on Tuesday or a Saturday. Ears should be pierced on Wednesday or Thursday. New clothes should not first be worn on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. A new house should not be entered into the months of Chaitra, Jyeshtha, Bhadra, Ashvina, Pausha, or Magha. It is best to reap grain on a Wednesday. Manvantaras. Each Manvantara is ruled over by a Manu. The first Manu was Svayabhuva. Shatakratu held the title of Indra during this Manvantara. The second Manu was Svarokasha. Vipashkata held the title of Indra during this Manvantara. Third Manu was Uttama and Susanthi was Indra then. The fourth Manu was Tapasa and Shiki held the title of Indra then. The fifth Manu was Ravata and Vidatha was Indra then. The title of Indra was held by Manojava during the sixth Manvantara, the Manu being Chukyasha. Next came Shrudadeva, the seventh Manu Puranadara being the Indra. The eighth Manu's name is Savarni and the eighth Indra's Bali. The eighth Manvantara has not yet come. The ninth Manu will be Daksha Savarni and the ninth Indra will be Adbhuta. During the 10th Manvantara, the Manu will be Brahma Savarni and the title of Indra will be held by Shanti. During the rule of the 11th Manu Dharma Savarni, the Indra will be Gana. The 12th Manu will be Rudrasavarni and the 12th Indra will be Ridadama. Rauchya will be the 13th Manu and Devaspati will be the 13th Indra. The 14th Manu will be Bhutya and the title of Indra will then be held by Shachi. During each of Brahma's days, there are 14 such Manvantaras. After that comes Brahma's night, when all these living beings are destroyed. Varna Ashrama Dharma. All the Manas practice the precepts of Dharma. This meant non-violence, truthfulness, piety, going on pilgrimages, donating alms, serving devas and brahmanas, tolerance of all religions and the following of the sacred texts. It also meant the practice of the system of the four classes and the four stages in life. The four varnas are brahmanas, kshatriyas, vaishyas, and shudras. Performing sacrifices, donating alms and studying the Vedas are duties that brahmanas, kshatriyas, and vaishyas must perform. In addition, the kshatriyas must protect the good and punish the evil. The vaishyas must take care of trade, agriculture, and animal husbandry. The duties of shudras are to serve the brahmanas and artisanship. When brahmanas take up the upavita, the sacred thread that is the mark of the first three classes, it is like a second birth for them. So brahmanas are known as dvijas. An annuloma marriage is a marriage where the husband is from a higher class than the wife. The offspring of such a marriage belong to the mother's class. A pratiloma marriage is a marriage where the wife is from a higher class than the husband. Chandalas were born this way from Brahmana women, Sudras from Kshatriya women, Devalas from Vaishya women, Pakashas from Kshatriya women and Magadhas from Vaishya women. Chandalas are executioneers, Sudras charioteers, Devalas guards, Pakashas hunters and Magadhas bards. Chandalas should live outside the villages and should not touch those belonging to any other class. The best name for a Brahmana is that which ends in Sharma. Similarly, the best name for a Kshatriya ends in Varma, for a Vaishya in Gupta and for a Shudra in Dasa. The sacred thread ceremony is to be held at the age of 8 years for Brahmanas, 11 years for Kshatriyas and 12 years for Vaishyas. No sacred thread ceremony should be held beyond 16 years of age. The first stage in life is that of Brahmacharya. A student should never eat honey or meat and should never indulge in singing or dancing. He should completely give up violence and speaking to women. His duties are to discuss the Shastras and associate with learned men. Apart from that, he will meditate in solitude on the true nature of the Brahman. The next stage of life is that of Grihastha. A Brahmana may have 4 wives, a Kshatriya 3, a Vaishya 2 and a Shudra only 1. The husband and the wife should be from the same Varna. Marriage across Varna is to be avoided. A woman can marry again provided that her husband has disappeared, is dead, has become a hermit or is such a sinner that he is expelled from his own Varna. If her husband dies, a widow is permitted to marry her late husband's younger brother. A householder should get up at dawn and pray to the gods. He should always bathe in the morning. He should not talk impolitely. He should not bite his nails. He should not laugh at those who are inferior. And he should never reside in a place where there is no king, no doctor, or no river. He must not insult his elders. He should never criticize the Vedas, the Shastras, the Devas, the sages, and the king. And he must never travel without a light at night. The third ashrama is Vanaprastha. Such a person should always sleep on the ground and wear skins as clothes. He should wear his hair matted and give up the company of other people. He has to serve gods and guests and live on fruit and roots. In the final stage of life a person becomes a hermit. In this ashrama, a person attains true knowledge and is completely freed. But he should become a hermit only when he is convinced that he has completely lost all interest in material pursuits. Such a person is not affected by birth or death. He realizes that the physical body is transient, that it is of no concern at all. It is the knowledge of the Atman that is the best form of knowledge. When one gains this knowledge, one realizes the identification of the Atman with the Brahman, one understands that the Brahman is everywhere. Sins and their atonement. If one commits a sin, one has to atone for it. This is known as prayashchitta. If one does not atone for the sins that one has committed, it is the king's duty to punish the sinner. If one drinks from a well where the dead body of an animal has been floating, one has to fast for 3 days. The worst possible sins are the killing of Brahmana, the drinking of wine and theft. Other sins are criticizing the Vedas, the bearing of false witness, killing a friend, killing a cow, forsaking one's parents or sons, the selling of pawns, murder, lying, killing animals and the cutting down of green trees for fodder. A killer of a Brahmana has to build a hut in the forest and live there for 12 years. He has to beg for a living and give up all that he possesses to another Brahmana. A killer of cows has to live on just coarse grain for a month. He has to live with cattle and follow them around during the day. All his possessions have to be given up to a Brahmana and he has to bathe in cow's urine for 2 months. If a Brahmana steals gold, he should go and report his crime to the king. The king will then hit him with a club and this will be the Brahmana's prayashchitta. The sin of killing Kshatriya is 1/4 the sin of killing a Brahmana. If one kills a Vaishya, the sin is 1/8 the sin of killing a Brahmana. And if one kills a Shudra, the sin is 1/16 of the sin of killing a Brahmana. Killing a cat, a mongoose, a frog, a dog, a lizard, or a crow is as sinful as killing a Shudra. Vredas. Depending on the tithi, the day of the week, the nakshatras, the month, the season, and the position of the sun, certain specific religious rites and ceremonies have to be performed. These are known as vredas. The first day of the lunar fortnight is known as Pratipada. The day of Pratipada in the months of Kartika, Ashvina, and Chatra are Brahma's tithis. It is then that the worship of Brahma must be done. On the second day of the lunar fortnight, one should eat only flowers and pray to the 2 Ashvinis. This makes the supplicant handsome and lucky. Shuklapaksh is that lunar fortnight in which the moon waxes and Shuklapaksh Dvishiya in the month of Kartika is earmarked for the worship of Yama. If one performs this vreda, one does not have to go to Naraka. This is also the day for praying to Balarama and Krishna. It was on the 3rd day of the lunar fortnight, in Shuklapaksh and in the month of Chatra, that Shiva married Parvati or Gauri. Rites performed on this day are thus known as Gauri Virata. Shiva and Parvati have to be given offerings of fruit. The 8 names of Parvati have to be recited. These are Lalita, Vijaya, Bhadra-Bhavani, Kumuda, Shiva, Vasudevi and Gauri. Shaturthi Vrata is performed on the 4th day of the lunar fortnight, is Shuklapaksh and in the month of Magha. This is the day for worshipping the common gods. The offerings on this occasion are to be wine and fragrant perfumes. On the 5th day of the lunar fortnight, one performs Panchami Vrata. This grants good health and takes care of bad omens. Particularly auspicious for Panchami Vrata are the Shuklapakshas in the months of Shravan, Bhadra, Ashvina, and Kartika. On the 6th day of the lunar fortnight one performs Shashtha Vrata. One has to live only on fruit and if one performs this Vrata, the fruits of any action that one performs live forever. Shashtha Vrata should be observed especially in the months of Kartika and Bhadra. Surya is to be worshipped on the 7th day of the lunar fortnight. If Saptami Vrata is observed in Shuklapaksh, all sorrow disappears. Sins are stoned for and all one's desires are attained. Women who have no children can have sons if they observe these rites. The 8th day of the lunar fortnight is very significant. Krishna was born on this tithi in the month of Bhadra when the nakshatra Rohini was in the sky. Ashtami is therefore auspicious in the month of Bhadra. If one fasts on that day and prays to Krishna, the sins of one's earlier 7 lives are atoned for. But this Vrata is to be observed in Krishnapaksh and not in Shuklapaksh, since Krishna was born in Krishnapaksh. Together with Krishna, Rohini, and the moon, Devki, Vasudev, Yashoda, Nanda and Balrama are also to be worshipped on the occasion. Since Krishna took birth on this Ashtami Tithi, this particular day is known as Janmashtami. The 8th day of the lunar fortnight can be important even if it is not the month of Bhadra. For example, the 8th day of the lunar fortnight might be a Wednesday in both Shuklapaksh and Krishnapaksh. Irrespective of the month, such an Ashtami is important and is known as Buddhishtami. On that day one has to live only on molasses and rice and perform the Vrata. There used to be a Brahmana named Dhira whose wife was named Ramba. Dhira's son was Kaushika, his daughter was Vijaya and Dhira's bull was named Dhanada. Kaushika would go with the other cowherds to graze the bull. Once when Kaushika was having a bath in the river Bhagirathi and the bull was grazing, some thieves came and stole the bull. Kaushika and his sister Vijaya looked everywhere for it, but could not find it. In searching for the bull, they came to a lake where some women were bathing in the course of performing a Vrata. Brother and sister were tired and hungry and they craved for some food. The women agreed to give them food, but only after Kaushika and Vijaya had also performed the Buddhishtami Vrata. And as soon as Kaushika performed the ritual, the bull was miraculously returned to him. Such were the powers of the Vrata that Kaushika could get his sister Vijaya married off to Yama and himself became the king of Ayodhya. After their parents Dhira and Ramba had died, Vijaya discovered that her father and mother were in Naraka. When she asked Yama as to how her parents might be delivered from Naraka, Yama told her that Kaushika and Vijaya should perform Buddhishtami Vrata again. And immediately after they did so, the parents attained Svarga. The 9th day of the lunar fortnight is Navmi, and Navmi in Shuklapaksh, especially in the month of Ashvina, is earmarked for the worship of Gauri. An animal has to be sacrificed and offered to the goddess on this occasion. The Brahmanas become all-powerful if they observe Dashmi Vrata on the 10th day of the lunar fortnight and donate 10 cows. The 11th day of the lunar fortnight is for fasting. It is also the Tithi for praying to Vishnu. The observance of Ekadashi Vrata grants sons and wealth and atones for one's sins. The 12th day of the lunar fortnight is Dvadashi. Any Dvadashi in Shuklapaksh is auspicious for worshipping Vishnu. Dvadashi in the month of Bhadra is for praying to cows and calves, and in the month of Chaitra it is for praying to the god of love. If one observes Dvadashi for an entire year, one never has to go to Naraka. An especially good conjunction is Dvadashi in Shuklapaksh in the month of Bhadra when the nakshatra Shravan is in the sky. If one fasts and observes a Vrata, then one earns greater punya than from bathing in the confluence of sacred rivers. If Buddha is also in the sky, the punya is multiplied several-fold. Trayadashi Vrata is on the 13th day of the lunar fortnight, and this ritual was first performed by the god of lover when he wanted to please Shiva. This is the Tithi on which Shiva is worshipped. In the month of Ashvina, Indra is also revered on this Tithi. And in the month of Chaitra, the god of love is worshipped in Shuklapaksh on the same Tithi. The 14th day of the lunar fortnight is also earmarked for Shiva, particularly in the month of Kartika. One fasts and donates to Brahmanas and thereby attains Svarga. The Chaturdashi in Krishnapaksh that comes between the months of Magha and Falguna is known as Shivaratri. Then one has to fast and stay awake the whole night. Earlier, there used to be an evil hunter named Sundarasena. But because he performed a Vrata on Shivaratri, all his sins were forgiven. Narakas. If one worships Vishnu with flowers, one never goes to hell. There are several such hells. Although people do not wish to die, they are bound to die once their predestined time span on earth has been exhausted. One then has to pay for whatever sins one might have committed. The sinners suffer and those who have performed good deeds are naturally rewarded. There are in fact 2 gates that lead into Yama's abode. The good are brought by Yamadutas through the western gate and are then taken to Svarga. Yama's servants bring the evil to him through the southern gate, and Yama then dispatches them to the various hells. If one kills a cow, one has to spend 1 lakh years in a naraka known as Mahavika. If one kills a Brahmana or steals land, there is a burning naraka named Amakumha that one goes to. There one suffers till the day when the world is destroyed. A killer of women, children, or old men stays in Rurava Naraka for the span of 14 Manavantharas. An arsonist is sent to Maharurava and burnt there for an entire kalpa. A thief goes to Tamisra, where he is continuously pierced with spears by Yama's servants for several kalpas. After that, a thief is taken to Mahatamisra to be bitten by snakes and insects. If you kill your father or mother, you will be sent to the hell Asipatravana. There you will be continuously sliced into pieces with swords. If you burn someone to death, you will go to Karamhavaluka, where you will be placed on burning sands. A person who eats sweets alone goes to Kakola and is fed only worms. A person who does not perform yajanas goes to Kudala and is fed blood. An oppressor is sent to Tailapaka and is crushed like an oilseed there. A liar is sent to the Naraka named Mahapatha. There are several other Narakas for those who encourage interclass marriages, those who kill animals, those who cut trees, those who eat too much meat, those who criticize the Vedas, those who bear also witness, and those who criticize their teachers. Giving alms. Giving alms is extremely important as means for achieving punya. Alms always have to be donated when one goes to visit a temple or a place of pilgrimage. The giver must always face the east and the receiver must always face the north when alms are being given. Such donations have to be made after one has had a bath. The best objects for donations are gold, horses, oils, eds, snakes, maids, chariots, trees, houses, daughters, and cows. If one promises to give something but later goes back on one's promise, one is sure to be destroyed. It should be remembered that the entire object of donation alms is lost if one expects gratitude or friendship in return. It is better to give something to a brother than to a daughter, it is better to give to a father than to a mother. The entire concept of donation alms is different in the 4 different eras. In Satya Yuga, the giver went out in search of recipient to whom he could give something. In Treta Yuga, the recipient had to come to the giver's house before he would be given anything. In Dvapara Yuga, the giver never gave anything without being asked for it by the recipient. And in Kali Yuga, the giver gives only to those who are servile to him. Gayatri Mantra. Gayatri Mantra is a very powerful incantation. The human body has many veins. Out of these, 10 veins are important, and their names are Ida, Pingala, Sushumna, Gandhari, Hastijava, Parita, Yasha, Alambusha, Huha, and Shankani. These veins bear the breath of life. The breath of life is called Pranavayu. Apart from Pranavayu, 9 other major breaths course through the human body. Their names are Apana, Samana, Yudana, Vyana, Naga, Kurm, Krikara, Devdutta, and Dhananjaya. Gayatri is a goddess worshipped even by Vishnu and Shiva. This goddess is there everywhere, even in every individual's heart in the form of a swan. Gayatri mantra is an incantation to the goddess. If one chants the mantra 7 times, one's sins are forgiven. Chanting it 10 times means that one attains Svarga. To attain worlds which are even more desirable than Svarga, one has to chant Gayatri mantra 20 times. If one chants the mantra 108 times. If one chants the mantra 108 times, one does not have to be born again. The severest of sins, like killing cows, brahmanas, or parents, are forgiven if one chants the mantra 1,000 times. Gayatri mantra has always to be preceded by the chanting of the sacred word Om. The king. The king's duties are many. He has to punish his enemies, ensure the prosperity of his subjects, and arrange that his kingdom is ruled well. He has to protect the sages who perform tapasya inside the boundaries of his kingdom. A king should appoint a wise brahmana as his priest. His ministers should also be wise, and his queen should be a woman who follows the path of dharma. When a king dies, time must not be wasted. The priest must immediately find an auspicious occasion so that a new king can be appointed and crowned. A kingdom can never be without a king. Before the coronation, a prospective king has to purify himself by rubbing his body with mud. Mud from a mountain peak is used for the ears, from a Krishna temple for the face, from an Indra temple for the back, from a palace for the chest, mud raised by an elephant's tusks for the right hand, mud raised by a bull's horns for the left hand, mud from a yajna for the things and from a cow sheed for the feet. After the king has thus rubbed himself with different forms of mud and purified himself, he is ready to be anointed. 4 types of ministers will appoint him. Brahmana ministers with golden vessels full of clarified butter will stand of the eastern side. Kshatriya ministers with silver vessels full of sweet and thickened milk will stand on the eastern side. Vaishya ministers with copper vessels full of curds will stand on the western side. And Shudra ministers with earthen vessels full of water will stand on the northern side. The priests will then use material from all 4 directions to anoint the king. Water from all the places of pilgrimage will be poured on the king's head and throat. There must be songs and musical instruments must be played. The king will next pray to Brahma, Vishnu, Indra and the other gods. He will look at a mirror, some clarified butter and the various signs of good omen that have been placed all around. The king will then be crowned and introduced to his ministers, advisors, and guards. The priest will be given cows, goats, buffaloes, and houses by the king. He will also bow before the Brahmanas. After all these ceremonies have been completed, he truly becomes the king. He circles the fire, touches his guru's feet and with all his soldiers, goes out on a procession through the streets so that his subjects can see him. At that time, the king must be seated either on an elephant or a horse. After the procession is over, the king may return to his palace. The king has to appoint many officials. The general has got to be a Brahmana or a Kshatriya. The charioteer must know about horses and elephants, and treasurer must be familiar with different jewels. There has to be a doctor, a keeper of elephants, a keeper of horses, a captain for the palace and another captain for looking after the women of the royal household. Each person must be appointed to the job which suits his expertise and temperament best. Anyone thus appointed by a king has to stick to certain rules. He must always obey the king's orders and must never do anything that is contrary to the king's commands. In public he must always say pleasant things to the king. If there are any unpleasant utterances to be made, they have to be made in a private audience with the king. Those who serve the king must not be thieves, nor must they ever insult the king. They will not dress like the king, nor will they become too intimate with the king. They must not divulge royal secrets. For a fort, the king should choose a place that cannot readily be attacked by enemies. The king must ensure that the gods are worshipped, the subjects are protected and the evils are punished. He should never steal from the temples, instead he should build temples and set up idols of the gods there. The Brahmanas must also be protected and the king has to make sure that no Brahmanas are killed in his kingdom. For a queen, he has to choose a woman who subscribes to these beliefs. The king will appoint an official to look after every 10 villages and another official to look after every 100 villages. Spies must be appointed to find out all that is going on in the kingdom. The king is entitled to 1/6 of all the punya that accrues in his kingdom through his subjects. But he is also credited with 1/6 of all the sins that are committed in his kingdom. The taxes will be levied as per the dictates of the sacred texts. From whatever is received as taxes, half will go into the royal treasury and the remaining half will be distributed amongst the Brahmanas. If there is a liar, the king will impose a penalty on him to the extent of 1/8 of the liar's total wealth. If the owner of any property is not known, the king will keep the property is not known, the king will keep the property is safe custody for a period of 3 years. Once the owner is identified within a period of 3 years, he can claim the property. But beyond 3 years, he becomes entitled to the property. The property rights of any minor orphan are to be protected by the king. If there is a theft in the kingdom, the king must immediately replace what has been stolen with wealth taken from his own royal treasury. If the thief is caught and the stolen goods recovered, they are used to replenish the treasury. 1/20th of profits made from trade are to be paid to the king as taxes. 1/5 or 1/6 of food grains are to be paid as taxes. 1 day every month, craftsmen will work free of charge for the king. They will only be gives food from the royal kitchen. The king has to pay proper attention to the princes. They have to be taught 4 types of shastras. The first is Dharma Shastra, which teaches what is right and what is wrong. The second is Artha Shastra, economics. The third is Dhanurveda, the art of fighting. And the last subject that has to be taught to princes is Shilpa, arts and crafts. The king has to assign bodyguards to take care of the princes. He must ensure that the princes associate with honorable and learned people and not with undesirable characters. In instances where the princes do not grow up properly despite the king's best efforts, the king is free to keep them imprisoned. But they should be comfortable in the prison and should not be made to suffer there. The king should give up hunting, drinking, and the playing of dice. He must not unnecessarily waste time in traveling around. He must first win over his servants through his behavior and then do the same for his subjects. It is only after this has been achieved that he attains a position to conquer his enemies through the use of arms. Anyone who brings harm to the kingdom must immediately be killed. If the king delays in doing that which has to be done, the purpose of the action is completely lost. Nor must the king inform others in advance about what is going to be done. No one must get to know about the king's intended actions. Once the actions have been completed, the fruits of the actions performed are information enough for everyone to see. This does not mean that the king will not consult his ministers. Of course he will, that is why they are ministers. Before sleeping or eating, the king must check whether the bed or the food is safe. There were 7 techniques that kings were supposed to use in ruling their kingdoms. These were known as Sama, Dana, Danda, Beda, Maya, Upeksha, and Indrajala. Of these, the first 4 are the most famous. Sama means the art of gentle persuasion. Dana means the usage of donations or money to achieve one's purpose. Danda is punishment. And Beda is the art of aggravating dissension amongst parties opposed to each other. Maya means to use illusions or deceit, and Upeksha is to deliberately ignore people so as to achieve one's purpose. Indrajala literally means jugglery. In this context, it would mean to perform a balancing act amongst opposing poles and opposing parties. What sort of punishment the king should mete out is also laid down. If anyone lies and says that his possessions have been stolen, he is to be fined an amount equal in value to that of the possessions which have supposedly been stolen. A Brahmana who bears false witness is to be banished from the kingdom. A person who kills cows, elephants, horses, or camels will have a leg or a hand cut off. A thief who steals gold or silver or an abductor of women will be executed. Execution is also prescribed in cases of arson and poisoning. A wife who does not obey her husband shall be torn to death by dogs. A woman who does not obey her husband or Brahmanas may also have her nose, ears, or arms chopped off. She will then be set astride a cow and banished from the kingdom. Dreams. Some dreams are bad omens. In fact, they are nightmares. Examples are, dreams about grass or trees growing on one's body, dreams in which the dreamer is shaven-headed or is wearing shabby clothes, or dreams in which one is falling from above. It is also bad to dream of marriages, singing, the killing of snakes and the killing of chandalas or animals. If you dream that you are drinking oil or eating bird meat, that is also a bad omen. Other examples are, where the dreamer dreams that he is playing with monkeys or chandalas, when he dreams that Devas, Brahmanas, the king, or the guru is angry, or when he dreams that his house had collapsed. Remedies have to be found if one dreams such evil dreams. Brahmanas have to be worshipped, a yajna has to be performed, and the dreamer has to pray to Vishnu, Shiva, Brahma, Ganesha or Surya. Dreams dreamt in the first quarter of one's sleep normally come true over the next 1 year. Dreams from the second quarter come true over the next 6 months and dreams from the third quarter over the next 3 months. Dreams from the last quarter come true over the next fortnight and dreams dreamt right at dawn come true within the next 10 days. If one first dreams a good dream and then an evil one, it is the evil dream that will come true. Therefore, if one dreams a good dream, one should not sleep anymore. One should immediately arise. There are many dreams that are good dreams. For example, dreams that involve mountains, palaces, or snakes. Or the dreamer might dream that he is riding on a horse or a bull. It is also good to dream of white flowers in the sky or to see trees in a dream. Especially good dreams are those of the dreamers possessing many arms or many heads or of grass and bushes sprouting from his navel. What if you dream of wearing white garlands or clothes? That too is good. If you dream of eclipses of the sun, the moon, or the stars, by all means rejoice. And if in a dream you see that you have caught hold of the enemy's flag, that surely means that you will triumph over the enemy. And if you actually dream of defeating the enemy, the interpretation is clear enough. Strangely enough, a dream where the dreamer sees that he is eating rice pudding is a good dream. As is the case with dreams of drinking wine or blood. Or even of eating wet meat. A clear sky in a dream is good. Dreaming of milking a cow or a buffalo with one's own mouth is also good. The dream continues to be a good one if one dreams of milking a lioness or a she-elephant thus. Other dreams which have good interpretations are, for example, dreams of the dreamers receiving blessings from devas or brahmanas or of being anointed with water. The dreamer who dreams of his coronation is blessed. And he is doubly blessed if he dreams that his head has been cut off or that he has died or even that his house has been burnt down. The relatives of such a dreamer increase in number and he also prospers. It is good to dream of musical instruments being played. Or of riding a bull or climbing a tree. Wet clothes, trees laden with fruit and clear blue skies in dreams are especially good. Omens and signs. If one is about to go out of the house, one should take care of any bad omens that there might be. Such bad omens are cotton, dried grass, cow dung, coal, molasses, leather, hair, a lunatic, a chandala, a widow, a dead body, ashes, bones and a broken vessel. If one comes across these as one is about to leave, one should not start without pacifying the elements through prayers to Vishnu. The sound of musical instruments is not an auspicious sound at the beginning of a journey. If the means of transport by which one is traveling breaks down, that too, is a bad omen. If weapons break, perhaps you should postpone the journey. The same is the case if an umbrella held over one's head happens to fall. If one hits one's head against the lintel of the door as one is about to cross the threshold, prayers are again indicated. And never call back someone who has just left. That is a bad omen and bodes ill for the success of the journey. There are good omens for a departure and if one sees these good omens, the journey is bound to be successful. Good omens are white flowers, full vessels, meat, distant noises, an old goat, a cow, a horse, an elephant, fire, gold silver, a sword, an umbrella, fruit, clarified butter, curds, a conch shell, sugar cane, the sound of thunder, lightning, and a dead body with no one crying over it. Omens are important even if one is not going on a journey. A peacock crying on the left means that something is going to be stolen. If a donkey brays with a broken voice, that is good omen and something good will happen. If a boar or a buffalo crosses over from the left to the right, that is a good omen. But if they cross over from the right to the left, that is a bad omen. One's desires will be attained if horses, tigers, lions, cats, or donkeys cross over from the right to the left. Jackals, moles, lizards, pigs, and cuckoos are good omens or the left and monkeys are good omens on the right. If a jackal calls once, twice, thrice, or 4 times, that is a good omen. It is a bad omen if a jackal calls 5 or 6 times. It is a very good omen if a jackal calls 7 times. If crows caw on the left of an army, the soldiers will not be able to win. If a crow can be seen near the door of a house, this means that there will soon be a guest. A crow looking at the sun with one eye signifies great danger. A crow covered with mud means the attainment of one's desires. A dog barking inside the house leads to the death of the householders. A person whose left limbs are sniffed by a dog will attain riches. If the right limbs are sniffed, there will be danger. A dog blocking one's path signifies theft. A dog with a bone or a rope in its mouth means the loss of property. But it is a good omen to see a dog with meat in its mouth. Cows mooing irregularly mean threats to the master of the house. If this happens at night, there will be a theft or a death in the house. If the cows have horns that are wet or daubed with mud, that is a good sign for the householders. A cow that plays with cranes or doves is bound to die. A cow that licks its feet is also destined to die. If an elephant strikes its right foot with its left, that is a good sign. Prosperity comes if an elephant rubs its right tusk with its foot. There is great danger if an umbrella falls just as one is about to leave on a trip. Journeys are to be avoided if the stars are not favorable. Battle. Once a king decides to go out to battle, 7 days are needed for preliminaries. On the first day, Vishnu, Shiva and Ganesha have to be worshipped. On the second day the Dikpalas are worshipped, the Rudras on the third day, the planets and the stars on the fourth day and the 2 Ashvinis and the rivers on the fifth day. On the sixth day, the king has ceremonial bath in honor of the victory that is to come. And on the seventh day, the king leaves to do battle. Prior to the marching, the army must always assemble to the east of the capital city. The start of the march must be accompanied with the playing of musical instruments. Once the army has begun to march, it must never look back. After having traveled for a couple of miles, it must stop to rest any prey to the gods and the Brahmanas. The king must never directly fight. Because if the king is killed, the battle is lost. The king must be right behind his army, not too far away from it. An elephant will be guarded by 4 chariots, a chariot by 4 horses and a horse by 4 infantrymen. The infantry will also be at the front of army, followed by archers and then by the horses. The chariots and the elephants come last of all. The cowards in the army must not be in the front, they must be at the back. The front is for the brave soldiers. To the extent possible, one should fight with the sun behind one's army. If a soldier dies in the course of battle, he goes straight to heaven. The blood of brave men wash away all sins. To be struck with a weapon is better than to perform many sacrifices. A person who flees from the field of battle performs a sin that is worse than that of killing a Brahmana. The fight should be between equals. Those who are running away should not be killed. Nor should spectators and those who are unarmed be killed. An enemy captured in battle should not be kept imprisoned. He should be released and treated like a son. Rama precepts. Rama had once taught Lakshmana about the duties of a king. The Agni Purana now relates these precepts of Rama's. The duties of king are fourfold. Firstly, he has to earn wealth. Secondly, he has to increase it. Thirdly, he has to protect it. And fourthly and finally, he has to donate it. The king must also be polite, and politeness comes through the conquering of the senses. The king must be humble. The senses are like mad elephants. If the senses are pampered, like mad elephants, they trample politeness and humility underfoot. The king must also be nonviolent, truthful, clean, and forgiving. He should take care to observe all the rituals. He should give food to those who are poor. He should protect those who seek royal protection. He should always use words that are pleasant to hear. The body is here today and gone tomorrow. Stupid is the king who deviates from the path of righteousness to give pleasure to a body that is transient. The curses of unhappy people are enough to bring down a king. There is only one difference between gods and animals. Gods use pleasant word, while animals use rough words. The king must use pleasant words like a god. And he must use pleasant words not only for those who are his friends or are good, but also for those who are his enemies or are evil. With obeisance the king pleases his guru, with good behavior the righteous, with duties the gods, with live the servants and with alms those who are inferior. The kingdom has 7 components. These are the king, the ministers, the friends, the treasury, the army, the forts, and the state itself. Of these, the most important is the state, and it has to be preserved at all costs. The king must be extremely careful in the choice of the ministers and the royal priest. The king must not choose or consult ministers who are stupid. The king's signs are his golden rod or scepter and an umbrella that is held over his head. The umbrella should be made of the feathers of swans, peacocks, or cranes, but the feathers of different types of birds should not be mixed in the same umbrella. The throne should be made of wood and should be embellished with gold. A bow can be made of iron, horn, or wood. The best bow is one that extends over 4 arm lengths. The king can spend up to 1 year's tax revenue on armaments and flags. Dhanurveda. The section on Dhanurveda is on arms and weapons. There are 5 types of weapons that are used in war. The first category is that of yantramutta weapons, released from a machine. This machine may be a launcher or even a bow. The second category is that of panimukta weapons, weapons that are flung by the hand. Examples are spears and stones. The third category is known as muttasandharita. These are weapons that can be flung and also withdrawn. The fourth category consists of weapons like swords that are never released from the hand during battle. These are known as amutta weapons. And the last category of weapons consists of brute force and strength. This is of use in bouts of wrestling. The best form of fighting is that with bows and arrows. Next comes fighting with spears, followed by fighting with swords. Wrestling is the worst form of fighting. Before aiming, the bow should be held with the arch pointing down towards the earth. The arrow should be placed against the bow with the head pointing down. The bow should now be raised and the lower end of the bow should be in line with the archer's navel. The quiver should be at the back. Before releasing the arrow, the bow should be held firm with the left hand and the arrow with the fingers of the right hand. The string of the bow should be pulled back such that the tassel of the arrow is between the archer's ear and right eye. The body should not be bent when one is releasing an arrow. Nor should one get excited. The archer has to be still as a pillar. The target has to be in line with the left fist and the archer's posture has to be like that of a triangle. It is best to pull back the string of the bow up to the right ear. A noose is 10 arms in length, with both ends of the weapon being circular. The main body of the weapon is made of rope. There are 11 different ways in which a noose may be held. A noose must always be flung with the right hand. A sword must hang to the left of the waist. When a sword is to be taken out, the scabbard should be grasped in the left hand and the sword should be taken out with the right hand. There are 32 different ways in which a sword and a shield may be held. Property. What happens to a person's debts when he dies? If he does not have any sons, the person who inherits the property also inherits the debts and had to pay them off. If there is a son, the son pays the debts off. But a woman is not to be held responsible for debts contracted by her husband or her son. Nor is a man responsible for debts contracted by his wife or son. Exceptions are instances where a husband and a wife contract a debt jointly. If there are no witnesses to a contracted debt but the king feels that the debt was indeed contracted, the king must arrange for the debt to be repaid within a period of 64 days. In cases of a dispute, the person who brings a false suit will be punished by the king. And a false witness will be given twice the punishment that is meted out to the one who brings a false suit. A brahmana who bears false witness will be banished from the kingdom. A person who agrees to be a witness, but later withdraws, will be punished 8 times as much as the bringer of the false suit. A brahmana who does this will be banished from the kingdom. It is better that the details of a debt contracted be written down, with the names of the 2 parties and the witnesses clearly indicated. If the debtor pays in installments, the details of all such payments must be recorded on the written document. Debts made in the presence of witnesses should also be repaid in the presence of witnesses. If a witness has to take an oath, The oath should be administered after cotton, fire, water, or poison has been placed on the head of the witness. Fire or water can be used to find out if a person is lying or not. If fire is used, 7 banyan leaves are placed on the accused's hand. A red-hot lump of iron is then placed on the hand and the accused had to go around a fire 7 times. If it is found that the hand has not been burnt, the person has been telling the truth. And if the hand has been burnt, he had been lying. Similarly, an accused person can be immersed in the water and if he does not drown, he has been telling the truth. Alternatively, the accused can be made to drink poison. If the poison does him no harm, he is truthful. If the father makes a will, the property will be divided amongst the sons in accordance with the provisions of the will. But if all the sons get an equal share of the property, the wife should also be given an equal share, otherwise, the father can leave all his property to the eldest son. The sons and the father obtain equal shares to any property or debt that has been left by the grandfather. But the sons are not necessarily entitled to any property that has not been left by the grandfather, but been earned by father. If a son is born after the property has been divided, he too will be entitled to an equal share of any property left by the grandfather. Daughters are not entitled to property. But sons who have got married will use 1/4 of their inherited property to get their sisters married. Donating the Puranas. The Agni Purana now describes the benefits of giving alms along with the Puranas. The Puranas are to be donated together with cows. And in talking of the Mahapuranas, the Agni Purana also mentions most of their length, in terms of the number of shlokas that each has. This is worth stating. The Brahma Purana is 25,000. The Padma Purana is 12,000. The Vishnu Purana is 13,000. The Veda Purana is 14,000. The Bhagavata Purana is 18,000. The Narada Purana is 25,000. The Markandeya Purana is 9,000. The Agni Purana is 12,000. The Brahmavaivarta Purana is 18,000. The Linga Purana is 11,000. The Varha Purana is 14,000. The Skanda Purana is 84,000. The Vamana Purana is 10,000. The Kuram Purana is 8,000. The Matsya Purana is 13,000. The Garuda Purana is 8,000. The Brahmanda Purana is 12,000. The only Mahapurana which is missing from the above list is the Bhavishya Purana. You now have a pretty good idea of how long the Puranas are. The Skanda Purana is the longest and the Kuram and Garuda Puranas the shortest. But unfortunately, the numbers in the Agni Purana are not terribly accurate. The Padma Purana has 55,000 couplets and not 12 as stated. The Varha Purana has 24,000 couplets and not 14,000. The Agni Purana itself has slightly over 15,000 couplets and not 12,000. But at least you have some approximate idea about the lengths of the various Puranas. The Brahma Purana is to be given in the month of Vaishakha. The Padma Purana is to be donated in the month of Jyeshtha. The Vishnu Purana is to be donated in the month of Ashada and the Veda Purana in the month of Shravan. The Bhagavata Purana is to be given in the month of Bhadra, the Narada Purana in the month of Ashvina, the Markandeya Purana in the month of Kartika, the Agni Purana in the month of Margashirsha and the Bhavishya Purana in the month of Pausha. The Brahmavaivarta Purana in the month of Pausha. The Brahmavaivarta Purana is for the month of Magha, the Linga Purana for the month of Falguna and the Varha Purana for the month of Chatra. The Skanda Purana is to be given to Brahmanas. The Vamana Purana is to be given in the autumn. The Kuram Purana is to be given together with a golden urn. The Matsya Purana is to be donated together with a golden swan. The Brahmanda Purana is to be given to Brahmanas. Great benefits are also to be derived from hearing the Puranas recited. The reciter has to be given alms and the Brahmanas must be given cows, rice, and land at the time of the recitation. If one arranges for a recitation of the Puranas, one lives long, stays healthy, and attains heaven. Dynasties. Brahma was born from Vishnu's navel. Brahma's son was Marishi, Marishi's son Kashyapa and Kakshypa's son Vivasvana. From this line was descended Pururava, and Pururava's descendants were the kings of the Surya dynasty. Brahma also had a son named Atri, and Atri had a son named Soma. Soma performed a Rajaswayajana. Having performed the sacrifice, Soma became the ruler of all the worlds. This made him very arrogant, and he abducted the sage Brihaspati's wife Tara. This led to a terrible war between the Devas and the Asuras. Tara was eventually restored to Brihaspati, but Soma and Tara had a son named Buddha. From Buddha were descended the kings of the Chandra dynasty. There were 12 major wars between the Devas and the Asuras. The first of these was known as the Narasimha War. This took place when Hiranyakashipu was the king of the Asuras. Vishnu adopted the form of Narasimha and killed Hiranyakashipu. He then made Prahlada the king of the demons. The second war was the Vamana War, and it took place when Bali was the king of the demons. Vishnu adopted the form of a dwarf to subjugate the demons. The third war was the Varha War, and this took place when Hiranyaksha was the king of the demons. Vishnu adopted the form of a wild boar and killed Hiranyaksha. The fourth war was the Amrita Manthana War, and this took place over the Manthana of the ocean for Amrita. The fifth war between the Devas and the Asuras took place over the abduction of Tara, and this came to be known as the Tarkamaya War. The sixth war was known as the Ajivaka War. The seventh war took place when Tripura led the Asuras, and this was known as the Tripuragatana War. It was Shiva who killed the demon Tripura in this war. The eighth war, the Andhaka War, took place when Andhaka led the Asuras. It was Vishnu who engineered that Andhaka be killed when Andhaka expressed a desire to abduct Shiva's wife. The ninth war was known as Vritra Samhara and took place when Vritra led the demons. The 10th war was simply known as Jita. In this war, Vishnu killed Shulva and the other demons, and Parshurama killed the evil Kshatriyas. The 11th war was known as Hala Hala. An Asura named Hala Hala had invaded Shiva's body and flooded it with poison. But Vishnu managed to destroy the demon. In the 12th war, known as Kolahala, Vishnu destroyed an Asura named Kolahala. Medicine. Dhanvantari was the physician of the gods, and he taught Sushruta the art of Ayurveda. The Agni Purana now describes what the sage Sushruta had learned, that is, the treatment for various diseases. This does not simply mean the treatment of human illnesses. There is a section known as Vriksha Ayurveda, which describes what trees are to be planted where. It describes how a garden is to be constructed and maintained. The chapters on medicine also describe the treatment of elephants, horses, and cattle. The mantras, which are the remedy for snake poison, are also related. Literature and grammar. Thereafter, the Agni Purana has many chapters on literature and grammar. It describes the different types of chhanda that are used in poetry. Next it discusses the alphabet. There are 64 letters in the alphabet, of which 21 are vowels. There are 3 tones in which the letters of the alphabet may be uttered. Their names are Uddata, Anudatta and Svarada. There are 8 places from which the letters may be pronounced. These are the chest, the throat, the head, the back of the tongue, the teeth, the nose, the lips, and the palate. Pronunciations should be clear and audible. They should not be nasal and mumbled. The Agni Purana then discusses the alamkaras that are used in poetry and plays. Poetry is entirely different from the Shastras and Itihasa. The sacred texts are full of words, and historical texts are full of narrations of incidents that took place. But that does not constitute poetry. Real men are difficult to find on this earth. Amongst these real men, it is difficult to find men who are learned. Amongst the learned men, it is not easy to find some who have a poetic sense. And amongst those who have poetic sense, it is difficult to find a few who can compose poetry. Poetry is impossible without a knowledge of the rules of poetry, and even more important, without a sense of feeling. Sanskrit is the language of the gods. The language of humans is Prakrita. Poetry can be either in Sanskrit or in Prakrita. There are 3 types of poetry. These are Gadya, Padya or Mishra. Genuine poetry is, however, only Padya. Gadya can be of three types: Churnika, Utkalika and Vritagandhi. Chanaka prose is easy on the ears, it has very few compound words. Utkalika prose is hard on the ears, it is full of compound words. Vritagandhi prose is somewhere between Chanaka and Utkalika. An epic must always be split up into sections. It has to be written in Sanskrit, although some mixture of Sanskrit words with Prakrita ones is permissible. The theme of an epic must always be good, and historical elements may be introduced if the author so desires. Literature is useless without the flavor of sentiments. There are 9 sentiments that are used. The first is Hajya. The second is Karuna Rasa. The third is Raudra Rasa. The fourth is Veera Rasa. The fifth is Bhayanika Rasa. The sixth is Bibhatsa Rasa. The seventh is Adbhuta Rasa. The eighth is Shanta Rasa. And the ninth is Sringara Rasa. But the sentiments must be used with feeling. Without feeling, all literature becomes mediocre. Particularly in a play, sentiments can be supplemented with skills. These skills are normally associated with women, and there are 64 of them. The more important ones are singing, playing musical instruments, dancing, acting, drawing, making garlands, sewing, hairdressing and using magic. Grammatical rules of Sandhi and Samasa are next described. The difference between the two is that in Sandhi, the two words that are being joined retain their original senses in the compound word. The case of Samasa is different. Sandhi occurs when two varnas met. Samasa is a condensation or conversion of two or more words into one. Sandhi does not create any new word. Samasa leads to the formation of a third word which refers to something related to but distinct from either or any of the words combined. Pita and Ambara combined by way of Sandhi are pronounced Pitambar and mean cloth that is yellow. The same two words combined by way of Samasa result in the third word Pitambar, which means the one dressed in yellow, that is, Krishna. There are several possible declensions of words, depending on the vachana and the vibhakti. The vachana refers to the number. Eka vachana is when there is only one, dvivachana when there are two, and bahuvachana when there are more than two. There are 3 genders, Pumlinga, Strilinga, and Klivalinga. Deva, Asura, Vishnu are, for example, masculine in gender. Devi, Kalika, or Maya are feminine. Pushpa or Phala are neuter. There are 6 karakas and 7 vibhaktas. The agent who performs the action indicated by the kriya is the kartri or doer. To the kartri karaka or nominative case, the pradhama vibhakti or first case ending is attached. The object of the action is karma, and to the karma karaka or objective case, the second case ending is attached. The means or instruments by which the action is performed takes on the karana karaka or instrumental cases and the third case ending. When a gift is given irrevocably, the recipient takes on the sampradana karaka or dative case, and the case ending in question is the fourth. That which is the source of something takes on the apadana karaka or ablative case and the fifth case ending. When there is a relation of possessions, the possessor takes on the shashtha vibhakti. There is no counterpart of the possessive case of English grammar because the relation of possession is not directly related to the verb and therefore to the doer. In case of the location in which the action takes place, the karaka is adhikarana and the case ending the seventh. Destruction. Periodically pralayas take place. A destruction comes at the end of 4,000 yugas on earth. For 100 years there are no rains and there is widespread drought. Thereafter, Vishnu uses the rays of the sun to drink and dry up all the waters that there are on earth. 7 different suns appear in the sky and they burn up the 3 worlds of heaven, the earth, and the underworld. The earth becomes as flat as the back of a turtle. The breath of the great snake also serves to burn up the 3 worlds. After the 3 worlds have been burnt up, dark clouds full of thunder and lightning appear in the sky. For 100 years it continued to rain. The rain puts out the fires that have been raging. From Vishnu's breath are created tremendous winds and these drive away the clouds. But there is water everywhere. And Vishnu sleeps on these waters. For an entire kalpa he sleeps. The sages then pray to Vishnu for the three worlds to be created yet again. Yama and Hell. When human beings die, their physical bodies are given up. But they acquire new bodies that are known as Adavahika bodies. In these bodies, they are brought to Yama's abode by Yama's servants. Living beings other than human are not brought to Yama. Yama then decides whether the dead person should go to heaven or to hell. After he has served his time in heaven or in hell, he is born again. Yama further decides what living being the person should be born as, depending on the actions in his past life. And so the cycle of birth, death and rebirth goes on and on. Since he keeps tally of all good deeds and all sins, Yama is also known as the god Dharma. Those who have done good deeds are rewarded by Yama and those who have committed sins are punished. Chitragupta is Yama's accountant, he keeps the account of all punya and papa. There are 28 circles of hells with many hells located in each circle. A sinner may have to go to more than one hell depending on the sins that he has committed. Some sinners are boiled in oil, others are pierced with spears and still others are whipped. Some sinners are fed heated iron balls, others are fed blood and rubbish. There are also machines for torturing sinners. Terrible birds eat up some sinners. Other sinners have their heads cut off. When it is time to be reborn, the killer of a Brahmana is born as a deer, dog, pig, or camel. A drunkard is born as a donkey. A stealer of gold is born as a worm or an insect. A killer of a Brahmana may also suffer from tuberculosis. A drunkard will have teeth like a dog and a stealer of gold will malformed nails. A stealer of food is born dumb. A person who has stolen the property of Brahmanas is born as a Rakshasa and lives alone in the forest. A stealer of fragrant scents is born as a mole. One who steals food grains is born as a rat. One who steals animals is born as a goat, one who steals milk as cow, one who steals fruit as monkey and one who steals meat as a vulture. A stealer of clothes is born as a crane and a stealer of salt as a cricket. Yoga. Yoga is the way to circumvent the miseries of life. True knowledge is that which informs one about the true nature of Brahman or Paramatman. The Atman or Jivatman is that which characterizes an individual. Yoga means union, it is the union of the Jivatman with the Paramatman. Yoga concentrates one's mind on the Paramatman. The first prerequisites of yoga is nonviolence. A nonviolent person is always righteous. The second requirement of yoga is truthfulness. The third prerequisite is celibacy. The fourth is controlling one's senses and the last is the worship of God. One who practices yoga should not go around collecting material possessions. A piece of cloth, a covering against the cold, and a pair of sandals are possessions enough for him. Before meditating on the true nature of the Paramatman, one has to seat oneself in a proper asana. The piece of cloth on which one is to sit should be placed in a clean place. One sits on such a seat and tries to purify one's Atman by controlling one's mind and senses through yoga. The head and the neck should be held straight up, motionless. The point of vision should be directed towards the tip of one's nose. One should not look in any direction. The arms should lightly rest on the folded thighs and the right hand should be placed, palm upwards, on the left palm. Padmasana is one such recommended posture. The breath of life has to be controlled. This process of control is known as pranayama. A finger is placed on the nose when the breath is being exhaled. The entire breath should be exhaled from the body. Since rikana means exhalation, this process of control is known as rikaka. When the breath is inhaled, the inhalation should be such that it fills the entire body. Since parika literally means that which fills, this process of control is known as parika. When the breath is neither being exhaled nor inhaled, one sits completely still like a kumbha and this is known as kumhaka. Pranayama makes one healthy, swift, enthusiastic, strong, and collected. Since the senses are controlled, one goes to heaven and avoids going to hell. Material pursuits are like the strong current of a river. The Atman drowns in it. Pranayama alone is not enough. It has to be supplemented with dhyana of japa. One contemplates the true nature of the Paramatman. The body is like a chariot. The senses are its horses, the mind is the charioteer and pranayama is the bridle. An individual who dies while performing dhyana is immediately assimilated with Vishnu. Dhyana involve 4 different things, all of which must be in complete harmony. The first is the meditator, the second is the act of meditating, the third is the object that one is meditating upon, and the fourth is the reason why one is performing the meditation. One does not have to sit in a rigid posture for dhyana to be possible. It can be done while one is walking, sitting, or even sleeping. The important aspect is to establish the object of one's meditation in one's heart. There are different ways of establishing one's concentration. As an object of meditation, one can meditate on 3 concentric circles which are black, red and white. In the center of the circles is a divine lotus. The lotus has 8 petals. One thinks that detachment is the stem of the lotus and praying to Vishnu its stamen. Right in the center of the lotus is a pure spark of fire, and that is the Paramatman. Alternatively, one can visualize the Paramatman in a blaze of light, in the center of the lotus. Dhyana is far superior to any yajna that one might perform. One particular form of deep and intense meditation is known as samadhi. The meditator is then completely still, as calm as the ocean. He loses all track of the outside world. He does not hear, smell, see or touch. His mind has no wishes and feels nothing. He is completely united with God. Such a meditator automatically gets to know all the knowledge that can be gleaned from the Vedas or the Shastras. He can obtain all the material possessions that he wants, but he regards them all as no more important than a blade of grass. Such a meditator attains supreme knowledge. If you look at various pots full of water, you will find that the same sky is reflected in them all. Supreme knowledge tells one that, exactly similarly, it is the same Atman that is everywhere. It is the Atman which is the same as the Paramatman, it is this Atman that is in the water, in energy, in water, in the earth and in metals. The Atman is everywhere. The knowledge of the Brahman. Brahma Jnana is the knowledge of Brahman. This knowledge, which gives the ultimate bliss, is nothing but the sense that the individual Atman is identical with the universal Brahman or Paramatman. The physical body is not the Atman. Nor are the senses the Atman. The mind or intelligence is not the Atman. Life itself is not the Atman. The Atman is different from all the objects that have been mentioned above. The Atman is in an individual's heart. It sees everything and senses everything, but is different from the physical body. It is this that sages contemplate when they meditate. The sky was created from the Brahman, from the sky came wind, from wind fire, from fire water, from water the earth, and from the earth the 5 elements. One has to meditate on the physical body gradually disappearing and merging into the Brahman. The Brahman is neither true nor untrue. It has neither form nor is it without form. The Brahman has several parts, but at the same time it is an integral whole. The Brahman cannot be described. It cannot be achieved through the power of action. The Brahman is always pure. It has no ties and it is the true form of happiness. What is required is the sense that it is I, the individual, who am the Brahman. I am nothing but the Atman and the Atman is nothing but the Brahman. This sense is true knowledge. The Brahman is the Lord who is the origin of everything and the individual is part of the Brahman. It is this knowledge that frees one from the ties of the world, and this is what Brahman Jnana is all about. The Brahman is not the earth, it is beyond the earth. The Brahman is not the wind, nor is it the sky. The Brahman has no beginning, it is independent of all action. The Brahman is huge, it is everywhere. The Brahman not only has no form, it is beyond all form. The Brahman cannot be heard. It cannot be touched. The Brahman has neither intelligence nor mind. It has no sense of ego or vanity. It does not have life, birth, old age, or death. The Brahman is neither happy nor unhappy. It does not feel hungry or thirsty. It cannot be measured. At the same time, it is both nothing and everything. Life has 5 possible ends. By performing yajanas one can attain heaven. By performing tapasya one can become an ascetic. By performing actions one can attain brahmaloka. By detachment from material pursuits one can merge oneself into nature. And by true knowledge the individual gets absorbed into the divine essence. This is known as kaivalya. Detachment means to withdraw oneself from the effects of all actions. And knowledge means the knowledge that the Atman is no different from the Brahman. This is known as Jnana Yoga. There are few people who attain this knowledge. One of those was Bharata. Bharata had done a lot. He became very attached to a deer, and when he died thinking of the deer. The result was that in his next life, Bharata was born as a deer. But the deer happened to be a Jatismara, that is, it remembered its earlier life. The deer eventually died and Bharata was again born as Jatismara human. The king of Subira was once traveling on a palanquin and he wanted someone who would bear his palanquin free of charge. The king's servants caught hold of Bharata to bear the palanquin. But Bharata moved slowly and could not keep up with the other bearers. The palanquin did not progress and the king asked Bharata, "Why are you so tired? You have not been bearing my palanquin for long. Can't you some toil? You look fairly strong to me." Bharata replied, "I am not strong. Nor am I bearing your palanquin. I am not tired, nor am I lazy. I am my Atman and feet are and my body is balanced on my thighs. My shoulders are on my body and your palanquin rests on my shoulders. But I am not my feet, thighs, body, or shoulders. I am the Atman. The Atman is not carrying you. So why do you say that I am beating you?" Bharata then instructed the king on the mysteries of true knowledge. The Atman was pure, everlasting, calm, without traits and beyond natural characteristics. Since the Atman had no traits and since an individual was the Atman and not the body, it was meaningless to say that an individual was strong or weak. The physical body was made of the elements and so was the palanquin. What was the point therefore in saying that the physical body was bearing the palanquin? Heeding these words of wisdom, the king fell at Bharata's feet. "Forgive me," he said, and let go of the palanquin. "Who are you?" "Who am I?" asked Bharata. "That is not a question that can easily be answered." The king answered, "I fail to understand. Surely the form in which you are now existing is who you are." "No," said Bharata. "I am the Atman and the Atman is the same as the Paramatman. The Paramatman is everywhere and therefore, the Atman is also everywhere. I am everywhere. I am in all physical bodies. It is meaningless to ask who you are and who I am. We are all one and the same. Wood has come from the trees and this palanquin is made of wood. But is the palanquin wood or tree? When you ride on the palanquin, does anyone say that you are riding on a tree? Men, women, cows, horses, elephants, birds, and trees, these are all meaningless names. They are all illusions. Everything is one and the same. I am everywhere. If there had been a place or an object where I do not exist, I could have everywhere. I do not know how to answer your question. Tell me, king, are you your head or your stomach? Or is all of it, you? But then, what will you call that which is distinct from your physical body? Think about what I have said." Bharata's words were so profound that the king immediately accepted Bharata as a teacher. And Bharata told the king the story of Rabu and Nidagha. The sage Rabu was Brahma's son. He was also extremely learned. Nidagha was Rabu's disciple. After Rabu had taught Nidagha what there was to be taught, Nidagha went to the city to see how Nidagha was getting on. Nidagha worshipped his teacher and gave him all sorts of things to eat. After Rabu had eaten, Nidagha asked him, "Are you satisfied?" "What do you mean?" asked Rabu. "The question of satisfaction would have arisen had I been hungry or thirsty. I am my Atman and the Atman is always satisfied. So what is the Brahman that is omnipresent and so are you? You are not distinct from me, We are both part of the same whole. I came to teach you this knowledge. Now that you have learnt that the Brahman is everywhere, let me leave. After another 1,000 years had passed, Rabu came to the city again and discovered that Nitaka no longer lived in the city. He had begun to live on the outskirts of the city. Why have you given up living in the city? Rabu asked Nitaka. Because I do not like to live in the city, where there is a king, replied Nitaka. Who is the king? Asked Rabu. Point him out to me in this procession that is passing. And point out to me the subjects. Nitaka said, the king is the one who is as tall as a mountain peak. He is the one who is riding the elephant. The ones who are walking are the subjects. What do you mean? Asked Rabu. The Brahman is in the king and the Brahman is in the elephant. How do you distinguish one from the other? How do you say that one is riding the other? Is the king the physical body or the Atman, and is the elephant the physical body or the Atman? Who is riding on whom? I do not understand. This knowledge, that the Atman is the same as the Brahman, is known as Advaita Brahma Jnana. Rabu taught this to the king of Subira. This is the knowledge that all elements are one and the same. It is only those who suffer from illusions who think that different elements and different beings have different identities. The Gita. Krishna had taught Arjuna the lessons of the Gita on the plains of Kurukshetra. The Agni Purana now relates the essence of the Gita. If physical body is alive, that is no reason for rejoicing. Just as, if the physical body is dead, that is no reason for mourning. The Atman does not die. It does not decay, it cannot be destroyed, and it is immortal. The Atman does not warrant any tears that might be shed over it. People who are addicted to sensual pleasures cannot realize this. The person who is addicted to the Atman alone has no desire for anything else. He had no action to perform. He had neither gains nor losses. The knowledge of this is like a raft that rescues one from the flood of illusions. This knowledge frees one from the shackles of all actions, since all actions are vested in the Brahman. A person with this knowledge is as pure as a drop of water on a lotus flower. Such a person sees himself in everything and everything in himself. There are 4 types of people who worship Vishnu. The first category consists of people who are in trouble. The second consists of people who desire wealth. The third consists of people who are merely curious, while the last consists of people who hanker after true knowledge. It is the last category of people who realize the union and identity of the Atman and the Brahman. The Brahman is there in the smallest blade of grass. It is there in the most powerful and sacred of people. The physical senses mean nothing, they merely further the Brahman extends beyond all these senses. The Brahman has neither traits, nor is it without traits. The Brahman creates and destroys, it is the most powerful of all energies. Some realize the identity of the Atman and the Brahman through meditation, others through actions. Yamajita. There was a king named Vahashrava. His son was Nachiketa. Vahashrava arranged for a wonderful sacrifice at which he gave away all his wealth. Nachiketa asked, "Father, whom have you given me to?" His father did not reply, but Nachiketa kept asking again and again. At this, Vahashrava became angry and said, "I have given you to Yama." Faithful to his father's word, Nachiketa decided to go to Yama's abode. The road was difficult, but Nachiketa got there and waited for 3 days to see Yama. No one returned to the earth from Yama's abode. But Yama was so pleased to have met Nachiketa that he granted him the boon that Nachiketa could return to the earth. Nachiketa, however, had no desire to accept such a boon. Instead, he wanted to know from Yama the true nature of the Atman. The instructions that Yama gave to Nachiketa have come to be known as the Yamajita. The Agni Purana now recapitulates the essence of the Yamajita. Yama said that it was indeed strange that men craved after possessions, houses, and clothes. The sages have all taught that one should not get addicted to these sensual pleasures. And yet, man did not learn. The Brahman is that which possesses nothing and everything. It cannot be seen and yet it is everywhere. The Atman is like a warrior on a chariot, the physical body being the chariot, the intelligence the charioteer and the mind the bridle. The senses are the horses and the warrior's job is to control the horses and target his arrow at the knowledge of the Brahman. Those who are truly learned know of the identity between the Atman and the Brahman. Samadhi is nothing but the recognition of this union. When the physical body comes to an end, the Atman is free and can merge with the Brahman. The Agni Puranas virtues. The last chapter of the Agni Purana describes 3 virtues of the Purana. The Agni Purana is most holy. It gives health and ends nightmares. It spreads happiness. Ill omens vanish from house where the Agni Purana is kept. A man who listens to the recital of the Agni Purana every day, had no need of pilgrimages, alms, sacrifices and fasts. Reading one chapter of the text yields the same punya as may be obtained from donating a cow. Even if one only wishes to hear a recital of the Agni Purana, the sins committed over the duration of a day are forgiven. Reading the whole of the text gives one the punya that can be obtained by donating 100 cows at a sacred place of pilgrimage. Enemies and thieves dare not frequent a house where there is a text of the Agni Purana. Ghosts give such a house a miss. A Brahmin who listens to a recital of the Purana becomes learned in the Vedas. A Kshatriya becomes the ruler of the world, a Vaishya becomes rich and a Shudra attains good health. Nothing is so sacred as writing down the text of the Purana and donating it to Brahmanas. Home. 9 Kuram Purana. Introduction. Indra, the other gods, and the sages were charmed at Lakshmi's beauty when she appeared. Who is this wonderful goddess? They asked Vishnu. This is Lakshmi, replied Vishnu. She is also known as Shakti. It is with her help that I delude the universe and its inhabitants with my illusions. It is Lakshmi who gives me all my powers, although she is no different from me in essence. Vishnu then proceeded to tell the gods and the sages the story of Indradyumna. Indradyumna. Many years ago, there was a king named Indradyumna. He ruled the world well and, when he died, was reborn as a Brahmana. As a Brahmana, Indradyumna observed religious rites and meditated. He also stared to pray to the goddess Lakshmi. When Lakshmi appeared, Indradyumna begged of her, "Please tell me about yourself. Please give me insight into what constitutes true knowledge. Even the gods and the sages are unable to comprehend my true nature," replied Lakshmi. "I am Vishnu's illusions and there is no difference between him and me. As for knowledge, it is beyond my powers to grant you that. You will have to pray to the great Vishnu himself." Having said this, Lakshmi disappeared, and Indradyumna started to pray to Vishnu. Several years passed, but Indradyumna continued to meditate. Finally, Vishnu appeared and instructed Indradyumna on the path to true knowledge. "What did you tell Indradyumna?" asked the gods and the sages. "What was this wonderful knowledge?" "I will repeat it for your benefit," replied Vishnu. Since Vishnu repeated his teachings while in the form of a turtle of Kuram, these sacred words are known as the Kuram Purana. There are many subjects that Vishnu's instructions covered, but let us first start with the concept of Varna Ashrama Dharma. Dharma means righteousness and these precepts lay down the fundamental principles of righteous conduct. This is typified in the system of 4 Varnas and 4 Ashramas. Varnashrama Dharma. Vishnu said that before creation began, there was only water in the universe and Vishnu slept on these waters. When it was time for creation to begin, Brahma emerged from Vishnu's body. And Shiva emerged from Vishnu's anger. Lakshmi too was created from Vishnu's body and took her place by Vishnu's side. Brahma told Vishnu, "Please use this goddess to delude the beings whom I will create. Tell her to sow the seeds of illusions in their minds. Please tell her to make the righteous prosper." Vishnu complied. He requested Lakshmi, "Please delude and destroy gods, demons, and humans who are about to be created. But please leave the righteous alone and make them prosper. I will tell you how to know the righteous. They are those that follow the precepts of Varna Ashrama Dharma. The Brahmanas constitute the first of the 4 classes. Brahma created 9 sons from his mental powers. Their names were Marishi, Bhrigu, Angara, Pulasatya, Pulaha, Kratu, Daksha, Atri and Vashishtha. These sons became sages and they were the first Brahmanas. They were created from Brahma's mouth. There are 6 types of action that are recommended for Brahmanas. These are Yajna, Dana, Pratigraha, Udhyapana. A Brahmana who performs these tasks well, attains the wonderful place known as Prajapatya. The Kshatriyas constitute the second of the 4 classes. They were created from Brahma's arms. The duties of Kshatriyas include Dana, Udhyayana, and performing yajnas. But their primary duties are to take up arms and fight. It is their job to punish the evil and protect the good. A Kshatriya who performs these tasks well, attains Indra's residence of Indraloka. The Vaishyas constitute the third of the 4 classes. They were created from Brahma's thighs. Like the Kshatriyas, the Vaishyas can also donate alms, study, and perform sacrifices. But their primary duty is agriculture. A Vaishya who performs these tasks well, gets to live with Vayu, the god of the wind. The Shudras constitute the last of the 4 classes. They were created from Brahma's feet. Their primary duty is to serve the other 3 classes. In addition, a Shudra can adopt artisanship as an occupation. A Shudra who performs these tasks well, will live with the Gandharvas. Generally speaking, all 4 classes have to observe the religion that is prescribed in the Vedas. There are various other Shastras that circulate on earth. But many of them are against the Vedas. The religion that is prescribed in such anti-Vedic texts must not be followed. Only sinners follow such religions, and they are doomed to eternal damnation. There are 4 ashramas. The first one is Brahmacharya. The primary duties of a person who is in this stage of life are studying the Vedas and serving one's guru well. He has to live on alms that are obtained through begging. When this stage of life is over, there are 2 options that are available to the individual. In rare instances, he may desire to devote the rest of his life to studying and meditation. Such a person is known as Naishthika. More commonly, individuals wish to step into the next stage of life. An individual who does so is known as Anyupakurvana. The second stage of life is Grihastha. A householder's primary duties are serving guests, performing sacrifices, donating alms, worshipping the gods and keeping the sacred fire burning in the house at all times. In cases where the householder is absent from the house, these functions are to be performed by his wife or sons, or even by his priest. A householder must not also forget to study a little bit of the Vedas every day. The householder stage is superior to the other 3 stages of life. The reason is that the alms provided by a householder are the means of sustenance for individuals who are in the other 3 stages of life. A householder may be one of 2 types. He may be a sadhaka, in which case his chief obsession is that of satisfying his friends and relatives. Alternatively, there may be a householder who is udasana. This means that he is not really interested in his wife, his sons, or in the acquisition of material wealth. His chief obsession is that of being freed from the bonds of the world. The 3rd stage of life is vanaprastha. Such a person retires to the forest and lives on fruits and roots. He studies the Vedas, performs tapasya, and observes religious rites. But one should never embark on a forest-dwelling stage unless one's mind is ready for it. This also means that one must have had sons. Without sons to carry on the line, it is not recommended that a householder venture out on the forest-dwelling stage. There are 2 types of forest dwellers. The first type consists of individuals who primarily devote themselves to worshipping the gods and performing religious ceremonies. Such an individual is known as a tapasya, because he does do some tapasya. But there are individuals who devote themselves entirely to meditation. Such a person is known as a sannyasika, since there is very little of difference between him and a sannyasi. The 4th and final stage of life is sannyasa. Such individuals spend all their time in meditating. They beg food for a living. It is not proper to become a hermit unless one's mind has achieved detachment from the world. There are two types of hermits. The first type consists of those who are trying to realize the true nature of the Atman. Such a person treats all other individuals as he would treat himself and is known as a yogi. But there are also hermits who go through intense meditation so as to attain the supreme wisdom. Such a person is known as a paramishthika. There are various other traits that are demanded by the righteous way of life. One must forgive and display pity. One must not be jealous and must be ready to sacrifice one's own selfish interests. One must be truthful, practice nonviolence, and learn to control the senses. One must also visit tirthas. It is also important to realize that one does not perform actions for the sake of the fruits of the actions. The fruits of all actions vest with the Brahman. In fact, it is a gross misconception to think that the specific action is being performed by an individual. All actions are performed by the Brahman, the ordinary human being is merely an instrument. As long as this realization is missing, an individual is ignorant and is doomed to the shackles of worldly bonds. Creation. Vishnu next narrated to the gods and the sages the history of creation. In the beginning, the Brahman was everywhere. The Brahman had no form, but nor was it without form. It had no beginning and no end. It had no traits, but nor was it without traits. The Brahman is impossible to describe, sense or see. Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva are derived from the Brahman. Brahma performs the function of a creator, Vishnu that of a preserver and Shiva that of destroyer. When it was time for creation to begin, the Brahman created water throughout the universe. Before that, there was nothing. In the water, there appeared a golden egg. The egg grew in size and Brahma, the creator, appeared inside the egg. Everything that there is in the universe was already there, in an embryonic form, inside the egg. There were gods, the demons, humans, the sun, the moon, the stars, the planets, and the wind. The word Garbha means womb, and since Brahma originated from inside a golden egg, he is known as Hiranyagarbha. Brahma was the first being to be created. He had 4 faces. He had no birth in the real sense of the term. He is therefore also referred to as Aya. It is also true that he created himself. It is because of this that Brahma is known as Svayambhu. Brahma was to be the lord of all the subjects who were going to be born. Thus, Brahma acquired the name of Prajapati. To appreciate how creation took place, it is first necessary to have some conception about the nature of time. A digression on time. The smallest unit of time is a nimesha. 15 nimeshas make 1 kashtha, 30 kashthats are 1 kala, and 30 kalas constitute 1 muhurta. There are 30 muhurtas in a span of day and night. 30 such aharatras make up a month. There are 2 pakshas in every month. 6 months constitute an ayana and 2 ayanas a year. There are thus 12 months in every year. The names of the 2 ayanas are Uttarayana and Dakshinayana. While humans pass through Uttarayana, the gods pass through only 1 day. Similarly, when humans pass through Dakshinayana, the gods pass through merely 1 night. 1 year for humans is equivalent to a time span of 1 day and 1 night for the gods. 12,000 years of the gods make up 1 Mahayuga. This is subdivided into 4 yugas. The names of these eras are Satya Yuga or Krita Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dvapara Yuga and Kali Yuga. Satya Yuga has 4,000 years, Treta Yuga 3,000, Dvapara Yuga 2,000 and Kali Yuga 1,000. This adds up to 10,000 years. But there are also periods that join 2 yugas. Satya Yuga has a Sandhyamsha of 400 years, Treta Yuga of 300, Dvapara Yuga of 200 and Kali Yuga of 100. There will therefore be 700 additional years between Satya Yuga and Treta Yuga, 500 between Treta Yuga and Dvapara Yuga of 200 and Kali Yuga of 100. There will therefore be 700 additional years between Satya Yuga and Treta Yuga, 500 between Treta Yuga and Dvapara Yuga, 300 between Dvapara Yuga and Kali Yuga and 500 between Kali Yuga and the next Satya Yuga. These are 2,000 additional years, and when added up to the earlier figure of 10,000, make up 12,000 years. There are a little over 71 Manvantaras in each Mahayuga. Each Manvantara is a time period that is ruled over by a Manu. The first Manu in the present Kalpa was Svayabhuva Manu, and there were several other Manas after him. Each Kalpa in fact passes during one of Brahma's days, and there are 14 Manvantaras in a Kalpa. Stated differently, there are 1,000 Mahayugas in every Kalpa. 360 Kalpas constitute one of Brahma's years. 100 times this time period is known as a Paradha. At the end of this period, the whole universe is destroyed, and Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva are also destroyed. At the end of the destruction, creation starts afresh, and this creation is known as Sarga. There is a smaller process of destruction that takes place at the end of every Kalpa. Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva are not destroyed, but everything else is. The creation that comes at the end of this minor destruction is known as Pradasarga. The present Kalpa is known as Varhakalpa. The one that preceded it was known as Padmakalpa. Why is the present Kalpa called Varhakalpa? The gods and the sages asked Vishnu. Vishnu told them the story of his boar incarnation. The boar incarnation. A Varha is a boar, and the boar incarnation is usually catalogued as the third of Vishnu's 10 incarnations. When the universe was submerged in water after the destruction that came at the end of Padmakalpa, Vishnu slept on the waters. Thus he slept for 1,000 Mahayugas. Since the word Nara means water and Ayana means resting place, Vishnu is also referred to as Narayana. Brahma decided to start creation afresh, but discovered that the earth was submerged in water. How would his creation survive if there was no earth? He therefore requested Vishnu to bring the earth up from under the water. Vishnu adopted the form of a boar and went to the underworld. He discovered the earth there and raised her up on the tusks of the boar. The boar carefully raised the earth and laid her to rest on top of the water. The earth began to float like a gigantic boat. Since Vishnu raised the earth in the form of a boar at the beginning of the Kalpa, the present cycle is known as Varhakalpa. Creation continued. Brahma first created 5 sons through his mental powers. Their names were Sanaka, Sanatana, Sanandana, Kratu and Sanatakumara. These 5 sons became sages and did not have any offspring. Brahma therefore had to create some more beings so that the population of the universe might increase. But prior to that, he decided to perform tapasya. However, the meditation did not yield him any results, and Brahma became very angry and disheartened. He started to weep, and a teardrop fell on the ground. From this drop, there emerged Shiva. Brahma bowed before Shiva and said, "Please create some living beings." This Shiva proceeded to do. But all the beings that Shiva created were mirror images of himself. That is, they were all immortal. "I beg your pardon," retorted Shiva. "That I refuse to do. Old age and disease are not objects that should be sought after. In fact, they are evil. I flatly refuse to create such evil." "All right then," said Brahma. "I will take care of creation myself. Please stop creating." The first objects that Brahma created were water, fire, the sky, heaven, wind, rivers, mountains, oceans, trees, herbs and time. Brahma next created 11 sons from his mental powers. Their names were Marishi, Bhrigu, Angara, Pulasatya, Pulaha, Kratu, Daksha, Atri, Vashishtha, Dharma and Sankalpa. Thereafter, Brahma created 4 classes of beings. These were gods, demons, ancestors, and humans. The demons were born from Brahma's thighs, the gods from his mouth. The snakes, the yakshas, the ghosts, and the gandharvas were born next. Cows were born from Brahma's stomach, and horses, elephants, donkeys, deer, camels, and mules from his feet. Herbs and trees emerged from Brahma's body hair. These the demons. Danu's offspring were other demons, Kashtha's children horses, Arishtha's gandharvas, Suras's demons, Ila's offspring trees and herbs, Munis the Apsaras, Krodavishas ghosts, Tamras birds, Surbis cattle, Saramas wild animals and Timis marine creatures. The Kurum Purana itself refers to this alternative account subsequently. To return to the present account of the Kurum Purana, Brahma thereafter divided his body into two. One half was male and was called Svayabhuva Manu. The remaining half was female and was called Kshatrupa. Manu and Kshatrupa married and had 2 sons and 2 daughters. The sons were named Priyavrata and Uttanapada and the daughters were named Prasyuti and Akuti. Since all humans are Manu's descendants, they are known as Manava. Prasyuti married Daksha and they had 24 daughters. 13 of the 24 daughters were married to Brahma's son Dharma. Of the remaining 11, Khyati was married to Bhrigu, Sathi to Shiva, Samhuti to Marishi, Smriti to Angara, Priti to Pulasudhya, Kshama to Pulaha, Sunati to Kratu, Ansuya to Atrai, Urjaya to Vashishtha, Svaha to the fire god Agni and Svadha to the ancestors. Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. The gods and the sages told Vishnu, "We are getting a bit confused. You have told us that Brahma emerged from Vishnu's body. And yet you have also told us how Brahma was born inside a golden egg. Which of these is the correct account? Then again, you have told us that Shiva was born from one of Brahma's tears. But we have sometimes heard otherwise. Which is right? Please remove this confusion." "There is no confusion," replied Vishnu. "Let me explain it for you. Brahma was born from the golden egg right at the beginning, at the time of the original creation. But at the end of every kalpa there is a minor destruction when all living beings other than Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva die. When the destruction is over, creation has to start afresh. At the end of the last kalpa, there was water everywhere in the universe. The heaven, the earth, and the underworld, were all flooded with water. There were no gods and no sages. Only the great Vishnu slept on the water. He had 1,000 hoods, 1,000 eyes, 1,000 arms and 1,000 feet. This was his form of Ananta, the snake. While Vishnu thus slept on the water, a wonderful lotus sprouted from his navel. The lotus was gigantic and shone like the sun. Its fragrance spread in all directions. Brahma appeared inside the lotus. Since Padma means lotus and Yoni means place of birth, Brahma is also known as Padma Yoni. Brahma saw Vishnu sleeping on the water and woke him up. "Who are you?" asked Brahma. "I am Vishnu," replied Vishnu. "I am the origin of everything. That will be there in the universe is inside my body." "Is that really so?" asked Vishnu. "Let me see." Vishnu thereupon entered Brahma's body. He really found the 3 worlds, the gods, the demons, and the humans inside Brahma's stomach and was greatly surprised. He emerged from Brahma's mouth and told Brahma, "What I have seen inside your body is truly wonderful. But I too can show you many worlds inside my body. Please enter and see for yourself." It was now Brahma's turn to enter Vishnu's body. But when Brahma did this, he could find no end to Vishnu's stomach. It was true that there were many worlds inside Vishnu's body. However, Brahma could find no way of coming out from Vishnu's stomach. He finally started to emerge through Vishnu's navel, through the stalk of the lotus that was there. "How dare you try to confine me inside your body?" demanded Brahma, as soon as he managed to get out. "Please do not get angry," replied Vishnu. "I merely thought that I would play with you for a while. Otherwise, it is inconceivable that anyone should dare to confine the great Brahma. Please pardon me. And as a token of your pardon, please grant me the boon that henceforth, you will be known as my son. After all, you did emerge from a lotus that grew out of my navel." "Agreed," said Brahma. "Let us make peace. After all, there is no one else. We are the lords of everything, we are parts of the Brahman." "Please do not forget Shiva," responded Vishnu. "Your words will anger him and bring about your undoing." While the two were thus conversing, Shiva appeared on the scene. He had a third eye in the middle of his forehead and his hair was matted. A trident could be seen in his hand. "Who is this fellow?" asked Brahma. "He looks like an upstart." Vishnu calmed Brahma down. He also gave Brahma divine eyes so that Brahma could comprehend the true nature of Shiva. Brahma then started to pray to Shiva. Pleased with Brahma's prayers, Shiva agreed to grant Brahma a boon. "Please grant me the boon that you will be born as my son," said Brahma. Shiva agreed to do so and went away. Rudra. Brahma returned to his seat on the lotus flower. Suddenly, two demons named Madhu and Kaitaba appeared. They were exceedingly strong and threatened to destroy everything that Brahma would create. Brahma therefore requested Vishnu to kill these two demons. Vishnu created two beings from his own body and these two beings killed the demons. From their bodies formed the earth. That is the reason why the earth is known as Medini. After Madhu and Kaitaba had been killed, Brahma could start to create. He first created, through his mental powers, the sons whose names have earlier been mentioned. Since Shiva had promised that he would be born as Brahma's son, Brahma decided to perform tapasya so as to accomplish this. He prayed for many years, but nothing happened. In utter frustration, Brahma began to cry. The ghosts were born from these tears. Brahma was so disgusted at having created these awful creatures, that he committed suicide. It was then that Shiva was born from Brahma's mouth and Brahma revived. The baby started to cry as soon as he was born. "Don't cry," said Brahma. "Since you cried when you were born, you will be known as Rudra." In addition to Rudra, Brahma gave the boy the names Bhuva, Sarva, Ishana, Pashupati, Bhima, Ugra, and Mahadeva. In these 8 different forms, Shiva was to live in the sun, the water, the sky, the fire, the wind, the trees, the bodies of Brahmanas and the moon. Parvati's 1,000 names. Shiva was married to Daksha's daughter Sati. Sati died and was reborn as Parvati, the daughter of Himalaya and his wife Meena. Parvati was married to Shiva. In fact, Himalaya and Meena prayed so that they might have the goddess as their daughter. Pleased with their prayers, the goddess arrived before Himalaya and Meena and showed them her divine form. She also promised them that she would be born as their daughter. There were 1,000 names of the goddess that Himalaya recited in the course of his prayers. These names are as follows. For convenience, we have reproduced them in groups of 10 names each. Shiva, Uma, Paramashakti, Ananta, Nishkala, Amla, Shanta, Maheshvari, Nitya, Shashvati. Paramukshara, Achintya, Kevala, Shivatma, Paramatma, Anadi, Avyaya, Shuddha, Devatma, Sarvaga. Echla, Eka, Anakavibhagastha, Mayatita, Sunirmala, Mahamaheshvari, Satya, Mahadeve, Niranjana, Kashtha. Sarvantarastha, Chitshakti, Atilalasa, Nanda, Sarvatmika, Vidya, Jyotirupa Amrita, Akshara, Shanti. Sarvapradishtha, Nvrti, Amritaprada. Vyomamurthy, Vyomalaya, Vyomadhara, Achyuta, Amara, Andanadhana, Amoga. Karanatma, Kalakula, Svataprthamaha, Amritanabhai, Atmasamshreya, Pranchvarapraya, Mata, Mahamahishagatini, Pranarupa, Pradhanapurushaishvari. Sarvashakti, Kalakara, Jyotsana, Sarvakaryani Yantri, Sarvabhudishvari, Samsarayani, Sakala, Sarvashaktisamadbhava, Samsarapota, Duravara. Durnirikshya, Durasata, Pranashakti, Pranavidya, Yogini, Paramakala, Mahabhuti, Durdarsha, Malaprakritid Samhava. Anadi Anantavidava, Paramagapakarshini, Svargasthityantarkarani, Syujurvakya, Duratyaya, Shabdayoni, Shabdamayi, Nadakya, Nadvigraha, Anadi. Avyaktaguna, Mahanada, Sanatani, Akashayoni, Yogastha, Mahiyogeshvarishvari, Mahamaya, Syudushpara, Mula Prakriti, Ishvari. Pradhana Purushatita, Pradhana Purushatmika, Purana, Chinmayi, Adi Purusharapini, Bhutantavastha, Kutastha, Maha Purushasam Jainita, Janmamrtyojaratita, Sarvashaktisamanvita. Vyapanai, Anavakina, Pradhananupravshanan, Kshitra Janashakti, Avyaktalakshana, Malavarjajita, Anadimayasambina, Prakritigraha, Mahamayasamutpana, Tamasi. Purushi, Dhyuva, Vyaktatmika, Krishna, Avyaktatmika, Rakta, Shukla, Prasyudika, Akarya, Karyajanani. Nityaprasavad Harmani, Sargapralayanirmukta, Srishtasthityantad Harmani, Brahmagarbha, Shaturvimsha, Padmanabha, Akiudatmika, Vedayuti, Shashvati, Yanai. Jaganmata, Ishvarapraya, Sarvadhara, Maharupa, Sarvaishariasamanita, Vishvarupa, Mahagarbha, Vishvshekhanuvartini, Malayasi, Brahmayani. Mahalakshmisamudbhava, Mahavimanamadhyastha, Mahanidra, Atmahituka, Sarvasadharani, Sukshma, Avidya, Paramarthaki, Anantarupa, Anantastha. Purushamahini, Devi, Anakakare Samsthana, Kalatrayavivarjita, Brahmajanma, Harimurthy, Brahmakya, Brahma Vishnu Shivatmika, Brahmeshe Vishnu Janani, Brahma Samshraya. Vyakta, Prathamaha, Brahmai, Mahadi, Brahmarapini. Varajyaishvaryad Harmitma. Brahmamurti, Hridisthita, Apamayani, Svayamhudi. Mansi, Tatvasamhava, Ishvarani, Sarvani, Shankaradasharirani, Bhavani, Rudrani, Mahalakshmi, Ambika, Maheshvarasamadpana. Buddhamutafalaprada, Sarvishvari, Sarvavandhya, Nidamuditamanasa, Brahmendropendranmata, Shankarakhanuvartini, Ishvaradasanagata, Maheshvarapadavrata, Sacred Vibhata, Sarvarta Samadraparishoshini. Parvati, Himavat Putri, Paramanadadini, Gunadhaya, Yogaja, Yajya, Jainanamurti, Vikashini, Savatri, Kamala. Lakshmi, Sri, Anantavakshasthalasthita, Sarojanalaya, Gunga, Yoganidra, Asurardini Sarasvati, Sarvavidya, Jagajvayashtha. Sumangala, Vugdevi Varda, Avakyakirti, Sarvarthasadhika, Yogishvari, Brahmavidya, Mahavidya, Sushobna. Guhyavidya, Atmavidya, Dharmavidya Atmabhavita, Svaha, Vishvamhara, Sthi, Svadha, Meda, Dhriti. Shruti, Nidhi, Suniti, Sukriti, Madhvi, Naravahini, Pujya, Vibhavati, Samya, Bhagina. Bhagasayani, Shobha, Vamshakari, Lola, Manini, Paramishthanai, Trailakya Ramaya, Sundari, Kamakarani. Mahanabhava, Satvastha, Mahamahishamardani, Padmamala, Papahara, Vishitramalkyatangata, Kanta, Chitramabaradhara, Divyabharana Bhushita. Hamsakya, Vyomanalaya, Jagasrishtivivardini, Nayantri, Yantramadhyastha, Nandini, Budrukalika, Adityavarna, Kumari. Mayuravaravahana, Vrishazanagata, Gauri, Mahakali, Sararchita, Udti, Nayata, Raudri, Padmagarbhavivahana. Virapakshi, Lelihana, Mahajravinashani, Mahafala, Anavadyanji, Kamarupa, Vibhavari, Kaushiki, Vishitraratnamukita, Pranatarti Prabhanjani. Karshani, Ratri, Tridashartivanashani, Vahurapa, Virapa, Sarupa, Rupavarjita, Bhaktartishamani, Bhavya, Bhavitapavinashani. Nirguna, Nityavibhava, Nisara, Narapatrapa, Tapasvini, Samajitai, Bhavankanalaялaya, Diksha, Vidyadhari, Dipta. Mainandraranipatini, Sarvadishayani, Vidya, Sarvasidhipradiyani, Sarvishvarapraya, Tarkshi, Samadrantaravasini, Akalanka, Niradhar. Nityashadat, Niramaya, Kamadanu, Vrihajarba, Dhimati, Mohanashinai, Nisankalpat, Naratanxa, Vinya. Vinyapriya, Jaivalamalasah Hazradhaya, Devadevi, Manomai, Mahabhagavati, Bhaga, Vasudavasamudbhava, Mahendrapendrabhagini. Bhaktigumya, Paravara, Jainanajaniya, Jaratita, Vedanta Vishaya, Gati, Dakshina, Dahana, Danta, Sarvabhutanamaskrita. Yoganmaya, Vibhagajana, Mahamaha, Guriyasi, Sandhyat, Brahmavidyashraya, Vihankarasamudbhuti, Mahashakti, Mahamati, Keshanti. Prajna, Chiti, Samvit, Mahabhajendrashayanai, Vikriti, Shankari, Shanti, Ganagandarvasavita, Vaishvanari, Mahashala. Devasena, Kuhapriya, Maharatrai, Shivananda, Shachi, Dusvapnanashanai, Ijya, Puchyat, Jagadatrai, Duravinya. Serpanai, Guhalvika, Ganatpati, Mahapatha, Marutsuda, Havyavahantaragati, Havyavahasamudbhava, Jagadayanai, Jaganmata, Janmamritayojaradiga. Vati, Mahavadhimati, Purushantaravasini, Tarasvini, Samadhistha, Trinetra, Divisamsthita, Sarvandra Yamanamata, Sarvabhudaradisthita, Samsaratarani. Satvashudhakari, Shuddhi, Malatrayavinashanai, Jagatpriya, Jaganmurthy, Trimurti, Amriteshraya, Narashraya, Nirahara, Narankashapadadbhava. Sarupat, Bhavini, Harini, Prabhat, Unmilani, Sarvasaha, Sarvapratya Yasakshinai, Susumayat, Chandrabdanat, Tandava Saktamanasa. Satavashudhakari, Shuddhi, Malatrayavinashanai, Jagatpriya, Jaganmurthy, Trimurti, Amritashya, Narashraya, Nirahara, Narankashapadadbhava. Chakrastat, Vyochitranji, Sragvini, Padmadharini, Paravaravianajana, Mahapishapurvaha, Vishvarapriya, Vidyut, Vyadayojahiva, Jitashrama. Vidyamai, Sahasrakshi, Sahasravidanat Maha, Sahasararashmi, Satvastha, Maheshvarapadashraya, Keshalinai, Mrinmayi, Vyapta, Padmavadhika. Tejasi, Mahamayashraya, Manya, Mahadavamanayarama, Vyalmalakshmi, Simharata, Kikaitana, Amitaprabha, Vireshvari, Vimanastha. Vishoka, Shokanashinai, Anahata, Kundalini, Nalini, Padmavasanai, Sudananda, Sadakriti, Vagdevata, Sarvabhutashrayasthita. Brahmakala, Vishnushivigraja, Paragati, Keshabhika, Bandhika, Bedayat, Bedabhedavivarjita, Kalalita, Kalarani. Brahmasri, Brahmaradaya, Vyomashakti, Kriyashakti, Jamashakti, Abhina, Vinasamsthana, Vashanai, Vamshakarani, Guyashakti. Gunatita, Sarveda, Sarvedamukai, Bhagini, Bhagavatpatni, Sakala, Kalakarani, Sarvavit, Sarvedobhadra. Guyadita, Kuharani, Prakriyat, Yogamata, Gunga, Vishvsharishvari, Kapala, Akapala, Kanta, Kamalabha. Kalantara, Punya, Pushkarani, Bhaktri, Puranadara Purasara, Pashani, Parameshvari Abhudita, Bhutibhushana, Panchabrahmasamadpati. Paramarthavigraha, Dharmodaya, Banumti, Yogajaniya, Manojava, Manorma, Manaraska, Tupsi, Vadarupini, Vedashakti. Vedamata, Vedavidya Prakashanai, Yochvarishvari, Mata, Mahashakti, Manomai, Vyanmurti, Vyadai Unmala, Vihayasi. Kinari, Surbi, Vidyat, Nandini, Nandivolabha, Bharatai, Paramananda, Paraparavibhidika, Sarvapraharanapata, Kamaya. Kameshvarishvari, Achintya, Anantavibhava, Buleka, Kanakprabha, Kushmandi, Dhanaratnadhaya, Sugandha, Gandhadayanai, Trivikramapadad Buddha. Dhanishpani, Shivodaya, Sujar Labla, Dhanad Hyaksha, Dunya, Pingalalakana, Shanti, Prabhavati, Deepti, Pankajayadalakana. Adya, Hridamalad Buddha, Gamata, Ranapriya, Satkriya, Girisha, Shuddhi, Nityapushta, Narantara, Durga. Katyayani, Chandi, Charikatanga, Suvigraha, Hiranyavarna, Jugti, Jagati Antrapravartika, Sarada, Mandaradranivasa, Svarnamalini. Ratnamala, Ratnagarbha, Pushti, Vishvapramathani, Padmanana, Padmaniba, Nityatushta, Amritadbhava, Dunvati, Dushprakampa. Suryamata, Drishadvati, Mahendrabhagini, Samya, Varenya, Varadayaka, Kalyani, Kamalavasa, Panchakuta, Varaprada. Vachya, Amareshvari, Vandhya, Durjaya, Durati Krama, Kalaratri, Mahabega, Virbhadrapriya, Hita, Bhadrakalai. Jaganmata, Bhaktamangaladayani, Kerala, Pingalakara, Kamabeda, Mahasvana, Yashasvini, Yashoda, Shadadvaparivartika, Shankani. Padmini, Sankhya, Samkhyaagapravartika, Chatra, Samvatsararada, Jagat Samparana, Indrajat, Shumhari, Kachari, Kastha. Kambargriva, Kalipriya, Kagadvaha, Kagarada, Varaha, Pagamalini, Aishvari Upadmanalaya, Virikta, Garudasana, Jayanti. Hrijuhagamaya, Shankarshtaganagrani, Samyastha, Sankalpasiddha, Sarvavijanandayani, Kalakalkavi Hantrui, Goyanpanishadadama, Nishtha, Drishti. Smriti, Vyapi, Pushti, Tushti, Kriyavati, Vishvamarishvasreshana, Buddhi, Mukti, Shiva, Amrita. Lohita Sarpamala, Bisani, Naramalini, Anantashayana, Ananta, Naranarayanodbhava, Anrazimi, Datyamathani, Shankakakragadadhara, Umbika. Sankarshanaisamutpati, Pudasamshrava, Mahajvala, Mahabhuti, Sumurti, Sarvakamadhyuka, Suprabha, Sistani, Sauri, Dharmakamarthamakshata. Baitramadhyanalaya, Purva, Purana Purusharani, Mahavibhudita, Madhya, Sarojanayana, Sama, Anathya, Nilat Baladalaprabha, Asthata Shavuja. Sarvashaktiyazainarada, Dermadharme Vivarjita, Varajyajanananarada, Niraloka, Nirindriya, Vishitragahanadhara, Shvashvatasthanavasini, Sthanjvari, Narayanda, Trishilavardharini. Ashashatavadamurti, Devatavaradavada, Ganambika, Jiraputri, Nishamhavanipatini, Avarna, Varnarahita, Trivarna, Jivasamhava, Anantavarna. Ananiastha, Shankari, Shantamanasa, Agatra, Gomathi, Goptri, Govi Arapa, Ganatara, Go, Jaya. Govyapriya, Gauni, Ganjvarana Maskrita, Satyabhama, Satyazandha, Trisandhya, Sandhivarjita, Sarvavadashraya, Samkhya, Samkhya Asamkhya, Apramayakya, Shanya, Sudakuladbhava, Vindunadasamadpati, Shambhuvasa, Shishiprabha, Pishanga, Badarahita, Manojna. Madhusudani, Mahasri, Srizamutapati, Tamapir Pradeshthita, Tritatvamata, Trividha, Susukshmapada Shantutita, Malatita, Nirvakara. Narashraya, Shivakya, Chitnalaya, Kashyapai, Shivahanas Varapini, Daityadanavanir Mukhai, Kalakarnika, Shastrayani, Kriyamurti, Chitravargapradarshika. Narayani, Narad Buddha, Kamudi, Lingadharini, Karmuki, Kulata, Bhava, Paravaravibhudita, Vadeva, Paradajita Mahima. Vimalakana, Subhadra, Devki, Siddha, Manasvini, Vedavdanjaparaga, Menumata, Mahamani Usamundbhava, Amanyu, Amritasvada. Purahuta, Purushatuta, Ashauchya, Ben Navashaya, Hiranyarajatapriya, Hiranyarajani, Himai, Himabharanabhushita, Vibhitrajamana, Durjania. Chidishtomaphilaprata, Manadrasamudpayadai, Anadra, Siddhyadavata, Durga, Kakudmanai, Hridaya, Shantita, Shantavardini, Lakshayadashaktijanani. Shaktichakrapravartika, Trishaktijanani, Janya, Shadharmaparivarjita, Sudama, Karmakarani, Yogantadahanatmaka, Sankarshinai, Jagadatri, Kamayoni. Kiritini, Indri, Trailokinamita, Vaishnavi, Parameshvari, Pradyumnathayitha, Datri, Yogamadrishti, Trilochna, Madatkata. Hamsagati, Prachanda, Shandavikrama, Vrishavsha, Vishyanmatra, Vindhyaparvatavasini, Himavan Marunalaya, Kailasajaravasani, Shanurahan Tritanaya, Nidijana. Kamarapini, Vedabdaya, Vratasnada, Brahmashlanivasani, Verbhadrapraja, Vira, Siddha, Mahakamasamudbhava, Vidyanadharanarakriti. Apyayani, Haranti, Pavani, Pashani, Kala, Matrika, Manmadadbhuta, Varijat, Vahanapraya, Sudha. Karashinai, Vana, Vanavadanadatpara, Sevada, Sevika, Savaya, Garudatmatai, Arundhati, Hiranyakshi. Mrigakshi, Manadayanai, Vasuprada, Vasumti, Vasudhara, Vasundhara, Dharadhara, Vararoha, Karacharasasrita, Srivala. Shrimti, Shrishat, Srinivasa, Shivapriya, Sridhari, Srikari, Kalia, Sridharardasharirani, Anantadrishti, Akshudra. Datrisha, Dhanadapriya, Datyazamuhani Yantri, Simika, Simhavahana, Suvarchala, Sushranai, Sukirti, Chinasamshaya, Razajana. Rasada, Rama, Lelihana, Amritas Rava, Nididata, Svayamjyata, Utsuka, Mridajivani, Vajratanda, Vajrajava. Mangalya, Mangala, Mala, Nirmala, Malaharini, Gandharvi, Garude, Chandri, Kambalashvatarapraya, Saudamini. Jainananda, Bhitrakudakudalanana, Karnakarakara, Kakshya, Kamsapranapaharini, Yugandhara, Yugavarta, Trisandhaya, Harshavardini, Pratyakshadavata. Divya, Divyagandadavasana, Shakrasanagata, Shukri, Sathya, Karusharasana, Ishta, Vishishta, Shishtishta, Shishtashishtaprapujita. Shatrupa, Shatavarta, Vinata, Surbi, Sura, Surendramata, Suyudayamna, Sushumna, Suryasamsthita, Samiksha. Satpradishtha, Nvrti, Jainanaparaga, Dharmashastrarthakushala, Dharmajana, Dharmavahana, Dharmadharmavanirmatri, Dharmakamangalaprata, Dharmamayi, Dharmashakti. Vidharma, Vishvadharmini, Dharmanthara, Dharmamayi, Dharmapurv, Dhanavaha, Dharmopagestri, Dharmakshat, Dharmagamya, Dharadhara. Mahadeva Kazakshini, Sadashiva, Vishainmurti, Vedamurthy, Amurtika, Parameshvari, Shobha, Vishala, Prasanavadana, Hrishtatma. This completes the list of the 1000 names given to the goddess. Although Himalaya had used 1008 names in the course of his prayers, 10 of these names are missing in the list. You will also have noticed that a few of the names occur more than once. The line of Uttanapada. It is hoped that you have not forgotten that Svayambhuva Manu and his wife Shatrupa had a son named Uttanapada. Uttanapada's brother was Priyavarta. Dhruva was Uttanapada's son. Dhruva was so devoted to Vishnu that Vishnu earmarked for him a place in the heaven known as Dhruvaloka. Also in Uttanapada's line was born Chakshusha. He became a Manu. In Chakshusha Manu's line was born Vina, and Vina's son was Prithu. Prithu milked the earth and obtained food grains on which people can survive. That is the reason why the earth is known as Prithivi. Prithu's son was Shikandi and Shikandi's son was Sushila. Sushila was a very religious person. He faithfully studied the Vedas and visited several places of pilgrimage. His travels eventually brought him to the Himalayas, through which the sacred river Mandakini flowed. Near the banks of the river was a beautiful hermitage. It was there that Sushila began to pray to Shiva. While Sushila was thus praying, a sage named Shvetashvatara arrived. The sage's body was lean with tapasya and he was smeared with ashes. Sushila finished praying to Shiva and worshipped the sage. "I am indeed fortunate that I have met you," he told Shvetashvatara. "Please make me your disciple and teach me all that there is to know." The sage agreed. He taught Sushila and several other disciples the knowledge of the Shastras. Shikandi had a brother named Havardhana. Havardhana's son was Prakanavari. He married Savarna, the daughter of the ocean, and had 10 sons. These sons were known as the Prachetas. The Prachetas were devoted to Vishnu and prayed to Vishnu for several years. All 10 Prachetas married Marisha and Daksha was born as a result of this marriage. It was this Daksha who had earlier been born as Brahma's son. Because he quarreled with Shiva, Shiva cursed Daksha that he would be born as the son of the Prachetas. "Tell us the story of Daksha," the sages requested Lomaharshana. Daksha's story. Daksha was Brahma's son and had a daughter named Sati. Sati was married to Shiva. Daksha was thus Shiva's father-in-law. Once Daksha came to visit his son-in-law. But although Shiva worshipped him with all due respect, Daksha felt that he had been slighted. Subsequently, when Sati went to visit her father, Daksha severely reprimanded her. "Your husband is worse than useless," he told his daughter. "My other sons-in-law are far superior to him. You are not welcome in my house. Return to your worthless husband." Sati could not bear to hear this abuse of her husband and immolated herself. She was later born as Parvati, the daughter of Himavana, and married Shiva again. Shiva was furious to learn that Sati had died. He visited Daksha and cursed him that he would be born on earth as the son of a Kshatriya. It was thus that Daksha had been born as the son of the Prachetas. To return to the account of the Kurum Purana, the Daksha, who was the son of the Prachetas, organized a yajna. All the gods and sages were invited to the ceremony. But as a result of Daksha's earlier enmity with his son-in-law, Shiva was not invited. There was a sage named Dudhichi who protested at this slight to Shiva. "How can you have a religious ceremony without inviting Shiva?" he told Daksha. "Shiva is a worthless fellow," replied Daksha. "He is not fit to be worshipped together with the other gods. He wears skulls and destroys all that is created. How can he be treated as an equal of the great Vishnu, the preserver of all that one can see? My yajna is dedicated to Vishnu. It is not meant for the likes of Shiva." Dudhichi tried to persuade Daksha that Shiva should not be ignored, but Daksha was in no mood to listen. Dudhichi refused to take part in such a yajna and assured Daksha that his ceremony would not be successfully completed. He also cursed the other sages, who had sided with Daksha, that they would go to hell and would deviate from the path laid down in the Vedas. Daksha went ahead with his yajna. The other gods, including Vishnu, came to attend the ceremony. Meanwhile, Parvati got to know about the yajna and told Shiva, "How can there be a ceremony at which you are not invited? Although Daksha used to be my father in my earlier life, this evil act of his should not be condoned. Please destroy the ceremony." Because of Parvati's bidding, Shiva created a demon named Veerbhadra. Veerbhadra had 1,000 heads, 1,000 feet, 1,000 eyes and 1,000 arms. His body shone with radiance like the sun at the time of destruction. The 1,000 arms held all sorts of weapons in them. "What are my orders?" Veerbhadra asked Shiva. "Go and destroy Daksha's yajna," was the reply. Veerbhadra ascended a bull and set out for Daksha's house. He created thousands and thousands of demons who would aid him in the task of destruction. These demons were armed with spears, tridents, maces, clubs and stones. Parvati also created a goddess named Bhadrakali who would help Veerbhadra. This strange army arrived at the place where the yajna was being held and said, "We are Shiva's followers. We have come to receive Shiva's share of the offerings." "No offerings have been earmarked for Shiva," replied the gods and the sages. "He has not even been invited to the sacrifice." These words angered Virabhadra and he began his task of destruction. His companions uprooted the scaffoldings that had been erected on the occasion of the sacrifice. The sacrificial horse was flung into the waters of the river Ganga. That was being performed on the banks of the river Ganga. Virabhadra caught hold of Bhaga and tore out his eyes. He smashed the teeth of the god Pusha. As for the moon god Chandra, Virabhadra gave him a resounding kick and sent him reeling. The fire god Agni had his arms and tongue sliced off by Virabhadra's companions. The sages were kicked and boxed. Vishnu himself came to intervene and Virabhadra began to fight with Vishnu. Vishnu has a wonderful weapon named Sudarshana Chakra and he hurled this at Virabhadra. But Virabhadra easily repelled this weapon with his arrows. Vishnu is carried by Garuda, king of the birds. Garuda attacked Virabhadra, but so fierce was Virabhadra, that Garuda had to flee. The entire universe marveled to see that Virabhadra could thus vanquish Vishnu and Garuda. Brahma now arrived and sought to put an end to the fighting. He started to pray to Shiva and Parvati arrived on the scene. The assembled gods and sages also began to pray to Shiva and Parvati. Parvati was moved to pity by these prayers. "These gods and sages have now sought refuge with you," she told Shiva. "Please pardon them their sins." "Agreed," replied Shiva. "You have my blessings now. But please remember that one cannot have a religious ceremony without I being worshipped." The gods and the sages realized that Shiva was no different from Vishnu. They were really one and the same, different manifestations of the same universal force. When Daksha had earlier been born as the son of Brahma, he had married Asikli, the daughter of Virana. Daksha and Asikli had 1,000 sons. But the sage Narada had persuaded these sons to become hermits, disinterested in worldly pursuits. To return to the account of Kurum Purana, Daksha and Asikli had 60 daughters had been married to Dharma, Brahma's son. The 10 daughters who had been married to Dharma were Marutvati, Vasu, Yami, Lamba, Banu, Arundhati, Sankalpa, Muhurta, Sathya and Vishva. Vishva's sons were the gods known as the Vishvadevas, Sathya's sons the gods known as the Sathyas, Marutvati's sons the gods known as the Banus. Muhurta gave birth to time, Lamba to cattle, Yami to snakes, Arundhati to all the objects on earth and Sankalpa to resolution. 13 of Daksha's daughters had been married to the sage Kashyapa. Their names were Utti, Dithi, Arishta, Danu, Surasa, Keza, Surbi, Vinata, Tamra, Kradavisha, Ira, Kadru, and Muni. 12 gods known as the Adityas were born as the sons of Utti. Their names were Amsha, Jhada, Bhaga, Tivashta, Mitra, Varuna, Aryama, Vivasvana, Suvita, Pusha, Amshamana and Vishnu. Danu's sons were demons. Chief among them were Tara, Shambhara, Kapila, Shankara, Svarbhanu, and Vrishaparva. Surasa gave birth to the Gandharvas. Aristha's sons were thousands and thousands of snakes. Kadru's sons were also snakes. Tamra's daughters were the ancestors of the birds. Surbi gave birth to cows and buffaloes and Ira to trees and herbs. Keza was the mother of Yakshas, Muni of Apsaras and Kradavisha of Rakshasas. Vinata had 2 sons named Garuda and Aruna. These 2 sons performed very difficult tapasya. Garuda pleased Vishnu and obtained the boon that he would carry Vishnu around. Aruna pleased Shiva and obtained the boon that he would become the sun's charioteer. This leaves Dithi. She had 2 sons named Hiranyakashipu and Hiranyaksha. These 2 sons were demons and their children came to be known as the Daityas. Hiranyakashipu was elder to Hiranyaksha. Hiranyakashipu pleased Brahma through his prayers. As a result of the boon that he received from Brahma, he became invisible and started to oppress the world. He drove the gods out of heaven. The gods and the sages went to Brahma to persuade him to do something about Hiranyakashipu. "I cannot really help you," said Brahma. "Go to the northern shores of the great ocean and pray to Vishnu there. I will accompany you. It is Vishnu alone who can find a solution." Brahma led the gods and the sages to the shores of the great ocean and started to pray to Vishnu there. Vishnu appeared before them. "Why have all of you come here?" he asked. "What do you want?" "It is Hiranyakashipu," replied the gods and the sages. "He is oppressing the world thanks to a boon received from Brahma. Because of the boon, he can only be killed by you. Please kill him and save the universe." Vishnu created a being out of his body. This being was as gigantic as Mount Sumeru and held a lotus, a conch shell and a mace in his hands. "Go and kill Hiranyakashipu," Vishnu instructed the being. The being thereupon ascended Garuda and left for Hiranyakashipu's capital. His roars made the ramparts of the city quake. Hiranyakashipu had 4 sons named Prahlada, Anareta, Samitrita, and Hreta. Accompanied by Hiranyakashipu's demon soldiers, these 4 sons came out to fight with the being easily repelled all of these. The 4 princes then unleashed divine weapons on the being. Prahlada used Brahmastra, Anareta Vaishnavastra, Samitrita Kumarastra, and Hreta Agniastra. But these divine weapons could do the wonderful being no harm. He merely picked up the princes and flung them far away. On seeing that his sons had thus been disposed of, Hiranyakashipu came to fight. He gave the being a resounding kick on his chest and the creature fled in pain to Vishnu. Vishnu now realized that he would have to take care of Hiranyakashipu himself. He adopted the form of a being who was a half man and half lion. Since Nara means man and Singha means lion, this came to be known as the Narasimha incarnation of Vishnu. "Go and kill this peculiar creature," Hiranyakashipu instructed Prahlada. Prahlada and his brothers tried to fight with Vishnu, but were defeated easily. Hiranyakashipu now sent his brother Hiranyakasha to fight. Hiranyakasha used several weapons on Vishnu, including the diving weapon known as Pashupata. But these weapons could do Vishnu no harm. Meanwhile, Prahlada had realized that this being could be none other than Vishnu. He started to pray to Vishnu. He requested his brothers, uncle, and father not to fight with Vishnu. Vishnu smote Hiranyakashipu's chest with his claws and thereby killed him. He also killed Anareta, Samitrita, and Hreta. Incarnation. It was Hiranyakasha's death that led to Hiranyakashipu's hatred of Vishnu. There is thus some variance between this more common account and that related by the Kuram Purana. Hiranyaksha. After Hiranyakashipu died, Hiranyaksha became the king of the demons. Hiranyaksha promptly began to oppress the world. He defeated the gods and drove them out of heaven. He also took the earth down to the underworld. The gods again went to Brahma in search of a solution and Brahma took them to Vishnu. They prayed to Vishnu so that Hiranyaksha might be killed. Vishnu adopted the form of a boar and killed Hiranyaksha. He also raised the earth up to its rightful place. When Hiranyaksha was killed, Prahlada became the king of demons. Initially, he ruled well. He worshipped Vishnu and performed yajanas. The kingdom thrived and prospered. But on one occasion, Prahlada forgot to worship a Brahmana through inadvertence. The Brahmana was furious as he thought that Prahlada had done this knowingly. "You have dared to ignore me because you think that you are blessed by Vishnu," said the Brahmana. "I curse you that you will forget all about Vishnu. Your delusions will make you fight with Vishnu and you will lose all your powers." As a result of the Brahmana's curse, Prahlada deviated from the righteous path. He ignored the Brahmanas and the Vedas. He desired to have revenge on Vishnu for having killed his father and uncle. Prahlada fought a long and bitter war with Vishnu. When he was eventually defeated by Vishnu, he realized the folly of his evil ways and sought refuge with Vishnu. After Prahlada's death, Hiranyaksha's son Andhaka became the king of the demons. A digression on Gautama. Many years ago, there was a terrible drought on earth. There was no food to be had and famine prevailed. There were several sages who lived in the forest, and they too suffered from a lack of food. Gautama was a very powerful sage and he had a hermitage in the forest. Such were the powers that Gautama had that it never stopped raining in his hermitage. There was no famine there and plenty of food was to be had. The other sages therefore went to Gautama's hermitage and begged him to provide them with food and shelter. This request Gautama readily agreed to, and the sages lived there happily. After 12 years had passed, it began to rain again. The drought had passed and food grains started to grow. The sages now begged their leave of Gautama. "Stay for a few more days," said Gautama. "Be my guests and bless my household." The sages tarried, but they were jealous of Gautama and his powers. They therefore plotted to bring about Gautama's downfall. With their own powers, they created a black calf. This calf was nothing but an illusion. But having created it, the sages sent it to Gautama. Gautama found the calf wandering around and decided to take it to his cowshed. But as soon as he touched the calf seemed to die. All this was because of the illusion, but Gautama did not know this. He was thunderstruck at having killed a cow. "You are evil, you have killed a cow," the sages told Gautama. "It would be a sin to remain as your guest. We are leaving." By then, Gautama had got to know that the calf had been an illusion. He was extremely angry with the sages and cursed them, "Because you have been evil, you have deviated from the path laid down by the Vedas. You will rot in hell and will have to be born several times to be freed of your sins." The sages started to pray to Vishnu and Shiva. They wished that their sins might be cleansed. "What shall we do with these sages?" Shiva asked Vishnu. "Shall we pardon them? They are praying for deliverance." "Never," replied Vishnu. "Those who do not follow what is laid down in the Vedas will surely rot in hell. But since they are not permitted to follow the sacred Shastras, let us compose some other Shastras for them. They will follow those evil Shastras, rot in hell and be born on earth several times. That is their penance." To delude the sages, Shiva himself pretended to be a great religious teacher. He preached evil ways and the stupid Brahmanas began to follow what he preached. And Haka. While Shiva was gone, he left his companion Nandi to look after his household. He also gave Vishnu the overall responsibility of ensuring that all was well with Parvati and the gods and the sages. Realizing that Shiva was away, and Haka thought that this was the opportune moment for abducting Parvati. He found that Nandi stood guard at the entrance to Shiva's house and began to fight with Nandi. Nandi struck Haka on the chest with a trident. This angered Haka and he created 1,000 other demons who were just like him in appearance. This army of demons defeated Nandi and the gods. Nandi did not know what to do and started to pray to Vishnu. Vishnu created some goddesses from his body and these goddesses killed the demon soldiers. And Haka also fled. After 12 years had passed, Shiva returned and learnt what had transpired. By then, Haka had recovered and he returned, determined in his bid to abduct Parvati. Both Shiva and Vishnu started to fight with Haka's army. Vishnu told Shiva, "Kill this demon. No one but you can kill Haka. Please kill the demon and deliver the universe." Shiva pierced Haka's chest with a trident. He held the trident aloft, with Haka transfixed to one of its prongs. And with his trident held aloft, Shiva began to dance. But all the evil had deserted Haka's body and mind as soon as he had been pierced by Shiva's trident. He started to pray to Shiva. These prayers pleased Shiva. He lowered the trident and told Haka, "I am pleased with your prayers. My companions are known as the Ganas. Stay by my side and be a Ganpati, that is, a lord over the Ganas. You will be Nandi's companion." Bali. With Haka thus taken care of, Prahlada's son Virochana became the king of the demons. He ruled his kingdom well. There was a sage named Sanatakumara who once went to visit Virochana. Virochana was delighted to see the sage and Sanatakumara instructed Virochana on the true nature of the universe. These teachings so impressed Virochana that he no longer had any desire to be a king. He went off to meditate, after having crowned his son, Bali, as the king of the demons. Bali was a good and righteous king. He ruled well and observed religious rites faithfully. But he defeated Indra and the other gods and won over heaven from them. Indra and the other gods started to pray to Vishnu for deliverance. The mother of all the gods was Utti, and she was despondent at seeing her children suffer thus. She too started to pray to Vishnu. Stirred by these prayers, Vishnu appeared before Utti. "What boon do you desire?" he asked. "Please grant me the boon that you will be born as my son," replied Utti. "And as my son, you will take care of Bali." Vishnu granted the boon and was born as Utti's son. As Utti's son, Vishnu studied the Vedas under the sage Bharadvaja. Meanwhile, Bali arranged a yajna and Vishnu came to attend the ceremony in the form of a dwarf. Bali was not going to refuse anything to anyone on the occasion of the sacrifice. As soon as he saw the dwarf, he worshipped him and said, "I am fortunate that you have come to attend my ceremony. Please tell me what I can do for you." "Grant me as much of land as can be covered in 3 of my footsteps," replied the dwarf. This boon Bali granted. The dwarf immediately assumed a gigantic form. With 1 footstep, Vishnu covered the entire earth. With the second, he covered the sky. And with the third and final footstep, he covered heaven. The entire universe is inside an egg, and outside the egg there is water. Vishnu's foot cracked the shell of the egg and some of the water that was outside poured in. This water began to flow through the sky and became the heavenly Ganga. Descending to earth is a separate story. The story of Ganga being born from Vishnu's body is given in the Brahmavaivarta Purana. Having traversed all the land that was available, Vishnu resumed his form of a dwarf. "You have now donated to me all the 3 worlds," he told Bali. "Where will you stay?" "I seek refuge with you," was Bali's answer. Vishnu then instructed Bali to go and live in the underworld. As for heaven, it was restored to Indra. This is the story of Vishnu's dwarf incarnation. Vana. Bali had 100 sons, the eldest among whom was Vana. Vana was devoted to Shiva. He was also extremely powerful. He defeated Indra and conquered the 3 worlds. Indra and the other gods went to Shiva. "Your devotee, Vana, is oppressing us," they told Shiva. "Please take care of him." Shiva took up a single arrow, and with this, he completely burnt up Vana city. When Vana city was being burnt up, Vana emerged and started to pray to Shiva's linga. Pleased at Vana's prayers, Shiva made Vana a Ganpati. Thus, Vana came to be Shiva's constant companion. The solar dynasty. The sun god, Vivasvana, was the son of Kashyapa and Utti. He had 4 wives, Samjana, Rajni, Prabha, and Chaya. Samjana's son was Vaivasvata Manu. Rajni's children were Yama, Yamuna, and Ravanta. Savarni, Shuni, Tupti, and Vishti were Chaya's children, and Prabha's son was Prabhata. Vaivasvata Manu had 9 sons. Their names were Ikshvaku, Nabhaga, Arishta, Karusha, and Prishadra. Manu also had a daughter named Ila, from whom the lunar dynasty originated. Ikshvaku's son was Vaikakshi, and this was the line of Kakutsta. In this line was born Rama, of Ramayana fame. The names of several kings of the solar dynasty are given. But these we will not reproduce, as they are merely a catalogue of names. The lunar dynasty. Buddha was the son of the moon god Chandra. Buddha married Ila and they had a son named Pururava. Pururava married the Apsara Urvashi and they had 6 sons. One of these sons was Au, and amongst Au's descendants was a king named Yayati. Yayati had 2 wives. The first was Devyani, daughter of Shukrakarya, the preceptor of the demons. The second wife was named Sharmishtha, and she was the daughter of Vrishaparva, the king of the Danavas. Yayati and Devyani had 2 sons, Yadu and Tersavua. Yayati and Sharmishtha had 3 sons, Druya, Anu, and Puru. When it became time for Yayati to retire to the forest, he gave Pura the bulk of the kingdom, and Pura's descendants came to be known as the Pauravas. Yadu was given some land towards the southwest, and his descendants were the Yadvas. Turvasa ruled to the southeast, Druya to the west, and Anu to the north. One of Yadu's descendants was the king Kritavirya, and Kritavirya's son became famous as Kartavirya Arjuna. He had 1,000 arms and was the most skilled of fighters. He eventually met his death at the hands of Parshurama. Kartavirya Arjuna had several hundred sons. But the 5 most important ones were Shura, Shurasena, Krishna, Drishna, and Jayadvaha. Jayadvaha was devoted to Vishnu, but his brothers were more inclined towards the worship of Shiva. The 4 brothers told Jayadvaha, "Stop worshipping Vishnu. Our father was a devotee of Shiva's, and it is our duty to follow the example set by our father. Let us worship Shiva." "It is my duty to worship Vishnu," replied Jayadvaha. "Vishnu is the Lord of everything, he is the preserver. How can I do otherwise?" The brothers debated about the virtues of worshipping Shiva vis-a-vis Vishnu, but could arrive at no consensus. They therefore decided to seek the advice of the 7 great sages, chief amongst whom was Vashistha. Vashishtha told the brothers, "One worships the god that one chooses. There are no rules in this regard. All gods yield the desired fruit, if properly worshipped. To the extent that there are rules, there are as follows. Kings worship Vishnu and Indra, Brahmanas worship Agni, Aditya, Brahma. And Shiva, the gods worship Vishnu, the demons worship Shiva, the Yakshas and Gandharvas worship Chandra, the sages worship Brahma and Shiva, and women worship Parvati. But for humans, the best way is to realize that Shiva is no different from Vishnu, and that Shiva and Vishnu should therefore be worshipped simultaneously." The Kuram Purana also gives the names of several kings belonging to the lunar dynasty. But these we will gloss over, as they are merely only a catalogue of names. Durjaya and Urvashi. There used to be a king named Durjaya. He was learned in the Shastras and a good king. His wife was a beautiful and good woman. One day, King Durjaya went to the banks of the river Kalindi. There he met the Apsara Urvashi and fell in love with her. He married Urvashi and lived with her for many years. After several years had passed, Durjaya remembered his kingdom and wife. He told Urvashi, "Please let me return to my home now." "Not yet, king," replied Urvashi. "Please stay with me for 1 more year." "I will return as soon as I have visited my kingdom," said Durjaya. "I promise you that I will not tarry there. Therefore, let me return. I will let you go on condition that you do not live as the husband of any other woman," replied Urvashi. Durjaya agreed to this condition and returned home. But because of the word that he had given Urvashi, he stayed away from his wife and did not venture near her. His wife tried to find out what the matter was, but Durjaya would not reply. Finally, the queen got to know what Durjaya had done and realized that her husband had committed a sin. He should not have married Urvashi while his wife was still alive. The queen therefore told Durjaya, "You have sinned. You must perform penance. That is the sort of action that befits a king, not this despondency that you have become addicted to." King Durjaya went and met the sage Kanva to ascertain what sort of penance should be performed for the sin that he had committed. Kanva advised him to go to the Himalayas and meditate. While Durjaya was going to the Himalayas, he met a Gandharv king. The Gandharv king wore a divine garland. Durjaya remembered Urvashi. He thought that the garland was a fitting adornment for no one but Urvashi. He began to fight with the Gandharv over the possession of the garland. Durjaya managed to defeat the Gandharv king and obtain the garland. He immediately hastened to banks of the river Kalindi, because he thought that he might find Urvashi there. But Urvashi was not to be found, and Durjaya roamed the world in search of her. Finally, Durjaya arrived in the region of Mount Sumeru. The lake Manasa is located there. And by the shores of the lake, Durjaya found Urvashi. He gave the Apsara the garland and lived happily with her for some time. After a few days had passed, Urvashi asked Durjaya, "King, please tell me what transpired when you went home." Durjaya thereupon told Urvashi about the conversation that he had with his wife and about what the sage Kanva had asked him to do. Urvashi was alarmed when she heard the king's account. "What have you done?" she exclaimed. "Hasten back, otherwise Kanva and your wife will curse the two of us." But Durjaya was so smitten with love for Urvashi that he refused to listen to Urvashi's entreaties. Urvashi therefore made herself very ugly. This repelled Durjaya, and he gave Urvashi up. For 12 years Durjaya performed difficult tapasya, living only on fruits and roots. For another 12 years, he lived only on air. After having thus meditated for 24 years, Durjaya went to Kanva's hermitage and told the sage all that he had done. "I am pleased that you have realized the folly of your ways and have performed tapasya," said Kanva. "But that alone is not enough. Your sin has been too severe. Go to the city of Varanasi and live there. Shiva is ever present in that city and he will pardon all your sins." Durjaya did this and was pardoned all his sins. Such are the benefits of praying to Shiva and such are the virtues of the wonderful city of Varanasi. Krishna's tapasya. Krishna was the 8th incarnation of Vishnu and he was born as the son of Devaki and Vasudev. Initially, Krishna did not have any sons. Desirous of obtaining a son, Krishna went to visit the sage Abhimanyu. The sage's hermitage was beautiful. Wondrous were the trees and flowers and grew there. The constant chanting of the Vedas could be heard. Wild animals lost their ferocity as soon as they entered the hermitage. Lotus flowers bloomed in the ponds. Sages came from all over the country to meditate in the hermitage. The sacred river Ganga flowed past the hermitage. Krishna greeted the sages and they worshipped him in return. Abhimanyu welcomed Krishna with various offerings and said, "Our meditation has been amply rewarded by your visit. The great Vishnu has himself come to grace us by your presence. But is there any particular reason as to why you have come to the hermitage?" "I wish to meet Shiva," replied Krishna. "How does one get to meet him?" "Shiva appears if a devotee performs difficult tapasya," said Abhimanyu. "It helps if the meditation is accompanied by great faith." Hearing these words, Krishna began a difficult religious rite known as Pashupatavrata. He donned clothes made out of the barks of trees, smeared ashes on his body and continuously chanted Shiva's name. After many years had passed, Shiva and Parvati appeared before Krishna. "Krishna, why are you performing tapasya?" asked Shiva. "You are the great Vishnu himself. Any object that you desire is immediately attained. Why are you then engaged in this task of meditation?" "I wish to have a son who is just like you," said Krishna. "Please let him also be devoted to you." Shiva gladly granted the boon and the son who was born was Shamba. He was the son of Krishna and Jamavati. The Yugas. You probably remember that there are 4 yugas or eras, Satya Yuga or Krita Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dvapara Yuga and Kali Yuga. Lomaharshana next told the sages about the characteristics of these 4 eras. Kali Yuga is the worst of the 4 eras. People are sinful and forget the dharma of the 4 varnas and the 4 ashramas. In fact, men are so sinful that no prescribed penance atones for their sins. The only place which is free from such sins is the sacred city of Varanasi. In Satya Yuga, the best course to be pursued is meditation, in Treta Yuga it is the pursuit of knowledge, in Dvapara Yuga it is the performance of yajanas, and in Kali Yuga it is the donation of alms. Brahma is the primary god in Satya Yuga, Surya in Treta Yuga, Vishnu in Dvapara Yuga and Shiva in Kali Yuga. Envy and jealousy were unknown in Satya Yuga and everyone was happy. There was no superiors and inferiors and all individuals were equally healthy and equally handsome. There were no fixed places for people to live in, no cities and no villages. Men lived in the mountains and on the shores of the oceans. In Satya Yuga, water was always freely available. This was no longer the case in Treta Yuga. Water only became available when it rained. Rain was unknown earlier. And as it rained, Trees began to grow. People lived on these trees. The fruit from these trees provided the sustenance required to make a living. But gradually, anger and jealousy came to be known, and many of the wonderful trees disappeared as mankind picked up evil's ways. However, enough trees were left to ensure that people did not die of starvation. They lived on honey gathered from the trees. Although men looked on Satya Yuga with nostalgia, ill health and disease continued to be unknown even in Treta Yuga. But towards the end of Treta Yuga, people became really sinful. All the trees disappeared. To make a living, mankind had to resort to agriculture and animal husbandry. The weather became inclement, and seasons like summer, monsoon, and winter led to hardship. Notions of property were also introduced. Individuals appropriated mountains, rivers, land, trees, and herbs as their own. To instill righteousness in the minds of people, the principles of Varna Ashrama Dharma were set out towards the end of Treta Yuga. In Dvapara Yuga, hatred, anger and jealousy became much more common. Fighting started. It was then that Vedavyasa spread amongst ordinary people, the knowledge that was in the Vedas, by dividing them. Drought, death, and disease came to be known in Dvapara Yuga. In Kali Yuga, fraudulence is the norm. There are severe droughts and famines. Revolutions take place. People are liars and sinners. They are easily angered. They do not respect the Brahmanas. The Brahmanas, on their part, forget all about the Vedas and Yajanas. Shudras become kings and oppress the Brahmanas. Some Shudras shave off their heads and wear saffron clothes. They pretend to be religious teachers. And horror of horrors, people start to believe in these fraudulent teachers. Women wear hairpins in their hair. As if this alone were not enough, they refuse to obey their husbands. Thieves are everywhere. The only redeeming feature of Kali Yuga is the fact that even if one worships Shiva just a little bit in Kali Yuga, one attains undying punya. Lingas. A linga is an image of Shiva. There are several wonderful lingas in the wonderful city of Varanasi. There is a gigantic linga named Omkara. Amongst other famous lingas located in the city are Kritavesvara, Madhyadeshvara, Vishveshvara and Kapardeshvara. The Kuram Purana recites the glories of these lingas. It also enumerates the various tirthas that are to be found in the city of Varanasi. It goes on to list the virtues of the Ganga, the Yamuna, and the city of Prayaga. Geography and astronomy. It is hoped that you have not forgotten that Svayabhuva Manu had a son named Priyavrata. Priyavrata had 10 sons. Their names were Agnidra, Agnavahua, Vapashamana, Jyotimana, Medha, Medhatithi, Bhavya, Savana, Putra and Jyotishmana. Medha, Agnavahua and Putra had no desire to rule. They were not interested in material pursuits and became hermits. Priyavrata divided the earth amongst the remaining 7 sons. Thus it was that the earth came to be divided into 7 regions or dvipas. The names of these regions are Jambudvipa, Plakshadvipa, Shalmaladvipa, Kashadvipa, Crownchoidvipa, Shakadvipa and Pushkaradvipa. Agnidra ruled over Jambudvipa, Medhatithi over Plakshadvipa, Vapashamana over Shalmaladvipa, Jyotishmana over Kashadvipa, Dhyutimana over Crownchadvipa, Bhavya over Shakadvipa and Savan over Pushkaradvipa. Agnidra, the ruler of Jambudvipa, had 9 sons. Their names were Nabi Kimpurusha, Hari, Ilavrata, Ramaya, Hiranyavana, Kuru, Bhadrashva, and Ketumala. Agnidra divided Jambudvipa into 9 regions and gave each of his sons a region to rule over. A king named Bharata was one of Nabi's descendants. After the name of Bharata, the region that Nabi ruled over has come to be known as Bharatavarsha. There are 14 regions in the universe. 7 of them form the upper regions. Their names are Baloka, Bhavarloka, Svarloka, Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapoloka and Satyaloka. Baloka is the earth and its limits extend up to the points that can be lit up the rays of the sun and the moon. Take the distance from Baloka to the solar circle. An equal distance beyond the solar circle constitutes Bhavarloka. The region from the limits of Bhavarloka to the region of Dhruva is Svarloka or Svarga. Above the solar circle is the lunar circle, and above that come, successively, the regions of the stars, Buddha, Shukra, Mangala, Brihaspati, the Saptarshis and Dhruva. Shuni, Brihaspati, and Mangala move slowly. The sun, the moon, Buddha, and Shukra move relatively fast. The sun's chariot is drawn by 7 horses named Gayatri, Vrihati, Ushnika, Jugti, Pamki, Anishtupa, and Trishtupa. In each month, the sun adopts a specific form known as an Aditya. There are thus 12 Adityas: Jhata, Aryama, Mitra, Varuna, Shukra, Vivasvana, Pusha, Parjanya, Amshu, Bhaga, Tivashta, and Vishnu. Maharloka is above the world of Dhruva. It is reserved for those who have been freed from the bonds of the world. Janaloka is still further away. Brahma's sons live there. Tapaloka is beyond Janaloka, and Satyaloka is beyond Tapaloka. Another word for Satyaloka is Brahmaloka, since Brahma lives there. Vishnu lives there as well. There are 7 seas that surround the 7 Dvipas on earth. The names of the seas are Keshara, Ikshu, Sura, Grita, Dadi, Keshira and Svedu. Right in the center of Jambudvipa is Mount Sumeru. To its south lie the mountains Himavana, Hemakuta, and Nishadha, and to its north the mountains Nila, Shveta, and Sringi. Bharatavarsha is to the south of Mount Sumeru. Brahma's assembly is located on the peak of Mount Sumeru. Manvantaras. You already know what a Manvantara is. The titles of the 7 great sages, the names of the gods and the title of Indra change from the Manvantara to another. In the present Kalpa, 6 Manvantaras have passed. The first Manu was Svayabhuva. The second Manu was Svarokasha. The gods then were the Paravadas and Tushitas, and the title of Indra was held by Vipashkita. The 7 great sages were Urjaya, Stamba, Prana, Damholi, Varishabha, Timira and Arvayavana. Uttama was the 3rd Manu. The gods of this Manvantara were the Sudamas, Stayas, Shivas, Pratardanas, and Vashavartas, and the name of the Indra was Sushanthi. Raja, Gotra, Urdavahu, Savana, Anaga, Sutapa, and Shukra were the 7 great sages. The 4th Manu was Tamasa. The gods of this era were the Suravas, Haris, Satyas, and Sudhas, and the title of Indra was held by Shivi. The 7 great sages were Jyotardhama, Prithu, Kavya, Chatra, Agni, Varuna and Pivara. In the 5th Manvantara, the Manu was Ravita, and the title of Indra was held by Vibhu. The gods were the Buddhis and the Vakanthas, and the 7 great sages were Hiranyaroma, Vedasri, Urdavahu, Vedavahu, Suvahu and Suparjanya. The Manas Svarokasha, Uttama, Tamasa, and Ravita were all descended from Svayabhuva Manu. The 6th Manu was Chakshusha, and the Indra then was Manojava. The gods were known as the Adiyas, Prasutas, Bhavyasa, Prithukas and Lekas. Sumedha, Vrija, Havishmana, Uttama, Madhu, Abhimana, and Sahishnu were the 7 great sages. The 7th Manvantara is the one that is now current, and the Indra now is Purandara. The Manu is Shradadeva, the gods are the Adityas, the Vasus, the Rudras, and the Maruts. The names of the 7 great sages are Vashishtha, Kashyapa, Atrai, Jamadagna, Gautama, Vishvamitra and Bharadvaha. In the present Kalpa, there will be 7 more Manvantaras in the future. Thereafter, the world will be destroyed. Vedavyasa. In every Dvapara Yuga, a Vedavyasa is born so as to divide the Vedas and disseminate their knowledge. In the present era, there have been 28 Dvapara Yugas, and there have therefore been 28 individuals who have held the title of Vedavyasa. The Kuram Purana gives their names as follows. Svayabhuva Manu, Prajapti, Ushana, Brihaspati, Savita, Mritayu, Indra, Vashishtha, Sarasvata, Tridhama, Rishabha, Sucha, Dharma, Sachukshu, Trayaruni, Dhananjaya, Kritanjaya, Ritanjaya, Bharadvaja, Gautama, Vachushrava, Narayana, Trinavindu, Valmiki, Shuktri, Parashara, Jatakarna, Krishnadvapayana. Krishnadvapayana Vedavyasa divided the Vedas into 4 parts and taught them to 4 of his disciples. He taught Pala the Rig Veda, Vaishampayana the Ajur Veda, Jaimini the Sama Veda and Sumanta the Atharva Veda. As for the Puranas, they were taught to Lomaharshana, Shiva's incarnations. Most Puranas only mention Vishnu's incarnations. The Kuram Purana is one of the great ones which mentions Shiva's incarnations. In each Kali Yuga, Shiva has had an incarnation. The names of these incarnations are as follows: Shveta, Sudara, Madana, Suhatra, Kankana, Lakakshi, Jagashavya, Dadhivaha, Rishabha, Bhrigu, Yugra, Atrai, Bali, Gautama, Vedashirsha, Gokarna, Shikandaka, Jadamalai, Adahasa, Daruka, Langali, Mahavama, Muni, Shulai, Pandamunishvara, Sahishnu, Somasharma, Nakulashvara, the Ishvara Jita. While Lomaharshana was reciting the Kuram Purana to the assembled sages, Krishnadvapayana Vedavyasa arrived on the scene. Lomaharshana and the other sages requested Vedavyasa to instruct them about the path to true knowledge. This is what Vedavyasa told them. The Paramatman is the only truth. It is ever pure and ever present. It is from the Paramatman that the universe is created, and it is into the Paramatman that the universe merges at the time of its destruction. The Paramatman is not the earth. It is not water, energy, wind, or sky. It cannot be touched, nor can it be sensed. The Paramatman is always present in the Jivatman. Any sense of distinction between the Paramatman and the Jivatman is due to illusions and the presence of the ego. The truly learned rise above such illusions. Therefore, a wise person does not see any distinction between his own self and other objects. The same Paramatman pervades everything. Just as all rivers unite with the ocean, a learned person realizes that all individuals' Jivatmans unite with the Paramatman. Yoga is a technique of meditation that helps to bring about this sense of identity between the Jivatman and the Paramatman. Yoga has 8 components. The first is pranayama. This means the control of one's breath. The breath of life is known as prana, and ayama means control. There are 3 parts to any pranayama exercise. When the breath is being exhaled, that is known as rikaka, and the process of inhalation is known as parika. When the breath is neither being inhaled nor exhaled, that is kumhaka. The second component of yoga is pratyahara. This connotes the control of one's senses. Yoga must always be performed in a proper posture, and this is the third component of asana. The fourth component is called yama. This means the practice of nonviolence, truthfulness and pity. The fifth component is known as niyama. This encompasses worship, studying the Vedas, cleanliness, and meditation. Yoga has a sixth component named dhyana. In this process, one conjures up an image of the Paramatman and meditates continuously on it. The process of fixing this image in one's heart is the seventh component, dharana. And the final component, samadhi, is a situation where the individual realizes the complete identity between the Jivatman and the Paramatman. Rituals. The sacred thread ceremony is very important and must always be performed at 8 years of age. Brahma had created the cotton tree so that sacred threads might be made out of cotton. But on occasions it is permissible to make sacred threads out of grass. A guru is always to be respected and worshipped. In principle, a guru is anyone from whom knowledge might be gained. But apart from usual teachers, a father-in-law, a grandfather and an individual belonging to a superior varna are also recognized as gurus. A mother, a grandmother, a guru's wife, an aunt, a mother-in-law and the wife of an elder brother are recognized as being equivalent to a guru. One must never show a guru disrespect or argued with. A person who hates his guru is certain to go to hell. Amongst gurus or those who are equivalent to gurus, the most important are a father, a mother, a teacher, an elder brother and a husband. These have to be respectfully served at all costs. A Brahmana must always wash his mouth after eating, drinking, sleeping, bathing, spitting or changing clothes. The mouth must also be washed before sitting down to study. It is also recommended that the mouth be washed after talking to those who do not believe in the Vedas, Shudras, outcasts, and women. If a mouthwash is not possible, one can cleanse oneself by touching a piece of clothing is touched inadvertently. The act of purification requires the touching of water, wet grass, or the earth. One of the most sacred mantras that one can chant is the Gayatri. Before chanting, 32 cells must be drawn, as shown, and the letters of the mantra must be written down in the cells, as indicated. To recite the Gayatri, one now reads the letters as they occur in the numbered cells. That is, one starts with cell number 1, moves to cell number 2 and so on and so forth. 5 13 21 29 28 20 12 4. WRCA PRASEJA NA VA2. 6 14 22 30 27 19 11 3. Redaicho SARA Yoda 6. 7 15 23 31 26 18 10 2. NI Mata VARO Yorgo TSA. 8 16 24 32 25 17 9 1. Yamhai Yat Dom Padai Bha Ta. A person who kills a Brahmana, drinks wine, or steals gold from a Brahmana, has to perform penance by killing himself. A person who kills a Brahmana may also build a hut in the forest and live there for a period of 12 years. But throughout the period, he has to bear a mark signifying the dead Brahmana's head on his palm. He is also not permitted to visit another Brahmana or a temple as long as the penance is going on. It needs to be mentioned that the sin of killing a Brahmana can be thus pardoned only if the killing was done inadvertently. If the killing was conscious, no penance will suffice. Under such circumstances, the sinner had best immolate himself in a fire, drown himself, or fast to death. For other sins, the observance of a religious rite is often indicated. The major vredas are as follows. Santapana, this involves living for one whole day on cow's urine, cow dung, cow's milk, curds made from cow's milk and clarified butter made from cow's milk. The next day is a day of fasting. Mahasantapana, this is a more severe version of the earlier vreda. In the case of Santapana vreda, 5 items were listed as permissible food. Mahasantapana vreda lasts for a period of 6 days, and on each of these days, only one of the 5 items mentioned may be partaken of. The 7th day is day of fasting. Prajapatya or Krikha, if this vreda is to be observed, one can eat only during the day. For the first 3 days, one is only permitted to eat 26 handfuls of food, each handful being as large as a hen's egg. For the next 3 days, 22 handfuls are permitted, but only in the evenings. And for the final 3 days, 24 handfuls are permitted. Atikrikha, this is a more severe version of the earlier vreda. For the first 3 days, a single handful of food is permitted during the day. For the next 3 days, 1 handful is permitted in the evenings. 1 handfuls of food, each handful being as large as a hen's egg. For the next 3 days, 22 handfuls are permitted, but only in the evenings. And for the final 3 days, 3/4 handfuls are permitted. Parika, 12 continuous days of fasting are required for this. Taptakrikha, this vreda lasts for a period of 12 days, during which time one is permitted to bathe only once a day. For the first 3 days one drinks only water, for the next 3 days one lives on milk, one has to live on clarified butter for the ensuing 3 days are days of fasting. Krikha, if one is to observe this vreda, one has to live only on milk for the space of 21 days. Padakrikha, this vreda lasts for 4 days. For the first day one eats only one meal, the second day is a day of fasting, on the third day one can eat as much as one wants, and on the fourth and final day, one fasts. Chandrayana, this Vrata lasts for an entire month and begins on the day of the full moon. On the first day, 15 handfuls are to be eaten. Thereafter, 1 handfuls less is eaten on successive days, until on the day of new moon, one fasts completely. On each day that follows, the amount of food eaten is increased by 1 handful. Finally, on the day of the next full moon, 15 handfuls of food are eaten and the Vrata is completed. As mentioned earlier, those who kill Brahmanas, steal their gold, or drink wine, are sinners. Also sinners are those who associate with these aforementioned sinners for more than 1 year. Those who associate with outcasts for more than a year are also sinners. A Brahmana who drinks wine should drink boiling wine as a penance. It is also permitted to drink cow's urine as atonement. A person who steals gold from Brahmanas will go to the king and confess his guilt. His penance will be completed when the king beats him to death with a club. The only exception is a case where the thief himself happens to be a Brahmana. He can then perform penance by meditating. It is always a king's duty to punish sinners. If the king fails in this task, the sins vest with the king. A person who associates with sinners has to observe Taptakrikhavrata for 1 year. A man who takes on outcast for a wife has to observe Taptakrikha or Santapana. A Brahmana who kills a Kshatriya is required to observe Prajapatiya, Santapana, or Taptakrikha for 1 year. In case the victim is a Vaishya, Krikha or Chandrayana are indicated. If a Shudra is killed, 500 cows have to be donated. If an elephant is killed, Taptakrikhavrata has to be observed. Chandrayana will suffice if a cow is killed inadvertently. But if a cow is consciously killed, there is no penance that is adequate. For minor thefts, the stolen goods have to be returned to the rightful owner and Santapana observed. But if a Brahmana steals food grains, he has to observe Prajapatiya for an entire year. A cannibal can purity himself through Chandrayana Vrata. A person who eats the meat of a crow, dog, or elephant, has to observe Taptakrikha. Santapana is for those who happen to eat mongooses, owls, or cats. An eater of camels or donkeys observes Taptakrikha. A Brahmana who becomes an atheist can cleanse himself through Prajapatiya. If he revolts against the gods or against his guru, the act of purification involves Taptakrikha. A Brahmana who recites the Puranas to outcasts has to observe Chandrayana. There are several other forms of penance that are catalogued by the Gurum Purana. The Siddha who was an illusion. It is certain that you know the story of the Ramayana and you therefore also know that Ravana, the king of Lanka, abducted Sita, Rama's wife. But you certainly do not know the story of the Siddha who was an illusion. This story clearly illustrates that no harm can come to a person who is righteous. Ravana disguised himself as a hermit and came to abduct Sita. But Sita got to know of Ravana's plan and was determined to foil it. She therefore began to pray to Agni, the god of fire. Thus stirred by Sita's prayers, Agni appeared and produced a Sita who was really an illusion. This Maya Sita he left in the real Sita's place. As for the real Sita, she was absorbed into the fire. Without realizing the substitutions, Ravana abducted the illusory Sita and the entire war was fought over a Sita who was not even real. When Rama triumphed over Ravana and recovered Sita, a test by fire was held. In the process, the Sita who was an illusion was returned to the fire and the real Sita emerged once again. Thus the real Sita was never tainted by Ravana's touch. Shiva and Brahma. Many years ago, Brahma lost his head slightly. He began to imagine that he was superior to Shiva and Vishnu. He told all the sages, "I am the supreme Godhead. There is no one else but me." While Brahma was thus instructing the sages, Vishnu arrived and was enraged at Brahma's behavior. "You are indeed ignorant," he told Brahma. "I am the supreme Godhead. You are only the creator. But I am, after all, the preserver. While Vishnu and Brahma were thus arguing, the four Vedas adopted animate forms and appeared before them. Each of the Vedas tried to persuade Brahma and Vishnu that Shiva was superior to both of them. Vishnu was persuaded by this reasoning, but Brahma was not. He told the Vedas, "You must be joking. How can Shiva be superior to the two of us? He is always wandering around with ghosts and demons for companions." While all this was going on, who should arrive but Shiva? Brahma promptly proceeded to insult Shiva. Shiva then created a being named Kalabhairava from his own body, and Kalabhairava started to fight with Brahma. In those days, Brahma used to have 5 heads. In course of the fighting, Kalabhairava chopped off one of Brahma's heads. Ever since that day, Brahma has had 4 heads and 4 faces. Brahma died as soon as his head had been cut off. Shiva did manage to revive him. But the mere fact that Shiva had killed Brahma, meant that Shiva and committed the sin of killing Brahma, a Brahmana. As a result of this sin, Brahma's severed head got stuck to Kalabhairava's palm and would not be dislodged. Kalabhairava roamed around the world and the head accompanied him on his travels. For 1,000 years of the gods, Kalabhairava continued to travel. Eventually, Vishnu advised Kalabhairava to go to the sacred city of Varanasi. As soon as Kalabhairava arrived at the city of Varanasi, the head got dislodged. A tirtha is a place of pilgrimage. The exact spot where this wonderful happening took place is accordingly known as Kapalamakana Tirtha. There are many other tirthas that the Kurum Purana describes. Among these are Prayaga, Kurukshetra, Gaya and Madhuvana. The glories of the river Narmada are also described. The waters of the river Sarasvati purify a sinner after 3 days of bathing, while the waters of the river Yamuna takes an entire week. The mere touch of a drop of water from the river Ganga purifies a sinner. But as for the river Narmada, the sight of the waters alone is enough. Nandi. There used to be a sage named Shalata. He was righteous and learned in the Shastras. To obtain a son, Shalata began to pray to Shiva. The tapasya went on for 1,000 years and Shiva appeared before Shalata. "I am pleased with your meditation." Said Shiva, "What boon do you desire? Please grant me the boon that I may obtain a son who will not be born from a mother." Replied Shalata, "And my son should be immortal." Shiva granted the desired boon. When Shalata was plowing the land, a handsome boy suddenly appeared on the top of his plow. The 4 directions shone with the boy's radiance and the boy began to address Shalata as father. The son studied the Shastras and became learned. He was given the name of Nandi. Nandi wished to see Shiva and he also wished to become immortal. He therefore went to the shores of the ocean and started to pray to Shiva. He chanted the required mantra 1 crore times. When Shiva appeared and wished to grant a boon, Nandi said, "Please grant me enough of life so that I can chant the mantra 1 crore times more." Shiva appeared once again, and Nandi desired the same boon. When this had happened 3 times, Shiva said, "Enough is enough. There is no need for any more chanting of incantations. I make you immortal. I also make you a Ganpati, lord over the Ganas. You will be my constant companion." The place where Nandi chanted the incantation has become famous as Japeshvara Tirtha. The Maruts had a daughter named Suyasha. Shiva himself arranged that Nandi should be married to Suyasha. Epilogue. Vishnu completed his recital of the Kurum Purana and the sages saluted him. They sung his praise. The Kurum Purana is most sacred. A person who reads it attains Brahmaloka. A person who reads only 1 chapter of the text is forgiven all his sins. Undying punya is attained by an individual who donates this Purana to Brahmanas in the months of Vaishakha or Kartika. Particularly sacred is the part that is known as the Brahmi Samhita. But the text should never be read or recited in the presence of Shudras. A person who ignores this injunction will surely go to hell. There is also a similar injunction about reciting the text to those who are disbelievers. A person who violates this injunction will be born as a dog in his next life. Home. 10 Bhagavath Purana. Chapter 1st. obeisance to the Supreme Being. We meditate to that Paramatma who is the eternal truth, and who creates the universe, holds it and causes pralaya. He is the light independence and from of knowledge in himself. He causes illusions even for the most knowledgeous ones. Yet, he is far beyond all the illusions. In Srimad Bhagavath, created by the great sage Vyasa, there is a description of the supreme religion, which is free from desire. There is also a description of Paramatma that every pious people with Holy Spirit must know about. Srimad Bhagavath is a delicious and relishing fruit of Vedas. Because of a touch of Sri Shakakarya's lips, it is impregnated with blissful nectar. So, as long as there is life in his body, a devotee keeps on relishing this nectar of divine scripture. It is easily available right here on the earth itself. Performance of Jnana Yagya. In the beginning of the Kali Yuga, sages like Shanak et al. Organized a vast Jnana Yagya in the holy region of the Namisharanya. The purpose of the Yagya was the benefit of the common people and it was to last for a millennium. To quench the spiritual curiosity of the sages, Sutta, the orator of Puranas, also arrived there. Felicitating him, the sages asked Sutta, "O great sage, by the grace of Vyasa, you have learned all the Puranas, history, religion etc. You also know about all the other subjects as well. So kindly narrate the tale which could surely benefit the common people so that they too can experience the real spiritual joy." Pleased by the curiosity of the sages, Sutta said, "O great sages, it is extremely auspicious to talk about Lord Krishna. Only by discussing about the God, can the mind of the people be freed from illusions. Love then begins to emerge in it for God and it begins to detach itself from physical comfort and experience the blissful joy. Lord Vishnu, the source of whole creation. Driven by the desire, the Adi Purusha Narayan took the help of his Prakriti and generated himself in Chaturbhuj from. And from his navel appeared Lord Brahma, the creator. That form of God was full of pure truth and from the parts of his body, all the lokas got extension. Metaphysicists saw the God with innumerable heads, eyes, arms, and legs. That endless, eternal supreme being was the source of all the avatars and from the parts of his body was created gods, human beings, birds, animals, and all other creatures. From the ages, 24 incarnations of that supreme being, like Sanakati Kumar, Varha, Narada, Nar Narayana, Kapila, Dattatreya, Rishabhite Def, Prithu, Matsya, Kashyap, Dhanvantari, Mohini, Narasimha, Vamana, Parshurama, Vyasa, Sri Rama, Balrama, Krishna, and Buddha have appeared to guard the people and to remove the burden from the earth, and to save their devotees and gentlemen. Sutta says, "Blessed are those who have unconditional love for Lord Vasudeva, the Lord of the universe. Such people don't fall again and again, in the cycles of life and death." Bhagavath Mahapurana is such a scripture in which the great sage Vedavyasa describes the holy and pious tales of the God. For the benefit of the people, Vedavyasa compiled this great scripture taking extracts of all the Vedas, and other ancient treatises. Reading, hearing, or reflecting on which, the human being inclines to devotion and finds salvation. Shunk asked, when that tale was compiled in scriptural form, that was later on related by Shukadeva. Where was it created? For what purpose and by whose inspiration, that scripture was compiled and how did Shukadeva, who was congenital wandered, came to study the scripture, and how he came to see the king Parikshit? What discussion took place between them? What Sutta narrated to the sages, forms the main body of the great scripture Srimad Bhagavath. Vedavyasa the partial incarnation. Vedavyasa had appeared in Dwapar Yuga. He was the son of Maharshi Parashar and Satyavati then known as Matsyagandha. Vyasa was a partial incarnation of the god. Vedavyasa effected a division of Vedas, created Puranas, conceptualized history. He also established different faculties for teaching his disciples. Yet staying in his hermitage at the banks of the river Sarasvati, he was not satisfied with his performance. Something was still writhing within his heart to come out. So he was feeling upset and was unable to find a reason for his dejection. Just then, Devarshi Narada arrived there, and saw that Mahatma Vyasa was upset. As nothing was concealed from Narada, he told him the reasons for his moroseness. Narada told him that though he had created great epics, yet all of them lack a devotional description of God. That was why his soul was still writhing. Narada also suggested him to describe the glory of Hari, or neither his voice, nor his creation would ever get pure. Devarshi Narada then narrated the tale of God and the glory of his devotees to Vyasa and said, "O great soul, look at the effect of devotion and company of the pious people that I have become Devarshi from an ordinary son of a maid." After the departure of Narada, Vyasa sat in meditation and experienced the illusion that caught the life. He also experienced devotion. Thus, his fresh experience led Vedavyasa to create this great scripture. The virtues of God had such a strong attraction that, lured by them, even self-indulgent Shukdevi ran back from the jungles to his father and prayed to let him read that scripture. Because of their link with Lord Sri Krishna, Sutan narrates the stories of Pandavas, their heavenly departure, coronation of Parikshit, his all-round victories etc. as per their sequences in Mahabharata. He also narrates the episodes of Ashvathama the son of Guru Drona, worship of God by Kunti etc. and migration of Lord Krishna to Dvarka. King Parikshit encounters Kali Yuga. During his regime, the King Parikshit got untoward reports that Kali Yuga had entered within the limits of his otherwise peaceful kingdom. With a huge army, Parikshit at once set out to the spot where Kali Yuga had arrived. On the way he saw the religion and the earth in the guises of a bull and a cow respectively. The cow was in death-like condition, while the bull was somehow dragging himself on one leg only as its 3 legs were broken. He also saw that a king-like, but impolite man was beating them ruthlessly with a stick. From a distance, the King Parikshit shouted at the man, "You scoundrel, why are you beating such helpless creatures in my kingdom?" Saying this, the King Parikshit drew his sword to kill the evil Kali. But the clever Kali fell at the feet of the king. For Kali was now in the king's refuge, he did not kill him, but ordered that being an assistant of irreligious, he should at once leave the kingdom. Kali then asked, "O king, wherever I go, I find you ready to kill me with your bow and arrow. You tell me where should I go and where should I live?" The king allowed Kali to live in 5 things: gambling, drinking of wine, company of women, violence and the gold. Since then, Kali, i.e. the dispute, has had a continuous association with these 5 things. Hence, anybody desirous of self-improvement must avoid these 5 things which are governed by Kali. King Parikshit dishonors sage Shumak. One day, King Parikshit went on a hunting excursion. Till noon, he could not find a game. He was feeling restless because of hunger, thirst, and fatigue. Searching water and shelter, the king reached the hermitage of the sage Shumak. Shumak was in deep meditation, so he did not welcome the king. For the first time the King Parikshit grew angry with the Brahmin. As a revenge and to show his anger, he hanged a dead snake around the sage's neck. Maharshi Shumak's son Sringi was also an affluent person. When he came to know about his father's insult by the King Parikshit, he cursed him that on the 7th day from that moment, Takshak, the Naga would bite the king for his violation of kingly glory. There in the capital, King Parikshit realized his mistake and felt sorry for his deed. But he welcomed the curse. Transferring the kingdom to his son Janamejaya, King Parikshit reached the banks of the river Ganges and sat there on a fast unto death. Very soon all the great sages and kings began to throng there. King Parikshit welcomed them and begged them to recite the plays of God for him. He also asked what a creature ought to do always, and what were the duties of those who face an imminent death. Shukadeva's arrival. At that moment the ever-wandering, indifferent-natured sage Shukadeva also arrived there. He was self-indulgent and free from the bondages of ashramas. He was then only 16 years old but appeared quite radiant and graceful. Shukadeva was an honorable figure even for the sages who had gathered there as guests themselves. King Parikshit formally welcomed and worshipped Shukadeva and offered him a comfortable seat. King Parikshit then prayed to him, "O sage, Lord Krishna is definitely pleased with me. That's why he has sent a great sage like you to save a wretched person like me. So, O Mahatma, kindly remove my doubts and guide me regarding the duties of a human being. What should one acquire and what should one drop? Second chapter. Sri Shukadeva says, O king, ordinary people literally waste their lives in petty matters like useless discussions, worry, sleep and feeding themselves. Those who wish to conquer their fears, O Parikshit, must listen to, recite and remember the tales that depict the plays of Lord Sri Krishna. The human birth can be successful only if by any means one has a remembrance of God in his last moments. All the scriptures also dictate the same doctrine. One should remember the huge, macro as well as micro form of the omnipresent God, and must not long for the physical objects. Shukadeva then revealed the kinds of mukti as told in Vedas and said, O king, there is no other way as beneficial as the means to achieve the affectionate devotion of Lord Vasudeva. Hence, every human being must in all circumstances, use his might in listening to, reciting and remembering the name of Lord Sri Hari. Though as per the interest, nature and the desires of different people, and pleased by their worship, many gods oblige their devotees within their powers. But materialization of mundane desires of the innocent people has disastrous consequences. Learned people, therefore, whether they have or haven't any desire, worship Purushottam God with fervent devotion. Creation of the world. The king Parikshit felt extreme pleasure when Shukadeva satisfied his queries. He then began to feel submerged in the stream of Bhagavad Katha. His selfish worries regarding his own benefits existed no more. He insisted again, O Brahman, now kindly explain how does the God create the universe out of illusions? How does he preserve the universe? How does he destroy it? At the instance of the king, Shukadeva contemplated on the God and presented the dialogue of Brahma and Narada that illustrates the Maitreya nature of the creation. Brahma had preached Narada that because of Paramatma's desire of creation, this universe into existence from the primitive elements. Lord Brahma also told that after creating the universe God himself entered it. Hence, the whole universe is a manifestation of God's infinite appearance. His virtues cannot be counted. But, to show his presence, Narayan takes various incarnations and appears on earth time and again. Merely, by listening to various beautiful and enticing plays of God, the mind, voice, thoughts, and the soul of a human being become holy. Parikshit again put forth many new queries regarding creation. Shukadeva related the events like emergence of Brahamji on a lotus that cropped up from the navel of Lord Vishnu, sighting of Lord Vishnu's abode by Lord Brahma, preaching of Bhagavath to Lord Brahma by Lord Vishnu and Dashlakshan of Bhagavath etc. Third chapter. Vijara warns Dhritarashtra. Sri Shukadeva says, O Parikshit, Vijara deserted his homely comforts and luxuries because he had to protest against injustice. When, after losing in the game of dice, the Pandavas successfully passed the period of their exile and stay in guise, and were denied even then of their rightful share in the kingdom, Vijara was summoned for consultations. Vijara had then suggested Dhritarashtra thus, O king, if you wish to save your family, you please abandon Duryodhana who is an embodiment of all the evils. He is jealous of none other than Lord Krishna. That is why you are getting dull day by day and losing your radiance. These words infuriated Duryodhana so much so that he began to abusively insult Vijara. But, Vijara didn't mind his words even though he felt seriously hurt at heart. Accepting his insult as a play of God, Vijara silently left Hastinapura and went on a pilgrimage. Vijara comes to know about Kaurava's destruction. Traveling through various pilgrimage places, Vijara reached Prabhas region where he got the news of total destruction of the Kauravas. The news deeply moved him. In search of solace, he continued to wander from one place of pilgrimage to another place. During his wandering, when he reached the banks of the river Yamuna, Vijara met Uddhava, the selfless and calm server of God. They both met affectionately and inquired about the well-being of each other. They were both reflecting on the plays of Lord Krishna and feeling extreme joy. Vijaya had also got the news of departure of Lord Krishna to his abode and destruction of Yadvas by fierce infightings. So he was extremely depressed also. Uddhava told him that Lord Krishna himself had bestowed his grace on him and preached Bhagavad Jnana, which he had once preached to Lord Brahma. By the dictate of Lord, Uddhava was going to Bhadrakashrama. So he suggested Vijaya to see Maitreya for the metaphysical knowledge, for before departing to his abode, Lord Krishna had dictated him to preach Bhagavad to Vijaya. As per the suggestion, Vijaya reached Haridvar and saw the sage Maitreya on the banks of the river Ganges. The pious Vijaya respectfully greeted the sage Maitreya and said, "O Lord, the people in this world perform various actions with a desire to have pleasure. But neither do they get pleasure nor is their sorrow removed. Their sorrow increases instead. What is good then, is this context? O great among the sages, kindly preach me the way to peace, following which, one meets the God who then takes abode in the heart of his devotee and instills in him the Santanjan that lets the devotee feel the direct presence of him." Thus asked with devotion by Vijaya, Mahatma Maitreya illuminated the glory of God and other events like creation of universe by illusion and origin of colossus body, and said, "No one can measure the eternal glory of God and the illusions created by him. In the beginning God created the primitive elements and the flaws associated with them. Then he created the colossus universe and entered it." Description of 10 ways creation by Maitreya. 1. By the inspiration of God and because of imbalance in pious virtues, creation of Mahatattva was the first. 2. From Mahatattva originates Ahankar which generates 5 primitive elements, sense organs and motor organs. 3. Group of 10 matras that generate the 5 major elements, is the third creation. 4. Creation of organs that have the power of sensing and moving is the fourth creation. 5. Creation of the mind that governs the senses and was appeared from ego, is the fifth creation. 6. Appearance of mind and the illusions that misguide it, is the sixth creation. 7. The above mentioned 6 creations are known as natural creations also. Creatures other than these 6 have no power of knowledge, they can experience the touch only. These creatures like trees and other vegetables are known as the 7th creation. 8. Eighth creation is of the birds and animals. 9. Ninth creation is of those human beings who seek pleasure in action and luxuries which are in fact the cause of sorrow. 10. Tenth creation is of the great sages like Sanat Kumar etc. Thus at the beginning of the Kalpa, God the Creator used Rajas Gunas to create himself in the form of the universe. Maitreyaji says, this whole creation is a manifestation of the plays of God. That omnipotent God created the universe just by his wish and for the sake of his play. For the extension of the creation, Lord Brahma wished and create 4 sons Sanak, Sanandan, Sanatan, and Sanat Kumar. Thereafter, with a desire to create world, Lord Brahma ordered them to produce population. But Lord Brahma's sons had no interest in worldly affairs. Lord Brahma therefore cursed them to remain in children's form forever. Then from Lord Brahma's eyebrows appeared a baby, blue-red in color. The baby appeared in 11 forms and began to cry immediately after his arrival. Lord Brahma consoled him. "Don't cry my son, you will be named as Rundra." So the 11 forms of the baby came to be known as 11 Rundras. Rundranis were also created. From Tamas Prakriti Rundra created the ghosts, the spooks, the specters, the devils, Lamiyas etc. Afraid by their appearances, Lord Brahma prayed Rudra, "O Mahadeva, please stop creating such formidable organisms. They are already enough in number. Now, you please undertake penance to comfort all the creatures." Thereafter, Lord Brahma created 10 more sons Marishi, Bhrigu, Kratu, Pula, Pulatsya, Angara, Atrai, Vashishtha, Daksha and Narada. 9 out of them took permission for the creation of their offsprings, but Narada accepted celibacy and resolved to preach Bhagavad Bhakti. For the continuation of the creation, Lord himself appeared as a female from the left hand and as a male from the right hand of Lord Brahma. Those males and females forms were named Manu and Shatrupa respectively. They were the first in the whole creation to copulate and bring about sexual reproduction. They begot 2 sons Privrat and Uttanapad, and 3 daughters Devayuti, Akuti, and Prasyuti. As the primitive king, Manu was the fosterer of the earth. By then a demon named Hiranyakshir abducted the earth and hid it under the abysmal depth of the ocean, causing worries for Lord Brahma. Instantly Lord appeared himself in Varaha incarnation, and to do away with Lord Brahma's worries, he at once entered the depth of the ocean and rescued the earth on his long teeth. On the way the Lord had an encounter with Hiranyakshir and killed the demon with his will. Maitreya says Hiranyakshir represented anger. Those who don't want to discharge their duties, but still wish to live with all the comforts, are abductors of others' wealth. Such people, who continuously interfere with equal distribution of wealth, must be condemned as the demons. On the origin of the demons, Maitreya Cryptic said, once Dithi, the wife Maharshi Kashyapa, expressed her desire to conceive. Maharshi Kashyapa tried to dissuade her that time was not suitable for an auspicious job like conception. But Dithi kept on insisting and forced her husband shamelessly to assist her in the process. Consequently she conceived during the dusk. Kashyapaji cautioned her, you will give birth to the demons. And with the arrival of the demons in Dithi's womb, nature began to manifest herself adversely. There was terror and famine all around, and darkness prevailed even during day, with stars appearing in the sky. Frightened by these manifestations, the gods asked Lord Brahma about the reason of all those disturbances. Lord Brahma informed them that 2 demons were to take birth from Dithi. Those 2 demons, told Lord Brahma, were the 2 gatekeepers JVJ, of the Lord's abode. Once, Sanakati Kumar had gone to Vaikuntha to see God, but those 2 gatekeepers didn't let them in. Sanakati tried thrice, but only to be stopped every time by those 2 gatekeepers at the gates. Hence, Sanakati Kumar cursed them to take birth on earth as demons. Those 2 gatekeepers of God's abode JVJ appeared first as Hiranyakashipu and Hiranyaksha, second time as Ravana and Kumbhakarna, and third time as Dantavakra and Shishupal. Sage Kardam. Continuing the process of creation, Brahma produced Sage Kardam from his shadow and asked him to observe penance first. Thereafter, Brahma dictated Kardam to acquire physical strength and the strength of his sense and undertake the process of creating his offsprings. As per his father's dictate, Kardam observed severe penance. Pleased by his selfless penance, God asked Kardam to seek a boon. Karadam said, Lord, all the things in the world are ephemeral, only you're eternal. It will be an abuse of the intelligence to beg for some ephemeral thing from an eternal God. Overwhelmed by Kardam's plain words, God said in benediction, on the 3rd day from now you will be married to Devayuti, the daughter of Manu. 9 daughters will take birth in your home. I will myself appear as your son. Saying this, God disappeared. As per the boon, Kardam got married to Devayuti, the daughter of Manu. Their formal marriage was the first of its kind in the creation, adopted as a religiously accepted means for continuation of life. Donating their daughter Devayuti to the sage Kardam, Manu, and Shatrupa returned to their abode. As Mata Parvati used to serve Lord Shiva, similarly Devayuti served Kardam with dedication. Once the sage Kardam noticed that Devayuti has aged and shriveled by harsh living. Pleased by her dedication, Kardam asked her to seek a boon. Devayuti only begged that there should never be any lethargy in any service on her part towards him. Pleased again by her pure feelings, Kardam provided her with heavenly luxuries. Together they enjoyed those luxuries for many years, during which 9 daughters were born to them. All those daughters symbolized the Navadha Bhakti and were married to 9 Prajaptis like Marishi etc. Thus Kala was married to Marishi, Anusuya to Atrai, Shraddha to Angara, Havarba to Pulatsya, Gadi to Pula, Shanti to Atharva, Krita to Kratu, Kyati to Bhrigu, and Arundhati was married to the sage Vashishtha. Lord Kapila. Married life of Kardam and Devayuti is a lesson for all the civilized couples of the world. Abiding to the limits of human behavior in married life is a guarantee for the well-being of the couple. Without religion and morality, a man is not more than an animal. Kardam and Devayati followed strict rules to welcome the arrival of eternal God. Thus, in due time, God appeared as their son. With his arrival the gods showered flowers. Lord Brahma along with his sons welcomed the god and said, "O pious daughter of Manu, Sri Hari has arrived as your son. He will destroy the lust and illusion and will preach his own philosophy. He will be known in the world as Kapila." Worshipping the Lord Kapila, sage Kardam said, "O Lord, by your grace, I'm free now from all the three obligations and all my desires are now granted." With these words, Kardam took to asceticism. Lord Kapila preaches metaphysical knowledge to Devayati. Mata Devayati prayed Lord Kapila to preach the way for the benefaction of the soul, which is attached with ephemeral body. Lord said, "O Mother, Adhyatma Yoga is the main way of benefaction for the human beings. With devotion for me, soul becomes self-knowing. Total devotion of the soul in my form and virtues and listening my tales, unmistakably show devotion. This leads to an inseparable rapport between my devotee and me. This is the greatest benefaction for the humans. The world is like an ocean of death and I cause salvation of those who give up all their lusts and recite my name with fervent devotion. This whole nature has different forms, but it is ephemeral and constantly changing. It has 24 divisions, 5 major elements, 5 souls, 5 sense organs, 5 motor organs and mind, intelligence, conscience, and ego. That omnipresent Purusha voluntarily accepted Prakriti. From her various virtues, Prakriti created various creatures that corresponded exactly to the virtues that caused their creation. In the mess, the mantle that covered the knowledge also caused illusion for the Jivatma, which thus forgot his original appearance. The creature then began to assume the nature as a reflection of his own appearance, though she is different from and opposite to him and himself as the doer. Such an ego regarding one's duties leads to his entanglement in the cycles of life and death. Differentiating between the Prakriti and Purusha and experiencing their real appearances respectively, introspecting sages have had a sight of the Supreme Being through their conscience and achieve the unparalleled Brahmapada. Lord Kapila says, "Through the union of the sperm and the ovum, the human body appears as a lump in the womb. His body forms completely within 6 months. Sense organs develop thereafter. 25th element, the soul, then enters the human body. With that, the body begins to experience hunger and thirst. Then suffering with many kinds of desires, the microcosm prays me to save him from the tortures of staying in the womb. I present him with a sight of me in his heart. It then takes birth because of my grace. But as soon as it appears on the earth, the human being begins to forget me. Still, I present him with my sight for 2 to 3 months more, when he begins to laugh. But people around him think that he is laughing for his mother. Nobody reminds him of me in his childhood. Youth of a human being passes in futile activities. In old age, his organs begin to fail and a human being finds himself unable to recite my name. Thus, the whole life of a human being just passes in the illusion of I, me, and my, and he reaches his last stage, and begins to realize his mistake. But then it is usually too late for him to do anything for his benefaction. If he has done any good deed in life, he may meet fortune, but without a devotion for me, no one can be happy. Only when the soul comes in my refuge, he gets free from the bondages of life and death. Maitra says, "O Vijaya, thereafter Devayati concentrated her mind in the divine appearance of Sri Hari, as presented by Lord Kapila. At once, she got free from all the sufferings. She got a sight of God in her conscience and her body transformed into a holy river. The place where Mata Devayati received salvation is still known as Thipada. It is a renowned place of pilgrimage." 4th chapter. Description of the clans of Manu's daughters. Maitreya then related the description of the Manu's daughters. Manu and Shatrupa had 3 daughters, Akuti, Devayati and Prasyuti. Akuti was married to a Prajapati named Ruchi. They begot 2 children, a son and a daughter. The son later on came to be known as Yagi Avatar of Lord Narayana, while the daughter was named Dakshina. In due course, Yagya and Dakshina begot 12 sons: Tosh, Pradosh, Santosh, Bhadra, Shanti, Indrapati, Adm, Kavi, Vibhu, Swan, Sudev and Rokan. Manu's second daughter Devayati was married to the sage Kardam. They begot 9 daughters who were married, in due course, to 9 Prajaptis. One of them, named Kala, was married to the sage Marishi. They begot Kashyapa and Purnama. Their offsprings comprise today's population of the entire world. Gauti was the wife of Pula. They begot 3 sons: Karmshrestha, Varian, and Sahishnu. Pleased by the penance of Ansuya and Atrai, the Tridevas sent their parts as the sons to the hermit couple. Among them Chandramadhav appeared from Brahma's part, Dattatreya from Vishnu's part, and sage Durvasa appeared from Lord Shiva's part. To Shardha and Angara were born 4 daughters: Simivala, Kahu, Rika and Anumti. They begot 2 sons also: Yudhithya and Brihaspati. Havirba was married to Pulasutya. They begot 2 sons: Agastya and Vishrava. In later course, sage Vishrava produced Yakshraj Kubra from Idvita, while his second wife Kashini gave birth to Ravana, Kumbkaran and Vibhishan. Vashishtha and his wife Arundhati begot 7 Brahmarishis like Chitraketu. Sage Atharva and his wife Chitta begot a son Tapanishth. Geet sage Bhrigu and his wife Kyati begot 2 sons Thada and Vidhata, and a daughter Sri. Manu's third daughter Prasyuti was married to Daksha, the son of Lord Brahma. She got 16 daughters. Daksha married 13 of them to Dharma. Of the remaining 3 daughters, one was married to Agni, one to Pitrugana and one to Lord Shiva. Shraddha, Matri, Daya, Shanti, Tushti, Pushti, Kriya, Unnati, Budhai, Meda, Tidiksha, Hri and Murthy are the wives of Dharma. Of these Murthy begot the sages Nar Narayan. Svaha the wife of Agni begot 3 sons: Pavak, Pawaman and Chichi. 2 daughters were born to Svadha the wife of Pitraganas. They were named Harini and Vauna. These both daughters were Brahma Vadanasathi, the youngest daughter of Daksha and wife of Mahadeva, however could not begot any offspring because she had committed immolation in her youth as a protest against her father's misbehavior with her husband Mahadeva. Misbehavior of Daksha Prajapti with Lord Shiva. Vijaya asked Maitreya, Lord Shiva is an idol of peace. He has no enmity with anyone. He is self-indulgent. Why did then Daksha Prajapti misbehave with him? Maitreya said, once a meeting of Brahmavadis was organized. Along with all the gods, Lord Shiva and Brahma were also present in the meeting. Because of being a Prajapti, Daksha was allowed a late entry in the meeting. Moreover, when Daksha did arrive, all the gods, except Brahma and Lord Shiva, stood up to pay him regards. Honor by thousands of gods did not please Daksha as much as he felt insulted by behavior of Lord Shiva. Brahma was the father of Daksha, so he didn't mind his behavior. But seeing Lord Shiva sitting there and not paying due respect to him, Daksha got angry. He said, he is like my disciple. I've married my daughter to him, but he is uncourteous and irreligious. I committed a blunder by marrying my daughter to him. He smears ashes of pyre and roams at the cremation sites. Only the ghosts are his companions. Thus, Daksha cursed Lord Shiva. May this Lord Shiva not get his due share along with the gods in oblations. Nandi, the prominent among Lord Shiva's servers, cursed Daksha in retaliation. May the unwise Daksha lose his mind and be like an animal always bound to a woman. Thereafter indignant Lord Shiva at once left the meeting along with his followers. But still Daksha didn't put the matter at rest. To humble Lord Shiva, he organized a grand yagya named Bharaspati. All the Brahmarishis, Devarishis, Pitars, gods etc. attended the yagya along with their wives. From her abode on Kailash, Sati saw all the gods going through air to the grand occasion. She also learned about the grand yagya organized by her father Daksha. Out of curiosity, she insisted her husband Lord Shiva, O Vamdev, your father-in-law, Daksha Prajapti has organized a grand feast. If you wish, should we also go there to attend the feast? I desire to see my beloved mother, sisters, and other relatives. Lord Shiva replied. O beautiful, though one may go without invitation to his parents' home, may visit teachers and siblings. But your father resents me. So it is not good if we go there uninvited. I will not tolerate if he humiliates you. So, you should not go there, because a humiliation by a near one may cause immediate death. In fact, Sati had a logical mind, while Lord Shiva gave more weightage to faith than logic. Sati even had a doubt regarding God's incarnation as Lord Rama, that how could Parbrahma Paramatma, who is the father of all, be a son of any human being? Moreover, how could the Supreme Being be in so much sorrow because of his wife's separation? Lord Shiva and Sati, therefore, had a sight of Lord Rama in exile. Lord Shiva silently saluted Lord Rama's appearance, while Sati decided to give Rama a test. So taking a guise of Sita, Sati appeared before Rama. Lord Rama knew everything, so he regarded her as Sati. He also showed her some of his glories. Now Sati had firm belief in Lord Rama. She returned to Lord Shiva and gave her verdict that Lord Rama was indeed an incarnation of the Supreme Being. But Lord Shiva was much disturbed by Sati because of her taking the guise of Sita. Lord Shiva had, therefore, acquired an indifferent stance towards Sati. Thus she was feeling anguished by Lord Shiva's behavior. Hence she prayed silently, O Lord, may my body be destroyed soon, as this body is not able to serve Lord Shiva. Hence, when she heard about the grand feast organized by her father, in abject violation of her husband's dictate, Sati got ready to attend the feast. Lord Shiva too sent her with a lot of gifts and servants. There at Daksha's palace Sati found that all were ignoring her because of her father's fear. Even her sisters laughed at her for coming alone. In all, Sati found nothing favorable in her father's home. Only her mother welcomed her, that too in isolation. Indignant, Sati went straight to the Yajna Mandap and found that no seat had been allotted there for Lord Shiva. With anger she said, even the mere name of Lord Shiva is enough to destroy all the sins of the humans. No one can violate his dictate. And you, O Father, feel jealous of such an auspicious figure, holy, Lord Shiva, who is soul of every living being. I am ashamed of having this body produced from an opponent of Lord Shiva, like you. Saying these words, Sati threw herself in the flames of Yajna. Thereafter, Lord Shiva's Ganas destroyed the Yajna. They beheaded Daksha and dropped his head in the altar. Other gods and the sages were also punished for showing disrespect for Lord Shiva. Ultimately, Lord Brahma, accompanied by the gods, went to Kailash and pacified Lord Shiva. Ashutosh Lord Shiva granted them a boon to carry the Yajna to completion. In her next birth, Sati was born in the home of Himalayas. She was named as Parvati. Sober, cool, and an idol of faith, Mata Parvati dedicated herself fully to Lord Shiva. Narada gave her a talisman to get Lord Shiva as her husband. Lord Narayan himself requested Lord Shiva to accept Parvati as his wife. Lord Shiva accepted to get married with Parvati. Thus, through hard penance, Mata Parvati got Lord Shiva as her husband. In due course the auspicious marriage of Mata Parvati with Lord Shiva took place. Tale of Dhruva. The self-begotten Manu had two sons, Privrat and Uttanpad. King Uttanpad had two queens, Suniti and Suruchi. Uttanpad loved Suruchi more than he loved Suniti. So Suniti was forced to live outside the royal palace with her son Dhruva, while Suruchi and her son Uttam enjoyed all the luxuries in the palace. Once the king was playing with his son Uttam, who was siding in his lap. Meanwhile, Dhruva too arrived there and began insisting to sit in his father's lap. But for the fear of Suruchi the king did not take Dhruva in his lap. Just then, Suruchi too arrived there. Strutting at her fortune, she ridiculed Dhruva, though you are also a son of the king, but you have no right to sit on the throne because you are not born to me. You are the son of Queen Suniti, who is neglected by the king, and now lives like a mistress. So your desire is hard to accomplish. Even then, if you wish to have the throne, you begin to worship Lord Narayana, and take birth through me by his grace, and then wait for your chance to sit in the king's lap. Hurt by his stepmother's harsh words, Dhruva came to his mother crying. When Suniti heard about the incidents, she felt very sorry. Still, with patience she consoled her son Dhruva, "Oh my son, don't wish ill for the others. Those who cause sorrow for others, have to face the outcome themselves one day. Your stepmother is right. You have been born to me. Even then, if you wish to be enthroned like the Prince Uttam, give up your jealousy and start worshipping Lord Narayan. Even your grandfather Manu and great-grandfather Lord Brahma worshipped him. Only Lord Narayan can remove your sorrow." Mother's words shook the conscience of Dhruva. He at once set out with firm determination to please Sri Hari by penance. Leaving the town, while going in search of solitude, he met Devarshi Narada in the way. Dhruva respectfully greeted Narada. Narada lovingly caressed his head and tried to test his determination. Narada tried everything to convince Dhruva to send him back to his home, but he failed to shake the firm determination of the boy. Then with kindness, Narada preached Dhruva about Lord's appearance and gave him a mantra. Thus, Narada performed his duty as guru, and blessing Dhruva, he disappeared. Dhruva arrived in Madhuvan and took a seat under a kadamba tree on the bank of the river Yamuna. There he began to recite the mantra and meditation. During the first month he ate roots and tubers. In the second month he ate dried leaves. During the third month he managed with Yamuna's water. During the fourth month he sustained himself on the air only. Dhruva even stopped breathing. Now, standing on one leg only, he was fully concentrated in Lord Vasudeva. At the moment when Dhruva stopped breathing and concentrated in Parbrahma, all the three worlds shook with fear. All the gods ran to the refuge of Lord. Because of stopping of breath, all the organisms stood still. Assuring them not to be afraid, Lord arrived in Madhuvan to see his beloved devotee Dhruva. Seeing the Lord himself arrived before him, Dhruva's eyes filled with tears. He said, "O Lord, I don't know how to worship you." Lord touched his cheek with his conch. With that, Dhruva came to realize the glory of God. With complete devotion and folded hands, he worshipped Sri Hari. "I salute to such an omnipotent, omnipresent, and all-knowing Lord, whose power is present in everybody, and who entering my heart revived my speech." Pleased by his prayer, Lord stroked Dhruva's head and said, "Your desire shall materialize. After enjoying your kingdom, you shall come to my abode, which is far above the Saptrishis." Then by God's permission, Dhruva returned to his father's palace. There he was given a grand welcome. Everyone wants to be kind with the one who has God's grace. His father handed him the kingdom of the entire earth. His brother, Uttam, had gone to the forest for hunting, where the Yakshas killed him. Indignant by his brother's death, Dhruva at once launched an attack on the Yakshas. But his grandfather consoled him that the devotees of God don't long for revenge. Thereafter Dhruva ruled the earth for a period of 36,000 years. Even death bowed before him. Indeed, the devotees of God have no fear of death. The death fears them on the contrary. Tale of Prithu. In the lineage of the king Dhruva, had occurred a king named Anga. Anga's wife was Sumita, who was the daughter of Mridyadev. They had a son named Vina, who was evil in nature. When he grew up and occupied the throne, he became a very cruel ruler. Day by day his atrocities increased. Then he began to openly insult the great men. When his atrocities became uncontrollable, sages killed him by their curse to save the people. Thereafter, the sages churned Vina's dead body and produced a couple, a man and a woman. The man was born by the world-preserving part of Lord Vishnu. He came to be known as Prithu. He got an extremely pretty wife, Arka. Prithu was the Acharya of Lord Archon Bhakta. With his occupying the throne, the subjects became religious, happy, and moral-abiding people. Everything was going well in his kingdom, when one day the farmers approached him and complained, "O king, the earth has grown rude. She does not give us cereals, even though we sow a lot of seeds in every season. She eats them all. King Prithu set out at once to chastise the earth, who ran in the form of a cow to save herself. Scolding at her, King Prithu said, "O Vasudhu, I will kill you. You have violated my rule." The earth then came to his shelter and begged for pardon. "O king, it is not my fault, my fertility has ended because of the sins of the king Vina. Now, I'm present before you in the form of a cow. Now, you please exploit me fully to make everybody happy." King Prithu resolved then and there to perform 100 Ashvamedh Yagyas. His 99 Yagyas completed unabatedly. But during the 100th Yagya, Indra kidnapped the horse deceitfully. Indra had himself performed 100 Ashvamedh Yagyas. He could not tolerate anybody equaling him, for then the performer would have equal claim on Indrasana. Prithu's son was Vijitashva. He had seen Indra stealing the horse deceitfully. He even chased Indra for some distance, but Indra transformed himself into a hermit. Somehow, the oblation completed, and God appeared and asked the king to seek a boon. King Prithu begged, "O Lord, my soul remains unsatiated by your tales. So if you are pleased with me, kindly give me a hearing equal to the hearings of 10,000 heirs." Sanaketaks preached knowledge to the king Prithu. Thereafter, fostering his subjects religiously, King Prithu ruled the earth for 1,000 years. During the rule, king's popularity spread in leaps and bounds. At last he got the supreme position of God. Thus narrating the tale of Prithu, Maitreya says to Vijara, "Those who listen to this tale of Prithu, that shows the glory of God, get a strong affection for God and receive salvation ultimately, like Prithu." Fable of Puranajan. King Prithu's son was Vijitashu. In his lineage later on occurred a king named Prakanbarhi. King Prakanbarhi had many sons. All of them were known as Prachetas. They were all devotees of God and had been sunk in devotion since their childhood. Pleased by their devotion, once Lord Shiva appeared before them. With simplicity, Prachetas asked, "O Lord of the Lords, we have been worshipping Narayana, how did you arrive before us?" Lord Shiva said, "Those who have devotion for Narayan, are also dear to me." Thereafter Lord Shiva gave them Rudragit, which the Prachetas continued to sing for years immersed in the water. King Prakanbari had a great interest in oblations that involved sacrifice. One day Devarshi Narada asked him, "What are you doing, O king? Miseries don't end by action alone, nor does one get supreme joy. The animals which you have sacrificed for your oblations also feel the pain given by you. They are all waiting for you in the heaven. When you go there after death, they will take revenge one by one." Frightened by these words, King Prakanbari took shelter at Narada and said, "Devarshi, my mind is caught in the actions. You kindly show me the way to the supreme salvation." At the request of the king, Narada narrated him the tale of Vijayat and Avijayat. At the behest of Avijayat, Vijayat migrated to and settled in a beautiful city. There he met the queen Puranajani and got married to her. He was so much indulged in sensual pleasures with Puranajani that he became a woman in the next birth. As a woman, Vijayat got married in due course, but was widowed soon. She wanted to commit sati, but people prevented her. One day she was traveling on an elephant, when she spotted some swans in the sky. She asked the mahout to look at them. As soon as the mahout's attention diverted, the elephant got out of control and both of them fell on the ground and died. As she was looking at the swans at her last time, she became a swan in her next birth. As a swan she reached the lake Manasaravar, where she met her old friend Avijayat, who consoled the swan. "You are neither a man nor a woman. We are both swans now. You are same as me, no different from me. It means that there is no difference between the living beings and the God. There is only one soul. It's because of non-knowledge that one sees the God and the living beings differently." Thus cautioned by his friend Avijayat, Vijayat realized and accepted his incarnation as a swan. But, the king Prakanbari didn't get the meaning of the spiritual tale. Narada then revealed, God is Avijayat while microcosm is Vijayat. Avijayat has established 84 lock cities and asked Vijayat to select any one of them. After sorting lots of cities, the microcosm selects a city like the human body. That city has a lake in the center, the belly, from where the whole city is controlled. Again, it has 9 gates, 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, 1 mouth, 2 ears, 1 reproductive organ and 1 anus. It is such a highway, treading which no one returns. It has 2 courtiers, mind and ego. The living being passes his life caught between them. Queen Puranajani is the intellect in this body. Because of this intellect or non-knowledge, the living being or microcosm begins to feel in terms of I, my and me for his body and organs. All the 10 organs are his friends, through which the living being experiences the sensation and performs action. Inclinations of the organs are his friends. All the 5 pranas are the 5-hooded serpent that guards the body. Old age is Kalkanya, who launches an attack on the city. Shoka and Moha are the 2 brothers of Kalkanya. Kalkanya is married to Chandvig, who is also known as Varsh. It has 360 Gandharvas. 12 months are his 12 commanders and 7 days are the ministers. They all together plunder the human body like the city of Paranajan. Thus, covered by Ajanana, the living being, which has a great pride on his body, virtually wastes his life suffering different kinds of pains. From this mystical preaching, Prakanbhareya's inclination for Vedic karmkands and temptation for mundane luxuries were removed. By the grace of Devarshi Narada, the king got a perception of God and living being. He at once abdicated his attachment for the body and concentrated his mind in God. 5th chapter. Tale of Privrata. Hearing the tale of Prachetas devotion and receiving God's grace by them, a curiosity arose in the mind of the king Parikshit about self-knowledge and Grihastha Dharma. He asked Shukdev, "O Brahmin, Privrat was a supreme devotee and self-indulgent. Why did he then live in Grihastha? Married life is binding from all sides. Great men never long for married life. Even then the king Privrata lived a married life, yet he regularly prayed to God. This is an intriguing subject for me, kindly remove my doubts." Seeing Parikshit's curiosity and doubts, Sri Shukdev said, "O king, you are right that once receiving God's grace one can't leave it. No attachment, no love remains in him for life. The prince Privrata was a great devotee of God. By the grace of Narada he had instinctively become aware of Paramartha. He had dedicated all his actions into the feet of Lord Vasudeva. Thus, an intense inclination for detachment developed in Privrata since his childhood. So, Lord Brahma tried to admonish him. Son, you are too young yet to be an ascetic. Since the moment you've acquired the human body, enemies like Kama, Krodmoha, Labhe, Mata, Matsar etc. have been continuously chasing it. We're all bound to follow the path laid down by God. We should serve Him by our action, accepting our body, which the God has given to us, and the merits associated with it. Hence, you first enjoy the luxuries given by God, thereafter you will be free to do what you wish. Thus, as per the dictate of Lord Brahma, the king Privrata accepted 2 wives. His first wife was Prajapati Vishwakarma's daughter Bharayasmati. She begot 10 sons: Agnidra, Idmjiv, Yagyabahua, Mahavir, Miranireta, Savan, Medhatithi, Dripristh, Vitihatra, and Kavi. Privrat's second wife begot 3 sons: Uttam, Rawat, and Thomas. Out of these 10 sons, 3 became celibate. All the 3 sons from the second wife became the lords of different manvantaras. Despite leading married life, the king remained an ascetic. In his chariot, he traveled around the land and divided it into 7 parts and appointed each of his 7 sons as the lord of one island. Agnidra, the eldest son, was given Jambudweep. He was married to an Apsara Purvchiti. She had begotten 9 sons who became the ruler of the 9 parts of Jambudweep. Marudevi was the wife of Agnidra's eldest son Nabi. As a gift of Yagya, Lord had taken an incarnation in his home. That incarnation of Lord is known as Rishabhitev. Tale of Bharata. Rishabhitev was married to Jayanti, the daughter of Indra. Jayanti gave birth to 100 sons. Bharata was the eldest among them. The youngest 9 sons became Yogeshvars. 8 Yon sons accepted Brahmanism. Remaining 9 brothers followed their elder brother Bharata. One day Rishabhai Dev called a meeting of his sons and preached them about the well-being of human beings. Sons, he said, never misuse this human body. You have got this human life by great luck and God's grace. He does not deserve to be called as a friend, teacher, or father who does not preach his friend, disciple or son about the welfare of the self. Preaching that, Rishabhai Dev enthroned Bharata and himself departed for his supreme abode. The king Bharata was a great devotee. By his father's permission he had married to Panchjam, the daughter of Vishwarupa. They begot 5 sons. Bharata dedicated his religious actions to Lord Vasudeva. Thus by the purification of his actions, his conscience was also purified. So he transferred the kingdom to his son and himself took an abode in Pulahashrama on the banks of the river Gandaki. There he passed his time in the worship of God. One fine morning, when he was performing libations in the river, a pregnant doe arrived on the opposite bank to drink water. At that time a lion roared somewhere in the forest behind her. Frightened by the roar, the doe jumped into the river to save her life. But the doe lost her life in the action while her foetus fell in the river. Feeling pity for the fawn, Rajarshi Bharata took it and began to foster it. Day by day Bharata's affection grew for the fawn. Slowly he became irregular in his daily routine. But Bharata loved the fawn more than his routine. When the fawn grew into a deer, by its natural instinct it joined its mates. On his return, Bharata did not find the deer and grew so restless that he died out of depression. As his mind was fixed on the deer at death, he was born in his next birth as a deer. Bharata was a prudent man. But affection did not spare even him. What would be the fate of common people then? They are easy targets of the feelings and are more vulnerable to fall prey to attachment and affection. When a derangement occurs in the intellect of man, he begins to conduct irreligiously, but thinks that his behavior is religious. Realizing his mistake, Bharata as a deer, came to his hermitage and once again began his penance before God. Even in deer incarnation Bharata had a strong feeling of detachment. When Bharata's deer incarnation ended, he took his next birth in a Brahmin's home. Sometime after the birth, his mother died. By God's grace Bharata had remembrance of his previous birth. So he always remained immersed in reflection on Hari. To avoid attention he posed himself as an insane, stupid, blind, and deaf person. Even his brothers neglected him seeing his inertia. Now he was free to wander at will. He was satisfied with what he got and doing menial jobs. During that period, a thief, who had no son, wanted to offer a human sacrifice to Bhadrakali in desire of a son. Searching a right person for the sacrifice, his men found and caught Jada Bharata, who was guarding his farms then. Jada Bharata remained quite indifferent and did not even resist his kidnapping. The thieves took him into the temple. There, as soon as the chief of the thieves raised his sword to kill Jada Bharata, Bhadrakali appeared from the idol and beheaded all the thieves. It shows that one has to bear the fruit himself of the crime committed. But Jada Bharata did not experience this and remained quite unmoved as before. In another incident, the king Rahyugana of Sindhu was riding a palanquin to the hermitage of the sage Kapila. On the way, he fell short for one kahar. His men found Jada Bharata who was wandering nearby and yoked him also in carrying the palanquin. Jada Bharata was walking cautiously so as not to tread on even little creatures. Hence, the king was getting jerks and a bumpy ride. He scolded at the kahars. The kahars informed him that the new recruit was causing him those jerks. The king Rahungana then scolded at Jada Bharata. "Hey, are you so frail that you can't balance the palanquin properly? Don't you know that your master is riding in it? Wait, I'll teach you a lesson." Jada Bharata stood fearlessly. The king was stunned to see him. It was then that Jada Bharata opened his mouth to utter his first words. He felt that he had carried the king on his shoulders, and though the king was a haughty man, but my life will be a sheer wastage if I don't preach the king a way to salvation. So with a desire of benefiting the king, Jada Bharata said, "O king, life and death, strength and weakness are the virtues of the body. But the soul is sinless. I have put all my burden on the shoulders of the god. You too have great burden on your head. Lord of everyone is one. Even your senses are not in your control. How then will you control your subjects? O king, only knowledge is the form of the soul. By knowledge alone you can recognize the soul. Union with one homogeneous and holy supreme being is the true introspection. But as long as you don't bear the dust of great men's feet on your head, you will not recognize the God." Hearing these words, the king Rahangana fell at the feet of Jada Bharata and begged his pardon. Jada Bharata then preached the king about the metaphysical knowledge. Listening to the tales of the God continuously is the only way to concentrate one's mind in Sri Hari. In my previous birth, I was the king of Bharatavarsh. But because of my attachment for a deer, I was deviated from the path of supreme knowledge. Hence, I had to take birth in deer form. But by the grace of Lord Krishna, memory of my previous birth persisted in a deer incarnation also. So in my present birth I prefer to stay away from the people and wander secretly. So, from now on drop your attachments and start reciting God's name. By the virtues of his tail alone you will easily get him. O king, the body is like a merchant, who is roaming on the earth borrowing this wealth of age. It has lost its wealth in useless worldly affairs. One day arrow of the Kal will snatch everything from it. So, the human being must utilize their invaluable moments in the training of the supreme knowledge. Description of the extent of the landmass. Hearing the tale of the king Privrat's lineage, Parikshit asked Shukdev, "O great sage, what is the expanse of the landmass? I wish to hear a description of it along with its islands, because this world is a tangible idol of God along with his virtues. Hence, knowing it intangible, infinitesimal form of God can also be known." Shukdev said, "O king, illusions created by God are so vast that nobody can find their end. Therefore, I will describe main features of the world with the help of name, appearance, extent, and symptoms. King Privrata has divided the earth into 7 islands. These islands are, Jambudvip, Plukshdvip, Shalmalidvip, Kushdvip, Krankdvip, Shukdvip, and Pushkardvip. All these islands are surrounded by 7 seas, which comprise of saline water, sugarcane juices, and wine, ghee, milk, wadi and sweet water respectively. Extent of each island is double than that of its preceding one. Jambudvip. Shukdev says, situated in the center of the world is Jambudvip. It has an extent of 1 lakh yojan. It has a round shape like a lotus leaf. It has 9 zones each with an extent of 9,000 yojan. These zones are called Varsh. 8 mountain ranges mark the boundaries of these Varsh, which are arranged in circular fashion. At the center of the Varsh, is the 10th Varsh named Elavorate. In the center of Elavorate is Meru. Names of other 9 Varsh are, Kinpurusha, Hayavarsh, Kamayak, Hirungmaya, Kuru, Bhadrashwa, Keetumal, and Bharata. Such as the Mount Meru is surrounded by Jamudvip, similarly Jamudvip is surrounded by a vast sea. Because of a majority of jamun trees, this island is named as Jambudvip. Plukshdvip. As there is a huge jamun tree that is 1100 yojan high in Jamhadvip, similarly there are innumerable plukshare trees in Plukshdvip, hence its name. Agni is the venerable god in this island. Privrata's son, King Idmjiv, was the ruler of this island. He divided it into 7 parts and made his 7 sons the ruler of these divisions. These 7 divisions were named Shiv, Yavas, Subhadra, Shant, Keshem, Amrit and Abhay. These divisions have 7 mountains, and 7 rivers. Plukshdvip has an extent of 2 lakh yojans. It is surrounded by an ocean of sugarcane juice. Shalmalidvip. Just double in extent than Plukshdvip, is Shalmalidvip. It has a majority of Shulmali trees, which comprise the abode of Garuda, the king of the birds. Privrata's son Yagyabahu was the ruler of this island. He too made 7 divisions in the island as per his sons Surocham, Devarsh, Prabhadra, Ramanak, Samanasia, Apiyan, and Avidyat. This island too has 7 mountains and 7 rivers. 4 classes of people inhabit this island. They worship Vidmachandramada. This island is surrounded by a sea of wine. Kushdwap. This island is surrounded by a sea of the ghee. It has an extent of 8 yojans, and a majority of kush shrubs. From the light of their tips, kush shrubs illuminate this island. Privrata's son Hiranyarada was the ruler of this island. Dividing the island into 7 divisions, he too appointed his 7 sons as the ruler of each of these divisions. These divisions are Vasu, Vasudana, Dhritarashtra, Nabhigupta, Stutyavrata, Vivikt, and Vimadef. People of Kushdwap worship the fire. Krunkdwap. With an extent of 16 Lokyojan, Krunkdwap is surrounded by the Sea of Milk. There is a gigantic mountain named Krunk on the Dweep. After this mountain the island is known as Krunkdwap. Privrata's son, King Gridprashtha, was the ruler of this island. He too divided the island into 7 divisions and distributed them between his 7 sons, 1 to each son. The names of these 7 sons are Am, Madura, Megprishth, Sudama, Mrajishth, Lohitarn and Vanaspati. Inhabitants of the island worship Varanadev, the Lord of Water. Shakadweep. Surrounded by the Sea of Way is Shakadweep with an extent of 32 Lokyojans. It has a huge tree of shaka, hence its name. With the sweet fragrance of this tree, the whole island emits a pleasant scent. The ruler of this island, Medhatithi, was also a son of Privrata. He too had 7 sons: Purohav, Manojab, Pawamana, Dumranak, Chitrarev, Bahurab, and Vishuddhar. They were made the rulers of the 7 divisions of the island. People of the island use pranayama to weaken their rajoguna and tamoguna, and worship Hari in Vayu through meditation. Pushkardweep. Pushkardweep has an extent of 64 yojans. It is surrounded by a sea of sweet water. There is present a huge lotus flower with 1,000,000 golden petals. This lotus is regarded as a seat of Brahma. Privrata's son Vaitihatra was the ruler of this island. He divided the island into 2 divisions, and made his sons Ramanak and Hataka the rulers of these divisions. Inhabitants of this island worship Brahma, appearance of Srihari. 6th chapter. Tale of Ajamil. The king Parikshit requested Shukdev, "O preacher, so far you have related about the way how to overcome attachment for worldly things. Inadvertently, the living beings commit some kinds of sins or crimes. O great soul, now kindly tell me the way by which humans can get rid themselves of the tortures they are supposed to be subjected to in the hells." Shukdev said, "A sinner is sure to be tortured in hell, unless and until he had observed penance for his sins in his present birth. But even penance is no guarantee of his salvation if the person indulges again in sins thereafter. It is all because of ignorance, that desires to commit sin does not end. Spiritual ways are, thereafter, necessary. Adopting spiritual ways like penance, celibacy, tranquility, self-restraint, abdication, truthfulness, holiness, restraint of passions and discipline, even the most serious sins are destroyed. Alternatively, taking refuge at the God or developing a devotion for him, all the sins can be destroyed. O Parikshit, such a sanctification of the sinner as achieved by dedication to God, is rare even by observing penance." Shukdev narrated the tale that was once related by Muni Agastya. In the town of Kannauj, lived a Brahmin named Ajamil. He had married to his mistress. Being with an unchanged caste woman, his Brahminical virtues had been destroyed. Now, Ajamil earned his living not by performing holy tasks, but instead he restored to petty tricks like plundering, deceiving, and even killing people to feed his family. Once, a group of Mahatmas came to the town. People greeted and offered them with edible items. But the ascetics refused to accept anything. They said that they would accept the food only from the household where holy food is cooked for the Lord. Irritated people showed the ascetics the way to Ajamil's home. From Ajamil, the ascetics accepted the alms and themselves cooked the food, and offered it to God and ate themselves. Now the heart of Ajamil and his wife were filled with expiation. The ascetics wished to cause some benefit for Ajamil. They said to him, "If you get a son now, please name him Narayana." Ascetic's words did materialize and Ajamil got one more son, the 10th one. As per ascetic's advice, Ajamil named him Narayana. Being the youngest son, Narayana was very dear to Ajamil. He used to remember Narayana always. Everything was passing as usual, when the time of Ajamil's departure arrived suddenly one day. Yamadutas began to take him for his last journey. Not seeing his youngest son Narayana before him, Ajamil began to call out loudly, "Narayana, Narayana." Hearing the calls, servers of Lord Vishnu too arrived there and challenged Yamadutas. The frightened Yamadutas said, "We are the servants of Dharmaraj. Why are you stopping us?" Servers of Lord Vishnu said, "If you are the servants of Dharmaraj, define Dharma then." Yamadutas said, "Actions dictated by Vedas are Dharma in true sense, and the actions forbidden by Vedas are Adharma, and Veda is Narayana himself." The servers said, "You're unaware of Param Dharma. This sinner has called out the name of God, so his sins, from the past crores of births, have been washed away. Now he is no more a sinner." Wise men say that recitation of God's name by any means as a name of someone else, in derision or derogation, automatically does away with all the sins. This is the bounty of God's name, that a mere remembrance of it, whether wittingly or unwittingly, does destroy all sins. Hearing this dialogue, Ajamil awakened, as if from a long slumber. Yamdutas had returned to Yamaloka by then. But, the abject sinner Ajamil had recovered from the snare of death. Without losing a moment, Ajamil went to the banks of the Ganges. There, drinking the holy water of the Ganges, he left his body and went and found a place in Vakuntha Loka, the abode of Lord Vishnu. Dialogue of Yama and Yamadutas. Shukdev says, "Parikshit, when the servers of Lord Vishnu failed the attempt of Yamadutas, they returned to Yamaloka and complained Yama about the event. O Yamadev, we had so far known that you are the sole authority of punishing the people as per their deeds. Nobody had dared so far to violate your rule. But today those four servers of Lord Vishnu openly caused violation of your dictate." Yamaraja silently prayed Lord Vishnu and said, "Lord Narayana is the Lord of all living things. He is the Lord of me also, and I myself keep an account of the sins and pious deeds of the living beings by his order only. All the gods, Digpals, Shiva and Brahma etc., all of them follow his dictates. The greatest duty of all the living beings is that they should achieve a dedicated devotion for the Lord. Sons, just look at the bounty of Lord, that even the sinner like Ajamil escaped the noose of death simply by calling out the names of the God just once. So, from now on you never go near those people who are reciting Lord's name or are his devotees. Bring only the sinners to me." Birth of Daksha from Prachetas. Shukdev says, 10 sons of the king Prakanbarai were known as Prachetas. They observed severe penance under the sea. When they re-emerged, Chandra calmed them and presented a beautiful daughter of the Apsara Prabhitlasha, to them as their wife. From her, Prachetas begot Prachetas Daksha. In due course the subject of Daksha spread all over the world and populated far-off places. Daksha created, first of all, the gods, the demons, and the human beings who inhabited the heaven, the earth and the waters respectively. But Daksha was not still satisfied. He therefore went to Vindhyachal and started a severe penance there. Pleased by his penance, God appeared before him. By the permission of God, Daksha Prajapati married with Ashinki, the daughter of Panchama Prajapati. From Ashinki Daksha got 10,000 sons named Haryashva. In due course Daksha asked his sons to reproduce. But instead of reproducing, they all reached Narayana Sarovar on the banks of the river Sindhu, to a place of pilgrimage beguiled by the preaching of Narada about Bhagavad Dharma. Daksha again produced 1,000 sons named Shaflashva and asked them to reproduce. But they too followed the footsteps of their elder brothers, and took no interest in worldly affairs. Narada preached them also about Bhagavad Dharma. When Daksha came to realize that Narada had converted his sons into ascetics by his preaching, he angrily cursed Narada to be a wanderer forever with nowhere a place to stay on. Narada accepted Daksha's curse and blessed him with a boon to have 60 daughters for the continuation of his subject. By the virtue of the boon, 60 daughters were born in the home of Daksha in due course. When they grew up, Daksha got 10 of them married to Dharma. Then 10 to Kashyapa, 27 to Chandramadhav, 2 to Angara and Krishishva each, and remaining 4 daughters were married to a Kashyapa named Tarkshya. The entire world came to be populated by the offsprings of these 60 daughters of Daksha. Shukdev says, Parikshit, the names of Dharma's 10 wives were Banu, Lamba, Kakubhai, Jami, Vishvas, Sathya, Marutvati, Vasu, Muhurta, and Sankalpa. Daksha's daughters Sarapa and Bhuta were the wives of Bhut. Sarapa begot uncountable Rudragans, 11 of them are prominent. Bhut's second wife Bhuta gave birth to formidable spooks and Ganas like Vinayak etc. Angara's first wife Svadha gave birth to Patragans, while his second wife Sathi accepted a Ved Atharvanigra as her son. Krishishva's wife Arka begot Dumraksh, while Dishana Krishishva's second wife gave birth to 4 sons Vichira, Deval, Vayun, and Manu. Kashyapa named Tarkshya had 4 wives Vinata, Kadru, Patanji and Yamini. Birds were born to Patanji, while Yamini gave birth to moths. Vinata's son is Garuda, who is the vehicle of Lord Vishnu. Arun was her second son, who became the charioteer of Surya. Nagas were born to Kadru. 27 daughters of Daksha were married to Chandramadhav. These are the 27 nakshatras like Kritika etc. But Chandramadhav had particular love for Rohini, so he got tuberculosis and hence could not produce a child. Names of Kashyapa's 13 wives are Utti, Dithi, Danu, Kashtha, Ariha, Surasa, Ila, Muni, Krad, Varsha, Tamra, Surbi, Sarama and Timi. These are the mothers of the whole world. All the gods, demons, animals, giants etc. were born to them. Insult of Brihaspati by the gods. Shukdev says, O Parikshit, Indra had become very haughty by the luxuries he received as the king of the gods. One day, Devraj Indra was sitting on his throne along with his queen Shachi. His court was full of courtiers. 49 Marijanas, 8 Vasus, 11 Rudras, Aditya, Rabuganas Vishvadev, Shadhyaganas, and both Ashvini Kumaras were present in the court. Groups of Siddhas, Karas, Gandhavas, Vidyadhars, Apsaras, Kinnars, Nagas etc. were singing in his praise, and programs of dance and music was on. Acharya Brihaspati, the revered teacher of the gods, arrived there. But, despite having seen him, Indra did not show any respect for Brihaspati. Indignant Brihaspati, he at once deserted Devaloka. When Acharya Brihaspati had gone, Indra realized his mistake. He at once launched an extensive search for Guru Brihaspati. But no one could locate Brihaspati. Feeling of insecurity in the absence of their guru, strongly agitated the gods. On the other hand, when the demons came to know about Brihaspati's missing, they began to intimidate the gods. By the permission of their teacher Shukrakarya, the demons launched an attack on the Devaloka. Feeling sad by the pitiable state of the gods, Indra went to the refuge of the Brahma, who told the gods that they were suffering because of their wrong policies and disregarding their learned guru. Brahma also told the gods that the demons had strengthened their position because of their loyalty to their teacher Shukracharya. Brahma advised the gods to request Vishwarup, the son of the sage Tvashta, to become their teacher. He is a sound scholar of Vedas, great ascetic and abstemious person. Serving him, Brahma said, "You will be free from all the crisis." Following Brahma's advice, the gods made Vishwarup their teacher by request. Ascetic Vishwarup used his Vaishnavi Vidya to annihilate the wealth and power of the demons and endowed Indra with those powers. Vishwarup also preached Indra about the infallible Vaishnavi Vidya. Thus securing himself under the shield of this knowledge, Indra defeated all the demonic forces. Preaching of Narayana Kavak to Indra by Vishrup, The king Parikshit asked, O Lord, kindly relate to me the knowledge by the power of which Devraj Indra easily defeated the demons. Shukdev says, Parikshit, now I am telling you about the knowledge that was once taught to Indra by Vishrup. So listen to it carefully with concentration. Whenever you feel yourself haunted with fears, you must guard your body with this Narayana Kavak. But before that it is necessary to purify oneself by bath, meditation, libations, pranayama and 8-lettered and 12-lettered mantras of God. The hymnal Kavak must be then recited facing north while reflecting on the divine appearances of God. May the God, who rides Garuda and holds conch, will, mace and lotus, protect me from all sides. May all the incarnations of God protect me from all the lusts, affection and desires and in all the circumstances. Thus may I be protected in water by Matsya Avatar, on land by Vaman Avatar, in sky by Trivikrama, from Kamapada by Sanikadat, from Kupathya by Dhanvantari, from ignorance from Vedavyasa, from the hells by Kashyap Avatar, in the war by Narsinha Avatar, in the way by Varha, on the top of the hills by Parshurama, during exile by Lord Rama along with Lakshmanaji, from Maran Mohan Abhichar by Lord Narayana, from ego by Nara, from obstacles by Dattatreya, from the bondage of actions by Kapila, from disregarding the God by Hagarib Mutri, from the crimes by Narada, from the impostors by Buddha and from the faults of Kali Kal. May I be protected by Kakadev. May I be protected in the morning with mace by Keshav, with flute by Govind in the day, by Narayana Shakti before the noon, and may I be protected with Sudarshan Chakra by Lord Vishnu in the noontime. May the all-knowing omnipotent Lord protect me in every circumstances. May the name, appearance, vehicle, weapons, and all the services of Sri Hari protect my mind, intellect, organs and life from all the calamities. This Narayana Kavak saves one from all kind of calamities and fears. Killing of Vishvarup and making Vajra with Dadichi bones. Vishrupa became the second Acharya of the gods. He also saw overindulgence of Indra in luscious objects. Vishwarup's mother belonged to demon clan, so he had some inclination for the demons also. Stealthily, he supplied parts of offerings of the oblations to the demons. Very soon, Indra too came to learn that their teacher Vishvarup was stealthy nurturing their enemies, the demons. So, indignantly Indra severed the head of Vishvarup, and to get rid of the sin of Brahmahatya Indra distributed his sin among the land, water, tree, and the woman folk, and himself escaped the sin. To take revenge of his son's murder, sage Tivashta organized a yagya with the purpose of having a son who could kill Indra. The yagya finished successfully, and as soon as the offerings ended, a formidable demon appeared from the altar. The demon was named Vritrasur. Very soon, Vritrasur defeated Indra and other gods and conquered all the 3 worlds. Terrorized by his power and gallantry, all the gods ran into the refuge of Lord Narayana. Pleased with their faith and prayers, Lord Narayana advised them to please the great sage Dadichi and ask for his bones to build a Vajra. From that Vajra Vritrasur could be killed, God assured them. Thus, all the gods, headed by Indra, reached the hermitage of sage Dadichi. There they very humbly and respectfully begged for his bones. For the benefit of the world, sage Dadichi gladly accepted to donate his bones. With those bones, Vishvakarma built a massive Vajra which had 1,000 edges. Thus by the power of the Lord and acquiring a divine Vajra, Indra felt extremely strong. He at once launched an attack on the demons' armies and drove them away from the battlefield. Killings of Vritrasur by Indra. Sri Shukdev says, O Parikshit, from the gallantry of the gods the demon army began to fled. Seeing his army running away in panic, Vritrasur got infuriated. Charging ahead he stopped the gods' army from advancing. He roared loudly. Many of the gods fainted from the frightening thunder of the roar. Advancing Vritrasur routed the fallen fighters. Even the earth began to shake because of his momentum. Devraj Indra could not bear it. He made a powerful blow on Vritrasur with his mace. Vritrasur held his mace in the way and hit Airavat, Indra's elephant, with it. Feeling the pain of the blow, Airavat moved back. Then Vritrasur scolded Indra, who had killed Vishvarupa, the brother of Vritrasur. "O Indra, you have killed my brother Vishvarupa without any reason. Now, I will gore you with my powerful trident. Or you may behead me by your Vajra. Your Vajra has the power of the sage Dudhichi and the glory of Srihari. But, Indra, with you Vajra, I will get rid of the bondages of my body and get salvation at the feet of Lord Vishnu. So kill me with your Vajra." Thus, even in the battlefield, Vritrasur experienced direct existence of God. He prayed God, "O Lord, may my mind reflect constantly on your auspicious virtues, may my voice always recite your virtues, may my body always be in your service. I don't want salvation without serving you. My mind is writhing for your sight." Shukdev says, "Thus, O Parikshit, Vritrasur had wished to leave his body in the battlefield and get the god. He did not want to enjoy the luxuries of the heaven, defeating Indra. Calling out these words, Vritrasur hit Indra with trident. But Indra cut that hand of Vritrasur, which was holding the trident, by his Vajra. Losing his one hand, Vritrasur was very outrageous and hit Indra's chin and Airavat's forehead with his elbow. Because of the blow, Indra dropped his Vajra, which fell near Vritrasur's feet. Indra was now feeling too ashamed to pick up the Vajra. Vritrasur said, "O Indra, pick up the Vajra and kill your enemy. It is not the time to be gloomy." Indra showed his respect to Vritrasur for his truthfulness and undeceitful words, and said, "O great demon, you are really great. Your patience, determination, and devotion for God are really remarkable. You have surmounted the illusion of God that confuses ordinary ones. You are a great man born in demon family." Vritrasur again raised his will to hit, but Indra cut his second hand. Now, having lost both his hands, Vritrasur shook the earth with his heavy steps and swallowed Indra along with his elephant. Everyone was beginning to feel sorry for Indra, but because of Narayana Kavak, Indra remained unhurt even in the belly of Vritrasur. Thereafter, Indra lacerated the demon's belly and came out. Then he cut Vritrasur's head also. At that moment, soul of Vritrasur annihilated in the Supreme Being. All the gods then greeted Indra for his victory. Vritrasur was a religious king Chitraketu in his previous birth. Because of the grace of Narada and Angara, he had received detachment and supreme devotion and began to roam everywhere as a Siddhapurusha. Once he was traveling on the aircraft gifted to him by the gods, he saw the Ardnarishwar appearance of Lord Shiva and said something in derogation. Indignant of his discourtesy, Mata Parvati cursed Chitraketu to take birth in a demon clan. Because of that curse, Chitraketu appeared as demon. But even in demon incarnation, his devotion for the Lord's feet persisted as before. 7th chapter. Removal of doubt about God's partiality. The king Parikshit asked, "O fortunate one, God is said to have an equal view for everybody. Why then does he favor the gods alone? Why does he kill the demons only? Thus I have some doubts regarding God's impartiality. Kindly remove them." Shukdev says, "Parikshit, God's sketches are so vivid that even the great sages can't comprehend them fully. Even then, just by reciting these surprising sketches of God, one receives the supreme position. Accepting the virtues of this illusion, God acquires the opposing forms of killer and killed occasionally. Virtues like Satya, Rajas, and Tamas are of nature, and not of God, and hence keep rising and falling with time. When Satguna arises, God adopts the gods and the sages and causes a surge in their number. A rise in Rajas virtues sees a surge in demons' number. While a rise in Tama virtues leads to a surge in the population of the Yaksh and Rakshasas. But God is in fact impartial. Shukdev says, "O king, once Devarshi Narada had related an incident to your grandfather Yudhishthir. I'm narrating it to you right now. Your doubts will be removed." Tale of JVJ. During the Rajasuya Yagya in Yudhishthir's court, Lord Krishna had beheaded Shishupal with his wheel. Everyone, including Yudhishthir, saw Shishupal's soul annihilating in Lord Krishna. Surprised, Yudhishthir had asked Narada then, "O Devarshi, Isn't it surprising that Shishupal, who was so jealous of Lord Krishna, got merged in him? Such fortune is even rare for the great yogis. How did then this rival of God get such a supreme fortune? Narada said, O king, criticism, praise, serving or negligence are all confined to the body only. When the soul is identified with the body, people suffer from the impact of scolding and abusing. God has no ego like ordinary beings, because he is the supreme soul and ultimate. If he punishes someone, it is for one's benefit and not for any anger or jealousy. Therefore one must concentrate his mind in God no matter what his feelings are: enmity, devotion, fear, affection. In God's view these feelings don't make any difference. Narada said, Yudhishthir, in my opinion it is certain that the concentration achieved through a feeling of enmity is rare to achieve otherwise, even with devotion. This is the reason why uncountable number of sinners, who had strong enmity for Lord Krishna, merged with him. Your cousins Shishupal and Dantavkra were fortunate. They both were the gatekeepers of the Lord. It was by curse of Brahman, that they had to be relegated and take birth as sinful demons. Narada said, O king, Brahma's Manasputras Sanaketa Kumars were freely roaming all over the universe. Once they reached Vakuntha. But assuming them to be ordinary boys, the gatekeepers JVJ did not allow them in. Indignant by the behavior of the gatekeepers, Sanakati Kumars cursed them, fools, both of you don't deserve a presence near God. Both of you are endowed with Rajaguna and Tamoguna, so go and take birth as the demons. When both the gatekeepers were falling from Vakuntha, the kind Sanakati Kumars said, Okay, the effect of our curse shall long for your 3 births only, thereafter you shall return to Vakuntha again. Tale of Hiranyakshir and Hiranyakashipu. By the curse of Brahmins, the gatekeepers of the god, JVJ took their first birth as the demons Hiranyakashipu and Hiranyakshir. Dithi was their mother. Hiranyakshir had stolen the earth and hidden it in Sudala Loka, causing worries for Brahma. To remove the worries of Brahma, Lord appeared as Varha avatar and killed Hiranyakshir. After the killing of Hiranyakshir, his elder brother Hiranyakashipu developed enmity with Lord Vishnu. He avowed to other demons, I will kill that tricky Vishnu with my trident. Thus no one will be able to protect the gods. All of you go out and bring havoc on them. Then Hiranyakashipu cremated his younger brother Hiranyakshir, condoled Mother Ati and wife of his younger brother, and himself went away to observe penance in order to acquire strength and gallantry. In the valley of Mandarachal mountain, Hiranyakashipu stood on one toe only and raised his hands towards sky. He continued to stand in the same position. Ultimately fire began to emerge from his head. That fire caused burning of all the 3 lokas. Panicked by the fire, the gods reached to Brahma and prayed to put the fire off. Brahma at once appeared before Hiranyakashipu and said, Son Hiranyakashipu, your penance is over now. Now seek a boon of your wish. Worshipping Brahma, Hiranyakashipu said, May I not be killed by any living being created by you, may I be killed neither in day nor in night, neither by humans nor by animals, neither by weapons nor by arms, neither on earth nor in sky. May no one match me in war. May I be an undisputed emperor of all the living beings. Pleased by his penance, Brahma granted Hiranyakashipu that rare boon. By the virtue of Brahma's boon, Hiranyakashipu grew extremely strong. Now he had no fear of death, so his atrocities increased day by day. He defeated all the gods, human beings, demons, demigods. Everyone accepted his superiority. Now, Hiranyakashipu began to reside in heaven itself. He also made an all-round declaration, all the people who worship or even remember Vishnu, shall be put to death in my kingdom. Nobody else is God except me. Thus all the gods and demons began to worship Hiranyakashipu and presented him with gifts to please him. Gandharvas, Siddhas, sages, Apsaras etc. all began to sing in his praise. Narada says, O Yudhishthir, Hiranyakashipu had such a brilliance that he began to receive the offerings himself of the yagyas performed by Brahmins. On all the 7 islands and up to the heaven, it was his dominion. Now he was freely and lavishly enjoying all the luxuries. Maddened by the luxuries, he even began to violate the rulings of the scriptures. Perplexed by his harsh rule, all the gods went into the refuge of the Almighty. Through a celestial voice, God comforted them, "Don't be afraid, O gods. I am aware of havoc caused by this demon. I will destroy him, you wait for some more time. When he will begin to torment his calm and devotee son Prahlada, I will definitely kill him." The demon king Hiranyakashipu had 4 sons. Prahlada was youngest of them. Prahlada was the greatest lover and devotee of God. Hiranyakashipu had declared such a pious son like Prahlada a criminal of the state. Thus he tried his best to kill Prahlada. Story of Prahlada the great devotee. Pious virtues of Prahlada. The youngest son of the demon king Hiranyakashipu, Prahlada was very virtuous. He used to serve the sages with love. He treated all the beings equally and did never differentiate them as separate from him. He had a respect for the elders. Despite having knowledge, wealth, beauty, and nobility, Prahlada didn't have any ego. He never lost patience even in most adverse conditions. He also regarded the world as false and worthless. He had no desire for anything, but had full restraint on his mind, organ, breath, and body. Despite having born in demon family, he didn't have any demonic virtues. Narada says, "O Yudhishthir, as the virtues of the god are endless, similarly the virtues of Prahlada had no limit. But a natural and congenital love for Lord Sri Krishna was his greatest merit. Since his childhood, Prahlada had no inclination for childish plays. Often he used to meditate silently. During his meditation, he used to become quite motionless. More than often he felt as if God himself was fondling him, taking him in his lap. At times when he experienced an absence of God, Prahlada would cry loudly, and at other times he would laugh with joy seeing God before him. He also used to sing, shout, and even dance whenever he felt God nearby. Occasionally, Prahlada used to mimic God, or feeling the soft touch of God, sit peacefully without movement. Such was the trance-like condition of Prahlada, who had a complete submersion in devotion for God. Shukrakarya was the teacher of the demons. Sukracharya's 2 sons had been appointed to teach the boys of the royal family. Staying at a place closer to the royal palace, these 2 brothers taught the boys in politics, economics, etc. Prahlada too was sent to them for formal education. There he used to listen to his teachers carefully and recite what he had been taught. But Prahlada did not like the education, which was based on falsehood. One day Hiranyakashipu took Prahlada in his lap and asked lovingly, "My son, tell me, what you like the most?" Prahlada said, "Father, in my opinion, this world is nothing but full of sorrow. Hence it is just for every being that they should give up this blind pit-like world and go to the forests and take shelter in God, to be free of miseries." Alarmed by these words, Hiranyakashipu warned the teachers, the sons of Shukrakarya, to look after Prahlada well, and to remove that mean thoughts of devotion from his mind. He also cautioned the teachers to guard Prahlada against any possible approach by a god, ascetic, or Brahmin. Guruputras tried their best and trained Prahlada in policies of Sama, Dhamma, Dand, Bhed. Then they trained him in Arth, Dharma, and Kama. When they felt satisfied with their efforts, the Guruputras brought Prahlada again to his father, the demon king Hiranyakasipu. Hiranyakashipu kissed Prahlada's head and took him in his lap and asked, "My son Prahlada, tell me in detail what you have learned from your teacher during your stay with them." Prahlada said, "Father, there are 9 kinds of devotion for Lord Vishnu. If one develops these 9 kinds of devotion with dedication, I understand, it would be the best education." Infuriated by these words, Hiranyakashipu threw Prahlada on the floor and began to scoff at Guruputras. Hearing his father scoffing at Guruputras, Prahlada said, "Father, it was not taught to me by them, it is my natural inclination." These words further infuriated Hiranyakashipu. Blinded by anger, he ordered his soldiers to kill Prahlada at once. Formidable demons hit Prahlada with their arms. At that time Prahlada's conscience was focused in God. All the blows of the demons yielded no result. Thereafter, Prahlada was trampled by intoxicated elephants, bitten by poisonous snakes, thrown from the high cliffs into the sea and even in fire, buried under the mountain, but all in vain. None of the attempts could do any harm to the sinless Prahlada. Now, Hiranyakashipu began to feel worried because of his inability. Seeing him worried, the teacher assured him, "Be free of worries, O king. Keep your son tied in Varanapashan till our father Shukrakarya returns." Then they again took Prahlada to their hermitage to teach him Grihastha. One day the teachers were away for some urgent work. Prahlada called his classmates and began to preach them about Lord Vishnu. Preaching to Demon Boys by Prahlada. Prahlada preached, "Friends, human incarnation is a rare thing in this world. So taking shelter at the feet of God in this human incarnation is a success for life. Brothers, God is the friend, beloved and the soul of each and every being. Sensual pleasures are easily available in every incarnation, so it is useless to make physical efforts to achieve sensual pleasures. But this human body is a means to get God. So, as long as the body is sound and healthy and it has strength, one must work for his benefits. Half of the life of a man is simply wasted in sleeping. First 20 years pass in playing, young age passes in satisfying the ego, while during the 20 years of old age human body becomes crippled. So friends, don't waste your life running after the physical pleasures, luxuries, wealth, and all that leads to a certain fall. One needs not work hard to please the God. He is soul of every living being. He is self-achieved. Only do good to every living being, be kind to them unconditionally. God is pleased with these actions only." Impressed by the beautiful preaching of Prahlada about Bhagavad Dharma, the demon boys asked, "O Prince, you have never been away from the hermitage. How then did you get such a knowledge at such a raw age?" Prahlada told his fellow disciples that when his father was away on Mandarachal for penance, Indra had kidnapped his mother Kayadhu. He was taking her to Devlika when Devarshi Narada stopped him in the way and asked why he was taking such a helpless woman so forcibly. Indra had told then that he would destroy her Phoedus, who was going to be a demon, and thereafter would let her go. Narada had said, "Devraj, there is a great devotee of God in this Phoedus, you cannot kill him. But you need not fear him." Thus convinced by Narada, Indra had released Kayadhu, who then came to stay at Narada's hermitage to pass her time in the pious company of Narada, who, with a desire to benefit my mother and me, had preached us about Bhagavad Dharma, and absolute knowledge. It is that knowledge which I have preached you just now. God is pleased with unconditional love only. So you too develop devotion for God. Chapter 8. Description of Manvataras. Swayambhu Manvantara King Parikshit said to Shukdev, "Gurudev, I just heard that tale of self-begotten Manu's lineage. Now kindly describe to me about the others' Manus. Also describe the plays of God's different incarnations which occurred during different Manvantaras." Shukdev said, "Parikshit, during Tama's Manvantara, Lord Narayana was born as Hari incarnation from Harini, the wife of a sage. In that incarnation he saved an elephant from the jaws of a crocodile. During the present Kalpa, 6 Manvantaras have passed. I have described the first one. Now, listen to the description of the other Manvantaras. Swarokish Manvantara. Swaroka Manu was the son of Agni. He had sons named Dhyamana, Sushana, and Rokismana. During that Manvantara, Indra's post was occupied by Rokan. Scholars of Vedas like Vrajstam etc. were among the Saptarishi. Lord had taken incarnation as Vibhu, the son of a sage Vichira and his wife Tushita. Vibhu remained a loyal celibate lifelong. Following his conduct, 88,000 more sages observed celibacy lifelong. Uttam Manvantara. 3rd Manu. Uttam was the son of the king Privrata. He had sons named Pavan, Sanjay, Yajihotra, etc. In that Manvantar, 7 sons of the sage Vashisht were Saptarishi. Indra's name was Satyajit. Satya, Vichrut, and Bhadra were the main Ganas of the god. God had appeared in the incarnation of Satyasan, the son of Dharma and Sunrita. He was accompanied by Devganas named Sativrata. Lord had destroyed during that period the evil yakshas, demon, and poltergeists. Tamas Manvantara Tamas, the fourth Manu, was the real brother of Uttam, the third Manu. He had 10 sons. Trishik was Indra then, with Satyuk, Hari, Veer etc. as his main courtiers. Sage like Jyotardham etc. were the Saptarishi. During that Manvantara Lord had saved Gajendra from the jaws of the crocodile. Rawat Manvantara, Rawaz was the fifth Manu. He was also the real brother of Tamas, the third Manu. He had many sons. Vibhu was the name of Indra. Sages like Hiranaroma, Vichira, Urdhvabam were among Saptarishi. God had appeared in the incarnation of Vakuntha, the son of the sage Shub, and his wife Vaikuntha. At the request of goddess Lakshmi, Lord Vakuntha created Vakuntham, the best among all other lokas. Chukshush Manvantara, Chukshush was the sixth Manu. He had sons named Puru, Purusha, Satyam etc. Manparadruma was Indra then, with Apya etc. as main courtiers. Sages like Havishmana and Viraka etc. were among the Saptarishi. During that Manuanthara, Lord had appeared in partial incarnation as Ajit, the son of Vanraj, and his wife Samhanti. It was he who caused the churning of the sea and made the gods drink nectar and supported Mandarachal mountain on his back in Kashapram during the churning. Vaivasvata Manvantara, Sri Shukdev says, Parikshit in the present era, the seventh Manu, Shardaf is the son of Surya. He has 10 sons: Ikshvaku, Nabhag, Drisht, Shariati, Narishyanta, Nabhag, Disht, Karush, Prishadra, and Vasumana. Puranadar is the name of Indra. He has Aditya, Vasu, Rudra, Vishvadev, Marajana, Ashvini, Kumar, and Rishi as his main courtiers. Kashyapa, Atrai, Vashishtha, Vishvamitra, Gautam, Jamadagni and Bharadvaj are the Saptarishi. During this Manvantara, God has arrived in Vamana incarnation as the son of Kashyapa and his wife Utti. Savarni Manvantara, Savarni, the son of Surya and Chaya, would be the eighth Manu. The king Surath, who had occurred in Swarashish Manvantara, had worshipped goddess Bhagavati intensely, and thus received a boon of having an unbroken empire on earth. In later course he will be the son of Surya and become the eighth Manu also. He would have sons like Nirmaka, Virajask etc. Vairochana Bali would be Indra, Amritprabha etc. as his main courtiers. Galava, Deeptimana, Parshurama, Ashvathama, Kripacharya, Rishisring, and Vyasa, these great sages would be the Saptarishi during the 8th Manvantara. God would take incarnation as Sarvabhaum, the sons of Devguya and his wife Sarasvati. God as Sarvabhaum would snatch the kingdom of Swarga from Puranadara Indra and give it to the king Bali. 9th Manvantara, Sri Shukdev says, Varana's son Dakshasavarni would be the 9th Manu. He would have sons like Bhotakatu, Diptkatu, Dhyutimana etc. God would take birth as the incarnation of Rishab, the son of sage Ayushmana and his wife Umbudhara. A person named Adbud would be Indra and he would have Para, Marishagarbite etc. as his main courtiers. The 10th Manvantara, Yukshloka's son Brahma Savarni would be the 10th Manu. He would be very pious in nature and have sons like Purishan etc. Havishmana, Sukriti, Satya, Jay, Murthy etc. would be Saptarishi. Shambhu would be Indra, with Suvasana, Virad etc. as his main courtiers. God would appear in the incarnation of Vishwasan as the son of Vishwasraj and his wife Vishuchi. He would be a friend of Indra. The 11th Manvantara, the self-restraining Dharmasavarni would be the 11th Manu. He would have 10 sons. Vidrata would be Indra with Vihangama, Kamagama, etc. as main courtiers. Vedic sages like Arun etc. would be the Saptarishi. God would appear as Dharmasitu, the sons of Aryak and Vidrata. In this incarnation he would protect Triloki. 12th Manvantara, Rudrasavarni would be the 12th Manu. He would have sons named Devavana, Updev, and Devshreshth etc. Riddhama would be Indra with Hari etc. as his main courtiers. As the son of Satyasahaya and his wife Sunrita, the god would protect this Manvantara in the form of Swadham. 13th Manvantara, Devsavarni would be the 13th Manvantara. He would have sons named Chitrasen, Vishitra etc. Devaspati would be Indra of the gods like Sukarm, Sutram etc. Sages like Nirmoka, Tutvarsh etc. would be the Saptarishi. God would appear as Yogeshvar, the sons of Devhatra and his wife Brihati. He would bestow the designation of Indra to Devaspati. 14th Manvantara, Indrasavarmi would be the 14th Manu. He would have sons like Uru, Gumbir Budhai etc. Shichi would be Indra and have Pavitra Chakshush etc. as his main courtiers. Agni, Bahu, Shichi, Magath etc. would be the Saptarishi. God would appear in the incarnation of Brihadbahu as the son of Satrayana and his wife Vinata and cause the extension of Karmakand. Shukdev says, O Parikshit, these 14 Manvantaras had continued in past, are continuing in the present and they would continue in the future also. It is by them, that a kalpa is completed. Calculation of time is also done through these Manvantaras. Period of a Manvantara is slightly more than 71 Chaturyagas. A Chaturi Yuga lasts for about 3 million years, while a kalpa lasts for about 4,320 million years. This is equal to a day of Brahma. Brahma's night is Mahapralaya. When that night is over, Brahma again begins the work of new creation exactly as per the previous kalpa. Carrying out this responsibility continuously for a century, Brahma goes back to Bhagavatam. His responsibilities are taken over by the next Brahma, who carries out the work of creation, by the inspiration of Lord Narayana. Tale of Gajendra the elephant and Grah, the crocodile. King Parikshit asked, Munivar, God had saved Gajendra, in his Hari incarnation. I wish to hear this tale. Shukdev says, O king, in Tama's Manvantara, God had appeared as Hari and saved Gajendra from the jaws of Grah the crocodile. I am narrating the tale to you, listen to it carefully. Surrounded by Kashur Sagar, there was a high mountain named Trikuta. In the dense forest on the mountain there lived Gajendra along with his harem of many cows. Gajendra was the king of many big and strong elephants. One day, Gajendra was passing his time playfully with his family in the forests. It was very hot that day. So, perplexed by the sun, Gajendra descended down the mountain with his family. At the foothills, there was a big lake with deep, cold water and many lotuses blooming in it. Gajendra entered the lake and drank water to his fill. Then he took bath and started to play in the water. His activities in the water disturbed the crocodile who lived there. With anger, the crocodile caught hold of Gajendra's leg. Startled by the sudden attack, Gajendra put all his might to get free, but in vain. They only jostled against each other for long. Every moment, Crocodile's strength seemed to be gaining. At last, because of constant pulling into water, Gajendra's strength gave away. Now, he was very desperate and thought that God has sent the crocodile as a noose of Yama for him. This thought horrified the elephant, so he decided to take refuge at Srihari. Gajendra had the memory of his previous birth fresh. So concentrating his mind in the beautiful appearance of God, he began to pray, I take refuge at God, who is the base of the entire world, who is the ultimate refuge for everyone. It is difficult to unfold the mysteries of his plays. He takes many guises. Not even the sages and the gods know his appearance and glory. May such a Lord protect me. O Lord, your powers are unending. You are gracious to those who take refuge in you. Illusioned by you, this humble creature does not recognize you. O Lord, I am in your refuge. Shukdev says, Parikshit, Gajendra had prayed God impartially and unspecifically, so other gods did not come to save him. Being the soul of everyone, Lord Srihari appeared himself and saw Gajendra in deep crisis. When Gajendra saw that Lord Srihari had arrived on his vehicle Garuda from the sky, he picked a lotus from the lake and raised it in his trunk and said, "O Jagadiswar Narayana, here is a salutation for you." By then Lord jumped down from the Garuda and dragged both of them out of water. Then he tore the jaws of the crocodile by his will and saved Gajendra. All the gods, Brahma and Lord Shiva worshipped God and showered flowers on him. Previous births of Gaja and Gra. Killed by the god, the crocodile at once acquired a divine appearance. He was a good-natured Gandharv named Huhu, in his previous birth. By the curse of Mahatma Deval, he had to take birth in crocodile form. But now, by the grace of God he was saved and went to his heavenly abode. Gajendra too received salvation by mere touch of God. He too went to the heavenly abode of God. In his previous birth, Gajendra was a king of Pandya dynasty. His name was Indradyumna. He was a fervent devotee of God. So he had abandoned his kingdom and taken to penance on Malay mountain. One day he was engrossed in his worship when sage Agastya arrived there with his disciples. For not getting due welcome from the king, Agastya cursed him, "You with a dull mind, who neglect his guests will be born as an elephant." But even in elephant incarnation, and by the virtues of his devotion, Gajendra retained the memory of his previous birth. God appointed him as his courtier and departed to his divine abode riding on Garuda. Churning of the sea. King Parikshit asked, "O great sage, how did God cause churning of the sea? What was the purpose behind it? Kindly tell me." Shukdev says, "Parikshit, in the 6th Chakshush Manvantara, the demons King Bali had defeated the gods. Indra had also lost his glory by insulting the garland which sage Durvasa had presented to him as a god's gift. Indra had put the garland in elephant's neck and then got it crushed under its feet. But now having lost his kingdom and struck by misfortune, Indra and other gods with Brahma prayed to the Lord. Melted by their prayers, God appeared before them. All the gods laid before him and worshipped. The omnipotent God inspired the gods to churn the sea. Lord asked the gods to churn the sea and produce nectar. He also advised them to take the help of demons in that great task. Drinking the nectar one becomes immortal. God asked the gods to put various medicinal plants and vegetations in Kashur Sagar and churn it by Mandarachal mountain, moving it with the help of Vasuki the Naga. God promised them of all help from his part. Thereafter, Indra and other gods went unarmed to the demon king Bali and told him of their intention. Demons too liked the idea. With a friendly attitude then the gods and the demons together uprooted the Mount Mandarachal. But they could not carry it to the sea. Lord appeared on Garuda and carried the mountain to the sea. The gods and demons had promised Vasuki, the Naga, his due share in the nectar. So Vasuki allowed them to use him as a rope, wound around Mandarachal as a means to move it. In the incarnation of Ajit, Lord told the gods to hold the head of Vasuki. But the demons, suspecting some mischief, said they would hold the head and asked the gods to hold the Naga from the tail for churning. Thus the gods held the tail while the demons took hold of Vasuki's head. Thus they began the churning. But as soon as the churning began, the mountain started sinking for not having a firm base. Lord then took Kashyap incarnation and supported Mandarachal on his back. On the mountain also Lord appeared in Sahasrabhaya form, and held it. The gods and the demons churned the sea for long but nothing emerged. So, Lord Ajit himself began to churn the sea. First of all, it was halahal, the deadly poison to emergency. The intensity of the poison began to torment every being. To save their subjects from it, Prajaptis prayed Lord Shiva. The life-giver, Lord Bholanath, drank all the poison. By the impact of the poison, Lord Shiva's throat turned blue in color. Hence Lord Shiva got the name Nilkantha. Emergence of gems and nectar. After Lord Shiva drank the poison, the gods and the demons began to churn the sea again with greater enthusiasm. Now, Kamadhanu, the divine cow, emerged. She was useful for yagya etc., so the sages received it. Then a horse named Uchchayashrava emerged and taken up by Bali, the king of demons. The horse was followed by Airavat the elephant. Indra took it. The divine gem, Kaustubh Mani, emerged then. Lord Ujjit took it on his chest. Then emerged the Kalpavriksha, the divine tree that reached the heavens. Then the Apsaras emerged. They all accepted to serve Indra in heaven. Goddess Lakshmi emerged after the Apsaras. All the azimuths were lighted because of her brilliance. Everyone was attracted towards her beauty, generosity, youthfulness, appearance, and glory. Devraj Indra presented a throne for her to sit. Rivers brought water for her ceremonial bath. The earth presented medicinal bath. Cows gave panchganyas and Vasanth presented many kinds of fruits and flowers. The sages welcomed Lakshmi with Rig Suktas. Gandharvas sang in her praise. Then taking the lotus in her hand, Lakshmi took a seat on the throne. She donned her with a beautiful silk sari. Varuna presented a garland. Sarasvati gifted her with a necklace of pearls. Brahma presented lotus while Nagas presented 2 earrings. After the singing by Brahmins in her praise, Lakshmi took lotus garland in her hand and put it around Lord Vishnu's neck in a gesture of accepting him as her husband. Jagatpita, Lord Vishnu too gave Lakshmi a supreme position in his heart. Lakshmi was followed by Varuna, who was taken up by the demons. The gods and the demons began to churn the sea again. At last Lord Dhanvantari emerged with an urn of nectar. It was Dhanvantari who developed Ayurveda, the ancient Indian system of medicine. As soon as the demons saw the urn, they snatched it and ran away. A row then began among the demons over the drinking of nectar. Consoling the gods, Lord appeared among the demons in the guise of an extremely pretty woman, Mohini. Distribution of nectar by Lord as Mohini. The demons who were fighting over the potions of nectar forgot everything when they saw Mohini, who was actually a guise of Lord Vishnu. Lured by her prettiness, the demons came to Mohini and requested her to solve the dispute for them. Illusioned by God, the demons even gave the nectar to Mohini and sat peacefully, showing their confidence in her. In Mohini's guise, Lord thought that the demons were congenitally cruel and giving nectar to them would be akin to feeding sakes with milk. Their evils would increase. So, Mohini offered the nectar to the gods only while offered wine to the demons. When the nectar was being distributed, a demon named Rahu took the guise of a god and sitting among them drank the nectar. Surya and Chandra spotted him and revealed his identity to God, who at once beheaded him. But, by then Rahu had drunk enough nectar. Conquering of heaven by King Bali. Shukdev says, Parikshit, by the virtues of the ambrosia, the gods had become invincible. They began to take revenge and the demon King Bali met his death in the battle. When Brahma saw the imminent extermination of the demons, he sent Devarshi Narada in the battlefield to make the gods abstain from the war. The surviving demons carried the dead Bali towards Astachal. There, Shukrakarya, the teacher of the demons, resurrected all the demons with his Sanjeevani Vidya. Thus obligated, the demon king Bali dedicated all his wealth to Shukrakarya and began to serve him and other Brahmins of Bhrigu clan. By the service of the demons, the Brahmins of Bhrigu clan got very much pleased. King Bali had a long cherished desire of conquering the heaven. So the Brahmins organized a Vishvajit Yagya for Bali. At the completion of Yagya, first emerged a beautiful chariot, all covered with gold. Then green-colored horses, inexhaustible quiver, and a divine shield emerged in sequence from the altar. Bali's grandfather Prahlada presented him a garland while Shukrakarya gave a conch. Thus receiving all the weaponaries, King Bali took oath and circumambulated Brahmins. Thereafter, greeting them, he boarded the chariot followed by powerful demons and their huge armies. Thus fully prepared, Bali launched a massive attack on the heaven. When Indra saw that Bali had come with full preparation and that his armies had surrounded Amaravati, he went to his teacher Brihaspati and asked about the reason for the demons' sudden uprising. Devguru said, Indra, blessing of Bhrigu Brahmins is the main reason of the demons' uprising. You can't face the demon armies yet, because Kal himself is in their favor. So you all abandon the heaven and hide somewhere. After the abdication of the heaven by the gods, Bali captured it. Then he conquered all the 3 worlds. With advice of his priests, Bali organized 100 Ashvamedyagyas. Thus by the grace of Shukrakarya and other Brahmins of Bhrigu clan, King Bali got the domain of the heaven and began to rule it generously. Preaching of Payovrata to Utti by Kashyapa, Sri Shukdev says, O Parikshit, Utti felt very sorry for the gods and capture of the heaven by the demons. When sage Kashyapa visited Utti's hermitage, he saw his wife in desperate mood. On inquiring about the reason, Utti said, Lord, by your grace my married life is running well. But I am sorry for the pitiable condition of my sons, the gods. Strong demons have snatched their abode. So kindly tell me the remedy. At her request Kashyapa preached Utti about a worship named Payovrat to seek the blessing God. This worship, Payovrat, is carried out during the waxing phase of the month Falgun for 12 days continuously. One must drink milk only during the worship. One day before starting the vrat, that is on the day of Amavasya, one must smear his body with the earth dug out by the boars and take bath in the river. Then, one must worship God with Shodashopchar while following the rules prescribed for daily routine. He must recite Dwadashakshari mantra, perform havan with kheer and distribute nivedya among the devotees. Reciting the 12-lettered hymn, one must tell the rosary string at least once about the wish. Thus, the same worship must be performed for 12 days continuously. If one feeds a Brahmin daily during the vrat, he can be sure of God's grace. Mother of the gods, Utti performed Payovrat as per the advice of her husband Kashyapa. Pleased by her vrat, the Lord appeared before her in Chaturbhuj form. Mother Utti laid flat on the ground to greet the god. She prayed, O Lord, you are the God of Yagya, and Yagya yourself. Those who take refuge at your feet are saved when you are pleased, nothing remains ungettable. Lord said, O Mother of the gods, I know about your desire. You have worshipped me for your sons, but it is difficult yet to defeat the demons. But because of your worship, I will protect your sons by becoming your child. Vamana, incarnation of God. When the Lord arrived in Utti's womb, Brahma prayed to him. By Brahma's prayers, the unborn god appeared before Utti. Shukdev says, O Parikshit, on the 12th day of the waxing phase of Bhadrapada month Lord took birth in Abhijit Muhurta. Everywhere, everybody celebrated the arrival of God with joy. The gods showered flowers on him. The god had arrived in Vamana form. His countenance appearance caused tremendous joy for the sages. During Upnayan consecration of Lord, the ruling deity of the Gayatri mantra, Savatri preached him the hymn. Guru gave him Yagyopavat, Kashyapa gave neckerchief, the earth gave black buckskin, Chandra gave scepter, mother gave loincloth, the sky gave umbrella, Brahma gave Kamandalu, Saptrishi gave Kush, while goddess Sarasvati presented God with a string of rosaries. Yakshraj Kubera gave him the alms bowl and mother Anaparna gave him alms. Thus everyone paid due respect to God in Vamana incarnation, who was radiating with divine glory. Lord Vamana was intimated that the king Bali was performing many Ashvamedha with Bhrigu Brahmans. He at once left for the yagya site, at a place named Bhrigukush on the banks of the river Narmada. As soon as Lord Vamana reached the site, all the sages, hosts, and others present there became dull before the radiance of God. They felt as if Surya himself had arisen there. Everyone stood up to welcome God. Host Bali offered him the best seat and washed his feet with affection. Then Bali requested God for his service. Demanding 3 steps of land by Vamana, King Bali requested, O Brahmin, now tell me how I can serve you. You are the tangible representation of the penance of Brahmarishis. By your arrival, all my ancestors are saved, my clan is blessed, my yagya has succeeded. Ask me whatever you wish. I am ready to give you your desired object. Hearing the pious talk of the king Bali, Lord Vamana blessed him and said, O king, no one have been impatient and frugal in your clan. Reputation of your grandfather Prahlada is still alive. Your great-grandfather Hiranyakashipu had chased the illusionary Vishnu who had hid in your great-grandfather's heart itself. When the infuriated Hiranyakashipu could not find Vishnu anywhere in all the 3 worlds, he presumed that Vishnu had died because of his fear alone. O king, continued Lord Vamana, you are excellent among the religious people. O demon king, you can fulfill any great desire. But I demand only as much land as could be covered in 3 steps of mine. I need nothing else. King Bali said, O Batu, you talk like aged persons but your mind is childish. I am the ruler of all the 3 worlds, and you are asking for 3 steps of land only, you can still ask for anything else. Lord Vamana replied, O king, greedy ones are not sated even if they get whole of the earth. But I don't want more than my requirement. King Bali agreed to donate Vamana the land as per his demands and picked up the water pot to make resolution. When Guru Shukrakarya saw that Bali had agreed to donate land, he tried to persuade him, O Bali, this Vamana is none other than indestructible Lord Vishnu. He has taken incarnation of Vamana as a son of Utti, Kashyapa's wife, in the interest of the gods. Unknowingly you have made a promise to fulfill his desire. But he will snatch everything from you and hand it over to Indra. This illusionary Batu will measure whole of your empire in all the 3 worlds with his 2 steps, so you will not be able to keep your promise also. Hence, show your inability to make donation as per his demand, send him back. Measuring of earth's heaven by Vamana, Shukdev says, Parikshit with politeness King Bali asserted to his teacher, Gurudev, your words are true. But I am the grandson of great Prahlada. Now I cannot reverse my promise. No religion is greater than truth. I'm not afraid of any calamity except of deceiving a Brahmin. When Shukrakarya saw that his disciple Bali was determined to violate his dictate, he cursed, O king, soon you will be devoid of the wealth you have been enjoying. But despite having been cursed by his teacher, Bali stayed firm to his promise. Worshipping Vamana formally, he took some water on his palm and made the promise to donate land. As soon as Bali made the promise, Lord Vamana assumed a gigantic appearance and measured Bali's entire empire in his steps. In first he measured the whole of the earth. In the next he measured the heaven. The second step itself reached Satyaloka, where Brahma had once washed Lord's feet and kept the water, in a common delu that came on earth later as the river Ganges. Now there was no room for God to put his 3rd step. Lord ridiculed Bali for not keeping his promise fully, your everything is mine now, but your promise is still incomplete. Shukdev says Lord ridiculed Bali but he remained unmoved with patience. He said, O Lord, I keep my promise fully, you put your 3rd step on my head. I don't want a blemish on my reputation. Lord said, I snatch all the wealth from people who are bestowed with my grace. They then become an inseparable devotee of me, free from every blemish. Thus Lord Vishnu gave Bali the empire of Suddaloka that was even richer than the heaven and said, I will protect you there from all the obstacles. Your 100th Ashvamedh Yajna shall be completed. In due course of time you shall be the king of the heaven. This way, without fighting a battle, Lord took the empire of heaven from the demons and gave it to his brother Indra. Tale of Matsyavatar. King Parikshit asked, O Gurudev, Lord is omnipotent. Why did he then take Matsyavatar like an ordinary being bound by karma? I want to hear the tale of God's Matsyavatar. Shukdev said, O Parikshit, God is one. Still for the preservation of his devotees, he takes various incarnations. He also shows his place by being present in all the creatures. But he remains unaffected by the merits and demerits of those living beings. Parikshit, at the end of last Kalpa, Brahma had fallen asleep, causing a pralaya. All the worlds had been inundated then. When Brahma had fallen asleep, Vedas fell out from his open mouth. A demon Hayagriva abducted the Vedas by his illusionary powers. Omnipotent God had known the action of the demon. So he had to take Matsyavatar. There was a king named Satyavrat during that time. He was very generous and great devotee of God. Sustaining himself on water only, the king was observing severe penance. The same king Satyavrat has come to be known as Shraddhadev, the son of Surya in the present Kalpa. One day, Satyavrat was taking a bath in the river, when a small fish came in his folded palms. The fish requested the king to save her. So the king put the fish in Kamandalu. But in no time the fish grew too big to be accommodated in the Kamandalu. So the king transferred the fish into another, bigger pot, but again it grew too big to be accommodated in the pot. The sequence continued till the fish outgrew even the big lake. So the king decided to put the fish in the sea. The fish, which was actually an incarnation of God, requested the king not to put it in a sea inhabited by fierce monsters. King Satyavrat grew suspicious. So with folded hands, the king requested the fish to appear in its real form. Instantaneously, Lord Narayana appeared and told the king, exactly on the 7th day from now, Pralaya will inundate all the 3 lokas. But I will send a boat for you. You will board the boat and tether it to my horns with Vasuki, the Naga. Having received the information of deluge, the king began to wait for its arrival while reflecting on God's virtues. On the 7th day, dense clouds gathered in the sky and began to rain torrentially. Soon whole of the earth was inundated. The king Satyavrat found the boat sent by Lord. Boarding the boat, Satyavrat began to pray to God. At his prayers, Lord preached him the knowledge of metaphysical. Thereafter, the god killed the demon Hayagriva and recovered the Vedas. When Brahma awoke from his sleep, Lord handed the Vedas to him. Chapter 9. Description of the dynasty of Vaivasvat Manu. King Parikshit requested Shukdev to describe about the dynasty of his contemporary Manu, Shraddhadev. Shukdev said, Parikshit, I describe about the dynasty of Manu in short because if I go in detail, it will not be completed in hundreds of years. Manu Shraddhadev was the son of Surya and Sandhya. Name of Manu's wife was Shraddha. They did not have any child initially, so they organized a Putrayashti Yagya under the auspices of their family teacher Vashishtha. But right amidst the proceedings, the queen Shraddha prayed the Brahmins to bless her for a female child. The Brahmins made offerings as per her wish. Consequently a girl, instead of a boy, was born to them. She was named Ila. But the king requested Vashishtha to transform her into a boy. Vashishtha did the same, and the boy thus obtained was named as Suryodayam. Tale of Suryodayam. One day Suryodayam had gone on a hunting excursion. Riding the horse with his ministers, Suryodayam reached a forest at the foothills of Meru mountain. The forest was the nuptial abode of Lord Shiva and Mata Parvati. As soon as Suryodayam and his companions entered the forests, they all, even horses, got converted into females. Relating its reason Sukdev said, once, Mata Parvati was sitting naked in the lap of Lord Shiva when suddenly some great sages arrived there to have a sight of Lord. Mata Parvati sank with shyness and ran to don some cloth. When the sages saw that Gauri and Lord Shiva were enjoying intimacy, they moved at once to the hermitage of Nar Narayana. Right at that moment, in order to please Mata Parvati, Lord Shiv said, "Accept me, any man who enters here, shall become a woman." It was because of these words of Lord Shiva, that Suryodayam and his companions were transformed into females. While Suryodayam was roaming as woman, Bud, the son of Chandra, fell in love with her and they agreed to get married. From their marriage, a son, Pururawa was born, who founded the town named Pradeshthanpur. Suryodayam, in female form, prayed Lord Shiva to free him from woman incarnation. Lord Shiva blessed Suryodayam that he would be a man for a month and a woman for another. Thus this cycle would continue lifelong. Thereafter Suryodayam returned to the kingdom and began to rule it religiously. He got 3 sons in due course: Utkal, Gaya, and Vimal. In the twilight of his life, Suryodayam gave his kingdom to Pururava and he took exile. Tale of Parishadru. After the exile of Suryodayam, Manu took to penance with a desire to have son. Pleased by his penance, Sri Hari blessed him to have 10 sons. Parishadru was the eldest of them. He was appointed in the service of the cows. One night in darkness, a tiger broke into the cowshed causing a panic among the cows. Hearing the panicky noise of the cows, Parishadru ran to the cowshed. There he saw that the tiger had caught a cow, and she was bellowing in pain and fear. Prishadru at once ran to help, and with a powerful blow of the sword he beheaded the tiger. It was pitch dark in the Ketlesht, so Prishadru could not see whom he had killed. In the morning he realized that he had killed the cow and not the tiger. He felt extremely sorry. Their family teacher cursed him to lead a life of a Shudra. Prishadru thereafter passed his life as a celibate and mingled with the Supreme Soul at last. Tale of Shariati. Shariati was the second son of Vivasvat Manu. He was a great scholar of Vedas. He had an extremely beautiful daughter named Sukanya. One day, King Shariati was in the forests with his family. Thus roaming, they reached the hermitage of the sage Chyavan. Chyavan was immersed in deep meditation. His whole body was covered with termites' nests, only eyes were shining like fireflies. Out of curiosity, the princess Sukanya pricked those shining eyes of the sage with thorns. All the king's army fell in crises by this incident. When the king learned about the princess' crime, he begged pardon of the sage Chyavan and gave the princess in his service and himself returned to his palace. In the forest Sukanya served Chyavan with dedication. Chyavan received youth and vigor by the grace of Ashvini Kumar. Pleased by Sukanya's dedication, sage Chyavan provided her with all queenly luxuries. After many days, King Shariati again visited the forests. There he saw Sukanya talking to a beautiful young prince. At first Shariati scolded at Sukanya for violating the norms of a chaste woman. But Sukanya told him about the transformation of the sage Chyavan by the grace of Ashvini Kumar. Learning the reality, the king felt overjoyed to see his son-in-law Chyavan in youthful state. Tale of Ambrish. Shukdev says, Parikshit, Shariati was the king Nabhag. His son was Nabhag. He was a great devotee of his parents. As a result of his service for his parents, Nabhag was very much comfortable. He had a son Ambarish who was a great devotee of Vishnu. Even the great wealth on earth had no value for Ambarish. The king Ambarish served the god with his own hands and remained immersed in his love. Once, Ambarish followed Nirjala Ekadashi Vrad for a year. During one such fast, on the 12th day, King Ambarish was about to break his fast, when sage Durvasa arrived there along with his 10,000 disciples. Welcoming him, the king requested Durvasa to accept food. But the sage turned down the request, saying that it was prayer time for him, so he would first go to take bath, then worship and take alms ultimately. But the sage Durvasa did not return for long. Thus by the dictate of Brahmins, King Ambarish broke his fast with basil leaves and water. Just then sage Durvasa returned and saw Ambarish breaking his fast. So taking it as an insult, the infuriated Durvasa invoked Kritya in order to kill the king. King Ambarish stood unmoved, and begged pardon with folded hands. Lord Narayana saw his devotee in trouble and inspired his Sudarshan Chakra to save the king. Sudarshan Chakra first incinerated Kritya, then aimed at sage Durvasa. When Durvasa saw Sudarshan aimed at him, he ran for his life. First he reached Brahma. But Brahma told him that he was not able to protect the person who had done harm to a devotee of God. Then Durvasa reached to Rudra. Lord Shiva also said, Durvasa, by the wish of Lord, Rudras are engaged in the service of the universe. This chakra is unstoppable by me. So you go to his refuge, only he can save you. From Lord Shiva's abode Durvasa reached Vaikuntha, the supreme abode of Lord Vishnu. He was feeling intense heat of the wheel. So, shivering with fear, he fell at the Lord's feet and said, O endless, you are the only venerable of all the saints. O Lord, I have committed a great crime against your devotee. O Lord, please save me. Seeing sage Durvasa in his refuge, Lord Vishnu said, Durvasa, I am bound to my devotee. I am not independent. As the devotees abdicate their everything to receive me. Similarly I am also devoted to my devotee. So I too can't protect you. Go to the person who you wanted to hurt, and pray him. Only he can save you from the chakra. Thus, by the dictate of God, aggrieved Durvasa returned to the king Ambarish and fell at his feet. Ashamed of the sage act, King Ambarish prayed God, "O Lord, if I had done any pious deed, may it be enough to calm you, and may the heat that torments this Brahmarishi quenched." Thus by the prayers of King Ambarish, Sudarshan was quietened and returned to its position on Lord's finger, and sage Durvasa recovered from his sufferings. He blessed the king and left. Description of Ikshvaku dynasty. Shukdev says, once Shraddhadev Manu sneezed violently. From his nostrils, a son was born. He was named Ikshvaku. Ikshvaku had 100 sons. Vaikakshi, Nimai, and Dandak were the eldest three of them. 1. Vaikakshi. Once, Ikshvaku sent his eldest son Vaikakshi to collect tubers for the offerings to be made to their ancestors. Vaikakshi collected sacred shash tubers. But, he himself was feeling tired and hungry, so he ate one of them. He gave the remaining tubers to his father. King Ikshvaku gave those tubers to Guru Vashishtha for offering to the ancestors. Vashishtha informed the king that the tubers were defiled and not fit for offerings. Thus told by Vashishtha, Ikshvaku learned the deed of his son and expelled him out of his kingdom in anger. Vaikakshi passed his life in exile and returned home only after the death of his father. He became famous as Shashad. 2. Puranajayi. Puranajayi was the son of Vaikakshi. He is also famous as Indrava and Kakutst. A fierce battle had taken place between the gods and the demons. In the battle, the gods had sought the help from Puranajayi. But Puranajayi stipulated that he would fight only when Indra agreed to become his vehicle. From God's inspiration, Indra took the guise of a big and heavy ox and bore Puranajayi on his back. When Puranajayi rode on the ox and trained his divine bow and arrows, all the gods prayed to him. Since Puranajayi had taken seat near ox's hump, he came to be known as Kakutst. Puranajayi fought a fierce battle with the demons. Thus in no time Puranajayi defeated the demons and captured their towns, wealth, luxuries, and every other thing, and gave them to Indra. Since Indra had acted as his vehicle, hence Puranajayi is also known as Indrava. 3. Yavnashva. In the lineage of Puranajayi, had occurred a king named Yavnashva. He had no son, so in desperation he gave up his kingdom and, accompanied by his queens, came to stay in the forest. There he organized a grand yagya, Indrayag, with the desire of a son and in the auspices of the great sages. The yagya lasted day and night. But during the yagya, Yavnashva felt extremely thirsty, and without giving a thought he drank some of the water from urn that had been sanctified with mantras. Since the water was meant to produce a child, Yavnashva begot a child with auspicious signs. Immediately after birth the child began to cry for milk. So to quieten him, Indra put his index finger in the child's mouth. Since then, the child got the name Mandhata. Mandhata became a great emperor. He was also known as Trasdasya because big robbers like Ravana had an inherent fear of him. Mandhata had deep self-learnings, still he organized many grand yagyas. Mandhata had 3 sons, Purikuts, Ambarish, and Muchkund. He had 50 daughters also. All of them were married to the sage Saurabhi. 4. Trishunku. In this lineage of Mandhata there occurred a king named Satyvrat. He was renamed as Trishunku. Though by the curse of his father and the teacher, he had become a Chandal, yet by the power of his penance, sage Vishwamitra helped him reach heaven with the body. But the jealous gods pushed down poor Satyvrat from the heaven. He was falling headlong while Maharishi Vishwamitra supported and fixed him in mid-sky, hence he got the name Trishunku. 5. Harishchandra. He was the son of Trishunku. For him, 2 great sages Vishwamitra and Vashishtha had cursed each other and acquired bird forms and kept on fighting for many years. Harishchandra had no son. With a desire to have a son, Harishchandra worshipped Varanadev. By the grace of Varuna, he got a son named Rohit. Caught in the love for his son, Harishchandra forgot to organize yagya to pay his thanks to Varuna. Rohit too had fled to the forest to save his life when he learned that his father wished to sacrifice him. He stayed there for long. Back there, in the kingdom, Harishchandra acquired a deadly disease of dropsy as a result of Varana's anger. Having learnt about his father's illness, Rohit tried 5 times to return to the kingdom, but every time Indra forbade him. Thus he stayed in the forest for 6 years. But in the 7th year he bought the middle son of Ajigart and took him to the kingdom to be used as a votive animal. There he handed the boy over to his father. Thereafter, King Harishchandra organized a grand yajna and pleased Varana. Pleased by their unshakable faith in truthfulness, sage Vishvamitra blessed Harishchandra and his wife and preached them about metaphysical knowledge. 6. Sagar. In the lineage of Rohit later on, had occurred a King Bahuk. Unfortunately, he met an untimely death. One of his widowed wife got ready to be immolated with her husband's pyre. She was pregnant then, so the sage orb prevented her from getting Sati. When her fellow queens learned about her pregnancy, they fed her with poisoned food. But the poison proved ineffective on the unborn baby. The baby was born in due course with poison, so he came to be known as Sagar. Sagar had a great reputation as the king. He had 60,000 sons. He had also resolved to organize 100 Ashvamedh yajnas. His 99 yajnas completed without hassles, but during the 100th yajna, Indra stole the horse and tethered it in the hermitage of the sage Kapila. Sagar's 60,000 sons set out in search of the horse, but could not find it anywhere on earth. At last, they reached the hermitage of the sage Kapila. Before that, with their enormous power, they had dug out huge pits, which filled with water and formed the sea. The sea derived its Hindi synonym Sagar from Sagar. When those 60,000 princes saw that the yajna horse was tethered in Kapila's hermitage, they began to abuse the sage. Disturbed by the noise, the sage Kapila opened his eyes, and instantaneously all the 60,000 princes got incinerated. It was Anshumana, the grandson of Sagar, who pacified sage Kapila with his politeness and brought back the horse. He also discovered the ashes of his ancestors. Sage Kapila told Anshumana that the salvation of his ancestors would be possible only if touched by Gangaji. Since then, all the kings in Sagar's lineage observed severe penance to bring the Ganges on earth for the salvation of their ancestors. 7. Bhagirath. First of all, King Anshumana observed hard penance. But even after many years of penance he could not succeed in his efforts. His son Dilip also observed severe penance, but his efforts too, could not succeed. Bhagirath was the son of Dilip. After Dilip, Bhagirath started severe penance. After many years of penance, Bhagirath succeeded in pleasing the Ganges. She appeared before him and asked him to seek a boon. Bhagirath requested the Ganges to arrive on earth. The Ganges accepted his wish, but put a question as to who would support her when she fell on earth from the heaven. Bhagirath then began his penance again to please Lord Shiva so that he could support the Ganges on earth. Lord Shiva accepted Bhagirath's praise and supported the Ganges on his head. Thereafter he moved on the path shown by Bhagirath with sacred Ganges following. Thus, the sacred Ganges reached at the place where ashes of Bhagirath's ancestors were lying. The holy waters of the Ganges washed the ashes to the confluence at Ganga Sagar. By the mere touch of Ganges' holy water, Bhagirath ancestors received salvation. After Bhagirath many great kings like Miksa, Kotvang, Thirgbahu, Raghu etc. occurred in the Ikshvaku dynasty. Raghu's son was Aya and his son was Dashrath. It was in the home of King Dashrath, and by the prayer of the gods, that Lord Sri Hari took birth as 4 sons of Dashrath. 8. Description of Lord Rama's plays. Shukdev says, Parikshit, to keep the words of his father, Lord Rama abdicated the entire kingdom and took exile in the forest. Staying in the forest, Lord Rama protected many sages, and helped them complete their religious rituals successfully. He slayed many formidable demons there. But, for cutting the nose and ears of Shurpanakha, the sister of demon king Ravana, he had to bear the separation of his wife Sita. Rama had one Sita as his wife in a Swayamvar in Janikapur. In his teen age, sage Vishmatriya had taken Rama and Lakshmana with him to his hermitage to guard his religious proceedings against the demons. Rama and Lakshmana had killed many demons then. It was during this period that the Swayamvar was organized in Janikapur. Lakshmi, the better half of Lord Vishnu, had herself appeared as Sita in Janikapur. Sage Vishvamitra himself taken Rama and Lakshmana to the Swayamvar. Many more brave and strong kings and princes had gathered there. But no one could train the bow of Lord Shiva as per the condition of the Swayamvar. It was only Rama, who not only lifted the bow but trained it also. In the process of training, the bow broke with a loud noise. Thus Lord Rama won Sita as his wife. But during the exile the demon king Ravana deceitfully abducted Sita to avenge the insult of his sister Shurpanaka. Thereafter, the circumstances favored Lord Rama and he soon found out the whereabouts of Sita. With a huge army of monkeys and bears, Lord Rama reached the seashore. There he prayed to the sea to make way for him. But the sea did not pay heed to his prayers, so angrily he got ready to evaporate the sea. Thus frightened, the sea revealed to him the way to make a bridge over it. Lord Rama then built a bridge over the sea and landed in Lanka. A fierce battle followed in which Lord Rama and Lakshman together slayed the demon king Ravana, his brother Kumbhakarna and Meghnad, the son of Ravana. Thus, they got Sita free from Ravana's captivity. Crowning Vibhishan, the brother of Ravana as the king of Lanka, they returned to Ayodhya on Pushpak Vimana. Brahmarishis crowned Rama as the king of Ayodhya. All the three worlds became happier, healthier, and wealthier. Bharata, Lakshmana, Shatrugna, and Hanumanji stayed forever in the service of Lord Rama, always following the moral dictates and put an example for the world of high morals. As a king, Lord Rama also organized Ashvamedh Chandra dynasty. Shukdev says, Parikshit, now I narrate about Chandra dynasty. Many great and pious kings like Pururava had occurred in this dynasty. Chandramadhav was the son of Atrai, the son of Brahma. Bud was the son of Chandramadhav while Pururava was the son of Bud. Ila was the mother of Pururava. He was very virtuous. Attracted by his virtues, the Apsara Urvashi had approached Pururava with a sensual desire. Pururava welcomed Urvashi, and together they begot 6 sons: Au, Shruteyu, Satyayu, Ray, Vijay, and Jay. In the lineage of Vijay the son of Pururava, there had occurred a king Gadi. Gadi had a daughter Satyavati. Satyavati was married to the sage Rakik. Rakik and Satyavati begot Jamadagni, who married Renuka, the daughter of sage Renu. Jamadagni and Renuka begot Parshurama. In the same lineage, later on, occurred great kings like Rantadev, Shivi, Yadu, Kuru, Puru, Dushyant, and Bharata. In this lineage of Kuru, King Shantanu had married Ganga, who gave birth to Bhisma. Satyavati, the daughter of Nishad, was the second wife of Shantanu. She begot Chitrangad and Vishitravirya. Chitrangad had died in an encounter with a demigod of his own name, while Vishitravirya was married to Ambika and Ambalika, the princesses of Kashi. But, having too much senile indulgence with his wives, Vishitravirya soon developed tuberculosis and died without producing a child. Since Bhisma had vowed to abide by celibacy till death, so Vyasa was summoned to produce children from Ambika and Ambalika. From Vyasa the 2 queens and a maid gave birth to Dhritarashtra, Pandu and Vijaya respectively. Dhritarashtra had 100 sons. The Kauravas, while Pandu's wife Kunti begot Karan, Yudhishthir, Bhima, and Arjuna. Pandu's second wife Madri begot Nakul and Sahadev. Arjuna had married Subhadra, the sister of Lord Krishna also. Subhadra had begot Abhimanyu, who was married to Uttara, the daughter of Virat Raja, and you were born to Uttara, O Parikshit. In Yaduvansh, lineage of Yadu, a king Shursen had occurred. He had a son Vasudev. Vasudev had 8 wives. Devki was the prominent among them. 9 children were born to them. Kansa, the brother of Devki, killed 6 of them. 7th was Balrama, 8th Krishna, and at 9th place was her daughter Subhadra. Shukdev says, O Parikshit, Lord himself had appeared as the son of Vasudev and Devki. Whenever the religion and religious virtues fall in the world and sins rises, the omnipotent, Lord Sri Hari takes incarnation to destroy the evils, and protect the pious ones and establish the religion again. When the evil demons took the guise of the kings and began to root the earth, Lord Vishnu then took the incarnation as Lord Krishna. Along with him, Shishnaga, his bed, also took incarnation as Balrama, in Yaduvangsh. Together they presented such divine plays that even the gods could not guess them. At the same time, to benefit the devotees, who would be born in Kali Yuga, Lord Krishna expounded his pious life into uncountable incidents. Merely by reciting and hearing the tales of Lord's life, all the sorrows, melancholies and ignorance of the devotees are removed. Through the battle of Mahabharata between Kauravas and Pandavas, Lord Krishna relieved the earth of most of her burdens. He himself slayed many demons, while got many slain by Balarana. Ultimately, preaching Uddhava about metaphysical knowledge, Lord Krishna departed to his divine abode. Chapter 10. Hearing the tales of royal dynasties from Shukdev, King Parikshit requested Guruvar, "You have just narrated the surprising tale of Shurivangsh and Chandravanash. Now I wish to hear the tales of Lord Krishna's life in detail. It was because of God's grace that my ancestors could successfully win the Mahabharata. I too had experienced Lord's grace while I was an unborn child and Ashvathama had triggered Brahmastra to destroy me. It was the Lord himself who saved me from the heat of Brahmastra with his will. O sage, therefore, kindly narrate the tale of Krishna's life, who is the soul of every living being. I do not feel thirsty or hungry while hearing the pious tale of God's life from you." Pleased by the pure devotion of Parikshit for God, Shukdev says, "When the atrocities of evil demons increased on earth beyond a certain limit, the perplexed earth reached to Brahma in the guise of a cow, and vented her sorrows. Brahma took her and Lord Shiva to Lord Vishnu and prayed him through Purusha Sukta. Lord heard their prayers and said, 'I know about the sufferings of poor earth. Very soon, I'll take incarnation in Yaduvangsh to elevate her burden. All the gods should take birth in Yadukul to assist me during my human incarnation. And to serve my beloved Radha, all the Apsaras should appear as the women folk of Yadu community.' Brahma dictated the gods and said that even Yogamaya of Lord Vishnu would take a partial incarnation to assist the Lord in his plays. Thus consoling the earth, Brahma returned to his abode. Marriage of Vasudev and Devki. Shursen's son Vasudev was married to Devki, the daughter of Devak. After the marriage ceremony, Yugrasen's son and Devki's cousin Kansa was driving the chariot of newly wedded couple. On the way a celestial voice proclaimed, "O fool Kansa, the eighth son of your beloved sister, whose chariot you are driving so affectionately, shall be the cause of your death." Hearing the voice, Kansa drew out his sword to kill Devki. But Vasudev prayed to him politely, "Prince Kansa, you are the descendant of Bhaja dynasty, you are a brave man. It does not fit you bravery that you are yourself ready to kill your sister. She is a woman and has just got married. She has not done any harm to you, she deserves pity. If you fear her children, I promise that I will give all her children to you." Thus assured by truth abiding Vasudev's words, Kansa dropped the idea of killing Devki. As per his promise, Vasudev gave his first newborn child to Kansa. Pleased by Vasudev's obedience to truth, Kansa said, "Your eighth son will be my enemy, so I will kill only your eighth son. Take the child back." At the same time, singing in Lord's praise, Devarashi Narada appeared there and said, "O Kansa, in view of rising atrocities of demons, Lord Narayana himself will take birth in Yaduvangsh. Besides him, all the cowboys and all others who belong to Yadav clan are none other than the gods in human guise. The gods are making massive preparations to exterminate evil kings, and as a lotus has only 8 petals and no one can mark out its 8th petal, similarly, Devki will have 8 children and no one would be able to find out who is the 8th. Saying this, Devarashi Narada disappeared. Kansa got firm belief that all the Yaduvangshis were gods and that Lord Vishnu himself would take birth as Vasudev and Devki's son to kill him. He, therefore, put Vasudev and Devki in the prison. Since then Kansa killed the children one by one soon after their birth. Shishnarayana himself appeared as the seventh son. While he was still unborn, Lord Vishnu through his Yagmaya, transferred the embryo in Rohini's womb. Lord dictated Yogama that she herself should take birth from Yashoda, the wife of Nand, in Gokul. He also blessed her that in future, people would worship her as Durga, Chandika, Bhadrakali, Narayani, Vaishnavi etc. When the seventh fetus was transferred, Kansa got worried how was it destroyed. His fears and melancholy increased since then. A fear gripped him that his death was very near now. Arrival of God in unborn baby. Kansa had known that during the battle between the gods and demons he was the demon Kalnimi, and he was killed by Lord Vishnu. So fearing Lord Vishnu rallying with Yaduvangshis, Kansa cultivated high degree of hostility towards them. He captured even his father Yugrasan and put him in the prison. Now the reign of the kingdom was entirely in his hands. Kansa was himself very strong and also had the assistance of his father-in-law, Jarasandha. Formidable demon like Pralam, Baka, Shanur, Trinavard, Agajur, Mushtik, Arisht, Dvivid, Putana, Kashi, and Danuk were his courtiers. As a result of Kansa atrocities and mass exodus of Yaduvangshis from Mathura followed. These Yaduvangshis left Mathura and settled in regions like Kuru, Panchal etc. Still some of them accepted to serve Kansa, but only superficially. When all-pervasive Lord saw that Yaduvangshis were being tortured without reason, he transferred his glory in Vasudev. Through Vasudev, Devaki received that brilliant part of the Lord. On the other hand, Kansa also came to know about Devaki's eighth issue. Since, then his hostility surged unprecedentedly and he began to wait for the birth of Devaki's eighth son very anxiously. All it means to say that Kansa mind reflected on God every moment day in and day out. Birth of Lord Krishna. The long-awaited day also arrived at last. It was the 8th day in the waning phase of the lunar month of Bhadrapada. Rohini, the brightest star was rising while dense clouds had gathered in the sky. Before actual arrival, Lord manifested himself before Vasudev and Devaki. They felt as if a full moon had risen in the east. Vasudev saw that an extraordinarily marvelous baby boy was standing before them. His eyes were as soft as lotus, he had 4 arms and held a conch, mace, wheel and lotus. He bore kaustubh in the neck and wore yellow clothes. Valuable ornaments adorned all parts of his body. Thus, seeing God himself arrived as his son, Vasudev was overwhelmed. Devaki too was overjoyed but feared Kansa first. Then she joyfully prayed to God. God said then, during Swayambhu Manvantar, both of you had worshipped me with a desire of son. Vasudev was a Prajapati Sutapa while you were his wife Prishni. You had worshipped me with pure hearts. Pleased by your penance I had asked you to seek a boon, so you had sought a son like me in virtues. I had arrived then as your son Prishnagarbite. In the next birth you were Kashyapa and Utti and I was Upendra. Now, in the third birth also, I have arrived as your son. Saying this, the Lord transformed himself into an ordinary baby. From the inspiration of God, Vasudev wished to move the baby out of the prison. Instantaneously, all the locks of the jail opened automatically and the guards fell asleep. Carrying the baby in a winnower, Vasudev set out for Gokul across the river Yamuna. It was raining heavily, so Shishnaga followed them shading the baby with his hoods. Vasudev entered the river Yamuna. Yamuna too felt overjoyed that her most beloved Lord has come to her. Hence, she began to rise in order to touch his feet. Dangling his feet behind Vasudev, God let Yamuna touch them. Touching the feet, the swelling river receded at once and gave Vasudev a safe passage. Crossing the river, Vasudev reached Gokul. There, he entered the home of Nand and kept the baby beside Yashoda and took her newborn baby girl and brought her to the prison. As soon as Vasudev kept the baby girl in Devaki's lap, the gates locked up again and the guards awakened. The baby who was actually Yogamaya began to cry. The guards at once ran to inform Kansa about the birth. Kansa came running and snatched the baby from Devki and proceeded to throw her on the stone. But before he could throw her, the baby escaped from his hands and assumed Ashtbhuji Durga appearance in the sky and reprimanded him, "O fool, why are you trying to kill me, when you can't even harm me? The one who will kill you, has already appeared. Now stop killing the innocent children." Kansa stood stunned by the talks and appearance of the goddess. Goddess Bhagavati disappeared and became omnipresent. She is now venerable with different names in different locations. After the disappearance of goddess, Kansa felt remorse. He at once fell at the feet of his sister Devki and brother-in-law Vasudeva and began to beg their pardon. Thereafter, Kansa released both of them. In the morning, Kansa held a discussion with his ministers. The ministers, who were formidable demons themselves, assured Kansa that they would kill all the babies born within 10 days and destroy the Brahmins, cows, gods, ascetics, and all those who could pose potential danger to him. Shukdev says, "O Parikshit, the demons were Rajagani and Tamagani and hence were unable to differentiate good from evils. Their extermination was imminent. That was why they cultivated hostility towards saints and saintly people. O king, those, who disregard saintly people, lose their life, wealth, reputation, religion, and everything." Festivities in Gokul over Lord's birth. Devki's seventh baby was transferred before birth into the womb of Rohini. The baby was born as Baldevji. At his birth, Brahmins blessed Nand. But laughingly Nand said, "O holy Brahmins, this baby is not mine. It is born to my friend's wife." Brahmins said then, "Okay Baba, we will return only when your wife bears a child." The Brahmins thereafter organized grand worships. By their blessings Yashoda conceived. It was Wednesday, the 8th day in the darker phase of the lunar month Bhadrapada, when Yashoda said to her sister-in-law Sunanda, "Sister, kindly wake me up, when the baby takes birth." Sunanda laughed at that. It was in fact the influence of Yogamaya. When Yogamaya took birth, all the people around her were fast asleep and continued to sleep until Vasudeva came there and replaced the baby girl with baby boy. Soon after Vasudeva left, Yashoda awakened from slumber and saw an extremely beautiful baby boy beside her. Nand was meditating then in the cowshed. He was informed at once. His heart too filled with supernatural joy. He took his bath, and donned new clothes. Then he summoned the Brahmins and got necessary rituals performed. Served the gods and his ancestors and donated cows, clothes, ornaments, and cereals to the Brahmins. As Nand was the chief of Vraj region, so all the people decided to celebrate baby's birth. All the houses, streets, and lanes were cleaned and sprinkled with scented waters. All the gateways were embellished with flags, pylons, and festoons. All the villagers began to gather in and around Nand's home. Ladies folk also felt overjoyed by the news of the birth of Yashoda's son. Even the cows, oxen, and calves also were adorned beautifully. Brahma, Narada, Sanakati etc. were all having the sight of Lord from heaven. Even Lakshmi appeared in Gokul, illuminating all the azimuths. Gopis decorated their palms with henna, anointed themselves with yabatan and took bath. Then they adorned themselves from tip to toes and set out for Nand's homes with various gifts. At Nand's home they sprinkled the baby with water containing turmeric and oil and sang auspicious songs loudly. Thus, when Lord appeared in Braj, grand celebration was organized in his welcome, auspicious music was played. The menfolk celebrated the joy spraying one another with milk, curd, butter etc. Nand presented the people generously with clothes, ornaments, and cows. Prisoners, ascetics, and beggars were given alms. At the request of Nand, Rohini herself welcomed the womenfolk. Since the arrival of Lord, prosperity too came to stay in Vraj. Salvation of Putana. Shukdev says, Parikshit, after many days, entrusting other Gopals with the onus of guarding Gokul, Nand went to Mathura to pay annual taxes in Kansa's court. Vasudeva too learned about his arrival and went to see him. Nand felt overjoyed to see Vasudeva and embraced him affectionately. Vasudeva asked Nand, your age is declining now. It is very fortunate now that you have also got a son. My son Balrama and wife Rohini are staying with you. He would be regarding you as his parents. Nand said, the evil Kansa killed many of your children. He did not even spare your daughter. No doubt, happiness and sorrow are bound to one's fate. Vasudeva said, brother, now your duties here are over. You should not stay here for long, because I fear some disturbances in Gokul in your absence. Hearing this, Nand at once set out for Gokul. In the way, he reflected over the words of Vasudeva and prayed God, may God, everything be well in Gokul. There in Gokul, however, a curious incident took place. After his discussion with evil ministers, Kansa had sent a cruel ogress Putana to kill all the newly born babies in his kingdom. In the guise of an extremely pretty woman, Putana entered Gokul. She hypnotized the menfolk with her sweet smile and flirting glances. She searched newborn babies here and there and entered Nand's home eventually. Baby Lord Krishna was sleeping in the cradle. He had known about her arrival, but posed as if he were asleep. Putana is a form of non-knowledge with an alluring outward appearance. Lord Krishna was only 6 days old then. Putana's breasts were filled with poison, such as someone lifts a sleeping snake mistaking it for a rope. Similarly, Putana lifted the baby who proved her death. Putana took the baby to secluded place and began to breastfeed him. Lord prayed to Lord Shiva, who came to stay in his throat and drank all the poison from the milk. Thereafter the Lord began to suck Putana's life. Perplexed, Putana began to cry loudly and writhe nervously. As her death approached, she regained her real, ogress appearance. All the men and women were frightened when they saw the huge, formidable body of Putana. But when they saw Krishna playing nearby, their fear gone, and with joy they lifted the baby and soothed him. Meanwhile, Nand and his fellow Gopas too arrived from Mathura. Putana's body testified the truth of Vasudeva's words. Gopas cut Putana's body into many pieces and burnt them outside Gokul. When her body was burning, a sweet smell of agar spread all around. Because Lord himself had fed on her milk, so all her sins were destroyed. Lord regarded her as his mother and hence saved her. Killing of Shakut. When Lord Krishna was 27 days old, a festival was organized in Gokul. Mata Yashoda bathed the baby while the Brahmins recited hymns. Yashoda saw that baby was feeling sleepy, so putting him in a cradle, she left it under a cart. The cart was loaded with pitchers of milk, curd, and butter. After some time, Lord Krishna awoke and began to cry for a feed. But amidst festivities, Yashoda could not hear his cries. Meanwhile, a demon Shakatasur rode the cart, wishing to press the cart and thereby kill the Lord. But before he could act, the Lord touched the cart with his feet, and lo and behold, the cart turned over and all the utensils kept on it came crashing down. Even the demon was crushed to death under the cart. Other boys, who were playing nearby, informed the gopis that the little Kanhaiya had turned over the loaded cart, but they did not believe the kids. Yashoda ran in horror and lifted the baby in her lap. The Brahmins recited pacifying hymns then. Thereafter the baby was bathed again with sanctified water. A feast of Brahmins followed then. Ultimately they were seen off with many gifts. Salvation of Trinavart. Once Mata Yashoda was playing with the baby Lord in her home. All of a sudden she felt as if the baby was getting disproportionately heavy. Soon, she felt herself unable to bear the child anymore. So she left the child on the ground and began to pray Purushottama Lord Rama. Soon afterwards she forgot about the event, but all was not over yet. Trinavart, a demon minister of Kansa, had arrived in Gokul as a fierce cyclone. He covered entire Gokul with dust and blinded the people temporarily. For a moment people could not see anything, and during that moment Trinavart blew the baby in air with him. When the dust settled, Yashoda did not find the baby Krishna where she had left him. She felt extremely sorry and fell on ground in depression. Other womenfolk also gathered round her. They too began to cry, not seeing baby Krishna there. In the form of cyclone, the demon Trinavart had blown baby Krishna with him, but he too could not bear his heavy burden. So he began to lose his velocity. Lord Krishna caught him by neck. The demon died in a few moments and his dead body fell in Vraj. And Yashoda got a new lease of life when she saw baby Krishna safe and sound. Nand and other Gopas too were overjoyed. Naming of Lord Krishna. Once, the supreme ascetic Gargacharya arrived in Gokul. He was the ancestral teacher of Yaduvangshis. Nand joyfully welcomed and treated the hermit. Then he requested him to carry out the ritual of naming and suggest suitable name for both of his sons. Acharya Garg said, "O Nand, everyone knows that I am the ancestral teacher of the Yadavas. If I carry out the naming ritual for these boys, people will understand that they are Devki's sons." So Nand requested Gargacharya to name his sons secretly. Gargacharya accepted his request and carried out the naming ritual secretly in Nand's cattle shed. Garg said, "This son of Rohini will cause by his virtue, great pleasures for his near and dear ones. So his second name will be Rama. And because of excessive strength, people will call him as Bala also. Since he will unite the people also, so one of his names would be Sankarshana." Thereafter, Garg said, pointing to Yashodanandan, "He has taken incarnation in every age. In the past ages, he had taken white, red, and yellow complexions respectively. This time he has taken dark complexion, so he will be known as Krishna. Once he has been the son of Vasudev, so people will call him as Vasudev also. He will cause salvation of all of you, and great joy for the fellow Gopas and cows. With his help, you will overcome even the severe crises. O Nand, this boy will be equal to Narayana in virtues, wealth, beauty, fame, and influence. Foster this child with care and earnestness." Thus naming the boys as per their virtues, Garg returned to his hermitage. Childhood of Lord Krishna. Shukdev says, "O Parikshit, time passed in Gokul as usual. Balrama and Krishna too grew normally. Soon they began to walk on knees and palms. With their childish plays they both amused men and women folk of Gokul. Everyone took special care of them and looked after them to save them from any possible danger. Ladies folk were specially careful about them. Soon afterwards, both the kids began to walk trottingly. Now their movement no longer confined within the boundary of their home. Because of his special virtues, Krishna began to lead other kids of his age group, whereas his elder brother Balrama was somewhat serious in nature. Krishna especially enjoyed teasing the girls and milkmaids of Gokul. Often he would eat stealing their milk, curd, and butter. At other times, he did not hesitate even to break their pitchers. In such situations the ladies folk used to gather in Nand's home to complain against Krishna. And every time Yashoda promised them to punish Krishna. But every time, when she proceeded to punish him, she forgot everything before his sweet, innocent smile. One day, Balrama complained against Krishna, "Ma, the little Kanhaya has eaten mud." Worried about Krishna's health, Yashoda scolded at him, "Tell me, O mischievous Krishna, why did you eat mud?" At that moment, little Krishna's eyes were moving with fear. He made an excuse, "No ma, I have not eaten any mud. They are telling you a lie. If you don't believe me, see yourself." Saying this, Krishna opened his little mouth. Yashoda peeped into his mouth and what she saw there amazed her. She could not believe it. The entire universe was visible in his little mouth. Yashoda saw strange places, entire Vraj, and even herself in the little mouth of Krishna. She felt dizzy. With his illusionary powers, Lord wiped out the memory of this incident from the mind of Yashoda, and she again immersed in love with her child. Akal Bandhan and salvation of Yamal Arjuna. Once, wishing to feed Krishna with butter, Yashoda began to churn milk in the morning. Very soon, Krishna too awakened and not finding the mother on her bed, he set out to search her. Soon he found her in the courtyard where she was churning the milk. He began to insist for breastfeeding at once. So Yashoda stopped churning and began to breastfeed Krishna. Affection played on her face. Suddenly the milk kept on the fire pot began to boil. Yashoda left Krishna in order to attend the boiling milk. But the unsatiated Krishna filled with anger and broke the pitcher of curd. Then he went inside and began to eat butter. When Yashoda came back, she understood the matter and began to search him with a stick in her hand. After eating butter himself, Krishna was now feeding the monkeys with it. Seeing the mother come in hot pursuit, Krishna jumped over the mortar and ran away. Yashoda chased him, but soon felt tired because of her bulky body. Thereafter, Yashoda proceeded to tie Krishna as a punishment. She got a rope and tried to tie Krishna. But the rope fell short by 2 fingers. She joined many ropes together but the result was same. Every time the ropes fell short by 2 fingers. Soon, Yashoda was bathing in sweat. When Krishna saw his mother in depression, he himself tied in the ropes. Tethering little Krishna to a heavy mortar, Yashoda engaged in usual household tasks. Tethered to the mortar, Krishna glanced at the 2 Arjuna trees, which were standing on the gate like 2 sentries. He resolved to save them. King Parikshit asked Shukdev about the trees. Shukdev said, "Parikshit, the lord of wealth Kubera had 2 sons Nalkubar and Manigriv. One day they were enjoying the sweet company of pretty women on the bank of Mandakini river. Just by coincidence, Devarshi Narada arrived there. Out of shyness, the women folk at once covered themselves, but both the sons of Kubera stood boldly without feeling any shame. Indignant Narada cursed them to become trees and stay in that form for 100 years. Narada showed kindness as well that despite being in tree forms, they would have the memory of God alive and would be saved by Lord Sri Krishna. Thus, to keep the words of his supreme devotee Narada, Lord dragged the mortar to the 2 Arjuna trees. He walked in such a way that the mortar got stuck between the trees. Krishna then pulled the mortar and in no time the trees were uprooted. 2 divine men appeared from the uprooted trees and bowed at the feet of Krishna and prayed him with pure hearts. Then they departed to their heavenly abode. Migration to Vrindavana. The uprooted Arjuna trees fell with thundering sound. All the people shivered with fear and felt as if lightning had struck somewhere. All the elders including Nand met together and discussed the matter. Unanimously they concluded that, of late disturbance had increased in Gokul and the circumstances were no longer conducive to raise the kids like Balrama and Krishna there. So they unanimously decided to leave Gokul and migrate to a verdant place named Vrindavana. In their opinion, Vrindavana had ample vegetation and fertility to support them and their cattle. Thus, on an auspicious day, the entire population of Gokul set out for Vrindavana. They packed their households on bullock carts and drove their cattle in herds and started in convoy. In Vrindavana they built their houses and started their life once again. Shukdev says, O Parikshit, verdant environment of Vrindavana, Govardhan mountain, and crystal clear waters and sandy banks of Yamuna river together filled the hearts of Balrama and Krishna with joy. Along with the fellow cowherds, they began diverse kinds of plays there. Salvation of Vatsasur. One day, Balrama and Krishna were grazing their cattle on the bank of Yamuna river. A demon, meanwhile, took the guise of a calf and mixed with the herd. Obviously, he had malicious intentions. Lord Krishna had already seen the demon taking calf's guise and mixing up with the herd. He signaled Balrama and they together reached near the calf. The calf appeared particularly healthy, so Krishna and Balrama mockingly saw it with admiring eyes. Suddenly they held the calf with its hind legs and tail twirling it in air, they threw it in the sky. When the demon died, they threw him on a calf tree. Salvation of Bakasur. One day, all the cowherds took their cattle to a large pond to let them drink water. There they saw a huge creature sitting like a hillock on the bank. They were frightened by its appearance. The creature was in fact a demon named Bakasur who had arrived there in the guise of a stork. He was himself very strong and had a long pointed bill. As soon as the cowherds drew near him, the stork hastily picked up Krishna and swallowed him. Other cowherds including Balrama were stupefied. They could not believe their eyes. But inside the beak, Lord Krishna made himself extremely hot and caused severe burning in demon's throat. So the demon could not swallow Krishna and regurgitated him, and began to hit him with his strong beak. But Lord held his beak with both his hands and tore the demon's mouth apart. And as soon as the demon died, a ripple of joy surged among the cowherds. Salvation of a Gajur. One day, Krishna planned a picnic near Nandanvan. So rising early in the morning, he awakened his fellow cowherds sounding a horn. Together, all the cowherds, and their cattle went to the forest. There, on the bank of Yamuna river they began to play joyfully. Nandanvana was in fact an abode of the demon Agajur. He was sent there by Kansa. Seeing the boys playing, he felt extremely jealous. Knowing that Krishna had killed his brothers Bakasur and sister Putana, it seemed an ideal moment for the demon to avenge the death of his siblings. Thinking thus, the demon took guise of python and lay in the way and opening his mouth like an opening of a cave. The cowherds too fell in his trap. Thus driven by curiosity, all the cowherds entered the demon mouth one by one. When Lord Krishna saw that his friends had entered demon's mouth, he too entered it to protect them. Agajur wanted to masticate the cowherds including Lord Krishna, but the Lord increased his body and choked demon throat. Now the breath of demon stopped. His eyes rolled over and at last his life left his body through Brahmranra. With his ambrosial eye, Lord resurrected these dead fellows and their cattle and together they came out of the demon's mouth. As soon as the demon died, a divine flame emerged from the python's mouth. It waited there some time for God. And when Lord Krishna came out, the flame mingled with him. Attachment of Brahma, stealing of cattle and cowherds. Shukdev says, Parikshit, the cowherds told the tale of Agajur's salvation to their parents only after a year of the incidents. During that period of 1 year, Lord Krishna multiplied himself and took the guise of his fellow cowherd and their stock of cattle to remove the illusion of Brahma who was the cause of the following incidents. After Agajur's life mingled with God, Lord Krishna came with this fellow cowherd on the bank of Yamuna. They left their cattle to graze freely and they sat together to take their lunch. All of the cowherds tasted one another's food, as they wanted to feed Krishna with the tasty food. Meanwhile, surprised by Agajur's salvation, Brahma too had arrived there and saw Krishna eating food defiled by the cowherds. With that sight, Brahma grew suspicious if Krishna was indeed an incarnation of Lord. Thus driven by the illusion and to test the authenticity of Lord's incarnation, Brahma kidnapped all the cattle first, and when Krishna went out to search the cattle, Brahma kidnapped and concealed the cowherds also. Soon Lord Krishna understood the craftiness of Brahma, so he multiplicated himself into his fellow cowherds and cattle. Replicas resembled truly to the cowherds in appearance, complexion, nature, activities, voice, sticks and even in costumes. The replicas remain in existence for complete 1 year. Back there, when Brahma returned after hiding the cowherds and the cattle, he was stunned to see the cowherds and cattle as usual. Brahma was feeling dizzy when Lord bestowed his grace on him. Brahma saw Narayana in every dust particle. Brahma therefore bowed his head at the feet of Lord and said, O Lord, I submit before you. You can be one only with devotion and not by ego. No one can know your omnipresent appearance. Thus praying and worshipping Lord Narayana, Brahma returned to his abode. Shukdev says, the cowherds remained separated from God for 1 year. But they felt as if only half a second had passed because of the illusionary influence of God. That is why they related the incidents of Agasur's killing to their parents only after a year it took place. Salvation of Dinakasur. When Krishna and Balrama entered 6th year of their ages, they got the permission to take the cattle out for grazing. Along with their fellow cowherds, the two brothers too began to take their cattle to Vrindavana. Thus they sanctified the earth of Vrindavana with their pious feet. Seeing the beauty of Vrindavana, with beautiful, colorful flowers and sweet fruits, Lord Krishna felt overjoyed. He then used to graze his cattle at the foothills of Govardhan and on the banks of Yamuna river. Playing flute was his favorite pastime. One day Krishna's beloved friend Sudama said, "Kanhaiya, there is a beautiful forest named Talvana. It has uncountable numbers of trees laden with ripe fruits. But a formidable demon Dinakasur guards that forest, he is very strong. So no one, even animals and birds, doesn't go there. But we are tempted to eat those sweet delicious fruits. If you and you wish, we may go there and eat those delicious fruits." Thus hearing this, Krishna and Balrama guided all of them to Talvana. There they shook the trees and in no time a heap of ripe, delicious fruits gathered under the trees. All the cowherds began to eat fruits. While eating, they were also making lot of noises. Disturbed by the sound of fruits falling and noise of the cowherds, the demon Dinakasur arrived there as a donkey. He was braying loudly and tried to hit Balrama, but Balrama caught him by his hind legs and threw him in the air. The demon died in an instant. Since that day, everyone visited Talvana fearlessly and the cattle grazed there freely. Grace on Kaliya the Naga. One day, Balakrishna arrived on the banks of Yamuna with their friends. Balrama was not with them that day. The water of the river Yamuna was intoxicated by the poison of Kaliya the Naga. It was exceptionally hot that day and all the cowherds and cattle were very thirsty. So without giving any thought, they all drank the water from Yamuna and died. But Lord Krishna resurrected them by his ambrosial sight. Then Lord Krishna decided to purify the waters of Yamuna. Thus tying a cloth round his waist, Krishna climbed a kadam tree and jumped into the river. In the water the Lord started playing and splashing water. Soon the waves began to rise high. When Kaliya the Naga heard the noise, he got extremely angry and appeared before Krishna. He saw a beautiful, tender, dark complex Ionid boy playing joyfully in the waters. He stung him and tied him in his spirals. Tied in the spirals of Kaliya, Lord became absolutely motionless. Seeing Krishna in death-like situation, all the cowherds and even the cows felt very sorry. Just then Lord freed himself from the hold of Kaliya. Then a game of hide and seek began between them. Lord dodged the Naga for a long time. Thereafter he rode on Kaliya's hood and began to dance there. The followers of God, like Gandharvas etc. began to play mridang, dal etc. to give him a company. Tired from the blows of Lord's feet, Kaliya soon began to vomit blood. Naga's wives began to pray God, "O Lord, your incarnation is to punish the evil ones for their sins. You have shown your grace on us also. We are fortunate to have a sight and touch of your feet. Pity, O Lord. This Naga can no longer bear your momentum. He will die. We are all your slaves. Kaliya is our Lord. Kindly forgive him." With kindness, Lord released Kaliya, who prayed thus, "O Lord, in your creation we snakes represent Tamoguna. We are confused by your illusions." Lord dictated Kaliya to migrate with his family to Ramnakdweep. Since then water of Yamuna became pure for humans and animals. Drinking of Devanal. After defeating Kaliya, Lord Krishna and all other people of Braj felt extremely tired. They were very hungry and thirsty also. So they did not go back to Vrindavana, but stayed on the bank of Yamuna in the night. Because of intense heat of summer, surrounding forests had been shriveled. At midnight those shriveled forests caught fire and the sleeping people were engulfed by it. They awakened startled and took shelter at Krishna. Seeing their horrified appearance, Lord Krishna drank the infernal forest fire and thus saved the lives of innocent people who had rested their lives at him with faith. Salvation of Pralambasur. One day, Balrama and Krishna were playfully grazing their cattle along with other cowherds in the forests. When a demon Pralam arrived there with an intention of kidnapping Krishna and Balrama. The demon had come in the guise of a cowherd, but the god easily recognized him. They accepted his proposal of friendship, but were thinking about the way for his salvation. God thereafter summoned all his friends and said, "Pals, today we shall divide ourselves into two teams and play joyfully. Thus the teams were divided and each team chose Krishna and Balrama as its captain respectively. It was stipulated that the members of defeated team would carry the members of winner team on their back up to the place pointed by them. Thus the game began and soon both the teams reached a secluded place. At one time, the team headed by Balrama won. So the members of Krishna's team were to carry them on their back. Demon Pralambasur offered Balrama a ride on his back. Balrama agreed to ride on the demon's back, but as soon as he rode on the demon's back, the demon galloped. But he could not go far for not being able to bear Balrama's weight. Then the demon regained his huge formidable size and tried to escape by flying. First Balrama felt terrorized, but soon he realized his real powers and hit on the demon's head with a powerful fist. The blow shattered demon's head and he fell on earth dead like a huge mountain. Venugid. Sri Shukadeva says, O king, most of the time of Lord Krishna's boyhood passed in Vrindavana. There he grazed cattle and played flute. His flute had a divine, enchanting sound. The gopis gathered around him under the influence of enchanting tunes. They also heard the enchanting Venugit that fills one's hearts with the memory of Bhagavath. One of the girls said to her friend, O dear friend, having the privilege of seeing Lord's beauty and receiving his kindness is the real salvation. Another girl said, O friend, what penance this flute had observed that it has got a closer contact with lips of Nandnandan. Even the siblings of this flute, trees and other vegetations are pleased with its fortune and are hence showering their leaves and flowers on him. One more said, O friend, look, even Bhagavati Lakshmi has left her luxurious abode in Vaikuntha and arrived in Vrindavana to have a look of Lord Devkinandan. A gopi expressed her jealousy, even this doe is better than us, O friends, look how engrossed is she looking at God, that her eyes are not blinking. Hearing the sweet enchanting tunes of flute, even the heavenly elves gather in the sky over Vrindavana. They also see the beauty of Lord Krishna and showered the flowers of their braids on him. Even the cows forgot grazing when then heard the enchanting music of flute. The calves too forgot drinking milk and began to look at Lord Krishna with joy. This is the real devotion for Lord Krishna. You have to forget yourself in order to find him. Condition of girls of Vrindavana was exactly the same. After having the sight of Lord Krishna they remembered nothing, not even the way back to home. They stood in the forests in a trance, completely tired, unaware of their self. A girl said pointing to the fauna, Look O friends, look at these birds. Do you know that these birds were the saints and sages in their previous births? In this birth also they are sitting in a state of trance. Look, they have forgotten their knowledge hearing the sweet enchanting music of the flute. And look at Yamunaji. She is also able to contain her exhilaration. She is eagerly splashing her waves to wash Lord's feet. Yet another girl said, Look friends, the clouds cannot see their Lord scorching in the sun. So they have covered the sun and shaded Lord Krishna. Now they are drizzling as if showering petals. A girl said, Friends, look, these Bilanese are better than us. They have such a strong urge of Krishna's sight that when Govind returns home, they smear their body with dusts of his feet. Blessed is this mountain which has dedicated its entire self in the feet of Brajanandan and feels overjoyed. It is his supreme devotee. Kanhaiya has infused even non-living things with life by his sweet tunes of flute. Stealing of clothes. The unmarried girls of Vrindavana felt as if their lives were dedicated to Lord Krishna. Each of them wished heartily to have Lord Krishna as her husband. So in order to get their desire fulfilled, all of the spinster girls of Vrij began to take bath in Yamuna early in morning of Hemant season and worshipped goddess Katyayani. When Madnamohan learned that the spinsters' girls wished to marry him, he went to see them at dawn. The girls were bathing naked in the river, their clothes were kept on the bank. Lord Krishna stealthily took those clothes and climbed on a kadam tree. Lord had not stolen their clothes with malicious intentions. He had stolen them to remove their flaws and make them realize their real appearance, that they were not mere girls, but pure souls. Without realization of the real self, one cannot experience the God. The girl were in fact the hymns of Vedas, sadhana, sthis, sages and Brahmvidyas themselves, that took the guise of girls to enjoy the vicinity of God. God removed their clothes that symbolized lust. Because of the Lord's grace they all were able to enjoy God's company. Shukadeva says, O Parikshit, thus Lord Krishna removed the shyness of the girls of Braj. Through his sweet talks, he derided at them, made them dance like puppets and even stole their clothes when they were bathing naked, but they did not deter his actions. Instead they felt overjoyed by the close presence of their beloved Kanha. Lifting of Govardhan. Shukdevji says, O Parikshit, one day, Balrama and Krishna saw that many delicious kind of sweet meats were being cooked at home. With curiosity and politeness, they asked Nand and other elders, Father, which festival are you preparing for? Which god will be worshipped? What purpose will such worship serve? Nand Baba explained, Sons, Devraj Indra is the god of clouds. It is because of Indra's grace we get rain. So these materials are being prepared to worship Indra. Krishna said, Father, every creature in the world enjoys comforts or suffers as per his fate. None of the gods can change the results. Action is prime in the world. One gets the results as per his actions. Even Indra is God as a result of his action. Anyone who performs 100 Ashvamedyagyas becomes Indra. But even after performing crores of Ashvamedyagyas one cannot get a stay in Vraj. It is the duty of Indra to cause rain. So it will rain even if you don't worship Indra. But to feed the poor and satisfy them with clothes and other gifts is real worship. By their blessing, we shall be more happier. I desire that with all these materials we should worship Giriraj Govardhan and distribute the prasad among the poor, with which their souls will be sated and will have the grace of God. Thus Lord Krishna told his father that all the people should worship unitedly and unitedly they should receive prasad. If you are ready to do as per my desire, it's all right, otherwise I will not worship your haughty God, nor receive his prasad. Thus convinced by Kanhaya's wise reasoning, all the Gopas agreed to him. Nand Baba said, O Krishna, we are making all these preparation for you only and we will do as you say. We will worship Govardhan. For us Govardhan is also like a god. It gives us grass, water, and fuel etc., which are necessary for our lives. Thus with Lord's consent, they dropped their plan to worship Indra and resolved to worship Govardhan faithfully. Worship of Govardhan. On the Purnima day in the month of Kartik all the Gopas gathered near Mount Govardhan. During the night all of them circumambulated the mountain. Lord invoked the Ganges by his wish and bathed Govardhan with her water. Then they put vermilion on it, offered basil leaves, flowers etc. and worshipped it. Brahmins recited hymns in its praise. To make the people believe in their rituals, Lord Krishna himself appeared on the mountain in huge form and exclaimed, I am Giriraj, and began to eat the offerings. But he as a child was still among the villagers who faithfully bowed before the mountain. Among them, the child Krishna said, Look, what a surprise, Giriraj has appeared himself and bestowed his grace on us. He has accepted our worship. Thereafter all the Gopas distributed prasad among themselves and felt supremely satisfied. Angry retaliation of Indra. Shukadeva said, Parikshit, when Indra learned that the Gopas had stopped worshipping him, he grew outrageous. In anger, he ordered the clouds to rain torrentially over Vraj and cause heavy flood in Vraj region. In no time dense clouds gathered over Vraj. Soon there was lightning, thunder, darkness, and storm all around. Then it rained torrentially. All the people took refuge at Lord Krishna and prayed him to save them from the anger of Indra. Lord Krishna said, Those who regard me as their, are mine and I am theirs, so there is no need to worry for you. Saying this, Lord lifted Giriraj on his little finger and called all the people of Vraj along with their cattle under the lee of Govardhan. Then he ordered his wheel Sudarshan to absorb the water of the clouds so that not even a single drop could fall on earth. Thus for 7 days continuously Lord balanced Govardhan on the little finger. Thus Lord Krishna also came to be known as Giridhari. People who had gathered around him, just kept on seeing Lord's moon-like face and hence did not feel thirsty or hungry. In fact, the comforts those people got during those 7 days are beyond verbal description. Lord held Govardhan on one hand, and conch in the other, while with the remaining 2 hands he began to play this flute. Hearing the tunes of his flute, all the people of Vrij began to dance with joy. After the rain stopped, all of them returned to their homes. When Indra learned about the happenings in Vrij, he soon realized his mistake. Indra himself reached Vrij and begged Lord for his pardon. Then he gave Lord a ceremonial bath with the milk of Surbi. For protecting the cows, thus the Lord also got one more name, Govind. Ras Leela. Shukadeva related to Parikshit the tale of Kamdev's humiliation. Sridhar Swami calls Rasleela as Kamavijay Leela. Jagadguru Ballabhacharyaji describes it as Lord's Divi Vihar. The purpose of describing this tale is just that common people should reflect on the selfless love of gopis for Lord Krishna and experience the love of God for them as well. Lord is an embodiment of Rasa. After conquering Brahma and other gods, ego of Kamdev had surged to great heights. He, therefore, requested God to quench his thirst for war. God invited Kamdev to visit Vrindavana on the night of Sharad Purnima in season preceding winter, and told him that on that divine night, he would enjoy the company of crores of gopis. If I have slightest passion for any of them, you will win, otherwise you will lose. That night Lord Krishna added more divinity, more brilliance to it with the resolution of Ras with the help of Yagmaya. It was a perfect night for the purpose, flowers bloomed in Vrindavana, full moon shone, and gentle, cool breeze blew from the banks of river Yamuna. Amidst this stimulating ambience Lord Krishna began to play an enchanting tune on his flute. The tune attracted gopis, their passion surged to its zenith, and under the influence of love for Lord Krishna and as if in trance, all of them ran to meet their beloved Kanhaiya, leaving all their fear, bondages, patience and shyness behind. Some of them were intercepted by their husbands and dragged back to home. But only their physical bodies stayed put, their souls reached Vrindavana. In Vrindavana on the bank of Yamuna, gopis saw Vrindavana Vihari near their familiar Kadam tree. Yagmaya adorned all the gopis from tip to toe. In fact, those gopis were not ordinary women. Parikshit asked, gopis had not regarded Krishna as Parbrahma. What was the basis for their passion then? Shukadeva said, when a wretched person like Shishupal, who always abused Lord Krishna, could find supreme position, there should be no doubt for gopis who had such a profound passion for Lord. So gopis arrived and gathered around Lord Krishna. To test their devotion and to enhance the honor of Kamdev, Krishna said to them, O gopis, the pure ones, it is not fit for you to stay here at this hour of night. Go and serve your husbands. Your duties must be first to your husbands' children and cows. They will be waiting for you eagerly. Go and console them. You can gain me by hearing, reciting, seeing, etc. You need not sit here. Go to your homes. Gopis, however, said, Govind, we have come to you leaving all the mundane lusts behind. Now going back is like ruining over lives. It is the greatest misfortune if someone returns to mundane affairs even after being at your feet. These words that reflected divine feelings of gopis pleased Lord. He began to enjoy their company. But a feeling of ego began to creep in the minds of gopis because of Lord's closeness. They began to assume themselves as highly fortunate. To remove their ego, Lord disappeared right among them. Pitiable condition of gopis in God's absence. After the disappearance of God, gopis were perplexed. Their hearts burned with desire. They had dedicated their entire selves in the feet of Lord. They were entirely merged in the love of Krishna. Thus driven by passion, gopis began to search Lord Krishna. They asked trees, creepers, vegetations for the whereabouts of their beloved. They then spotted his footprints at one place. Footprints of Radha were also there. Indeed, he would have carried her, that great fortunate one, on his shoulders. They thought. Lord had indeed, after disappearing from amidst gopis, taken Radha to an isolated place. She had then began to think herself superior to other gopis. So at one place, she said, "O Lord, I can't walk now. My tender feet are tired. Kindly carry me on your shoulders to wherever you wish." At her request, Lord Krishna agreed to carry her on his shoulder. But as soon as she proceeded to ride, Lord disappeared from there also. Now, Radhaj began to cry and wail and fainted. At the same time, other gopis also reached there and found Radha lying unconscious on the ground. All of them including Radha then returned to the bank of Yamuna and began to wait for Krishna's appearance. Gopi Geet. O Lord, your incarnation has increased the glory of Brajbhumi. Even the glory of Vakunth, goddess Lakshmi herself came to stay in Vraj. Govind, we have dedicated our lives at your feet. Now we are searching you everywhere. O Madnamohan, kindly show your beautiful face once. Prananath, your eyes, that are even more beautiful than the lotus that bloom in ponds, is pricking our hearts. We are all your slaves. If you kill us by your separation, will not you be criticized? O Purushottam, you have protected us on many occasions. You are the remover of miseries of Vraj people. O Lord, you are not the son of Yashoda only, but you are the soul of all the living beings. At the request of Brahma, you have arrived on earth to remove her burden. Why don't you protect us? Our lives are in danger because of your separation. O Lord, your tales are like ambrosia. Your ambrosial tales pacify those who are inflicted with mundane obstacles and sorrows. They are indeed great and fortunate who recite your tales. O Purushottam, for the musics of your flute we gave up everything, our husbands, children, social bindings, everything. We even dedicated our lives for the sake of your love. Now nothing amuses us except you. We are living, only to have a sight of you. Now you are wandering from forest to forest with your tender feet, which even we did not bear in our hearts for the fears of hurting them. How much would they be suffering? We are fainting in your worry. O the dearest one, we were yours, we are yours and we shall be yours forever. Saying these words, gopis burst into tears. Shukdev says, Parikshit, when the beloved gopis burst into tears, Krishna's patience gave away. His heart melted at their condition and he appeared amidst them. A sweet smile played on his beautiful face. He wore a garland of fresh Vajjayanti flowers and yellow clothes. His beauty could have moved even Kamdev. Seeing their beloved Kanha once again amidst them, gopis got a new lease of life. All of them began to embrace Lord and thus quench the fire of separation that was burning their bodies. Thereafter, along with the beauties of Vraj, Lord came to the bank of Yamuna. Gopis put their queries before him for solution. Lord said, O beloved gopis, I do not reciprocate to the desire of my beloved ones for physical love. Because of it their conscience remains always engrossed in me. Hence, I take to hiding even after meeting so that you could feel complete imbibement in me. Maharas. From the words of the Lord, gopis forgot the pains of separation. From the closeness of their beloved, their lives were successful now. With those gopis, Lord Krishna started Maharas on the pious banks of river Yamuna. All the gods gathered in sky to witness that divine festival. Gopis were even more fortunate than Lakshmi. But even amidst crores of gopis, who were eager to devote their everything to him, Lord completely refrained from desires, feelings, and even actions. Thus Lord defeated even Kamdev and removed his ego. Salvation of Sudarshan and Shankar. Shukdev says, O Parikshit, once on the occasion of Lord Shivaratri, Nand Baba and all other Gopas drove their carts with families and reached Ambikavana on a pilgrimage tour. There they took bath in the river Sarasvati and with devotion worshipped Lord Shiva and Parvati. They also observed day-long fast and decided to pass their night on the bank of Sarasvati. But that place was inhabited by a huge python. During the night, the python emerged and caught hold of Nand's leg. Nand Baba cried loudly. All the Gopas gathered around him. He cried again, Kanhaiya, this snake is all set to strangulate me. Save me. Lord touched the python with his feet and instantaneously, the python vanished. In its place appeared a divine-looking human. He said, "O Lord, I was a Vidyadhar named Sudarshan. I was so much obsessed with my beauty, youth, luxury, and comforts that I used to insult others. One day I had derided at the ugly appearance of the sage Angara. So indignantly he cursed me to become a python. But, pleased by my realization of mistake, he had told that when God himself would touch me, I would regain my original appearance. Thereafter, Sudarshan went round the god, worshipped him and with his permission, departed to his abode. On another occasion, Lord arrived in Vrindavana during Vasant Ritu. There he took part in Vasantic Ras with the gopis. During Ras itself, a demon Junksha tried to escape away, kidnapping some of the gopis. A stampede resulted among gopis. Hearing their noise, Lord ran after the demon, carrying a huge sal tree in his hands. In no time he overtook the demon and killed him by just one blow. He picked up the gem from demon's head and handed it to Balrama. Salvation of Arishtajar. Once, Kansa sent a demon Arishtajar to Vrindavana. The demon arrived there in a bull's guise. That huge bull came to Vrindavana and began to terrorize the people with his loud sound. Seeing the bull, Balrama said to Krishna, "Kanhaya, I have never seen such a huge bull before." All the people began to cry for help. Lord consoled them and challenged the bull demon, "O fool, why are you terrorizing these cows and cowherds? I am going to shatter your ego." The challenge from God pinched the demon. Tapping his hooves angrily, the demon attacked God. He wished to gore him, but God held his horns and pushed him back. Then kicking the demon, God killed him in no time. Kansa sends Akrura. After the killing of Arishtajar, Devarishi Narada visited Kansa and asked, "O Kansa, the girl who had slipped from your hand was in fact the daughter of Yashoda. Krishna and Balrama, who are staying in Vrindavana, are in fact the sons of Devki and Rohini respectively. Because of your fear, Vasudeva has kept them under the supervision of his friend Nand. Those two boys have killed the demons sent by you." Hearing these words, Kansa shook with anger and put Vasudeva and Devki in prison again. Thereafter he called his minister Akrura and asked him to set out at once for Gokul. He said to Akrura, "Akruraji, you are an old friend and well-wisher of mine, go to Gokul and bring the sons of Vasudeva, who are staying at Nand's home. Invite them to visit Mathura, to witness the festivities of Dansharyagya." Akrura understood Kansa's intentions, but feared that if he refused, that demon would kill him. So he decided to visit Gokul, and also have the opportunity of seeing God. He was feeling overwhelmed by the mere thought of it. Next day, he set out on a grand chariot to meet his Supreme Lord in Gokul. Meditating in the feet of Lord, Akrura was heading towards Vrindavana. He was feeling himself as the most fortunate one, for he was sure to have a sight of Lord. Thus obsessed with many kinds of devotional feelings, Akrura alighted from the chariot at the border of Vrindavana and started walking. He found it unjust to ride a chariot on the land of Vrindavana where Lord Krishna treaded. By the time he reached Vrindavana, Lord Krishna and Balrama had returned home after grazing their cattle. Seeing them, Akrura fell at their feet. Both the brothers raised Akrura and addressed him as Chacha and escorted him into the house. Akrura was given a warm welcome and treatment there. After the dinner, they assembled in Nand's drawing room. Nand inquired about the reason of his sudden arrival. Akrura said, "Kansa is organizing a wrestling competition in Mathura. He has invited all the big and small kings to the competitions. He has invited you with Krishna and Balrama as well. Beautiful Mathura is worth seeing." Gullible Nand felt pleased by Akrura's talking and said, "King Kansa has shown a great honor to me. He has sent invitation only to other kings, but has sent his minister to call me and a golden chariot for my kids." So it was announced in Gokul that all the people would go to Mathura the next day and witness the festivities there. Departure of Krishna and Balrama for Mathura. When the gopis heard about Krishna leaving Gokul to visit Mathura, they began to wail and cry. They were getting so much restless by the news that, they felt, their lives would end before the sunrise. They started imprecating fate that it had no kindness. First it provided them with a closer contact with their beloved Kanha, now it was causing a long separation from him. Some of gopis even begged for death, they felt it better than living without Kanha. All the gopis kept on crying and wailing night long. Mother Yashoda awoke early in the morning next day. She churned out butter and adding misri, she took it to Krishna to feed him. But there she found that both Krishna and Balrama were getting ready to set out for Mathura. They held mother's feet and said, "Pardon us, O mother, we are going to Mathura." These words disturbed Yashoda. She ran and fell at Akrura's feet and said, "I am your slave. O Akrura, please do not take my beloved sons to Mathura. They are inseparable from my heart. Why Kansa has summoned them to Mathura? O Akrura, go and tell him to take everything from us, but spare our sons. We are also ready to live in jail, but can't lose our beloved sons." Akrura consoled Yashoda. "Babhai, don't worry. These two brothers are going to Mathura to witness the festivities there and will return soon to comfort your heart." Yashoda said, "Akruraji, Mathura is a town of gold and both of my sons are too young yet to be needed there for any reason." Touching the feet of Nand and Yashoda, both the brothers said, "Father, Mother, we will definitely return. Presently we wish to see the grandeur of Mathura." Meanwhile all the gopis and gopas had gathered there. Crying and wailing, the gopis said, "You are very cruel, O Akrura, who named you as Akrura? You have come here to lacerate our hearts." Second gopi said, "No friend, it is not a fault of Akrura. Our complaints are with Shyamsundar. We left everything, our husbands, children, our homes and dedicated our entire selves in your service. And now you are deserting us so ruthlessly. We have no support for our life except you, O Mother's Adan." Saying this, all the gopis burst into tears again. All the gopas, including Sridama, surrounded the chariot and said, "O Krishna, we had not even dreamt that you would desert us so ruthlessly. O Kanhaya, we have seen with our eyes that even Indra, Varuna, Sanakati and Brahma bow before you. But we have never regarded you as God. We regarded you as our friend. Are you angry with us? O my childhood friend Kanhaya, we request you, we will never abuse you in future. If you were intending to go, why did you, then save us from the infernal forest fire? Why did you save from the deluging rains? We cannot live without you. Tell us, O benevolent friend, when will you return?" Lord Krishna consoled them all and took many of them with him. The chariot began to move. As long as the flag of the chariot remained visible, people kept on crying and wailing. Even the eyes of Akrura filled with tears. Lord asked him, "Kaka, why are you weeping?" Akrura replied, "O Lord, Kansa is the great sinner. I feel he will try to torment you by all means. So, my heart says, that I should take you back to Vrindavana, because if Kansa did any harm to you, their spirits will curse me forever." Akrura has a sight of Lord in four-armed form. Hearing Akrura's words, Lord understood that when he had arrived in Vraj, he was afflicted with a feeling of majesty. But now, it has been replaced by affection now. He, therefore decided to remove his dilemma. Thus, Lord said to him, "Kaka, Mathura is still some distance away. So you take a bath in Yamuna. We brothers are waiting for you in the chariot." As soon as Akrura took a dip in Yamuna, Lord showed him a sight of his abode Vakunt and his Narayana's appearance, in which, he was holding conch, will, mace and lotus in each of his four hands and was lying on the bed of Shishnaga. With folded hands, Akrura prayed to Lord, "O Lord, you are the reason for the existence of Brahma and the universe. O Lord, I pray at your feet again and again. Now I recognize you. You are the one who took the incarnations of Matsya, Kachchap, Varha, Narsingha, Vamana, Rama etc. Thus after bath and worship, Akrura returned to the chariot. Lord Krishna understood that now a devotional feeling had arisen in the mind of Akrura for Narayana. Lord asked, "Your condition seems miserable. Did you see anything extraordinary underwater?" Akrura said, "O Lord, now bestow your grace on me. Kindly come to my home and accept my hospitality." Arrival in Mathura and grace on Kubja. After the departure of Akrura, Nand Baba too set out for Mathura along with the Gopas. On the way itself, they caught up with Krishna and Balrama. All of them then reached Mathura together. There they stayed in a garden. After some time, with Nand's permission, both the brothers set out to see the city of Mathura. Mathura was indeed a beautiful town. All the residents of Mathura thronged on roads, roofs and attics to have a sight of Krishna and Balrama. On the way, they met a pretty but hunched woman. She introduced herself as Kubja, the maid of Kansa. Her duty was to smear the members of the royal family with sandalwood paste. God asked her if she would smear him with sandal paste. Kubja said, "O Manmohan, I see no one more fitting than you for the sandal paste." Thus she smeared Lord's forehead with saffron. On Balaram's forehead she smeared musk containing sandal paste. Other Gopas smeared all the remaining sandal paste on their heads. Lord then, put his feet on Kubja's and holding her chin gave her head a slight jerk. And in no time, Kubja's hunch was gone and she turned into a pretty woman. She begged Lord for his love. The Lord promised her a meeting in future, and proceeded ahead. After saving Kubja, Lord Krishna and other Gopas moved ahead. At a place they saw a huge bow kept on a high stage. Many strong men were guarding it. Lord entered the canopy and easily lifted the bow and broke it into pieces. There was a big applause from all around. Dau said, "Krishna, now the crowd will increase here, so let us escape in time." Thus, both the brothers and their friends beat a retreat to their camp. There they rested for night. There in Mathura, breaking of the bow had frightened Kansa. He could not sleep during the night. Even in his dreams, he saw nothing, but Krishna everywhere around him. Killing of elephant. Early in the morning, Kansa summoned his minister and ordered him to make Kavali Upheed, the elephant to stand in the center of the main gate. He thought that the elephant would kill both the boys if they dared to enter the fort through main gate. Back there in the garden, Krishna and Balrama set out in wrestlers' guise for the fort. At the gate, seeing an elephant blocking the passage, they asked Mahout loudly, "O Mahout, why have you made the elephant stand in the center of the gate? Move it either ahead or back." But instead of moving the elephant out of the passage, the Mahout steered it right on them. But before elephant could attack them, Balrama caught its trunk, while Krishna caught its tail. Both the brothers then dragged the elephant out of the gate and lofted it in the air. The elephant fell on the ground with a loud thud and died on the spot. Salvation of wrestlers. Kansa felt very nervous by the news of elephant's killing. Before he could take stock of the situation, Lord Krishna and Balrama arrived in the amphitheater. The spectators present in the amphitheater saw Lord as per their feelings. The menfolk saw Lord as a jewel among the men. Womenfolk saw him as an incarnation of Kamdev. Cowherds saw their natural friend in Lord, while to Kansa he appeared as his death. But to his mother and father, Devki and Vasudeva, and to Nand, Krishna and Balrama appeared as small kids. Sages and ascetics saw nothing but metaphysical coming in boys' guise. Learned ones cited his cosmic form, while to Yadvas he appeared as their tutelary god. As soon as the Lord and Balrama arrived in the ring, the wrestlers, who were already present there, stood up like springs. A wrestler Shanar dragged Krishna and one named Mushtik dragged Balrama into the ring. They said to them, "Both of you and we are the subjects of the great King Kansa. It is our duty to please our king with our art and skill. Moreover, we will receive many rewards also." Krishna said, "O wrestlers, you please fight among yourselves. We are boys yet, so we shall witness your fight from a distance." Shanur said, "No, you are neither boy nor teenagers. You are stronger than the strongest. You have just killed an elephant which was stronger than 1,000 elephants." Thus, both the brothers were compelled to wrestle with the royal wrestlers. Mushtik was beaten on the ground by Balrama so hard that he died at once on the spot. Krishna similarly killed second wrestler Shanur. All the remaining wrestlers met similar fate one by one. The massive crowd present there applauded them joyfully. Salvation of Kansa. Seeing the shameful defeat of his wrestlers, Kansa infuriated with anger and proclaimed, "Tie all the opponents, tie Ugrasen, Devki, Vasudev, Nand in ropes and bring them before me." Lord Krishna could not tolerate this, and in a single jump, he reached on the stage where Kansa was present. Lord Krishna caught him by hair and said, "O Kansa, once you have caught a helpless woman by hair, I have avenged that insult. Now you will receive the fruits for your atrocities." Saying this, Lord began to twirl Kansa, catching him by hair, and threw him down from the stage. Then Lord jumped once again and landed on the chest of Kansa. Kansa died instantaneously. Thus, Kansa, who was an incarnation of the demon Kalnemi, received salvation. Lord Krishna then released his parents from the prison and crowned his maternal grandfather Ugrasen as the king of Mathura. Yajnapavat of Krishna and Balrama. After the successful completion of all the royal ceremonies, the consecration of Krishna and Balrama was carried out. Thereafter, they came to stay at the hermitage of sage Sandipani for formal education. Extraordinarily brilliant Krishna successfully learned all the knowledge in short period of time. Then, as Guru Dakshina, Krishna brought back his dead sons from the abode of Yamaraj. Taking his convocational bath, thereafter, Lord Krishna returned to Mathura. There, though living among royal luxuries and grandeur, Lord Krishna remained indifferent. Memory of his sentimental, beloved devotees, friend and other people of Vraj kept on pricking him. Sending Uddhava as messenger. Savant Uddhava, the son of Yadva's minister Brihaspati, was an intimate friend of Lord Krishna. Only he had the permission to enter Lord's sanctum. Seeing his friend Krishna in remorse, Uddhava asked, "Mathuranath, you seem to be upset. What is troubling you?" Lord Krishna replied, "Uddhava, I feel perplexed. I remember my days in Vrindavana. Please go to Vrindavana and get the news regarding gopis there. Also give them my message." Thus Lord Krishna donned Uddhava in his attire and sent him to Vraj in his chariot. There he stayed at Nand's home. At night, Uddhava inquired about Nand and Yashoda's well-being and about Vraj in general. That whole night passed in chatting. Brahmargit. Next day, when the gopis got the news of Uddhava's arrival, they thronged in and around Nand's residence. They recognized the chariot parked in front of the gate. It was the same chariot on which Krishna and Balrama had departed for Mathura. First they thought that their beloved Krishna had returned. But their belief did not last long. Some of them opined that Akrura might have come again. But what for? But then someone informed that it was Uddhava, Krishna's savant friend, who had come to preach them about metaphysical knowledge. Soon afterwards, Uddhava came out and spoke out loud, "O gopis, listen to the preaching of Uddhava." But instead of listening to him, gopis covered their ears. Feeling insulted, Uddhava expressed his dissatisfaction over their behavior. Gopis said to him, "O gentleman, firstly we are not familiar with you, secondly we have no capacity to hear your preaching. Yes, if you wish to give us a message of our most beloved, 1,000 of ears are eager to hear that." Uddhava then introduced himself as the intimate friend of Lord Krishna. Knowing his identity, gopis welcomed and treated Uddhava warmly. Uddhava then began to say again, "O gopis, the person, whom you are declaring as your beloved friend, in fact has no mother, no father. He has no form, no color, and no body. He is above all, non-existing, all-pervasive and the giver of joy. He is never separate from his devotee and beloved ones. All of you, too, feel the presence of that Supreme Being and be happy forever." Gopis said, Uddhava, as long as Ganashyam stayed with us, we saw endless virtues in him. But only within 6 months of his stay in Mathura, you wiped out all of his virtues and turned him virtueless. Tell us, with which mouth did he eat butter, with which hand did he break our pitchers, with which feet did he pasture cows in the forests, and with which feet did he dance on the hood of Kaliya? Was he another Krishna? Harsh reaction of the gopis startled Uddhava. He began to think where he had been caught. His knowledge of Vedanta was proving ineffective on the gopis, who are sunk in so much love. On the other hand, gopis too were feeling embarrassed for treating the guest bitterly. But they were also not prepared to listen to such preaching that condemned love. Moreover, they had let out their long accumulating feeling. Meanwhile, a bumblebee perched at Radha's feet, mistaking them for lotus. Pointing to it, all the gopis said, "Beware, O bumblebee, beware if you dare to touch the feet of our Radha. It appears that you are a disciple of Krishna. There is now no secret regarding the virtues and actions of your friend. But it is good that he and you tied in friendship. You are black and your friend has a black heart. Virtues of both of you are same. First he imbibed us in his love, then left us ruthlessly forever. He is not sorry for us. But why does Lakshmi serves in those feet? She must be careful, lest she should be deceived like us. Oh! Bumblebee, you also appear to be a polymath who has come here to preach us. But you won't get an audience in Braj. You should better go to Mathura. There is one Kubja, go and relate your tale to her. You will receive ample donations from her. What will you get from the gopis here? They have already lost their mental balance, because of their separation from the beloved Krishna. If you have come to ask, why we loved Krishna, O bumblebee, we have no knowledge. But we know that our love for Krishna was not a mistake. Even the goddess Lakshmi does not leave his feet for a moment. Why should we leave his feet then? But O bumblebee, have you really come to convince us? When he could not come out of shame, he sent you to console us, the deaf and dumb gopis, but be careful if you put your head at the feet of Radha. Get away, we have already seen enough of flattery and flirtation of your friend. Deserting our affection for ephemeral things, we loved that eternal one. But he too abandoned us. Can you guess about our condition? Tell us, O Uddhava, shall we ever get the sight of Sri Krishna again? Hearing the tragic tale of the gopis, Uddhava too felt very sorry for them. He felt as if Mathuranath, Lord Krishna, was indeed neglecting those gopis. Uddhava stayed in Vrindavana for 6 months. There he saw every place, every spot where Lord Krishna had played once. When he was returning to Mathura, Mother Yashoda presented him with butter, Radha gave him the flute. Thus immersed in the love and overwhelmed by its feelings, Uddhava reached Mathura. He said to Krishna, Lord, the real appearance of love, that I saw in Vrindavana is the only truth. Sri Krishna said, Uddhava, you are weeping. Just look at me. Uddhava looked at him with wide, opened eyes. In every single hair of Lord, there existed gopis. Uddhava was indeed a savant. But Lord had sent him to Braj only to be taught a lesson of love. Battles with Jarasandha and construction of Dwarakapuri. After the death of Kansa, his widowed queens Asti and Prapti returned to their father Jarasandha's home and informed him that Krishna and Balrama had killed their husband Kansa. Infuriated by the news, Jarasandha at once launched a massive attack on Mathura. The people of Mathura were frightened by the strength of Jarasandha's army. Lord Krishna too fell in deep thought. Just then, divine weapons and chariots appeared from the heaven. Both the brothers took the weapons and boarded their chariots. Then they fought a fierce battle and slayed all the army of Jarasandha. Balrama furiously caught Jarasandha and was about to kill him. But Lord Krishna stopped him. They then released Jarasandha and let him go unhurt. Jarasandha felt ashamed that Krishna released him because of his helpless condition. Shukdev says, O Parikshit, despite his shameful defeat, Jarasandha attacked Mathura 17 times with huge armies. But every time, the Lord defeated him and released him in kindness. And every time Jarasan felt more humiliated. At last, instead of attacking Mathura himself, Jarasan sent Kaliyavan to defeat Sri Krishna. Kaliyavan launched an attack on Mathura with 1 crore strong Malach army. This time Lord Krishna decided to vacate Mathura instead of countering the attack. He got Dwarakapuri constructed by Vishvakarma and settled all the people of Mathura there. Then, unarmed, Lord Krishna walked past Kaliyavan. Pointed by Narada, Kaliyavan at once recognized Krishna and gave him a chase. He also challenged him, but the Lord did not listen to his challenges and kept moving with face turned away. Kaliyavan chased him for long, but could not catch up. Ultimately the Lord entered a cave. Kaliyavan too followed him into the cave. In the cave the Lord saw that someone was sleeping there. So he covered the man with his yellow length of cloth and himself hid inside the cave. Kaliyavan too arrived there and saw the sleeping man. He mistook him for God and said, "Krishna, you might have thought that braves do not attack on sleeping people. So I will first wake you up and then kill you." Saying thus Kaliyavan kicked the sleeping man hard. However, as soon as the man awakened and glanced at Kaliyavan, Kaliyavan got incinerated at once. Tale of Muchkund. Parikshit asked, "Gurudev, who was that sleeping man?" Shukdev says, "O king, that sleeping man was Muchkund, the son of the king Mandhata. The gods had sought his assistance in their war against the demon during the Satya Yuga. With Muchkund's help the gods had defeated the demons and thus pleased had asked him to seek a boon. Muchkund then had sought a boon of seeing God in tangible form. The gods had assured him that he would have a sight of God in Dwapar Yuga. Since Dwapar Yuga was still far away, so Muchkund had asked, "What should I do till then?" The gods asked him to sleep somewhere and blessed him with a boon that whoever waked him up would be incinerated at once, by his glance. Thus, in order to get Kaliyavan incinerated and show Muchkund with his divine form, Lord had gone to that spot where Muchkund was sleeping. Muchkund got the sight of God in Chaturbhuj form, and seeked a boon of continuous devotion for 3 births. Thus, Lord defeated Malach's army and captured all their wealth. He also defeated Jarasandha and caused great joy for the people of Dwarka. The king of Anard, Rawat got his daughter Revti married to Balrama with the blessing of Brahma. Message of Rukmini for Lord Krishna. Shukdev said, "O Parikshit, Bhismak was the king of Vidarbha. He had 5 sons and a daughter Rukmini. Rukmi, the eldest son of Bhismak, had fixed his sister's engagement with Shishupal, the prince of Chedi. Narada did not like this development. He went to Kundanpur, the capital of Vidarbha, and said in the court of Bhismak, 'O king, I am coming from Dwarka.' Bhismak said, 'O great sage, I have never heard about any city named Dwarka.' Thus, in the court of Bhismak, Narada narrated about the life of Lord Krishna and the grandeur of Dwarka. Bhismak heard the tale with full attention. His daughter Rukmini too enjoyed the tale. But Rukmi had a strong opposition against Lord Krishna. Ignoring the wish of his father, he was not ready to get his sister married to Lord Krishna. On the appointed day, Shishupal appeared there, in a procession, to get married with Rukmini. But Rukmini was determined to marry Lord Krishna. She sent a love letter to Krishna through a loyal Brahmin and declared a fast unto death. Lord Krishna read her letter, which said, "O Trilokanath, since the moment, these ears have heard about your virtues, actions, character, and plays, my soul experiences divine peace. O Achyut, my mind is dedicated in your feet. O great among the men, this Rukmini has dedicated herself in your feet. Now it is up to you to see that no jackal could take away the lion's share." The Brahmin, the carrier of the letter, returned to Kundanpur with an assurance from the Lord. Lord too called the charioteer and set out at once for Kundanpur. There in Kundanpur, Rukmini, after getting the assurance from the Brahmin, was thus waiting for Lord's arrival. Preparations for Rukmini's marriage with Shishupal were on with full swing in Kundanpur. All the houses, streets, and lanes were cleaned and sprinkled with scented water. All the men and women folk donned new clothes and ornaments. King Bhismak worshipped his ancestors and gods and welcomed the Brahmins liberally. Extremely beautiful Princess Rukmini was given ceremonial bath and donned with auspicious clothes and bracelets. The king of Chedai, Damagosh, got the auspicious rites for the marriage of his son Shishupal, performed by Brahmins. All the Bharatas were given grand reception. Many great kings like Shalv, Jarasandh, Dantavaktra, Vijayarath, and Pandruk were present in the marriage procession. They had come with their armies with an intention of fighting Krishna and Balrama. After Krishna's departure, Balrama too set out for Kundanpur with Shaturnjani army, for he had known about their opponents' preparedness. Rukmini was eagerly awaiting Lord's arrival. She had received the news that Dwarkanath had resolved to take her away. She was feeling overwhelmed in her heart. Seeing Lord Krishna arrived intently in the marriage ceremonies of his daughter, King Bhismak welcomed him. Seeing him, even the common people of Vidarbha prayed, "May our Princess Rukmini get Sri Krishna as her husband." At the same time, Rukmini emerged from her palace to go to the temple of Ambika Devi. Soldiers were guarding her. In the temple, Rukmini prayed peacefully, "O Mother Ambika, I greet you and Ganpati, who is sitting in your lap. I seek your blessing that may my wish be fulfilled and may I receive Sri Krishna as my husband." On her way back, Rukmini was walking very slowly, for she was awaiting Lord's arrival, which was due in any moment. Just then, Lord Krishna appeared before her. Before she could ride her chariot, Lord lifted her from amidst the crowd. And in the presence of hundreds of kings, Krishna and Balrama eloped away with Rukmini. Krishna defeats Rukmai and marries Rukmini. Hearing the news that Krishna has eloped with Rukmini, Rukmai and all other kings present there boiled with anger. Accompanied by their huge armies, they decided to give them a chase. Thus chased by them, Yadvanashis stopped and encountered the kings boldly. With a true ambition to win, brave Yadav soldiers defeated the enemies. All the kings like Jarasandh fled for their lives. Rukmai had resolved that without getting Rukmini released from Krishna's captivity, he would not show his face in Kundanpur. He chased Lord Krishna for long. But Dwarkanath defeated him and got his head shaved. Thus defeating all the kings, Lord Krishna brought Rukmini to Dwarka. There they got married formally. All the people of Dwarka celebrated festivities for many days. People presented them with lot of precious gifts. All the people were in great joy to see Lakshmi as Rukmini with her husband Lord Krishna. Birth of Pradayam, killing of Shabarasur. Shukdev says, "O Parikshit, Kamdev was a part of Lord himself. After getting incinerated by Rudra, Kamdev took refuge in the Supreme Lord to get an incarnation once more. Thus, Kamdev was born as Rukmini's first son Pradayam. But just after his birth, Pradayam was kidnapped by a demon Shambarasur. The demon dropped the baby into the sea, where a huge fish swallowed him in whole. Coincidentally, the fish was caught by the fishers and presented to the kitchen of Shambarasur. When the cooks cut the fish open, an extremely beautiful baby emerged. Mayawati, the governess of the kitchen, felt overjoyed to see the baby. She began to rear the baby with love and affection. Once Narada arrived in the kitchen and said, "Mayawati, do you know who is in your lap?" "No, O Devarashi, I found him from the belly of a fish," said Mayawati. Devarashi Narada said, "He is your husband Kamdev and you are his wife Arthi. In this birth, he has appeared as Pradayam, the son of Krishna." Hearing this, Mayawati saluted Narada with respect. Since then she regarded Pradayam as her husband and served him accordingly. When Pradayam matured, Mayawati reminded him about his real appearance. Pradayam, thereafter, killed Shambarasur and got married with Mayawati. Then the couple arrived in Dwarka. Tale of Syamantake the gem and its theft. A person named Satrajit was a great devotee of Lord Suryanarayana. Pleased by his devotion, Suryadev presented him a gem called Syamantake. The gem had a radiance equal to the sun. Bearing that gem, Satrajit arrived in Lord's court. By the radiance of his gem, all the people and the courtiers mistook him for Suryadeva and stood in his regard. But the Lord recognized him and asked his courtiers to be calm. Then to Satyajit, Lord said, Satyajit, your gem is really very beautiful. Nana Yugrasan is the king of this region. If you present this gem to him, it will be very good. But Satyajit refused to present that gem. One day, later on, Satyajit's brother Prasenjit went hunting, wearing the gem in his neck. In the forest a lion killed him and snatched the gem. The lion was in turn killed by the Ursine king Jamban. Jamban took the gem to his cave and gave it to his children to play with. When Prasenjit did not return from hunting, Satyajit felt sorry and accused Krishna that he had killed his brother for the gem. When Lord Krishna heard that he was being blamed for the mishap, he himself went to the forests. There he found the dead body of Prasenjit, but there was no sign of gem around the cadaver. He found only footprints of a lion leaving from there. Following the footprints, he discovered the dead lion and the footprints of a great bear. Following the footprints, he reached in the cave where Jamban's daughter Jamvati was playing with the gem. As soon as Lord Krishna proceeded to take the gem, Jamban arrived. A fierce duel resulted between them. They continued to fight for 26 days without truce. On the 27th day Jamban requested Lord, "Please wait, O Lord." Lord said, "Do you want to take rest?" "No," said Jamban, "I have recognized you. You are none other than Lord Narayana himself. Nobody else has the power to defeat me." Lord appeared before Jamban as Sri Rama. Jamban prayed and worshipped him. He was feeling guilty that he dared to fight Lord. Lord said that he had arrived there for the gem only. Jamban gave him the gem and also his daughter Jamvati. Lord returned the gem to Satyajit and married Jamvati formally. Lord summoned Satyajit to his court and in the presence of the king Yugrasan, related the sequence of incidents that took place in the jungle. Satyajit felt ashamed. With a feeling of repentance he took the gem. He was getting afraid also that he made enmity with Lord Krishna without reason. Hence to expiate his crime, Satyajit thought of presenting the gem Syamantake and his daughter Satyabhama to Lord Krishna. Lord Krishna accepted Satyabhama as his wife but returned the gem to Satyajit saying, "It is a gift of Lord Suryadev. Keep it with you. You are required to deposit the gold that you get from it, in the royal treasure." Akrura and Kritvarma were not pleased with the marriage of Satyabhama. So they got Satyajit killed by Shatdanva. Shatdanva killed Satyajit in his sleep and absconded with the gem. Lord Krishna was then away in Hastinapur. Satyabhama too reached there and informed Krishna about her father's assassination. With Balrama, Lord Krishna chased Shatdanva. But even after killing him, they could not trace the gem. Shatdanva had given the gem to Akrura to keep till his return. But after the death of Shatdanva, frightened Akrura came to stay in Kashi. From the effect of the gem Akrura performed many grand yagyas there. Lord summoned Akrura from Kashi. After welcoming and treating him in the court, Lord asked him about the gem. Akrura showed the gem in the court. But Lord returned the gem to Akrura. Krishna's other marriages. 1. Once Lord Krishna visited Indraprastha to see Pandavas there. There riding a chariot with Arjuna, he came to the forests. On the bank of river Yamuna a pretty woman was observing penance. By the instinct of God, Arjuna drew near her and asked for her identity. She said, "I am Kalandi, the daughter of Suryadev. I am penancing here in order to get married with Lord Krishna." Lord got Kalandi boarded on the chariot and got married to her formally. 2. Mitravinda was the sister of Vindanyavinda king of Ujjain. She had a desire to get Lord as her husband. But her brother, Vindanyavind was a follower of Duryodhan. So he stopped his sister Mitravinda from getting married to Krishna. But Krishna eloped with Mitravinda from his court and got married to her formally later on. 3. Satya was the daughter of Nanjit, the king of Kaushal. She was extremely beautiful lady. The king had resolved that he would marry his daughter only to him who would defeat his 7 most formidable oxen. Many princes has tried their luck since then but failed. When Lord Krishna heard about that, he reached Kaushal with his army. The king of Kaushal welcomed and treated him well, and told him about his resolution. Lord then took 7 guises and in no time defeated his 7 formidable oxen. Gladly the king married his daughter Satya to Lord Krishna. 4. Shukdev said, Parikshit, Lord's aunt Shrutkirti was married in the kingdom of Kaikaja. Bhadra was the daughter of Shrutkirti. Bhadra's brothers like Sant Arden etc. themselves had got their sister married to Lord Krishna. 5. Lakshmana was the daughter of the king of Madra. She was very beautiful and meritorious. Lord abducted her all alone from the Swayamvar organized for her marriage. Later, Lord married to her formally. Salvation of Bamazar. Shukdev said, Parikshit, Prajyatishpur was the capital of the demon Bamazar. He was very strong and powerful. He had snatched the canopy of Varuna, earrings of Utti the mother of the gods, and Maniparvat of the gods on Meru. Apart from these, he had also captured 16,100 princesses as well. Devraj Indra himself visited Dvarka and prayed Lord to get them rid of Bamazar's atrocities. With the dear wife Satyabhama and riding his vehicle Garuda, Lord Krishna arrived in the capital of Bamazar. But to enter Pragyatishpur was an impossible task. But with the blows of his mace and arrows, Lord easily broke the hills, destroyed strategic positions and cut the snares with sword. By his will he destroyed the walls of fire, water, and air. With the loud sound of conch, Lord rendered the machines, installed there, useless. Ultimately, God destroyed the rampart of the citadel. Disturbed by the noise, the 5-headed demon Mu ran with a trident to kill God. But with a single shot of his arrow, Lord broke his trident and cut his head with his will. Soldiers and commanders of Bamazar were also killed. Bamazar then came himself to fight. He had donned a shining crown and was wearing big earrings. With his will, Lord cut the demon's head. As soon as he beheaded the demon, the gods showered flowers on the Lord and worshipped him. Even the Mother Earth came and put a garland of 5 colors around Lord's neck. She also presented to him the earrings of Utti, canopy of Varuna, and a great gem. At the request of Earth, Lord assured Bamazar's son Bagdat freedom from his fears. After slaying Bamazar, Lord entered his palace. There he released the 16,100 captive princesses. The princesses were very much impressed by the Lord. They had all accepted in their mind Lord Krishna as their husband. Lord too bowed before their love and accepted them as his wives and arranged to send them to Dvarka. Shukdev says, Parikshit, Rukmavati was the daughter of Rukmai, the brother of Rukmani. When a Swayamvar was organized for her, she saw Pradyam. She was so impressed by him that she chose him as her husband. But it was not acceptable to other princes. They tried to stop their marriage. But defeating them all, Pradyam abducted Rukmavati and married her formally. Then to please his sister Rukmani, Rukmai got his granddaughter Rokana married to Rukmani's grandsons Anirudh. Marriage of Usha Anirudh. The son of the demon king Bali, Bhanasar was a great devotee of Lord Shiva. Bhanasar ruled over the kingdom Shanedpur. By the grace of Lord Shiva, he had received 1,000 arms. Even all the gods including Indra used to serve him. Thus blinded by his physical strength, Bhanasar sought a boon from Lord to meet a match for his strength. Lord Shiva said, O fool, your thirst for war shall be quenched when your flag is broken. Bhanasar had a daughter named Usha. Once she had a dream in which Anirudh was making love with her. She was very much perplexed by the dream. After a few days with the help of her friend Chitralekha, Anirudh sneaked into her palace. He stayed there and enjoyed the company of Usha for long. But Anirudh's clandestine stay could not remain hidden from the eyes of Banasura. So he put Anirudh in prison. There in Dvarka, everyone was worried by Anirudh's long absence. It was Narada, who ultimately revealed the fact that Anirudh was in the prison of Banasar. Hearing the news, Lord Krishna launched an attack on Banasar. His armies surrounded Shanadpur. During Gurubandai, the flag of Banasar's palace fell. Lord Shankar arrived to assist Banasar. Lord Krishna cut all the arms of Banasar. At the request of Lord Shiva, he left only 4 of his arms intact. Banasar bowed his head before Lord Krishna and brought Anirudh and Isha respectfully before him. With them Lord Krishna returned to Dwarka, where formal marriage of Isha and Anirudh took place. Tale of the King Nrig. Once, Lord Krishna's sons visited the forests. There they saw a huge chameleon fallen in a large, deep well. They tried to pull it out but in vain. The princes, therefore, returned to the palace and related this strange episode to Lord Krishna. Lord too came to the well and with his left hand, easily pulled the chameleon out. As soon as the chameleon came out, it turned into a divine god and began to worship God. He said, "O Lord, I am Nrig. The king Ikshvaku was my father. In my life, I had donated uncountable numbers of cows to the Brahmins. But once a cow, donated by me, returned to my cowshed. By mistake I made a resolution to donate it to another Brahmin. My action led to a dispute between the 2 Brahmins, and my wisdom failed to settle their dispute. Both the Brahmins went away unsatisfied, but I met this fate after death. Since then, I had been in this well in the form of a chameleon. Now, by the graceful touch of your hands, O Lord, I have received salvation." King Nrig then went around the Lord and returned to his heavenly abode. Salvation of Pandrak. Once Balrama and Krishna had gone to Braj to see Nand Baba there. Meanwhile the king Pandrak of Karush sent an envoy to Lord Krishna with a message that said, "I am Lord Vasudev." Pandrak's envoy arrived in the court and read out the message, "To bestow my grace on the people, I have taken an incarnation. You have falsely named yourself as Vasudev and bore my insignia. Take my refuge or face the battle." Shukdev said, "Parikshit." Hearing the message of Pandrak, Yugrazan and other courtiers began to laugh. Lord asked the envoy to inform Pandrak that he would launch his will on him and his army. Receiving the message, Pandrak launched an attack on Dwarka with 2 Akshohini army. The king of Kashi was a friend of Pandrak. He too came to his assistance with 3 Akshohini armies. Pandrak had disguised as Vasudev and was bearing artificial conch, will, mace and lotus end. He had also adorned svastik, kaustubh etc. All the people began to laugh at Pandrak's clown-like attire. In no time, the Lord stripped him of all his adornments. His will cut his head. Then with an arrow the Lord cut the head of the king of Kashi. His head fell in front of his palace's gate. Sudakshan, the son of the Kashi king, organized a grand yagya to avenge his father's killing. An ogress, Kritya, emerged from the yagya and began to burn Dwarka. All the people prayed Krishna to protect them. Lord assured them to be fearless and ordered his will Sudarshan to kill Kritya. Sudarshan extinguished the fire, killed Kritya, and destroyed Kashi. Then it returned to the Lord's finger. Salvation of Dvivid. The king Parikshit expressed his desire to hear about the life of Balrama. Shukdev said, "O king, there was once a monkey named Dvivid. He was the friend of Bhaumasur. When Dvivid heard about Bhaumasur's killing by Sri Krishna, he began to cause large-scale destruction in the kingdom. His disruptive activities in the country began to terrorize the subjects of Lord Krishna. Once hearing sweet music, the monkey was drawn towards the Ravtak mountain. There he saw Balrama amidst beautiful young women. The monkey began to behave indecently. Angered by his indecency, Balrama hit him with his pestle, named Sunand, and killed the monkey. Marriage of Samb. Sam was the son of Lord Krishna and born to Jambavati. He had kidnapped Lakshmana, the daughter of Duryodhana, from her Swayamvar. Infuriated Kauravas chased them and, with difficulty, they caught Sam and tied him. When the Yaduvangshis got the news, they began preparations to launch an attack on Kauravas. Balarama pacified them and reached Hastinapur alone. There he received a warm welcome from the Kauravas. Balarama said to them, "It is an order of the king Ugrasen that you should see Sam off with his newly wedded wife." Hearing Balarama's words, Kauravas got angry and began to deride Yaduvangshis. Infuriated by Kauravas' derisions, Balarama trained his pestle and plough. He intended to turn over the town of Hastinapur into the river Yamuna. When the city began to shake, Kauravas felt perplexed and begged Balarama for his pardon. Balarama assured them to be fearless and returned to Dvarka with Sam and his newly wedded wife Lakshmana. The kings in captivity seek Lord's help. Shukdev says, Parikshit, once Lord Krishna was holding his court when an emissary arrived in the court. The kings who were held captive forcibly by Jarasandha had sent him. The emissary related the miseries of those kings to Lord Krishna. Through the emissary, the kings had requested, "O Lord of the world, kindly get us free from our miseries. We are in your refuge. We desire your sight. Kindly bestow us with your grace." Lord Krishna sent the emissary off with assurance of timely action. Meanwhile, Devarishi Narada arrived in the court and informed the Lord of Yudhishthir's intention to organize a grand Rajsuyagya and his cordial invitation for the Lord to attend the ceremony. Lord asked his friend Uddhava for an advice as to where he ought to go first, to Indraprastha in Rajsuyagya or to liberate the king from the captivity of Jarasandha. Uddhava advised Lord to go to Indraprastha first. There he would be able to serve both the purposes. Uddhava's advice was in the interest of all. Everyone supported it. Taking permission from his priest and teachers, Lord set out on a chariot with the whole family to reach Indraprastha. In Indraprastha, Pandavas accorded the Lord with warm-hearted felicitations. By the dictate of Lord, Mayasur built a divine-looking court for Yudhishthir. The courtroom was a marvelous piece of architecture. The shining, smooth, floor of it appeared like water, while water bodies presented a look like marble floors. Killing of Jarasandha. During Yudhishthir's Rajsuyagya, all the Pandavas set out in all the directions to conquer the kings and expand the boundaries of their kingdom. Warriors like Bhima, Arjuna defeated great kings all around and extended the boundaries of Yudhishthir's empire. But to defeat Jarasandha, Bhima, Arjuna, and Lord Krishna went in the guise Brahmins. They reached Jarasandha's capital Girivraj and prayed him for donations. Jarasandha promised to give them the things of their desires. Lord Krishna then introduced themselves and begged Jarasandha for a duel with any of them. Jarasandha accepted to fight a duel with Bhima. He gave Bhima a mace and both of them came out to the outskirts of the town, where they began their duel. Both of them were equally strong and equally brave and well pitted. 27 days passed, but their duel remained inconclusive. On the 28th day, during the fight, Lord signaled Bhima away to kill Jarasandha. He took a small twig in his hands and tore it apart into two. Bhima understood the signal and beating Jarasandha on ground, he tore him apart in two pieces and threw them in opposite directions. Thus came the end of evil Jarasandha. Lord Krishna and Arjuna heartily greeted Bhima for his success. They then enthroned Jarasandha's son Sahadev and also got the captive kings released. Salvation of Shishupal. King Yudhishthir had invited great Vedic Brahmins and Acharayas on the occasion. Those great sages included Vedvyasa, Bharadvaj, Sumantu, Gautam, Asit, Vashishtha, Shivan, Kanv, Maitreya, Kavish, Chit, Vishvamitra, Vamdev, Sumti, Gemini, Kratu, Pale, Parshurama, Shukrakarya, Asuri, Vaitihatra, Madhuchchanda, Virsan, and Akritvarn etc. Persons from Kaurava's side like Drona, Bhisma, Kripacharya, Dhritarashtra, Vyadur, and Duryodhana etc. were too invited to witness the celebrations. Even Brahma, Shiv, Indra, Gandharvas, Vidyadhars had too arrived. But before the yagya could start, a dispute cropped up among the great sages as to who ought to be worshipped first in the yagya. In the opinion of Sadhava, Lord Krishna deserved the first worship. Everyone supported him. Only Shishupal could not tolerate the decision. He stood up and said, in the presence of such great ascetics, savants, polymaths, and sages, how can this cowherd deserve the first worship? Despite Shishupal's bitter remarks, Lord Krishna kept quiet. But Shishupal did not. Encouraged by Lord's silence, he began to attack the kings, who stood by Lord's side, with sword. He was simultaneously abusing Lord Krishna also. Lord had assured Shishupal of this forgiveness for up to 100 sins. But now Shishupal's sins have crossed that permitted number. So, quieting all, Lord cut his head with his wheel. As soon as the dead body of Shishupal fell on the ground, a flame emerged from it and merged with Lord Krishna. Shukdev says, O Parikshit, feelings of hostility had been accumulating in the heart of Shishupal for his past 3 births against Lord Krishna. It was because of these intense hostile feelings that Shishupal met salvation eventually. After the salvation of Shishupal, ceremonies and rituals of yajna proceeded unabated. At the end, King Yudhishthir presented all those present there with fitting gifts and took ceremonial bath. At the request of Pandavas, Lord Krishna stayed in Indraprastha for many months. Salvation of Shalv. Shukdev says, Parikshit, now listen to the tale of how Lord caused salvation for Shalv. Shalv was the childhood friend of Shishupal and had attended the marriage of Rukmani as a member of Shishupal's wedding party. At that time, Yaduvangshis had defeated them all, including Jarasandha and Shalv. Right at that moment, Shalv had resolved to destroy Yaduvangshis and began worshipping gods of the gods Pashupati. Lord Ashutosh, Lord Shiva, was pleased with him. As a boon, Shalv had got an aeroplane that was invincible even for the gods, demons, humans, nagas, etc., and was particularly formidable for Yaduvangshis. By the dictate of Lord Shiva, the demon Maya constructed such an aeroplane of iron. The aeroplane, named Sagh, was as big as a city and was difficult to be spotted or caught. It could move as fast as one's wishes. Soon after getting the aeroplane, Shalv launched an attack of Dvarka. Surrounding Dvarka, Shalv began to destroy buildings and houses there. Seeing the people terrorized, Pradyam consoled them to be fearless and himself set out on a chariot to counter Shalv. He pierced Shalv with arrows. But Shalv's minister Dhyamana attacked Pradyam with a mace. By the blow of the mace, Pradyam lost his consciousness. But soon he came around and began to slay Shalv's forces. The fierce battle continued for 27 days. Lord was away then in Indraprastha Yajna. But he was sure that in his absence Kshatriya kings of Shishupal's side would be attacking on Dvarka. Lord reached Dvarka and saw a fierce battle between Pradyam and Shalv. Seeing Lord arrive, Shalv began to attack him with sharp arrows. Lord hit Shalv with a powerful blow of mace and he began to spit blood from his mouth. He then tried to show many illusions and showered Lord with weapons. But Lord wounded Shalv with his arrows, broke his aeroplane with his mace. Very soon thereafter the aeroplane plunged into the sea. Shalv then attacked Lord with mace, but Lord cut his head with Sudarshan wheel. Seeing his end, all the gods showered flowers on Lord. Salvation of Dantvaktra and Vijarath. After the killing of Shishupal, Shalv etc. Dantvaktra arrived in the battlefield carrying a mace. When Lord saw him coming, he too jumped down from the chariot and balked his movement with a mace. Dantvaktra tried to humiliate God with his abuses and hit him on head with his mace. Lord easily bore the blow of mace and hit Dantvaktra's chest with his mace named Kamadakya. Dantvaktra's heart tore apart by the blow and he fell dead. Vijarath was the brother of Dantvaktra. He came in the field with sword and shield to avenge his brother's death. Seeing him ready to launch an attack, Lord cut Vijaratha's head with his wheel. Thus, Lord Krishna entered Dvarka only after killing Shalv, Dantvaktra, and Vijarath. All the gods and other inhabitants of heaven showered flowers on him. Sudama, the Lord's friend. During his stay as a disciple at the hermitage of sage Sandipani, Lord Krishna had a Brahmin friend named Sudama. He was very indifferent in nature with no desires for the material things. After their education, Lord Krishna came to Dvarka while Sudama, who had no any inclination for accumulating material wealth, got married, and began to pass his life with his wife Sushila abject poverty. One day his wife Sushila said, "O Lord, your friend Krishna is the king of Dvarka. He is very benevolent to Brahmins and his devotees. If you go to see him, he will understand your miseries and grant you a lot of wealth." But Sudama plainly refused, saying, "Devi, I have chosen the path of devotion for self-upliftment and not for the wealth." Sushila, however, kept of insisting, "All right, don't go for the wealth. But at least you can go to see your old friend." Sudama accepted this proposition, thinking that only the sight of Lord yields supreme benefit to the devotee. But he wanted something as a gift to present to his old friend. At this, his wife tied 4 handfuls of raw rice in a bundle. With that humble gift, Sudama set out for Dvarka. His poverty was at its helm. But he kept on reciting Lord's name all along the way. After walking for some distance, Sudama felt thirsty. He drank water, quenched his thirst and thanked God that he at least does give water to drink. Sudama kept on walking the whole day. In the evening, he kept the bundle of rice under his head as a pillow and slept. Now it was God's turn to show his gratitude for the devotee. When Sudama awoke in the morning, he found himself right in front of Lord Krishna's palace. At first he could not believe his eyes, but the people told him that he was in Dvarka and standing right before the Lord's palace. Sudama requested the gatekeeper to inform Lord Krishna that his childhood friend Sudama had come. Lord Krishna was sitting in the company of Rukmini when the gatekeeper delivered the message. As soon as Lord Krishna learned about Sudama's arrival, he stood up and ran helter-skelter to welcome his childhood friend. At the gate he cordially embraced Sudama and escorted him into his private chamber and made him sit on the throne. Krishna and Queen Rukmini both washed Sudama's feet one by one. By the mere touch of his friend, Krishna was feeling overjoyed. His eyes filled with tears. He and Sudama were holding each other's hands. Their hearts were beating with the memories of their period as disciples at the hermitage of Sandipani. For long, none of them could utter a word. At last Sudama said, "O Jagatguru Krishna, I have the fortune of being your friend. What remains for me to do?" Lord Krishna said, "Brother, have you brought for me something sent by my sister-in-law? I love to accept even the pettiest thing presented with affection." Shukdev says, "O Parikshit, at the Lord's words, Sudama felt ashamed and he did not reveal the 4 handfuls of raw rice that he had brought as gift. With shame, Sudama began to look at the ground. Lord knew everything, that his dear friend Sudama had never remembered him with a desire for wealth. This time too he has come at the insistence of his wife. Hence, I will give him the wealth that is rare even for the gods," thought Lord Krishna, and snatched the bundle of raw rice and opened it with great respect. He put 1 handful of it in his mouth. When Lord proceeded to take next handful, Queen Rukmini held his hand and prayed, "O Vishvamhar, for the prosperity of entire world this 1 handful is sufficient." Sudama stayed that night in the palace of Sri Krishna. There he experienced the comfort of Vaikuntha. Staying there for many days, Sudama at last took leave of Sri Krishna and set out for his home. Lord did not give Sudama anything apparently, nor did Sudama ask for his favor. He was traveling overwhelmed by a divine sense of devotion and felt that Krishna might have not given him wealth lest he should forget him. Thus, sunk in myriad kinds of thoughts, Sudama reached his home. But at the place where his dilapidated hut stood once there was now a divine palace surrounded by verdant gardens. The floors of the palace were embedded with precious gems and stones. Standing at the gate, Sudama felt confused, when his wife Sushila came out with scented water to welcome him. Tears were rolling on her cheeks. With love she greeted Sudama and escorted him inside the palace. Sudama was still reflecting over the God's grace and praying, "May I have the friendship of Lord in every birth, may my affection increase for Lord's feet. I don't want wealth." Since then, Sudama enjoyed the comforts of the palace as the bounty of Lord bestowed upon him by none other than the Lord Krishna himself. His devotion increased day by day. Meeting of Lord with Gopis. Shukdev says, O Parikshit, Lord Krishna was passing his time with pleasure in Dwarka. A total solar eclipse happened to fall during that period. People from all over India thronged in Kurukshetra to take a dip in sacred Ganges on that great occasion. All the Yaduvangshis too arrived there. When Vrajvasis learned about Krishna and Balrama's arrival in Kurukshetra, they too assembled there. During the festival, Lord Krishna met his foster father Nand and other cowherds who were his childhood friends. Lord Krishna met the gopis also, who had been pining for his sight since long. They enjoyed the meeting and kept on chatting for long. Overwhelmed by love and joy, Vasudeva embraced Nand. Lord Krishna and Balrama respectfully greeted Mother Yashoda and Father Nand. They too embraced Krishna and Balrama cordially. Gopis were specially overwhelmed by Lord's sight. They had no other desire but to have a sight of Lord. That day their long-cherished dream had come true. Gopis imbued the captivating appearance of Lord and experienced the joy of embracing him. Lord met all the gopis and embraced them. Inquired about their well-being and preached them with spiritual knowledge. By the virtue of that knowledge, feeling of living disappeared among the gopis and they merged with God forever. Organization of Yajna by Vasudeva. Devarishi Narada, Vyasa, and many other great sages arrived in Kurukshetra to have a sight of Lord. Lord welcomed them all. Then Vasudeva greeted them and inquired about way for his self-upliftment. Laughingly, Narada said, Vasudeva, a person, already living at the bank of the Ganges, discards her holy water and goes to other places of pilgrimage for his purification. In the presence of Krishna and Balrama, the sages said, you regard the indescribable, eternal, Satchidanand Sri Krishna as your son, and seek the way of your self-upliftment from us. O Vasudeva, recognize him. Take to his refuge, only he can save you. Vasudeva got the meaning of sages' words and began to develop feelings of devotion for his son. Every human being has obligation for the gods, sages, and his ancestors. The sages got a yajna performed in Kurukshetra by Vasudeva to free him from the obligation for gods. Revisiting of Devki's 6 sons. In Dwarka, Krishna and Balrama used to greet their parents first daily in the morning. Now Vasudeva had recognized his identity. So after their return from Kurukshetra, when Krishna and Balrama went as usual to greet their parents, Vasudeva greeted them first. Lord Krishna then preached his father about the metaphysical knowledge. With that knowledge, Vasudeva began to see Krishna everywhere. Mother Devki was also present there. Memory of her 6 children, who were killed by Kansa, was still afresh in her mind. She had heard that Krishna had fetched the dead son of Sandipani from Yamlika. So she prayed to them, you both are venerable even to the gods. Kindly grant me my desire. Show me my 6 sons who were killed by Kansa. By their mother's dictate and helped by Yagmaya, both the brothers reached Sudaloka. The demon king Bali welcomed them there and offered them a seat, and washed their feet. King Bali then asked God what could he do for him. Lord said, O demon king, in Swayambhuv Manvantara, 6 sons were born to Urna, the wife of Prajapati Maharishi. They were all gods. They had once seen Brahma trying to copulate with his own daughter and hence derided at him. Indignant Brahma had then cursed them to take birth in demon incarnation. They therefore were born as the sons of Hiranyakashipu. In the present era, Yagmaya had made them born as Devki's sons who were killed by Kansa. They are all now in your loka. Mother Devki is mourning for them, so we shall take them with us. They will thus be freed from the curse and go to their heavenly abode. Thus Lord Krishna and Balrama brought those 6 babies to Dwarka and handed them to Mother Devki. Seeing her babies again, Devki's heart filled with love for her sons. Milk began to flood her breast. She breastfed them. Drinking the milk, all the babies received salvation. They then departed to their heavenly abode. Love and marriage of Subhadra and Arjuna. King Parikshit asked, Gurudev, how did my grandfather Arjuna and grandmother Subhadra got married? I want to hear this tale. Kindly narrate it to me. Shukdev said, Parikshit, once travelling on a pilgrimage tour, Arjuna reached in Prabhas region. There he learned that Balarama was desirous of marrying his sister Subhadra to Duryodhana. But Vasudeva and Krishna were not in the favour of this marriage. So, a strong urge took hold in his mind to get Subhadra as his wife. Acting as per the urge, Arjuna reached Dwarka in the guise of Vaishnava sage. It was rainy season then, so with an excuse of Chaturmasya Vrat, Arjuna stayed in Dwarka. During his stay, Balarama served and looked after him very well. But neither Balarama nor any other inmates of the palace could recognize Arjuna. Once Balarama invited Arjuna to his home. There he offered good, delicious food to Arjuna. Subhadra too served him well. There, they fell in love with each other. Later on, boarding a chariot, Subhadra went out of the palace for a joy ride. At the outskirts of the town, Arjuna was awaiting for her. He had already taken permission of Devaki, Vasudeva, and Krishna. Subhadra too had silently nodded her acceptance. So that evening Arjuna and Subhadra eloped from Dwarka. The news of Subhadra eloping with Arjuna first outraged Balarama. But Lord Krishna and other near and dear ones convinced and pacified him. Prayers of Vedas. King Parikshit asked, Brahman, Brahma is beyond the limit of do's and whys. He is free from the virtues like Sat, Raja and Tama. He cannot be seen by mind. On the other hand, Guna is the subject of all the Shrutis. How do Vedas then depict Brahma? Shukdev says, Parikshit, Lord is omnipotent and a treasure of all the virtues. Shrutis do depict Saguna clearly. But reflect on them deeply and you get virtueless meaning from them. Once, Lord Badrinarayana had arrived among the inhabitant sages of Kaligram. Devarishi Narada had asked him the same question. In the assembly of the great sages, Lord then narrated the same tale, which the inhabitants of Janlika had asked. The supreme sages like Sanakati and his brothers were equal in knowledge, penance etc. Yet they chose Sanandan as the narrator, and rest three became the audience. Sanandan had said, such as the savants and Baladier sing in praise their king to wake him up in the morning, similarly annihilating the entire universe in him, Paramatma lies asleep with all his powers. At the end of Pralaya, Vedas wake him up through the words that demonstrate him. Shrutis says, O Ajit, you are supreme, no one can conquer you, may you win everywhere. O Lord, you are complete with all the luxuries, hence destroy the illusion that allures all the living beings. We are unable to describe your appearance. But when your powers manifest in creation, we get some ability to describe you. Description of Brahma, Indra, Agni, Surya, and other gods, by us appears as separate, the complete universe is not different from you. It is a description of your various forms. You are unborn, even in those idols. You do not take birth. All the Vedas describe your merits. All the savants love none but you through hearing and remembering of your auspicious, benevolent virtues. Oh, endless, if anybody in human incarnations does not recite or remember your name, he is breathing in vain. Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha have no meaning for those who remember you with pure heart. O endless, glorious Lord, common people are wandering in abject darkness of unnecessary disputes. Your realization is impossible. When will that moment arrive in my life? When I shall recite your names like Madhav, Vamana, Trilochan, Govind etc. with joy and get free from all the miseries. O Lord, this entire universe is false, but still appears as real. We pray to that God who is present as an illuminating truth in this false creation. O Lord of all, people cannot sail across this ocean of death without you, no matter what they do to achieve salvation. Their all efforts are futile. O Lord, all the living beings are wandering in your illusion. But the learned ones don't regard themselves separate from the cycle of life and death. In your shelter, they have nothing to fear. Shukdev says, Parikshit, as per your query, I told you how Vedas describe Parabrahma Paramatma, who is free from natural virtues and invisible. O king, it is the Lord who conceptualizes the universe and is present in the beginning, mid and the end of it. He is the Lord of nature and creatures. It is he who created the universe and entered it with the creatures. He created the bodies and controls them. Such as a human being, who is immersed in deep sleep, is not aware of his body. Similarly, on receiving God, the creature is freed from illusion. So one must continuously reflect on the virtues of Lord Sri Krishna. Release of Lord Shiva from crisis. Parikshit asked, Gurudev, those among the gods, human beings, and the demons, who worship Lord Shiva, get wealth very soon. But those, who worship Lord Narayana, remain afflicted with scarcity. What is the reason for that? Shukdev said, Parikshit, your grandfather Yudhishthir had put the same question before Lord Krishna. In reply, Lord Krishna had said, O Yudhishthir, I take away all the wealth from those whom I bestow my grace. When they are poor, their relatives desert them. I even render their efforts useless when they try to earn money. Thus, being unsuccessful repeatedly, the people develop an attitude of indifference for wealth. Then they begin to take shelter as my devotee and mingle with me. Only then, I bestow my full grace on them and they receive me as Satchidanand Parbrahma. Thus, pleasing me through my worship is extremely difficult. Hence, ordinary people give me up and worship other deities, which are in fact different forms of me. Lord Shiva is Ashutosh and bestows his devotees quickly with grace. He gives wealth and other riches to his devotees. But once they get wealth, the devotees become despotic and even forget the God who had blessed them. In this context, Shukdev narrated one ancient tale to Parikshit. Once upon a time, there was a demon Vrakasur. He had pleased Lord Shiva and sought a boon that the person, upon whose head the demon put his hand, should be incinerated at once. Lord Shiva granted the boon without considering the consequences. But as soon as the demon got this supernatural power, he ran to incinerate Lord Shiva first. The demon was Ayangori Parvati, so he was determined to eliminate Lord Shiva. Now afraid of his own boon, Lord Shiva ran for his life, with the demon following him in hot pursuit. At last Lord Shiva reached in Vaikuntha and told Lord Vishnu about his crisis. Lord at once illusioned the demon and made him put his hand on his own head. By the virtue of the boon, the demon was incinerated in no time and thus Lord Shiva could be saved. Testing of Trinity. Once upon a time, all the sages assembled on the bank of Sarasvati river. A dispute erupted among them as to who among the Trinity was the greatest. By consensus they appointed sage Bhrigu to test the trinity of Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh. Bhrigu reached to Brahma, but did not greet him. Brahma got infuriated, but since the sage Bhrigu was his own son, he did not curse him. Then Bhrigu visited Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva proceeded to embrace the sage. But instead of accepting Lord Shiva's welcome, the sage began to abuse him, saying, "You violate the dignity of Vedas, so I will not meet with you." Angry Lord Shiva raised his trident to kill him, but Bhagavati stopped him. At last Bhrigu reached Vaikuntha to see Lord Vishnu. Lord was lying with head in the lap of Lakshmi. Bhrigu kicked hard at his chest. But instead of getting angry, Lord got up, bowed his head before the sage and begged pardon. "O sage, pardon me, I could not welcome you at once, at your arrival. Your feet are soft, I hope they are not hurt? All my sins have been washed by the touch of your feet." Bhrigu felt very pleased by the serious talks of Lord. His heart felt overwhelmed with excess of devotion. He returned to the assembly of the sages and narrated his experience. Since then Lord Vishnu is regarded as the supreme and giver of peace and fearlessness. Revival of Brahmins' dead children. There in Dvarka lived a Brahmin. When the first son was born to his wife, it died immediately after birth. The Brahmin took his dead son to the royal court and complained, "My son has died because of anti-Brahmin and licentious actions of the king." One by one, thus, 8 sons were born to the Brahmin couple, but they all died immediately after birth. And the Brahmin kept on dumping his dead sons at the gate of the royal palace. When his ninth son was born, and died, Arjuna was also there in Dwarka. He made a promise to the Brahmins, I shall guard your son or commit self-immolation. At the time of next delivery, the agitated Brahmin came to Arjuna. Training his bow and arrows, Arjuna made all arrangements to protect Brahman's 10th son. Sanctified by many mantras, Arjuna's arrows constructed a fence around the labor room. A child took birth, but it too died after some time. Brahman, then, cursed Arjuna. Arjuna scouted through all the 3 worlds and even the nether worlds in search of the Brahman's dead son, but he could not find him anywhere. Ultimately accepting his failure and as per his promise, Arjuna proceeded to immolate himself. Meanwhile, Lord Krishna too learned about Arjuna's vow and stopped him from self-immolation. Thereafter, riding a divine chariot, Lord set out with Arjuna, towards west. Beyond the limits of cosmos. They reached the abode of Lord Vasudeva in Tripad Vibhuti. There Arjuna saw that Lord was present in Purushottam's appearance. Sri Krishna and Arjuna greeted him. Lord Purushottam said in a serious voice, O Krishna and Arjuna, only to have a sight of both of you, I brought the Brahmin sons to me. Both of you had taken incarnation on earth from my part to protect the religion. All the demons have been slain by now. Now you two return to me. Sri Krishna and Arjuna again greeted Lord and returned on earth with all the sons of the Brahmin. Arjuna was greatly surprised to see the supreme abode of Lord. He felt that whatever strength a living being had, it was all by Sri Krishna's grace. Like common, ordinary people, the Lord stayed on earth enjoying mundane comforts, performed yagyas like kings, behaved like idealistic people, deterred his subjects and slayed evil kings to re-establish religion on earth. Chapter 11. The sages curse Yaduvanshis. Shukdev said, O Parikshit, as the time passed, Yaduvanshis grew stronger and more influential. Now no longer did they like the welcoming and treating of the great sages like Kanu, Dravasa, Maitreya, Danmi etc. by the Lord. Lord Krishna knew about their disliking, but secretly he was pleased by this change in Yaduvanshis' behavior, for he knew that by disregarding the saints and the scriptures, they would meet their end sooner. Once the Yaduvanshis clothed Jambavati's son Sam in a woman's attire and, showing him to the sages, asked mockingly, Maharaj, this is our sister-in-law. She is an expecting mother. She feels shy to ask, but tell us what will be born to her? Through their unfailing vision, the sages knew the reality and said, Fools, a pestle shall be born to her and that pestle shall exterminate the entire Yaduvansh. Now all the Yaduvanshis were perplexed by sages' prediction, and approached their king Ugrasen. But, even the king was helpless now because he could not change the words the pious sages. In due course, a pestle was born to Sam. Frightened of an imminent fate, Yaduvanshis crushed the pestle into a fine powder and threw it into the sea. Only a nail remained, that also was thrown into the sea where a fish swallowed it. A fisher caught the fish and cut it open and found the nail. He gave it to a hunter. The hunter fixed the nail in the head of his arrow. On the other hand, the sea waves washed the powder of the pestle ashore where it germinated and grew as luxuriant grasses. Later on, once all the Yaduvanshis assembled at the seashore for a picnic where they drank wine and began to fight with one another under intoxication. Soon their quarrel grew so high that they pulled out the grasses, which were growing there, to use as the arms. With the grasses the Yaduvanshis beat one another to death. Narada preaches Vasudeva about Bhagavat. Once Narada arrived in Dwarka. Vasudeva prayed him and requested to provide him with pious company of Bhagavat Dharma. Narada said, O king, once upon a time, 9 great sages arrived in the court of the king Janaka. King Janaka had put the same curiosity before them also. I will narrate the conversation that followed there between the sages and the king. First of all, the first Yogeshwar Kavi said, O King Janaka, dedication is the first duty of a Vaishnav. He should devote everything, his actions, fruits of actions and even himself, at the feet of Lord. He ought to hear about Lord's virtues. Such a devotee shall be indifferent to the worldly affairs and shall laugh, dance or sing occasionally and sanctified all the three worlds. The king then asked about the characteristics of the Lord's devotees. Another Yogeshvarhari said, a true devotee of the Lord remains unaffected by feelings like hunger, thirst, life, death, labor, pain, fear, and desire. Such a devotee is the excellent kind of Bhagavath. Even the wealth of all the three worlds cannot shake the faith of such a devotee, because Lord Srihari himself stays in his heart. What is illusion? A Yogeshvar Antariksh replied, King, an illusion is also God's play. Having a possessive feeling about mundane is illusion. Thinking in terms of I, me, mine, my, you, your is also illusion. If one can have such an affection for God as he has for worldly things, one can easily surmount the illusion. King Janaka then asked about the method of worshipping Lord. A Yogeshvar, Karbajan said, O king, the Lord had a fair complexion in Satya Yuga. People used to receive him through methods like meditation, reconciliation, etc. In Treta Yuga, the Lord had reddish complexion and yagyas were the main means to achieve him. In Dwapar Yuga, the Lord had yellowish complexion and he could be pleased through worships. In the present Kali Yuga, Lord has dark complexion and one can receive him through means like recitation, narration, and hearing of his name and plays. Thus, Narada preached Vasudeva about Bhagavath Dharma. Now the heart and mind of Vasudeva were thoroughly clean and pure. Lord departs to his abode and destruction of Yaduvanshis. To remind the Lord about the moment of his departure, Brahma arrived in Dvarka accompanied by all the gods. He prayed to him, O Lord, you have completed your duty of what we had once requested you. Now, you please return to your abode. Lord said, on the seventh day from now, Dvarka shall submerge in the sea and Yadvas shall fight among themselves to death. I too shall depart then. The arrow of a hunter shall be the cause of my departure. When Uddhava learned that Lord was about to wind up his plays, he approached him and said, I understand, O Lord, that this all is happening by your wish. But I cannot part for a moment from your feet. Hence, take me also with you to your abode. Lord said, Uddhava, I will not go anywhere. My entire brilliance will be present in Srimad Bhagavath. You stay here preaching Bhagavath Dharma. Saying thus, Lord preached Uddhava about the Jita Janana through the tale of Abdud. Lord narrated thus, Uddhava, once, our ancestor Yadu happened to see Lord Dattatreya in a forest. Lord was indulged in the supreme joy in the guise of Abdud. Yadu asked him about the reasons for his whimsical state. Abdud had said, O king, making the various animals, birds, insects etc. as my teacher, I have learned about spirituality from them. That is why I am free from mourning and attachment. Earth, air, sky, water, fire, the moon, the sun, pigeon, python, sea, grasshopper, bumblebee, honeybee, elephant, extractor of honey, deer, fish, prostitute, osprey, boy, girls, arrow maker, snake, spider and wasp are all my teachers. I took refuge at these 24 teachers and learned from their behavior. I learned forgiveness from earth, purity from the sky, holiness and cleanliness from the water, innocence and renunciation from the fire, indifferentness from the air, to remain unaffected by circumstances from moon, abdication from the sun, incoherence from the pigeon, dependence upon fate and remain effortless from the python, to remain always happy and serious from the sea, to be under the control of sense organs and hence meet total destruction from the grasshopper, acquiring of virtues. From bumblebee, fault in cumulating from honeybee, to abstain sensuous talks from the deer, to eliminate greed from the fish, sorrow in hope and happiness in desperation from the prostitute, to feel happy in uncertainty from osprey, dispute among many from the girls, concentration from the arrow maker, to roam alone and detachment from a particular place from the snake, virtues of the Creator Lord from the spider, and I learned similarity from the wasp. In the guise of Avadut, Lord Dattatreya says, O king, I learned wisdom and apathy from my body also, because life and death again are inseparably intertwined with it. Hence the net result of loving this body is nothing but sorrow. Thus our own body also helps us to learn about metaphysical knowledge. Lord Krishna also explained Uddhava regarding futility of physical and heavenly luxuries. This human body is like a tree, on which two birds, Jivatma and Paramatma, have taken shelter. Two fruits, happiness and sorrow, appear on it. These fruits are eaten by Jivatma while Paramatma stays as an indifferent onlooker. There are three kinds of jiva, bad, bhakta, and mukta. Bad jivas are those who indulge in sensual pleasures and those who dislike pious company. Mukta jiva are those who are free from attachment and bindings. Bhaktas are those who meditate on me and dedicate their everything in my feet and have love for my virtues. My devotee is kind, free from flaws, tolerant, has feeling of fraternity for all and controls his desires. Bhikshagita. Lord said, Uddhava, in the world, there is indeed a dearth of such tolerant people who can tolerate bitter remarks of evil ones. In this context there is a tale of a greedy Brahmin who lived in Ujjain. That Brahmin had been badly tormented by the evil people after he had lost his wealth. But still the Brahmin did not lose his patience, and regarding his present state as a result of his previous birth's deeds, he expressed his feelings thus. These people are not the cause of my miseries, neither the gods, nor body, not even planets and time, can be blamed for my miseries. Scriptures and learned ones held the mind itself guilty of one's miseries. It is the mind that runs the cycle of the world and makes every kind of efforts. In the absence of mind, even the soul is rendered motionless. When one accepts the dictates of the mind and indulges in sensual pleasures, soul too comes to be bound with them. The ultimate outcome of all the spiritual efforts like celibacy, study of Vedas etc. and abidance to pious actions is the concentration of mind. Concentration of mind and is abstention from sensual pleasures are the primary conditions for attainment of Paramyoga. Thus Lord preached Uddhava about Jnanajita. Uddhava too took Bhagavath with honor and departed for Bhadrakashrama. Chapter 12. Description of dynasties in Kali Yuga. Shukdev describes about the dynasties that would occur in Kali Yuga. Rapunjay or Puranajayi would be the last king of Brihadrath dynasty. This dynasty would be succeeded by the kings of Nand dynasty. Then a diplomatic Brahmin, named Chanakya, would exterminate this dynasty and enthrone Chandragupta Maurya. In Maurya dynasty, a great king would occur by the name of Ashokvardhan. After him, Yavans would rule then for 640 years. Their rule would be succeeded by the governance of the fair-complexioned foreigners, who would rule for 160 years. Thereafter, there would be no king and no subjects because people from all the classes would come forward to rule. The ruler would be selected by the majority votes. There would be no anything like holiness. Cows would grow thin like nannies. People would not marry, as per their castes. Greed, selfishness, and sex would be the base of marriage life. In adverse conditions, spouses would desert each other. There would be nothing like duty, responsibility, and conduct. Hair would be the main item of adornment for the women. People would not have the knowledge of religious scriptures in Kali Yuga. Talkativeness would be identified with knowledge. Only those would be regarded as clever, who could pick others' pockets. Children would not regard or pay due respect to their parents. Children would maintain relations with parents till their marriage only, not after that. Boys would not touch the feet of their own parents, but would pay full respect to their father and mother-in-law. Brother-in-law would be dearer to them than their own brother. Shukdev says, Parikshit, Kali Yuga is the mine of faults, but it has only one great virtue, that the people will acquire divine position only by reciting Lord's name. Recitation of Lord's name, regardless of intention and motivation, whether it is love, derision, laziness, or maliceness, would destroy one's sins. But O Parikshit, the sinister people would do even the most difficult tasks in Kali Yuga, but they would not recite Lord's name. They would not have an interest in the Lord. Their interests would be more in sensuous things like sound, touch, beauty, scent, etc. O Parikshit, the paramagati that people could receive by 10,000 years of meditation in Satya Yuga, by performing yajna for 100 years in Treta Yuga and by worshipping Lord's idol for 10 years in Dwapar Yuga, that supreme salvation is easily available for people in Kali Yuga simply by reciting Lord's name for 1 day and 1 night continuously. But still, in Kali Yuga people would not have faith in Lord's name. It is their misfortune. Shukdev says, O Parikshit, recitation of Sri Hari has occurred in Srimad Bhagavath Mahapurana. O king, this soul is eternal, so you abandon this animal-like feeling that you would die. You are not the body. You are the eternal form of joy. Imbibe your mind with the reflections of Paramatma and have a sight of him in the end. You are God yourself. Then neither takshak nor death would do any harm to you. Unify yourself in the Supreme Being by thoughts like, I am Parabrahma. Thus Shukdev assured Parikshit to be fearless. Final beatitude of Parikshit and Nagyagya. Of Janmjay. Thus graced by Shukdev, King Parikshit faithfully worshipped Brahmrishi and prayed to him with folded hands, Lord, you are an idol of kindness. You have bestowed your grace on me narrating the plays of Lord Sri Hari. Now I am saved and have achieved my natural state. You helped me receive the supreme position in my life alone. Now I can experience the soul as separate from my body. Accepting Parikshit's worships, Shukdev made his departure. Parikshit himself achieved the status of the sage and concentrated his soul in supreme spirit. Thus, before Takshak could bite him, he was merged in Brahma. Takshak stung his physical body only, which was burnt by the effect of the sting. When Janmjay, the son of Parikshit, learned that a snake had stung his father, he organized Sarp Satra. During the Satra, and invoked by the hymns of Brahmins, snakes drew from far and near and got burnt in the fire. Frightened Takshak approached Indra for refuge. Indra promised to help him. There, on earth, Janmjay asked the Brahmins, why has Takshak, the killer of my father, not arrived yet? Through reconciliation, Brahmins saw that Takshak was clinging to Indra's throne. The Brahmin invoked Takshak along with Indra. Indra's throne began to move earthward. But then Brahaspati, the teacher of the gods, intervened and stopped the yajna. Branches of Vedas and divisions. Sutta described about the samhitas and divisions of Vedas to the sages like Shanak etc. Vedavyasa divided Vedas into 4 parts and created 4 Sanhitas viz., Rig, Yajur, Sama and Atharva and taught Rig Sanhita to Pale, Nigad Sanhita to Vashampayan, Chandog Sanhita to Gemini and Tuftatharvangiras Sanhita to Sumantu. All these 4 sages are the disciples of Vedavyasa. Penance of Markandeya and sighting of Maya. Sutta narrated the tale of Mrikandu's son Markandeya. Taking shelter at Mahajit, Markandeya had turned away even Kal. And by penance had a sight of Lord Sri Narayana. He prayed God to show his Maya. Thus Markandeya saw the scene of Pralaya. All the creatures were drowning in the deluge. On a leaf of banyan, then he saw Bal Mukund. Markandeya entered Lord's heart and saw endless cosmos there. Then, by God's instinct, Markandeya returned to his hermitage. Thus Markandeya had the knowledge of Lord's metaphysical state. In the last chapters, a brief content of Bhagavath and glory of Lord's devotion have been discussed. Sutta says, O great sages, I have described what you have asked on the occasion of this pious assemblage. That voice is useless, which cannot recite Lord's name and cannot praise his virtues. All the sins and omens are destroyed by constant recitation of Lord's name. One then receives devotion for Lord with pure heart and begins to experience and feel God's tangible form. Though all the other Puranas contain description of Lord's appearance, but in Srimad Bhagavath Mahapurana, there is profuse description of Sri Hari in every chapter. Srimad Bhagavath has a confluence of knowledge, asceticism, and devotion. One receives devotion for Lord and salvation eventually merely by reciting, listening, and reflecting over it. Home. 11 Linga Purana. Part 1 Sutta narrates the divine tales of Linga Purana. Once, sage, Narada arrived at Naimisharanya where he found many sages engaged in austerities. All the sages were delighted to see him. They eulogized him in reverence and offered him seed. Sage Narada narrated some amazing tales describing about the greatness of Linga Purana. This made the sages even more curious about Linga Purana. Right then, Sutta also arrived there and the sages requested him to narrate the tales of Linga Purana. After making salutations to Lord Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, and sage Krishna Dvapayan, Sutta said sound is the medium through which the Almighty Brahma manifests himself. Brahma manifests himself in the sacrosanct Omkar mantra. Rigveda is his mouth, Samaveda his tongue, Yajurveda his neck and Atharvaveda is his heart. He is the Supreme Being and is beyond the reach of creation or deluge. He is one but manifests himself as three distinct deities Brahma, Vishnu, and Rudra. These three deities are the expression of the three natural qualities respectively Rajas, Sattva, and Tamas. He manifests himself as Mahesh in his formless identity. He manifests himself in all the living creatures as well as imperceptible things in the form of seven natural elements Mahatma Ahankara, Shabdasparsh, Rup, Rasa, and Gandha. Lord Brahma compiled the divine tales of Linga Purana. It covers wide range of subjects like the beginning of creation, the origin of universe, description of the time, tales of different kalpas, the greatness of Linga and its worship, tales related with Lord Shiva, characteristics of Shiva temple etc. It specially elaborates upon the greatness of Shivalinga and its worship. First Canto Pratham Sarg. Shiva is both invisible as well as the root cause of all the delusions of the world. This is why Shiva is also known as a linga. Linga is nothing but the non-manifested form of Shiva. This implies that the visible world is the medium through which Shiva manifests himself. Nature in itself is devoid of qualities like smell, taste, touch etc. But, all these qualities become apparent in it only because of Shiva, who is imperishable and whose characteristics are the natural qualities like taste, smell, touch, and sound. The whole world along with the gross and subtle has originated from a linga Shiva. The whole world comes into being with the help of 11 components 10 sense organs and mind. It is pervaded by the delusions of a linga Shiva. The three prominent deities Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh are the manifestations of Shiva. He is the creator in the form of Brahma, the nurturer in the form of Vishnu and the annihilator in the form of Mahesh. Nature is pervaded by the delusion of Shiva, which is also known as Aya. The three basic colors red, white, and black are the symbolic expressions of the three qualities Raja, Sat and Tamo respectively. Majorities of people fall prey to the delusions of this world and get entangled in its illusionary appearances, but there are few that understand the futility of this illusionary world. With the desire of beginning creation, the Supreme Almighty manifests himself in the imperceptible which results into the creation of the Mahatma. From Mahatma manifests the ego or Ahankara which comprises of three gunas. From ego manifests the tanmantras or subtle forms of matter sound, form, taste smell and touch. Among these subtle forms of matter, sound came into being first of all and space originated from it. The second tanmantra, touch originated from the space. Air manifested from touch or sparsh. The third tanmantra, form or rupa originated from air or yayu. Fire or agni manifested from rupa. The fourth tanmantra, taste or rasa manifested from agni. Similarly, water or jal manifested from rasa, smell or gandha from jal and earth manifested from gandha respectively. All the five organs of action sense organs and mind originated from pure ego. In course of time all these elements got transformed into a mammoth egg, inside which Lord Brahma manifested himself. The whole universe is said to be established inside the above-mentioned egg. The egg is covered by 7 layers and Lord Brahma dwells inside it, seated on a lotus flower. The mammoth egg contains crores of universes inside its fold. The beginning of creation. The whole creation lasts for the total period equivalent to Brahma's day. The Almighty God created during daytime and annihilated during night. One day of Lord Brahma is equivalent to one kalpa of this world. The cycle of 4 yugas occur periodically for 1000 times, during which period altogether 14 manas take incarnation, one after another. Satya Yuga consists of 4000 years. 15 Nimesha make one Kashta, 30 Kalas make a Muhurta, 15 Muhurta a day and night each. The dark lunar phase is said to be the day, while bright lunar phase is said to be the night of the manes. 1 year of this world consists of 360 days. The deity's day lasts for the full period, when the sun is positioned towards the north of equator. Similarly, the deity's night lasts for the total period when the sun is positioned towards the south of equator. 1 year of the deities is equivalent to 30 years of this world. Similarly, 3 months of the deities are equivalent to 100 months of this world. Each of the 4 yugas is measured on the basis of divine years. Satya Yuga is equivalent to 40,000 divine years, while Treta Yuga is equivalent to 80,000 divine years. Dwapara Yuga is equivalent to 20,000 years of the deities, while Kali Yuga is equivalent to 60,000 years of the deities. The period of each yuga given here is exclusive of the periods of Sandhya and Sandhyansh. Lord Brahma commences creation at the fag end of night, and all his creations exist for the whole day. When the night descends, everything is annihilated. This is the time when Kalpa ends. The origin of creation. In the initial phase of his creation, Lord Brahma created immovable natural things like trees, mountains, etc., then birds and animals. In the process of creation, he created various things, and human being was his 7th creation. First of all, Lord Brahma created his Manasputra Sanak, Sanandan, etc., who had no worldly desires. He then created the 9 supreme sages Marishi, Bhrigu, Angaras, Pulasatya, Pulaha, Kratu, Daksha, Atri and Vashishtha by the help of his yogic powers. After that, it was the turn of the 12 Prajaptis Rabu, Sanatkumar, Sanatan, etc. All of them were divine, extremely virtuous, and had realized the supreme self. Brahma Dachutrupa had begotten 4 children from Svayambhuva Manu Priyavrata, Uttanpad, Akuti, and Prasyuti. Akuti was married to a Prajapti named Ruchi, while Prasyuti married Daksha. Akuti gave birth to 2 children, Dakshina and Yagya. Dakshina had 12 sons. Prasyuti, the youngest daughter of Shatrupa, had begotten 24 daughters from Yakshashraddha, Lakshmi, Dhriti, Tushti, Pushti, Megha, Kriya, Budhai, Lujja, Vapu, Sti, Kirti, Kyati, Samhuti, Smriti, Preeti, Kshama, Sunnati, Anusuya, Urja, Svaha, Sura Arani and Svadha. 13 of them were married to Dharma, a Prajapti. Kyati was married to sage Bhrigu, while Arani married sage Bhargava. Similarly, various sages like Marishi, Angara, Pulasatya, Pulaha, Ritu, Atri and Vashishtha got married with Samhuti, Smriti, Preeti, Kshama, Sunnati, Anusuya and Urja respectively. Svaha was married to Vibhavasu, while Svadha married the Pitriyashwaras. Dharma had begotten altogether 15 sons from his 13 wives Kam, Darp, Niyam, Santosh, Alobha, Shrut, Dant, Same, Bodhi, Mahadyuti, Apramad, Vinay, Vyavase, Keshem, Sukh and Yush. Kyati, wife of sage Bhrigu, gave birth to Sri, who later became the consort of Lord Vishnu. She also had 2 sons named Dhata and Vidhata. Prabhuti, wife of sage Marishi, gave birth to 2 sons, Puranama and Marik. She also had 4 daughters, Tushti, Drishti, Krishi, and Apaka. Kshama, wife of sage Pulaha, had many offspring, among whom Kardam and Sahishnu were prominent. Preeti, wife of sage Pulasatya, had 2 sons, named Datarnavra and Davahu. She also had a daughter named Dwashtwati. Kratu's wife, Suniti had 6,000 offspring who became famous as Baukalyas. Smriti, wife of sage Angaras, had given birth to 5 daughters: Sini, Vala, Kahua, Rika and Anumti. Anusuya, wife of sage Atri, had 6 children: 5 sons and 1 daughter. The names of the sons were Satyanatra, Bhavyamuni, Murdire, Shunayashchar, and Somatha. Urja, wife of sage Vashishtha, gave birth to 7 sons: Jiji, Pundarakakshar, Raj, Suhatra, Bahua, Nishpap, Shravan, Tapasvi, and Shukra. Agni's consort Svaha gave birth to 3 sons: Pavaman, Pavak, and Chichi. Lord Shiva, the Supreme Liberator. Sati, daughter of Daksha, had married Lord Shiva much against the wish of her father. Once, Daksha organized a grand yagya in which he did not invite his son-in-law. Sati went to attend the yagya ceremony in spite of Shiva's forbid dance. After seeing her, Daksha calumniated Lord Shiva and made fun of him. This infuriated her to such an extent that she gave up her life by jumping into the sacrificial fire. She was born as Parvati in her next birth and once again got Shiva as her husband. Once, Lord Brahma requested Shiva to create a world, which was free from death. Lord Shiva refused, apprehending its disastrous consequences. Lord Brahma was left with no other option than to commence creation on his own. Meanwhile, Shiva became immovable just like the trunk of a tree. Lord Shiva, who is capable of attaining any form, he showers benediction on mankind. He is engrossed in the supreme state of yoga with effortless case. Nobody can attain liberation without his grace. He is the bestower of religiousness, knowledge, asceticism, and splendor. Sinners who do not take refuge in Shiva have to experience the unbearable tortures of countless hells. Incarnations of Manu and Vyasa. On being asked about the incarnation of sage Vyasa during various eras and manvantars, Sutta replied, "O Brahman, now I am going to mention the names of all the incarnations of Vyasa who existed during Vaivasvat Manvantar of Varhakalpa. The names are as follows: Ritu, Satya, Bhargava, Angara, Suvata, Mritayu, Shatakratu, Vashishtha, Sarasvat, Tridatma, Trivrit, Svayam, Dharm, Narayan, Tarakshu, Aruni, Kritanjay, Trina, Bindu, Ruksha, Muni, Shakti, Parashar, Jatukarnya and Sri Krishna Dvapayan. The names of Manus belonging to different manvantars of Varhakalpa are Swayambhu, Swarokas, Uttam, Tamas, Ravat, Chukchhas, Vaivaswat, Savarni, Dharmasavarni, Vishang, Avashang, Shabal, and Varnak. All of these Manus were named according to their appearances and complexions. For example, Vaivaswat Manu was of dark complexion. The essence of yoga. Yoga means union with God. The state of yoga is impossible to attain without the blessings of Lord Shiva. It needs a concentrated and focused mind. There are some specific spots in the human body concentrating upon which enables a man to attain the state of yoga: spot between the eyebrows, lower part of the throat, navel, and 6 inches above it, etc. The state of yoga can never be attained until and unless a person has fully controlled the tendencies of sense organs. It can be achieved with the help of 8 means: yama, niyam, asan, pranayama, pratyahar, dharan, dhyan and samadhi. Each of them holds an important position in the path of yoga. Describing about the methods of performing yoga, Sutta says a person should sit with his legs crossed in Padmasana and try to concentrate his mind by fixing his gaze between his eyebrows. He should keep his spine erect. He should meditate either on the form of Omkar or on the form of Lord Shiva. Breath control is an important aspect of yogic exercise. A man should exhale deeply for 32 times and then breathe in deeply. He should then retain his breath as long as possible and visualize Lord Shiva within his body. By constant practice he will achieve mastery over this art, and a time will come when he will experience divine bliss. This divine bliss cannot be experienced unless one has attained a deep state of meditation. Obstacles in the path of yoga. A man experiences numerous obstacles in the path of yoga: laziness, restlessness, confusion, a diseased body, etc. The main reason for being lazy is a bulky physique and one's inability to concentrate his mind. Lack of concentration results in restlessness, which is a major obstacle in the path of yoga. If a person is unsure about the results, he becomes confused. It is impossible for a person suffering from any disease to concentrate his mind. All the above-mentioned hurdles can be overcome by firm resolution. A man who has successfully overcome all these obstacles might experience other obstacles in the form of sthis. There is a real danger of getting lured by these divine powers. As a result, his mind may get distracted from his original goal and he may deviate from his path. The names of these sthis or divine powers are Pratibha, Shravan, Varta, Darshana, Aswada, Vedana. If a person successfully overcomes all these allurements, then he becomes a siddha or man of accomplishment and divine powers. Realization of Shiva. Lord Shiva showers his blessing on one and all without any discrimination, but virtuous people have special privilege in the sense that it is easier for them to realize Lord Shiva. Once, Parvati asked Lord Shiva as to how a devotee could realize him. Lord Shiva recalled an incident when Lord Brahma had asked the same question. Lord Shiva had told Lord Brahma, "Anybody can realize me by having deep devotion towards me. A devotee can meditate upon me in the form of linga with total devotion. It is only by deep devotion that a man can achieve true knowledge as well as salvation." Venerableness of Sadhyayate. The sages asked Sudha as to how was Lord Brahma able to have a divine glimpse of Sadhyayate. Sudha replied, during the kalpa named Shwetalahit, once Lord Brahma witnessed the manifestation of a divine child who was of mixed complexion. The child had a shikha on his head. Considering him to be an embodiment of Almighty God, Lord Brahma eulogized that child. Suddenly 4 children appeared and formed a protective ring around Sadhyayate. The names of these children were Sunand, Nandan, Vishvanand, and Upanand. All of them were of fair complexion and very handsome. Anybody who is desirous of attaining to Rudraloka must take refuge in Sadhyayate. Lord Vamdev. Once, during 30th Kalpa named Rakta, Lord Brahma was meditating on Paramashtha Shiva. Suddenly a divine child appeared before him who was of red complexion and who had put on red apparels. He was none other than Lord Vamdev. Lord Brahma immediately realized the divinity of that child and was convinced that he was the embodiment of Almighty God. Lord Brahma eulogized Vamdev, who was pleased by his devotions. 4 divine entities Viraja, Vivahua, Vishoka, and Vishvabhavna manifested from the body of Vamdev. All of them had great resemblance to Lord Vamdev. Vamdev preached them on the finer points of religiousness so that mankind could be benefited by this knowledge. Lord Tat-Purusha. The 31st Kalpa was known as Pete Kalpa. The term Pete means yellow, and this Kalpa was named Pete because Lord Brahma had put on yellow apparels during this Kalpa. Once, while he was meditating on the form of Lord Shiva, a divine child manifested before him. The child had a halo of light all around him and had put on yellow-colored clothes. Even his turban, sacred thread, and garland were yellow in color. His arms were abnormally long. Lord Brahma immediately realized that the child was none other than Lord Maheshvar himself. Suddenly a divine cow appeared from the mouth of Maheshvar, who had 4 faces and possessed all the 32 qualities. The divine cow was none other than goddess Gayatri herself. Lord Brahma eulogized her and Maheshvar was very pleased by his deep devotion. Maheshvar also blessed him with divine knowledge and unrevealed the secret of yoga to him. Right then, many divine children appeared from the body of Lord Maheshvar. Each of them had put on yellow apparels and had great resemblance to Lord Maheshvar. They were extremely virtuous and served the mankind by giving sermons. After having completed their mission of spreading the message of virtuosity to the mankind, all of them got united with Lord Maheshvar ultimately. A person, who is desirous of getting liberated from all his sin, must seek the blessings of Lord Maheshvar, who is also known as Tat-Purusha. Lord Agharsh. Pete Kalpa was followed by Pradrita Kalpa. Black was the predominant color of this Kalpa. Initially, the whole earth was submerged in the water and Lord Brahma, desirous of commencing his creations, wished for a son. As a result, a divine child manifested whose complexion was dark. Not only that, he had put on black apparels and a black crown on his head. A black sacred thread was hanging across his shoulder. Lord Brahma immediately recognized Aghirsh and eulogized him. Lord Aghirsh became pleased by his devotion and blessed him. Just like the preceding kalpas, 4 divine children manifested from Lord Aghirsh's body. All of them had great resemblance with Aghirsh in every respect. In course of time, they did tremendous penance and preached the virtue of religiousness to the mankind. A person who worships Lord Aghirsh and has deep devotion in him becomes liberated from gravest of sins like Brahmatya, etc. Lord Ishan. In the beginning of Vishvarupa Kalpa, Lord Brahma, desirous of commencing creation, was engrossed in deep meditation. This resulted into the manifestation of a divine cow, which puzzled Lord Brahma very much. Actually, this divine cow was none other than Vishvarupa Sarasvati, but Lord Brahma failed to recognize her. Lord Brahma decided to take the help of Lord Ishan and started meditating on him. When Lord Ishan appeared before him, he was requested by Lord Brahma to shed light on the identity of that divine cow. Lord Ishan replied by saying, "The present Kalpa is called Vishvarupa.